5,000 years ago, a mysterious aura suddenly appeared on Earth. This brought many monster-like creatures to replace the original animal world. At the same time, the name of the Beastmaster spread throughout the country and became a respected figure. Everyone will go through a pulling ceremony at the age of 15, which will then open up the beast controlling space in their bodies. They will be able to sign contracts with various monsters and command them to do what they want. After awakening, everyone will have a talent for taming beasts. The types of talents vary, and most of them can enhance the power of the contract with the beast. According to the strength of the talent, the beast taming talent is divided into 4 levels: D level, C level, B level, and A level. Grade D is not the lowest level. People with Grade D talent already have the ability to become qualified beast tamers and can occupy a place in the world of beast tamers. My name is Yifan. In my previous life, I awakened a D-level talent. With continuous efforts and decades of hard work, I finally became the king-level Beastmaster that countless Beastmasters dream of, and ranked among the top 10 in the East Country. In order to find the legendary beast-taming artifact, I led my loyal brothers deep into an ancient secret realm. However, I didn't expect that my brother would betray me at the critical moment and accidentally awaken the legendary royal beast, the space-time dragon. I fought alone, fighting to the death, but in the end, I was still no match for this terrifying royal beast. Before I died, I witnessed the sinister smile of my brother who once fought side by side with me, and my anger and pain were intertwined. I stimulated the power of the beast-taming relic to its limit. At the moment of self-detonation, the space-time dragon was blown to death, but the betrayer was not seriously injured. Perhaps it was the mystery of the beast-taming relic, or perhaps it was the hatred between the time and space dragon and the betrayer that brought me back to my youth. In this life, I vow to leave no regrets and start all over again. I will avenge my past betrayal, wipe out all enemies, take back everything that belongs to me, and reach a pinnacle where no one can rival me. At this time, in the corridor of Pingqing High School, I whispered to myself, "Are we going to have to start all over again?" My eyes unconsciously fell on my wrist, where a dragon pattern was engraved. The space-time dragon. As a person who can be reborn, the relationship between me and this dragon seems to be something that cannot be ignored. I stared at the pattern for a while, my thoughts flying somewhere else, and suddenly turned around and moved my gaze to the other end of the aisle. That is the hero class, where the most talented beast tamers in Pingqing gather. The man who betrayed me was also there, and it was not until my death that I realized that the hatred between him and me was already unfathomable. It's just that he had been disguising himself too well, and it wasn't until the end that I uncovered the truth. In my last life, it took me 3 years to sweep Pingqing High School. In this life, I will be faster, I murmured in a low voice. You wait for me. The tone was cold. I withdrew my gaze and walked towards the regular class with firm steps. At this moment, a familiar voice came from the corner. Yifan, why are you here just now? Come here quickly! When I heard this, a smile flashed in my eyes. I quickly walked over and sat down next to him. That's the you, my childhood friend and best friend for many years. Everyone calls him Fatty Lee. I never thought that we would still be in the same class in high school. Fatty Lee saw that I was in a bad mood and said with emotion. Then he smiled. But it's okay, D-level is D-level. Who says D-level can't be a genius? Look at the 4 young masters of Beijing, which one of them is not D-level, and they all have eternal level beasts in their hands. I smiled, feeling Fatty Lee's comfort, and said softly, It's okay. Then I glanced across the table, thoughtfully. Fatty, when are we going to choose the Beastmaster today? I asked casually. It should start soon. Fatty Lee seemed a little excited. Have you decided which beast to tam? They are all low grade, so it doesn't matter what you choose. I responded indifferently. Low grade? How is that possible? Fatty Lee looked at me in disbelief. Didn't Pingqing say that it would give students some highly potential beasts this year? That's the benefit for the gifted and outstanding classes. We in the ordinary classes don't get any of it. I curled my lips. Beastmasters, like humans, are divided into different levels with huge differences in potential. A beast that has exhausted its potential means it has no more room to grow. Beastmasters with inferior bloodlines can usually only reach the bronze level, and whether they can reach the silver level depends on luck. Silver is just the entry level, and the levels of beast taming are progressive, from black iron, bronze, silver, gold, eternal to star glory and glory. The difference in strength is like heaven and earth. So we have nothing. Fatty Lee seemed a little frustrated. Only low-grade ones. Are they the same as those sold on the street? At least it's free. You can't just buy a beast if you want to. The number of places is limited. I said, my tone became serious. Low-level beasts are not bad. They can also become strong. It's too difficult to be of low grade. It's hard to grow into an elite. Fatty Lee was a little helpless, but still nodded. At this time, the teacher's voice came from the radio. Everyone be quiet, gather in the playground to select the beast. The classroom suddenly became lively. Fatty Lee pulled me over and shouted excitedly. Come on, street goods are also free, maybe you can pick up a treasure. I stood up, narrowed my eyes slightly, and raised a smile at the corner of my mouth. That may be the case. Soon, we arrived at the playground, and all classes selected their Beastmasters in batches. On the beast taming platform, beasts of inferior grade stood in a neat row. Although they were not very strong, they still looked ferocious and were obviously much stronger than ordinary humans. Which beast do I want to choose? Fatty Lee pointed at one of the beasts excitedly, his face full of excitement. That crocodile beast must be very powerful. I will choose it in a moment. That's not a crocodile, it's a lizard. I shook my head. It looks ferocious, but it's actually very slow and has poor defense. Is it a lizard beast? Fatty Lee showed a disappointed expression. Obviously, he believed in my judgment. I suggest you choose the fiery sun snake. I pointed to the other one. It performs well in all aspects among the inferior grades. It is naturally poisonous. Your talent is to strengthen the poison. With it, it will not be difficult for you to enter the silver grade in the future. Can it reach the silver level? Fatty Lee's eyes lit up instantly. Then I'll choose it. I nodded, a smile flashing in my eyes. Lizard that Fatty Lee chose not only failed to advance, but also failed to get into a good university. After being reborn, besides seeking revenge, it wouldn't hurt for me to help him as well. The selection ceremony began. Fatty Lee excitedly chose the sun snake and shouted at me. I selected a few beasts and finally locked onto a target. Yifan, why did you choose this beast? Fatty Lee came over and looked at the beast I chose, frowning. This fire dog is almost useless except for its high body temperature. It is almost the worst of the inferior products. I know. I nodded. I know you still, Fatty Lee said anxiously. I raised my index finger, signaling him to be quiet, and whispered. Fatty, there is no weakest Beastmaster, only the weakest Beastmaster. There is no weakest Beast Tamer, only the weakest Beast Tamer Master? As soon as these words came out, Fatty Lee was stunned. In this era where talent for taming beasts is extremely valued, hearing these words was undoubtedly a huge shock to him. Spend more time cultivating the tacit understanding between you and the Beastmaster. The most basic requirement for a Beastmaster and a Beastmaster is to know each other well. I didn't say much, but just patted Fatty Lee on the shoulder and turned around to take the fire dog back. High school life doesn't have much theoretical knowledge, it's almost all practical. On the first day of school, the task is simple, just choose your own beast, and after choosing, you can move freely and get familiar with your partners. I didn't stay at school, I found a reason to ask for leave, and went back to the assigned dormitory. After all, this is the only high school in Pingqing, and the dormitories are all single rooms. After entering, I closed the door and carefully confirmed that there was no one around before I sat down with peace of mind. I held my breath, took a deep breath, and silently chanted, Beast Taming Space. The Beast Taming Space is a special space that every beast tamer will have when they awaken, which can accommodate beast tamers. However, there is nothing in the space, and it can only accommodate a few beast tamers. The moment I finished reciting the poem, my vision gradually swirled, and when everything became clear again, I was already in a place that seemed like a paradise. There are mountains and water here. Outside the small house next to it, the fire dog that had just been selected was taking a nap leisurely. Success. Seeing the fire dog appear here, I couldn't help but smile. I looked around and then felt the mark on my arm light up slightly. A huge amount of information flooded into my mind in an instant. After a moment, I opened my eyes and felt an irrepressible excitement in my heart. This is what I risked my life to get, the legendary sacred beast controlling device. In that explosion, it merged with my beast controlling space and space-time dragon to become the treasured land we have today. The mark on my arm is the symbol of the beast taming space. Just now, the mark conveyed everything about this space to me. This place is full of energy, and is extremely suitable for the survival of beasts. Here, beasts can grow most effectively. Not only that, as the strength of beasts grows, the mysteries in this space will gradually emerge. And now, the most crucial point has become apparent: the speed of time flow here is 30-1 compared to the outside world. If you stay here for 30 days, only 1 day will pass in the outside world. Such a treasure is truly the greatest treasure in the world and a sacred weapon for taming beasts. With this treasure, everything becomes much easier when taming the beasts here. I stroked the fire dog and it rubbed my arm affectionately, giving me a sense of warmth that was the effect of its natural high temperature. Fire dogs are not useless. They often have the blood of hellhounds in their veins, although it is rare and difficult to awaken. But even if it cannot be fully awakened, it can still control the flames and show powerful attack power. Most importantly, blood inheritance means its growth is no longer restricted by low-quality blood. As long as it can persist and find enough natural treasures, its potential is limitless, and it may even become a glory-level beast. I dare to choose the fire dog because I have the confidence to train it to the peak. Whether it is my own methods or the natural treasures found in the ruins, it can guarantee that it will show unparalleled strength in the future. Now, knowing how powerful this space is, I am more convinced that I made the right choice. For me, the existence of this space means that the biggest shackles of the fire dog have been removed. The energy here is most suitable for the growth of the beast, and with my training methods, the progress of the fire dog will be greatly improved. It can make up for the growth of the outside world in the past 30 days. This neglected fire dog is destined to surprise everyone. Looking at the fire dog, my eyes were full of smiles. After a pause, I moved my gaze to a piece of land next to the small house. If the beasts can be brought in, then those magical herbs and medicines should also be able to be transplanted in. Thinking of this, my eyes suddenly lit up. In my previous life, I had seen countless natural treasures, but each one took a long time to mature. Moreover, after one harvest, you have to wait several years for the next one. But if I could bring these magical herbs and medicines here, wouldn't it be? The sacred beast controlling device is indeed the greatest treasure in the world. I couldn't help but exclaim. I stroked the fire dog's head, smiled, and closed my eyes. After a while of spinning, the screen switched again. I reappeared in the dormitory. It was not yet dark, and it seemed that only a short time had passed. I compared the time, and sure enough, 30-1. The dormitory was quiet. I took a deep breath and my eyes gradually calmed down. With this treasure, my strength will increase rapidly. The opportunities that I couldn't get before, maybe I can realize them one by one now. For example, the new secret realm trial 3 months later. This is completely different from the ancient secret realm that I entered for the last time in my previous life. That was the Waymang secret realm built by the school itself. There were almost no precious resources in it. But I know that there is a rare treasure hidden in this year's Waymang secret realm. 3 months is enough time for me to become stronger. I must get that treasure. I took a deep breath, and gradually calmed down. I sat cross-legged and began to regulate my breathing. My breathing gradually entered a cycle. Breathing techniques are a means for Beastmasters to strengthen themselves. The more advanced the breathing techniques, the more beasts they can control. Ordinary people usually practice the basic breathing method distributed by the school. It is very universal and almost everyone can practice it, but the upper limit is low and the effect of strengthening beast control is limited. I am different. In my previous life, I have seen hundreds of advanced breathing techniques, some of which are extremely powerful. Right now, I am using the most advanced one among them, the method of becoming a saint. It is known as the most domineering breathing method in the world, and is divided into 4 realms: whale swallowing, cannibalism, dragon suction, and ant bite. Ultimately, if you practice to the limit, you can transcend the mortal world and become a saint. Who? As the breathing method was in operation, I suddenly opened my mouth and took a breath. Immediately, The surrounding air rushed into my body as if it was swallowed by a whale. There is sufficient energy in the space, and with it, the light in my body flickers. With this breath, I easily broke through the first level of the sainthood method devouring. With the experience of my previous life, I easily crossed this threshold. Whew! I exhaled slowly and opened my eyes, with a light flashing in my eyes. The sainthood method is indeed powerful. The first level of whale devouring, just this breath, is equivalent to the results of practicing ordinary breathing methods for dozens of days. I stood up and waved my arms, feeling the power in my body surge like a surging tide. At this moment, the energy was almost overflowing. I feel like I can kill a cow with one punch. I raised the corners of my mouth, with a confident light flashing in my eyes. With the powerful breathing method and the unique beast controlling space, my starting point in this life is already high enough. Combined with the experience of the previous life, achievement is almost within reach. D level? So what? I stayed in the beast taming space for several days, and only decided to quit when the whale devouring skill was activated for the second time. At this time, the sky outside had just darkened, and I had already been in the beast taming space for 7 or 8 days and had not noticed the passage of time at all. I had just exited the space and was looking out the window, preparing to digest what I had gained during this period of time. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang rapidly. Fatty? I picked up the phone and took a look, frowning slightly. Shouldn't this guy be busy hugging and kissing the fiery sun snake? Why is he calling me instead? I hesitated for a moment and answered the phone. On the other end of the phone, Fatty Lee's voice was urgent and anxious. Yi Fan! Deng Chang and Ji Feng are trying to steal my beast. Steal your beast? I frowned. Choosing a beast is voluntary. Why should I steal it? Fatty Lee panted and explained. They said they were the first to see the beast, but I snatched it away. They found 7 or 8 people and said they wanted to challenge me to a beast duel. If the loser loses, he must hand the beast over to them. Where is the teacher? Doesn't the teacher care? I asked. The teacher is in class, and they have blocked me in the teaching building. Now I am hiding in the toilet next door. The fat man's voice was filled with fear. I am panicking now, come and save me. Otherwise, my beast will be gone. I smiled softly and said firmly, just wait in the bathroom and hold them back. After hanging up the phone, I immediately rushed out the door and headed for the school. Fatty just got a good beast, and I thought I could make some breakthroughs this time, but these guys came up to snatch it. Deng Chang and Ji Feng, 2 notorious bullies in the school, did a lot of bad things before Fatty and I became famous. Now, they actually dared to come and rob the fat man's beast. They really overestimated their own abilities. Since they have bumped into me, they are looking for death. Haha, you fat guy, you hid in the toilet and thought we couldn't find you? Are you scared? You are a Beastmaster, but you don't even have the courage to duel with a beast. How dare such a loser to be a beast tamer? He should just go home and raise pigs. In the empty teaching building, Deng Chang and Ji Feng, with 7 or 8 of their younger brothers, surrounded Fatty Lee and made sarcastic remarks. The fat man's face turned red and he clenched his fists, obviously enduring something. Still clenching your fists? Who are you trying to scare? Deng Chang saw the fat man's actions, pushed the fat man proudly, and almost pushed him down. Don't act so high and mighty. If your childhood friend were still around, we might not dare to touch you. It's different now. Your childhood friend is just a D-level, about the same as us. Who would be afraid of him? Hand over the fiery sun snake. That fiery sun snake is the strongest among all the beasts. How can a small loser like you be qualified to use it? Hand it over now. After saying that, Deng Chang grabbed Fatty Lee, raised his fist and hit the fat man in the face, then threw him away. Don't blame us for being ruthless. Hand it over. Or you can duel with my Beastmaster. Just as Deng Chang was about to make a move, my voice rang out coldly. I'll compete. Deng Chang was stunned for a moment, turned around and saw me walking into the open space. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. You! Deng Chang grinned. You're here to stand up for him? What's wrong? No. I raised my eyebrows, smiled coldly, and walked towards them. When I glanced at them, my gaze was filled with endless oppression, and my aura instantly locked everyone down. Deng Chang and his followers stepped back subconsciously, feeling a chill. Although Deng Chang was a little scared, he regained his confidence when he saw so many people around him. Come on, if you lose, hand over your beast. No one can take my beast away, I responded with a sneer, my eyes sharp. What if you lose? I lost, I'll give you my beast. Deng Chang's voice was rough, but full of confidence. I'm not interested in your beast. I shook my head. One fiery fruit seed from Linkeotang. The fiery fruit seeds were worth 10,000 yuan. Deng Chang hesitated a little after hearing this, but soon slammed the table with full confidence. Let's bet! Beastmaster, Cloud Armor Beast! Deng Chang summoned his own Beastmaster, a pangolin-like monster covered in hard armor. It slowly stood in front of him. I looked at the Cloud Armor Beast, and my heart moved. I understood Deng Chang's plan. It turned out that his beast was specifically designed to counter the fire attribute of the fiery sun snake. Unfortunately, this alone was far from enough for him. But this alone is not enough. I smiled indifferently, raised my hand, and a light flashed. Beast Tamer, Fire Dog! The fire dog appeared, leaping and standing in front of me. Its sturdy figure and agile movements all revealed a powerful aura. Deng Chang looked at the beast I summoned and couldn't help laughing. Fire Dog? You actually summoned such a rubbish beast? Beast Taming, Sharp Teeth! Deng Chang summoned his second skill. The teeth of the Cloud Armor Beast flashed with cold light and were terribly sharp. I didn't hide my strength. Beast Taming, Ascension. The fire dog's body expanded slightly, and its aura became more violent. Although the increase in ascension was small, it was enough to make the fire dog's reaction faster and stronger in such a duel. Do you think you can defeat me like this? Deng Chang sneered. Cloud Armor Beast, charge! The Cloud Armor Beast rushed towards the fire dog, and I quickly gave the order. Fire Dog, move right and hit its head! The fire dog took a nimble step and easily avoided the attack of the Cloud Armor Beast, and hit its head hard at the moment when the Cloud Armor Beast missed its attack. Boom! The Cloud Armor Beast was knocked over and over, losing its ability to fight and falling to the ground. There was silence all around, and everyone was stunned. Deng Chang stared blankly at the Cloud Armor Beast on the ground, as if he couldn't believe it at all. I walked up to him. A sneer appeared on the corner of my mouth. Give me the seeds of the fiery fruit now, or just give me cash. Deng Chang gritted his teeth, his face full of anger, but his tone was mixed with a hint of threat. My cousin is Deng Li from the Excellence class, do you dare to touch me? Deng Li from the Excellence class? When I heard this name, my eyes narrowed slightly. This name is not unfamiliar. In the previous life, Deng Li was a household name. With a B-level talent, he was the best in the Excellence class back then. Graduating from Pingqing, he did not choose to continue his studies, but instead formed a gang in the local area and established the so-called Longqiang Gang, which was domineering, bullying men and women and collecting protection fees. My parents were also blackmailed by them many times because they ran a small restaurant. It was not until I graduated and returned that the bastard heard the news and fled to Yinqing, and did not show up for several years. Sure enough, annoying people always gather together. I sneered and kicked Deng Chang. I have practiced the method of becoming a saint, and although I have only performed 2 swallowings, the effect has been significant. Although Deng Chang tried to dodge the kick, I kicked him down and he hit the wall. He struggled in pain, and I stepped down hard with my foot, just like the one he had just stepped on the fat man. Deng Li's men were stunned by the situation and were about to step forward to help. I glanced at them coldly. You better stand still and don't move. After the words were spoken, they actually stood there in a daze, not daring to move. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but smile contemptuously. It turns out that this group of people are just bullies who only bully the weak and fear the strong. Although I have lost the king-level pressure, the aura of a strong man is still in my heart. It is easy to intimidate these little hooligans. Deng Chang, I leaned over and said coldly, you have 2 choices within an hour. Either let your lackeys get the seeds of the fiery fruit, or ask your cousin to get them. It's your choice. I'll only give you 1 hour. If you exceed the time limit, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. After saying that, I increased the force of my feet. Deng Chang was sweating from the pain and waved his hands, shouting, Go find my cousin! His subordinates saw that they were being suffocated and rushed out of the classroom as if they had been rescued. Deng Chang was the only one left in the classroom, gasping for breath on the ground and staring at me angrily. Yi Fan, how about we forget it? Seeing that they really went to call for help, Fatty Lee couldn't help but pull me and whispered. People in the excellence class are not easy to mess with. They are all at least C-level talents. C-level, even if an A-level person comes today, he has to give me the seeds of the fiery fruit. I snorted coldly, still not loosening my feet. Hearing this, Fatty Lee was stunned and looked at me with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He remembered that I used to be a gentle person who would always choose to keep things quiet when encountering troubles. Why did I suddenly become so overbearing today? Fatty, if you keep swallowing your anger, people will think you are easy to bully. I saw the fat man's hesitation and said calmly. If others don't offend me, I won't offend others. If you offend me, you will have to pay the price. I understand. Fatty Lee nodded, still with a hint of uneasiness in his eyes. I looked at him, feeling somewhat sad. Fatty Lee had always been my best friend in high school, and no matter how my talent changed, he never changed his attitude towards me. Unfortunately, his talent for taming beasts is average, and it may be difficult for us to fight side by side like before in this life. Just then, the classroom door was pushed open and a man in a leather jacket and with gloomy eyes walked in. Seeing Deng Chang almost rolling his eyes because of me stepping on him, the man showed anger. Let him go! Where is what I need? I looked up at Deng Li with a calm tone. Things? Deng Li was slightly stunned, and the people around him quickly came up to him and explained what had happened. A seed of a fiery fruit? Deng Li frowned, pondered for a moment, and said coldly, For my sake, let it go today. Forget it? I smiled, raised my foot, and stomped it hard again. It's only natural to accept defeat. How much is your so-called face worth? Bastard! Deng Li was angry and rushed towards me with his fist. Met his angry eyes fearlessly. Deng Li raised his fist, but after meeting my calm eyes, he hesitated. He suddenly felt that I was not as simple as I seemed. Deng Chang's cousin looked at me, frowned, and put down his fist. I'll give you 10,000 yuan if you let my cousin go, Deng Li said, suppressing his anger. I was slightly stunned, then nodded. 10,000 yuan, okay. Give it to him. Deng Chang took out a stack of money from his pocket and handed it to the person next to him. The man walked up to me with the money. In that case, let your cousin go. I took the money and kicked Deng Chang to quickly escape to Deng Li's side. Cousin, help me get revenge! Deng Chang's eyes were full of anger, and he obviously couldn't stand such humiliation. Shut up! Deng Li shouted angrily. This is a school! Deng Chang was stunned, obviously not expecting his cousin to be so harsh on him. If there is anything, solve it outside the school. Deng Li lowered his voice and patted Deng Chang on the shoulder. In school, we are all students. Only after we leave school can we find a solution. After hearing this, Deng Chang's face lit up with joy, and he agreed repeatedly. Yes, yes, cousin. Deng Li waved his hand and left with everyone. Before leaving, he glared at me fiercely. I counted the money in my hand leisurely. 10,000 yuan was almost equal to my living expenses for half a year. I had been thinking about making some money on the side to save some trouble. It saves me some trouble. After counting, I patted the money in my hand and smiled. Hey, did you hear what Deng Li said? It seems like he is planning to find someone outside the school to deal with us. Fatty Lee approached cautiously, with a hint of fear in his tone. Let him find it. I didn't agree, I already had a plan in mind. This time, I would not only make Deng Li pay the price, but also avenge my parents in my previous life. What should I do? Fatty Lee seemed a little anxious. I have to go home on the weekend. Just come back with me. But what if you're not here? I can't even beat Deng Chang by myself. Fatty Lee was so anxious that he was spinning around, his eyes full of anxiety. Fatty. I looked at him and suddenly laughed. Do you want to become a powerful Beastmaster? He was stunned and answered hesitantly. I want to, but my talent. Talent is not a problem. Just answer me, do you want to? I said with determination in my eyes. Yes. Fatty Lee answered almost without hesitation. Then follow me. I patted his shoulder and turned to walk out of the classroom. Fatty Lee looked confused, but he still followed me. Soon after, we returned to the dormitory. I sat casually on the stool and motioned Fatty Lee to sit down as well. Fatty, today I'm going to teach you a breathing method. I spoke slowly, looking at him. What? Fatty Lee was stunned and shocked after hearing this. How can a breathing method be taught casually? It is related to the foundation of a Beastmaster. Apart from those common breathing methods, every ordinary breathing method is extremely valuable. If you come across a truly powerful breathing method, its value is almost inestimable. It's just a breathing method. I responded lightly, and then said seriously. Although this breathing method is not the best in the world, in a sense, it is most suitable for you. This is too precious. Fatty Lee hesitated. I shook my head and looked at him seriously. The friendship between you and me over the years is more precious than these things. The breathing method I passed on to you is called the Tao Tai method. Tao Tai technique? Fatty Lee was shocked when he heard it. Tao Tai, the ancient beast that swallows the sun and the moon in legend? This breathing technique is actually named after it? I nodded. The Tao Tai method is very simple. You just need to keep eating. You can eat any food, any natural treasures. After eating, practice the Tao Tai method, which can perfectly digest the food and convert it into energy, helping you to increase your own strength. This is unbelievable. Fatty Lee widened his eyes. The Tao Tai technique is divided into 7 levels. With each level you advance, the number of beasts you can control will double, the energy you can transform will become stronger, and the amount of food you can eat will increase. In the end, you will not only be able to control hundreds of beasts, but you will also be able to convert gold ore into energy for use. I said. Next, I will tell you this method. You must listen carefully to every word. Fatty Lee nodded, looking focused. I began to guide him slowly. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and circulate the chi in your body. Fatty Lee frowned, and he followed my instructions carefully, gradually getting into the state. Soon, as I finished speaking, the air around him began to change, and the energy fluctuations became obvious. Sure enough, the Tao Tai method is most suitable for fat people. I nodded slightly, secretly rejoicing in my heart. The Tao Tai method is simple and direct to practice, and is most suitable for Beastmasters like Fatty Lee who are born to love eating and have average talent. Its effect is also very violent. The more you eat, the stronger you become, and you can eventually gain an advantage through an extraordinary number of beasts. Back then, I once fought against a powerful enemy who relied on the Tao Tai method to control dozens of beasts. His strength was very strong. Although I managed to kill him in the end, I had to admit that the Tao Tai method was extremely powerful. For me, the Tao Tai method is far inferior to my method of becoming a saint, and it is not worth my spending too much time practicing it. But it is very suitable to teach it to Fatty Lee. As for how far he can go, it depends on his own opportunities. Fatty Lee slowly opened his eyes, and could clearly feel the huge changes that had taken place in his body. This Tao Tai technique is so powerful, he said excitedly. I just activated it once, and there is an extra layer of the beast control space. I can subdue the second beast. This is just the beginning. I smiled. The second beast is nothing. When I fought with the enemy, he controlled dozens of beasts at once. It was like an overwhelming wave. The momentum was amazing. Just looking at it made people feel scared. There was a gleam in Fatty Lee's eyes, and he obviously understood the great potential of this breathing method. Where did you get such a precious breathing method? Fatty Lee asked curiously. Just some adventures. I answered briefly, and then my expression became serious. Fatty, you must not let anyone know about the Tao Tai technique, especially before you become strong enough, not even your parents. Fatty Lee immediately nodded solemnly, his eyes firm. Understood. He now understood how much potential the Tao Tai method had given him. This method was not difficult to practice. As long as he ate, he would become stronger. As long as he practiced according to the steps, his future was destined to be extraordinary. Liu, I really don't know how to thank you, Fatty Lee said excitedly. Vu. Just as Fatty Lee was about to express his gratitude, his stomach suddenly made a loud growl, which made him blush immediately. This gluttonous method consumes too much energy. I just had lunch and I'm hungry again. He smiled a little embarrassedly. Go have another meal. After practicing the Taotai method, you will be a living human Taotai, I said with a smile. But don't worry about what others think. As long as you are strong enough, others will not say anything and may even compete to imitate you. That makes sense. Fatty Lee nodded and walked out in a hurry. I'll go have another meal now. The moment the dormitory door closed, I smiled slightly and couldn't help feeling emotional. Fatty Lee's trust in me made me feel warm, but it also made me more alert. After all, in my previous life, I had formed a deep friendship with a brother who had fought side by side with me for many years, but I was betrayed. People's hearts are always the most difficult to grasp. Next, it's time to do some real work. I whispered to myself, took out 10,000 yuan, and a trace of thought flashed in my eyes. This money may not be much, but for me, it can do a lot of things. 3 months later, a new secret realm will open, and I must quickly improve my strength during this period to ensure that I can get what I want in the secret realm. Linkeotang. I made the decision quickly. Spiritual herbs are the most direct way to improve strength. My beast control space is most suitable for growing spiritual herbs. If I can get some spiritual herbs, not only can the fire dog improve quickly, but I can also cultivate spiritual fruits for reselling. Of spiritual fruits is not small. The seed of a fiery fruit is worth 10,000 yuan. After successful planting, the value of each fiery fruit can reach at least 50,000 or even 100,000. Thinking of this, I went out without hesitation and took a taxi straight to Linkeotang in the north of Pingqing. On the side of the road, Deng Chang and one of his followers were walking side by side. At this time, the follower was carefully applying anti-swelling ointment to Deng Chang. Yi Fan is really blind. He actually dared to offend Brother Chang's cousin Deng Li. Brother Deng Li is the boss of this area. If Deng Chang offends him, he probably won't even be able to leave the school in his lifetime. As the attendant was applying medicine to Deng Chang, he saw that he was in a bad mood, so he flattered him. Don't worry, as long as I dare to leave the school, Brother Li will definitely find a way to deal with that kid. When the time comes, I will definitely cry and apologize to Brother Chang. Of course. Deng Chang was very happy to hear that. He clapped his hands and continued. I'm not bragging. Who dares to mess with my cousin? If he dares to come out, my cousin will surround him in the next second. You dare to step on me today? I will make him cry, Deng Chang said angrily. At this moment, suddenly, a taxi sped past and the splashing water splashed all over them. The henchman was so frightened that his hands trembled, accidentally causing Deng Chang to frown even more in pain. Damn it! Don't you look at the road when driving? Can't you see there are people on the side of the road? Deng Chang cursed the taxi driver angrily, staring at the car. But the next second, he looked through the rear window of the taxi and saw the person sitting in the car, and he was stunned. Yi Fan? Deng Chang's heartbeat accelerated instantly, his eyes fixed on the man, and then his anger instantly exploded. This kid actually doesn't take my cousin seriously at all? It's been a while since we last met, and he dares to be so unscrupulous that he even gets me wet. Reacted almost subconsciously. Quick, call my cousin! Tell him Yi Fan is out of school, and ask him to find someone to stop that guy. Okay, I'll call Brotherly right now. The follower immediately agreed and took out his cell phone to contact Deng Li. I didn't know that I had provoked Deng Chang again. At this moment, he was resting with his eyes closed, as if he was thinking about something. Soon, the taxi stopped in front of Lingqiao Hall. Standing at the door, I looked at the 3 familiar characters, Linkeotang. For a moment, I felt as if I were in another world. In my previous life, I had some friendship with Linkeotang. Linkeotang not only has branches in Pingqing, but also in almost every province in the country, and its strength should not be underestimated. Once upon a time, it was a very powerful force. If Hall Master Ning were still here, everything would be easier. I muttered to myself, and walked towards Lingqiao Hall with some thought. The 2 receptionists at the door saw that I was just a student and looked a little distracted, but they still shouted with a professional smile. Welcome. I nodded slightly and walked into Lingqiao Hall with an expressionless face. There are 3 floors here in total. The downstairs mainly sells some ordinary yams. The price is not high and the effect is average. Little brother, do you need anything? A female shopping guide saw me, walked over with a professional smile on her face, and asked gently. Just looking around. I answered, raised my eyebrows habitually, and glanced at the female receptionist in front of me. Ning Shui? How do you know my name is Ning Shui? She was stunned, obviously a little surprised. I was slightly stunned when I heard her words. In my previous life, every time I came to Linkeotang, she was the one who received me. I was used to it. Still, I remained calm, paused for a moment, and pointed to the photo on the wall. It says this. Ning Shui looked up as I instructed and saw photos of each receptionist hanging on the wall. I see. She smiled, seeming to relax a little. Little brother, although it seems that you are not familiar with these, I still suggest that you take a look at this Yixiang fruit. It comes from Nanshan, tastes sweet, and can strengthen the beast's physique and improve actual combat effectiveness. Fragrant fruit? I raised my eyebrows. I remember that it doesn't seem to have any special effects except that its fragrance can attract some beasts. Ning Shui was stunned for a moment. Before she could refute, she suddenly heard me say in a teasing tone. Besides, if the beasts are fed too much Yixiang fruit, it will easily make them estrus. Is this what you mean by enhancing combat effectiveness? Her face turned red instantly, and she took 2 steps back almost subconsciously. The Yixiang fruit is useless to humans. I glanced at her and said lightly, and then casually glanced at the baskets of medicinal herbs on the spiritual medicine shelf. Do you have any fiery fruit here? Fire fruit? Yes. Yes. Ning Shui obviously realized that I was not doing this casually, and immediately took me to the 2nd floor. As you enter the 2nd floor, the strong aroma of herbs hits you in the face. The flaming fruit is right here. She pointed to a plate filled with fiery red fruit. This is exactly the purpose of my trip, the fiery fruit that can enhance the fire ability of beasts. How much? I looked at those wrinkled-looking fiery fruits and frowned slightly. Obviously, these were not fresh and should be stock. 50,000 each, Ning Shui said, and seeing that I didn't seem satisfied, she added, If you don't like these, I can get you the latest ones. I murmured softly, thinking something in my mind. 50,000 per piece, the price is roughly in line with my expectations. If I resell it, I don't think it will sell for 50,000, but only close to it. At this time, Ning Shui was waiting quietly by the side. She seemed to realize that the boy in front of her was not as simple as he appeared. Facing my eyes that seemed to see through everything, she felt a little uneasy. Could it be that the boy in front of her was from a big family? She looked at me subconsciously. At this time, I suddenly asked, Do you have seeds or rhizomes of the fiery fruit? Seeds? Ning Shui seemed very surprised and was stunned for a moment. Why would someone come to Linkeotang specifically to buy seeds? This isn't. She opened her mouth to speak, but after seeing my calm look, she finally said softly, I'll ask the manager for you. I nodded, and Ning Shui hurried upstairs. Not long after, she was followed by a middle-aged man wearing a mandarin jacket and his hat pulled down low. Which brother wants to buy the seeds of the fiery fruit? He spoke in a loud voice and looked around, attracting the attention of many customers. It's me, I answered, meeting his eyes. Ning Qinghai, the head of Pingqing Lingqiao Hall and a gold-level Beastmaster, his appearance meant that things could be solved smoothly. It turned out to be this little brother. Ning Qinghai was obviously a little surprised to see me, but he still smiled and turned around to blame. Ning Shui, why didn't you greet the distinguished guest earlier? Yes. Ning Shui nodded hurriedly and took me upstairs. Ning Qinghai asked me to sit down and handed me a cup of tea enthusiastically. Dear guest, please sit down and enjoy your tea slowly. Although I didn't really like this format, I still sat down and took a sip casually in order to buy something. Ning Qinghai looked at me and said tentatively, Little brother, the seeds of the fiery fruit are not cheap. We usually don't sell them to the public. The fiery fruit is not rare. The price of the seeds is about 10,000. I answered calmly. The fiery fruit is not widely used. Except for certain Beastmasters, other people basically won't choose it. In comparison, the strong muscle grass of the same price is more effective and has a wider adaptability. Ning Qinghai was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting that I knew so much about it. Despite this, he only raised an eyebrow and then continued. So, it seems that you do have a beast that needs the fiery fruit? Of course. I nodded. Excuse me, what kind of beast is it? He was a little curious. Fire dog, I answered bluntly, looking him straight in the eye. Fire dog. Ning Qinghai pondered for a moment, then nodded. Then I'll sell it to you directly, fiery fruit seeds, 11,000. Ning Shui was also busy nearby, apparently preparing to notify the cultivation hall. Rhizomes? Ning Shui seemed a little stunned. Didn't you say you wanted to buy seeds? The price of rhizomes is much higher than that of seeds, but their survival rate and fruiting rate are also higher. My little brother is very dignified. I am willing to make a friend with you through a rhizome. Ning Qinghai smiled and bowed, saying, In the future, I hope you will often visit my Lingqiao Hall. I will. I nodded and said lightly. Ning Shui quickly came up with a box. She opened the box and found a rhizome with leaves growing out of it. This spiritual medicine is not easy to grow. Plant it in a fertile place when you return, Ning Qinghai reminded. If the soil is fertile, the fiery fruit will produce 3 to 5 fruits in May. Understood. I took the box and stood up to say goodbye. On the first floor, I bought some spiritual herbs and medicinal materials, and finally paid with a credit card. Ning Shui was by my side the whole time. It wasn't until I left that she came to her senses and turned upstairs. Master Ning, the young man has left. Ning Shui hurriedly ran up to the second floor and reported hastily. I know. Ning Qinghai nodded, looking from afar. Do you think I'm too enthusiastic about that boy? Ning Shui was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, Yes. He looks different. Not only is he calm and knowledgeable, but his accessories and clothes don't look luxurious. He looks like someone from an ordinary family. Heh. Ning Qinghai chuckled. You are still far from being good at reading people's expressions. What do you mean? Ning Shui was puzzled. It's impossible for a young man from an ordinary family to behave so calmly, Ning Qinghai said confidently. Just now I released the pressure of a gold-level Beastmaster, but he didn't react at all. Either he is stronger than me and doesn't care about my pressure at all, or there is a gold-level expert in his family, and he has long been accustomed to this kind of aura. Besides, it is extremely difficult to train a beast like the fire dog. In addition to a huge investment of wealth, it also requires countless precious spiritual herbs and fruits. I'm afraid that the young man's trip is just the beginning. He will definitely come here often in the future. Ning Shui suddenly realized. So that's how it is, he really has some background. Gold-level strength is considered strong in Pingqing, Ning Qinghai said meaningfully. It's not just Lingqiao that sells spiritual herbs and fruits. If you can get to know a big family or even a future strong man through this, it would be a big profit. Chapter 7 Ma Dufei. This stem is good. Outside the Lingqiao Hall, Yi Fan looked at the rhizome in his hand and nodded slightly. One rhizome could save him a lot of trouble. No wonder Ning Qinghai was able to become the chief leader of the Jiang province branch of Lingqiao in the future. He didn't even show anything. The other party just tested him during the conversation and then gave him some benefits. This vision and realm can indeed accomplish great things. As for his temptation, the gold-level pressure really seemed like a joke to me. Let's go back and plant it in the beast taming space to see the effect. Yi Fan made a plan. He raised his hand and a taxi quickly stopped in front of him. What a coincidence, it was the same car that I had come here before. Little brother, get in the car quickly. In the taxi, a middle-aged man with bald hair stuck his head out and greeted warmly. Yi Fan smiled and got into the car. Little brother, you seem to have a well-off family, to be able to come to Lingqiao to buy things. In the car, the uncle quickly started the engine and said to Yi Fan at the same time. Not really. The things I bought were given to me for free, Yi Fan replied, smiling. Someone fought with me in a beast duel and lost 10,000 yuan to me. That means you're a pretty formidable Beastmaster, the uncle said. Not really, I just started school. You can beat your classmates right after you enroll. That's amazing, the uncle said with some envy. When I was young, I also wanted to be a Beastmaster, but unfortunately my awakening talent was too poor, and I didn't even get a D-level rating. That's normal, Yi Fan replied. The reason why Beastmasters have such high status in this world is, on the one hand, because the beasts they tamed are powerful, and on the other hand, because their numbers are rare. Even though Yifan's D level seems to be looked down upon, that is among the Beastmasters. It is very difficult for ordinary people to awaken the D level. The proportion is probably less than 1 in 10. Without D level, the beast taming space cannot be opened, and even the minimum requirement of a beast tamer cannot be met. The uncle was obviously not depressed by this. He said with a smile on his face, "Little brother, you can leave my phone number. If you need a taxi in the future, you can come to me. I'm always available." "No problem." Yifan nodded. The two exchanged phone numbers, and the taxi sped all the way, and soon returned to the gate of Pingqing High School. "Little brother, don't get out of the car yet." Yifan was about to open the door when the uncle suddenly spoke up. "That seems to be the same group of people as before." "The group of people from before?" Yifan was stunned. "Yes, I met them before I came here. I heard them say they were going to cause trouble for a student. I guessed it might be you. Someone was swearing at us on the road before," the driver said as he braked. Hearing this, Yifan felt a little warm in his heart. He looked up and saw more than a dozen people gathered at the school gate. They were dressed in strange clothes and looked sloppy, pointing at the taxi. Deng Chang was prominently seen in the crowd. "This guy actually found someone," Yifan sneered. "Little brother, how about we run first? I'll take you back at 1 a.m. the uncle said worriedly. "I've seen that group of people before. They are from an underground gang near the school. You are a newly enrolled Beastmaster. I'm afraid you can't handle so many people." "It's okay, uncle, you can go first. I don't care about these bastards." Yifan answered, opened the car door and got out. "Hey, young man." Looking at this scene, the uncle was a little anxious, but looking at the aggressive group of people opposite, he could only shrink his head and sit back in the car. After all, he was just a driver and had to live in Pingqing. He was worried about Yifan and gave him a ride so that he could remind him. But who knew that Yifan was not afraid at all, so there was nothing he could do. The taxi left. On the road, Yifan not only did not avoid them, but walked straight towards the group of people, with his fists slightly clenched, making some crackling sounds. "Brother Dafei, it's that guy!" Seeing Yifan coming, Deng Chang hurriedly spoke to a burly tattooed man next to him. When the tattooed man called Dafei heard this, he also perked up. He glanced at Yifan and cursed. "You little brat who hasn't even grown all his hair yet, how dare you bully Brother Li's cousin?" As he said that, Brother Dafei walked out, stretched his neck, looked at Yifan who was walking over, and asked, "Are you Yifan?" "Yes." Yifan nodded, but his eyes turned to Deng Chang with a smile on his face. "Hey, long time no see, did your injury heal so quickly?" Looking at that devilish smile, Deng Chang immediately wilted and quickly stepped back. Brother Dafei, who was standing by, became furious when he saw that Yifan dared to threaten Deng Chang in front of him. "Who gave you the courage to be so arrogant in front of me, Ma Dafei?" As he spoke, Ma Dafei raised his fist and punched Yifan in the face. He had a sturdy build, and his punch was quite powerful. The wind from his punch was so strong that it sounded like thunder. "I've practiced breathing techniques." Looking at this punch, Yifan frowned. It is obvious that Ma Dafei is not a Beastmaster. How can an ordinary person learn the breathing method without the instruction of the school? With some ideas in his mind, Yifan showed no mercy. He turned sideways and Ma Dafei's punch missed. Yifan quickly grabbed Ma Dafei's arm, then turned around like thunder and threw Ma Dafei heavily to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. Boom! A dull sound was heard, and everyone was stunned. Even without looking at Ma Dafei, they all knew how lethal this attack would be. "How dare you hurt my brother Dafei!" A group of thugs swarmed over. These people were very ordinary, thin, and had never practiced breathing techniques. They were no match for Yifan, who had strong combat experience and practiced the holy method. Yifan knocked more than 10 people to the ground with one punch each. Soon, Deng Chang was the only one left in the field. At this time, Deng Chang was dumbfounded. He originally wanted to rely on his large numbers to bully Yifan, who had just become a Beastmaster, but he had no idea that the opponent's actual combat power was so strong. Seeing Yifan looking at him, Deng Chang panicked and couldn't help stuttering when he spoke. Yifan, you'd better not touch me, my cousin won't let you go." "Your cousin?" Hearing this, Yifan smiled. Don't even mention your cousin. Even if he's your cousin's cousin, I wouldn't take him seriously. Get lost now, go back and tell your cousin that next time you want to trouble me, please find someone of higher rank. These bastards are insulting me by attacking me. After he finished speaking, seeing that Yi Fan had no intention of attacking him, Deng Chong felt as if he had been pardoned and quickly ran into the school. Did I let him go and let you go? Yi Fan turned around and spoke coldly at Ma Dafei and a group of thugs who were about to sneak away. After the voice fell, Ma Dafei froze in place, looked at Yi Fan, and said awkwardly, "Brother, misunderstanding. Yi Fan was too lazy to listen to these nonsense. He looked at Ma Dafei and said, "Come here, I have something to ask you." Okay. Ma Dafei agreed repeatedly and walked carefully to Yi Fan. "Brother, feel free to ask me anything." Yi Fan did not speak, but looked at the hooligan standing there, and said coldly, "I asked him to stay, but you didn't leave. Do you still want to be beaten?" Upon hearing this, the gangsters immediately scattered and fled. Some of them ran so hurriedly that they even lost their shoes. "A mob," Yi Fan said, and his eyes turned to Ma Dafei in front of him. "Where did you get your breathing method from?" "Breathing method? What breathing method?" Hearing this, Ma Dafei was obviously a little flustered, but on the surface he pretended to be ignorant, and even said self-deprecatingly, "Brother, you are joking, we are an ordinary gang, how can we have breathing methods?" "Humph." Yi Fan snorted coldly, looking at Ma Dafei with a trace of scrutiny in his eyes. "The thunder breathing method has 3 levels in total. The first level is the entry level, where your breathing and movements are accompanied by thunderous sounds. You should have just started now, right?" This. Ma Dafei was immediately confused when Yi Fan said the name of the breathing method. "You'd better tell the truth." Yi Fan's eyes turned cold. "Otherwise, I have many ways to make you speak out." There was a hint of murderous intent in these words. Ma Dafei suddenly felt his breathing stagnate. Looking at the other person's eyes, he felt a little scared. With such murderous intent, this teenage boy must have killed someone before. I'll tell you. At this moment, Ma Dafei couldn't hold it in any longer. "My breathing method was given to me by someone above me." "The one above?" Hearing this, Yi Fan frowned and looked at Ma Dafei and said, "Aren't you just an ordinary gangster? Who is the one above? The gang leader?" No. Ma Dafei shook his head repeatedly. "It was some big shots who came to Pingqing a few days ago and recruited all the underground organizations in Pingqing, including members of our gang. I haven't seen them many times. There are always people managing them. A few days ago, some gang leaders were selected and given the breathing method. I'm pretty good in this area of the school, so I also got the breathing method." "Big shot?" Hearing this, Yi Fan was a little surprised. At this moment, he seemed to know a secret. Someone was deliberately controlling Pingqing's underground organization. Chapter 8 Dynasty Organization. Pingqing is under the control of the government. Although these gang members look arrogant, in fact, as far as Yi Fan knows, they were quite law-abiding before Deng Li graduated and took charge of these underground gangs. But after hearing what Ma Dafei said, Yi Fan suddenly felt that something was wrong. "Deng Li is also a member of your organization, right?" Yi Fan asked, looking at Ma Dafei. "Yes, the higher-ups think highly of him as a Beastmaster with outstanding talent in taming beasts. It is said that the big shot personally gave him a precious breathing method." Now that it has been said, Ma Dafei knows everything at this time. His status is very high, so this time he asked me to stand up for his cousin, so I... Got it. Yi Fan interrupted the other party and frowned again. In this case, Deng Li had joined this organization several years ago, so there was a reason why he did not go to college but stayed in Pingqing. The superiors valued Deng Li, so they later gave Pingqing to him. So this organization is no ordinary force. The fact that they gave Pingqing to Deng Li to manage proves that the underground organization he controls is not just Pingqing. Why haven't I heard of a force that specializes in recruiting underground organizations? Yi Fan had some recollections, but in his memory, there was no force that met the characteristics of this organization. After thinking for a few seconds, Yi Fan spoke again. Did the big shots above you say what you are going to do after recruiting you? No, they just told us to do what we should do, such as inspecting the places where we paid protection fees before. Ma Dafei replied, and suddenly thought of something. He paused and said, I heard them say something like a restoration before. Restoration. As soon as these two words came out, Yifan's eyes suddenly turned cold. The air around seemed to have cooled down. Maybe I heard it wrong. Seeing that Yifan seemed to be angry, Ma Dafei spoke quickly. No, you didn't hear it wrong. Yifan nodded, his voice was particularly cold. On the contrary, you heard it very well. There is only one organization that dares to talk about restoration, the Dynasty Organization. It is a force whose highest purpose is to restore the rule of the previous dynasty. In the past life, it had launched beast tides many times, opened the secret realms hidden in some cities and released ferocious beasts. Pingqing had also encountered the same thing. A tide of beasts attacked and Pingqing was almost destroyed. His parents also died in that tide. Yifan hated the Dynasty Organization to the core. He had been tracking them down for more than 10 years in his previous life. However, the Dynasty Organization was hiding too deeply. Every time he tracked them down, the other party would move away in time. Like a cunning rabbit, they have 3 burrows. He was never able to take revenge. I didn't expect that they have infiltrated so deeply. Looking at Ma Dafei in front of him, Yifan suddenly realized something. No wonder I can never find the other party. The Dynasty Organization began to infiltrate the underground organizations in various cities so many years ago. In his previous life, he was a king-level warrior, so he naturally would not care much about these underground organizations that were not worthy of being mentioned in the public eye. However, he did not expect that these people whom he ignored were actually the cornerstones of the Dynasty Organization. I can't give them another chance in this life. Yifan thought thoughtfully. The Dynasty Organization was causing trouble everywhere. Countless people died in the previous life due to the conspiracy of the Dynasty Organization. Now that I have understood some things, I will seize the opportunity to destroy this organization before it becomes fully powerful. This can be considered as revenge for my parents, and also as preparation for a rainy day. Ma Dafei, I'm giving you a choice now. After thinking it over, Yifan looked at Ma Dafei in front of him and spoke. What? Ma Dafei replied, somewhat afraid to look the boy in the eye. Work for me, Yifan said without paying any attention to Ma Dafei. This. Ma Dafei choked, looked at Yifan, hesitated for a moment, and said with a stiff upper lip. What about the second option? There is no second choice, Yifan replied, looking at Ma Dafei calmly. You told me a secret, you should know it. If you don't work for me, I won't keep you to tell the higher-ups about my affairs. After hearing this, Ma Dafei suddenly became alert and looked at Yifan and asked. Are you going to kill me? I won't kill you, but I have a way to make you die quietly on the way to inform on the secret. Yifan replied, as if he didn't want to say more. I'll give you a minute to think about it, and you can choose for yourself. Seeing that Yifan didn't seem to be joking, Ma Dafei hesitated again. 1 minute passed quickly. When Yifan silently counted to the 50th second, Ma Dafei said, I choose the first one. Don't you want to reconsider it? Yifan smiled with a hint of scrutiny. Don't consider it. Ma Dafei shook his head. I can see that you are the wise choice, brother. Okay. Yifan nodded, looked at Ma Dafei and said, I won't treat you unfairly. I will teach you a method that is extremely precious in this world. Really? Ma Dafei was a little overjoyed. Looking at the young man in front of him, his heart suddenly changed. As expected, he was just a child after all and was too easy to trust others, so he had to learn my method. I said I would follow you, so I followed you. I am controlled by you now. When I go back, I will tell my superiors that you, a Beastmaster who has just started his career in your teens, can you deal with those big shots? It just so happens that this young man seems to have a lot of good stuff. If he tells his superiors, he might be able to accomplish something great. Follow what I say and practice your chi. Yifan ignored Ma Dafei's thoughts and said, then began to recite. Practice chi, concentrate. At this moment, Ma Dafei was still immersed in the joy of obtaining the martial arts and making great contributions, and subconsciously followed Yifan to practice the martial arts. Soon, after a cycle of circulation, Ma Dafei felt a sensation all over his body, and a ball of black mist emerged from his body and flew towards Yifan. Then, he clearly felt that his body seemed to have become much lighter. What kind of martial arts is this? It's so powerful. Ma Dafei looked at Yifan in surprise. The great Shotian soul refining method, Yifan said, and with a flip of his hand, the black mist that floated out of Ma Duffey's body disappeared. You are practicing a sub-method. After practicing, your every thought, action, and stop will be controlled by the other party. If you have any second thoughts, the other party can kill you on the spot with just one thought. After saying this, Ma Duffey was stunned. After a long while, he said awkwardly, Brother, stop joking with me. I don't like to joke around. Yifan answered, looking at Ma Duffey, and slowly said, Want to go back and tell those adults above? You, Ma Duffey, don't seem to be that simple. Ma Duffey was stunned when his thoughts were spoken. He stood there like a piece of wood. Yifan glanced at the other person, smiled and shook his head. Don't think about it, your big shots can't solve it. As long as you open your mouth, you will die immediately. Thump. As soon as these words came out, Ma Duffey knelt down to Yifan on the spot. Brother, oh no, sir, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Once you have chosen to join me, don't have any second thoughts. Yifan opened his mouth and said slowly, Follow me, you will get more than those big shots. Ma Duffey understands. From now on, my life belongs to you, sir. Ma Duffey dared not have any other thoughts at this moment, and said repeatedly, Your life belongs to me now. Yifan said, glanced at the other person, and turned around. Get up, go back, and continue to do what you should do. I'll let you know when I need you. Click, click. The footsteps gradually faded away. Ma Duffey raised his head after a long time and looked at Yifan's back. At this moment, his whole body began to tremble. Devil, he is a devil! Chapter 9, Devil Mentor. At school, Yifan returned to the dormitory after lunch with a smile on his face. This Deng Chang actually gave him a pleasant surprise. Not only did he find Deng Li, but he also let him know the key information of the dynasty organization. Since Ma Duffey was instigated by me to rebel, it shouldn't take long for me to find out the arrangements of the dynasty organization in Pingqing. By then, I will wipe them out completely. But now, the most important thing is to strengthen myself. Yifan muttered something, staring at the mark of the space-time dragon in his hand, and in a flash, he arrived in the beast-taming space. During this afternoon, more than 10 days had passed in the beast-taming space. As soon as Yifan entered, the fire dog pounced on him excitedly. As time passed, the fire dog had obviously grown a little bit bigger than before, and its strength had also grown to the Black Iron 2-star. In addition to the racial differences of the Beastmasters, the strength level of the Beastmaster is also very important. At the strength levels of Black Iron and Bronze, the difference between beast tamers at one level is not that big, but as the strength increases, the gap between each level will widen, and when it comes to eternity and above, one level is a huge gap. Let's try the effect of planting first. After teasing the fire dog for a while, Yifan freed his hands, took out the rhizomes, came to the land next to the small house, dug a piece with his hands, planted it, and carefully filled the soil. According to the speed of time flow in this beast-taming space, it shouldn't take long for the fiery fruit to mature. Thinking of this, Yifan looked at the fire dog lying not far away. The fiery fruit is the most suitable fruit for the fire dog to eat when it is young. It is mild and not strong. It won't take long for the fire dog to break through the Black Iron level and reach the Bronze level. The fire dog's strength only starts to become apparent at the Bronze level, when it can use fire to attack. If it has eaten a good number of fiery fruits, then at the Bronze level, the fire dog will be able to display quite good strength, and will not be inferior to those beast tamers with better qualifications. Fire dog. Thinking of something, Yifan looked at the fire dog. You can't touch it without my permission. Even if it grows, you can't touch it. Wong wong. The fire dog responded, a very human response. Seeing this, Yifan smiled, touched the fire dog's head again, and moved his gaze to the side, with a hint of heat in his eyes. In his previous life, even though so many people didn't think highly of him, he still worked hard to become a king-level Beastmaster. In this life, he had such a wonderful beast-taming space, a superb breathing method, and many memories of his previous life. Everything started from the best. The limit he could reach was no longer the king level. After a while, Yifan took a long breath, thought of something, turned his hand, and a chicken leg appeared in his hand. He brought this back from the cafeteria. After all, the fire dog is also a canine beast, and this is his favorite food. Fire dog, come here and have some delicious food. Wong wong. The fire dog was quite happy. He ran over and held the chicken leg in his mouth. He was about to open his mouth wide to eat it when he suddenly thought of something. He raised his head to look at Yi Fan and nodded towards the chicken leg. Obviously, it was asking Yi Fan. I won't eat it, you eat it. Yi Fan said, looking at the fire dog happily eating the chicken leg. A smile appeared on his face. Eat more in the future, we still have a long time to be together. Boom boom boom. Early the next morning, someone knocked on the door of Yi Fan's dormitory. At this moment, Yi Fan had already exited the beast taming space and was standing by the window, stretching his body, performing a set of strange shake punches, sometimes as fierce as a tiger and sometimes as light as a deer, in various animal forms. This is a set of exercises he created based on the Xiangqin method of the ancients, named the Wanxiang method. When combined with breathing methods, it can strengthen the body and prolong life. When it is fully developed, it can prevent hunger and be immune to all poisons. It can be regarded as a set of health-preserving exercises, and the effect is extremely good when performed in the early morning when the sun first rises. Hearing someone knocking on the door, Yi Fan stopped what he was doing and turned to open the door. The door opened and Fatty Li was standing at the door with a distressed look on his face. Looking at Yi Fan, he quickly said, Yi Fan, help me! What's wrong? Seeing the fat man's appearance, Yi Fan frowned slightly. Deng Chang and the others are here to trouble you again? No. Fatty Li shook his head repeatedly. He wanted to say something but didn't know where to start. Instead, his face turned red. Seeing the fat man's appearance, Yi Fan thought for a moment and his brows relaxed. Is it because you practice the Tao Hai method that your appetite has increased greatly, but you are unable to excrete smoothly, and your stomach is bloated and painful? Yes. Fatty Li was pleasantly surprised, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, and quickly grabbed Yi Fan's arm. Is there any way to solve this problem? It's so uncomfortable. I want to defecate but can't, my stomach is about to burst. This is normal. Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. If I'm not mistaken, you just used the Tao Ai method when I taught you yesterday, and then you ate like crazy, and then went back to the dormitory to lie down, right? This? Hearing Yi Fan's words, the fat man was stunned for a while before he said, Yi Fan, you are simply amazing. It's not that I'm a god, it's just that I understand the Tao Tai method. Yi Fan replied, saying seriously, Why is the Tao Tai method called the Tao Tai method? It's because of the characteristics of the Tao Tai's voracious appetite. If you eat and don't use the Tao Tai method, how can it help you digest the food accumulated in your body? The stomachs of ordinary people cannot digest such a huge amount of food, so won't their stomachs swell? You obviously didn't listen carefully when I told you yesterday. Hearing this, the fat man scratched his head in embarrassment, then quickly said goodbye to Yi Fan and returned to the dormitory next door. Yi Fan smiled helplessly, shook his head, and walked towards the classroom. After all, you are a student, and you still have to go to class every day. Soon, they arrived at the classroom. Not long after Yi Fan sat down, Deng Chang came. This guy is here too. Deng Chang was so scared when he saw Yi Fan that his legs went weak and he almost retreated. Yesterday, Brother Dufay and his friends were beaten up by this guy, and he didn't know what happened afterwards. Last night, his cousin called him and told him not to provoke Yi Fan at this time. Even his cousin was afraid of him. As for Deng Chang, he was even more afraid to provoke Yi Fan. All the younger brothers lowered their heads and sat down in the corner dejectedly, fearing that Yi Fan would cause trouble for them. Yi Fan naturally took the reactions of Deng Chang and others into consideration, but he just shook his head. As for these people, if they don't take the initiative to provoke me, they are simply not worthy of my attention under normal circumstances. How could Kunping, soaring in the sky, care about the ants on the ground? Ding ling. Soon, the class bell rang, and Fatty Li came to the seat next to Yi Fan, sat down, and let out a long breath. How is it? It's smooth, right? Looking at Fatty Li, Yi Fan said with a hint of sarcasm. It's unblocked. Fatty Li smiled a little embarrassedly. Just as he was about to say something, a man with a serious expression and his back straight walked in. Quiet! As soon as the voice fell, the classroom fell silent. When Fatty Li saw what was happening, his face changed and he quickly muttered. The devil teacher Pan Zhao, why is it him? On the side, seeing that it was Pan Zhao, Yifan shook his head and looked at Pan Zhao on the stage with a complicated look in his eyes. Pan Zhao was very famous in Pingqing. He was a very famous teacher. He was very strict with his students and often took them to dangerous places for training. Because of this, many of the students he taught became future strong men. It was under his leadership that Yifan had an adventure in a secret realm, and from then on he began his own legendary counterattack. Strictly speaking, Pan Zhao could be considered his mentor. But in the previous life, this mentor of his did not get any good results in the end. He was ostracized by the top management of the college because of his upright character. This can be seen from the fact that he, a prestigious teacher, was sent to teach in an ordinary class. He never had a chance to stand out. The only time he did was when he took the lead in fighting against the beast tide. In the end, he died because of it. He was depressed for the rest of his life. A teacher like this should be very popular wherever he is, so why is he excluded? Looking at Pan Zhao from the audience, Yifan said thoughtfully. Or who is deliberately trying to suppress him? Chapter 10 Rewards. Thinking of this, Yifan narrowed his eyes. Pan Zhao's exact strength is still considered quite powerful in Pingqing. He has a golden 9-star roaring lion. If he had not died in the beast tide, he might even have broken through to the eternal level in the future. In this small Pingqing, is there anyone who can suppress such a Beastmaster? It's a bit interesting. Yifan raised his eyebrows. On the stage, Pan Zhao was looking at him with cold eyes and said, Everyone, coming here and becoming a member of the Beast Tamer is not your first success. It's your first failure. When the voice fell, many people's faces changed, but Pan Zhao snorted coldly. Do you know why? Talent. Your D-level beast taming talent is destined to make you inferior to others. In the same level, other beast tamers don't even have to do anything, their beasts will be much stronger than yours. You don't get the best resources. Even though ordinary people seem to envy you, in the world of Beastmasters, no one thinks highly of you. What do the higher-ups call your class? It's called the trash class, a class made up of a bunch of trash. Do you know the beasts you chose yesterday? Do you know what grade of beasts were given to the excellence class and the elite class? Elite grade beasts are those that can grow to silver or even gold. When these words came out of Pan Zhao's mouth, there was an uproar in the classroom. Elite grade, that kind of beast can easily cost hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Once you have one, as long as you train it well, it won't be too difficult to reach the silver grade in the future. Silver level is like getting a ticket to university. Such words shocked many people, and some people were a little indignant. Among them, a pretty girl sitting in the first row stood up and said, Teacher, if talent determines everything, then why do we come to school? Good question. Pan Zhao responded, looked at the girl, and asked, What's your name? Ma Xiaoxue. The girl replied. Ma Xiaoxue, I remember your name. Pan Zhao nodded, tapped the table with his hand, and looked around at everyone present. What I want to talk about now is what you can do in the next 3 years. First of all, I will take you to the Weimang's secret realm attached to the school for training once every month. Secret realm. Hearing this, everyone who had just looked disappointed suddenly became a little excited. They are not as knowledgeable as Yifan. For them, the things in the secret realm, even the lowest level of the Weimang's secret realm, are extremely precious. I think they all want to go. Glancing at everyone's reactions, Pan Zhao nodded. It's just that the number of places is limited, and they only gave me 10 places. If you want to go to the secret realm, you must satisfy me. There will be a monthly exam on the 10th of every month, a beast taming duel, and only the top 10 in the duel output will be eligible to enter this secret realm. It's already the 2nd of this month, which means that in 8 days you will have your first monthly exam and your first entry into the secret realm. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone started talking, and their conversations were filled with excitement. Quiet! Pan Zhao spoke again, and this time many people shut up obediently. Are you feeling complacent again? Do you think that now that you are qualified to enter the secret realm, you will soon be able to surpass others? Pan Zhao looked at the students who were getting carried away with pride, and his eyes became cold again. I might as well tell you one more thing. For students in the excellence class and the elite class, this secret realm can be entered twice a month, and there is no limit on the number of places. As soon as the voice fell, another bucket of cold water was poured down. Pan Zhao continued. I had to ask for these 10 places from the higher-ups. Otherwise, with a bunch of D-class people like you who are not optimistic about you, you wouldn't even be qualified to enter. What you can do in the next 3 years is to train hard and get the qualification to enter the secret realm. If you go in once a month, you will gain as much as those people do in 2 times. Only in this way can you have a chance to fight back and tell others that you are not useless. Can you do that? When Pan Zhao's voice fell, the students present looked at each other in bewilderment, and only a few of them whispered, yes. Yes. In the silence, it was Fatty Li who shouted loudly, which made Pan Zhao look at him more, but his eyes drifted over Yi Fan who had been silent. In the end, Pan Zhao didn't say anything, just shook his head, and then put away the books on the table. I know you don't have the confidence to say this right now, but I ask you this question every week. I don't want you to still give such a weak answer when you graduate in 3 years. Alright, go train your beasts. I'll come watch your training. Ask me if you have any questions. Come to me if you have any problems. Go ahead. After the voice fell, the students all walked out of the classroom. This was the daily routine of Yusho High School. Apart from the routine inspection once a week, the teachers generally would not care about you at other times. Of course, this is for ordinary people. If you are someone with outstanding talents, there will be top teachers to teach you and answer your questions. There will also be people who will take you to the secret realm for trials and protect your safety throughout the process. Geniuses are destined to be different from ordinary people, but ordinary people are not incapable of becoming geniuses. This is the first lesson Pan Zhao taught them. In the classroom, Yi Fan also stood up and was about to walk outside. Fatty Li asked hurriedly, Yi Fan, aren't you going to train the beast? Yes. Yi Fan answered, glanced at the fat man, shook his head and said, But I think the best beast training is fighting. Fight? Hearing this, Fatty Li was stunned. Where to fight? North of the city, Silver Moon Forest. Yi Fan said calmly. Upon hearing this, the fat man was horrified. Silver Moon Forest? There are too many ferocious beasts there. It is said that there are even beasts above gold level. Going there will kill you. That's the core area of the Silver Moon Forest. Most of the beasts on the outskirts are black iron level beasts. Yi Fan shook his head. How about we go together? This? Fatty Li hesitated, thinking about the legends about the Silver Moon Forest, and felt a little scared. But when he saw Yi Fan's calm eyes, he gritted his teeth and nodded vigorously. Go! That's right. Yi Fan smiled, waved to the fat man, and walked towards the school gate first. In the classroom, Pan Zhao, who had been sitting in his seat, raised his head and looked towards the door with a puzzled expression. This Yi Fan, I thought he was depressed after he tested D-level, but I didn't expect him to be so bold. 2 guys who just got beast control dare to go to the beast control forest? Pan Zhao shook his head and said, Ignorance is bliss. Let them suffer a little and they will know how powerful they are. Do you really think that the wild beasts in the forest are as docile as they usually are? After saying this, Pan Zhao looked out the window, where he saw many students training with beast taming skills. I don't know what he was thinking about, but a hint of unwillingness gradually appeared in Pan Zhao's eyes. My grades are because the students I teach are talented. Can I teach an ordinary class and never raise anyone outstanding? In 3 years' time, during the college entrance examination, I will give you all a slap in the face. I'll see what you have to say then. While Pan Zhao was still in the classroom, Yi Fan and the fat man walked out of the school gate. As soon as they walked out of the school gate, several people surrounded them. It's over. It must be Gang Li who sent someone to block us. After seeing this scene, Fatty Li realized it belatedly and pulled Yi Fan back inside. But after pulling a few times, Yi Fan didn't move at all. Fatty Li was getting a little anxious, but Yi Fan shook his head. Your name is Yi Fan? A thin man who was leading the group on the opposite side looked at the panicked fat man and then shifted his gaze to Yi Fan who was standing still. Yeah. Yi Fan nodded and looked at the people in front of him with his eyes narrowed. That's good. The thin man nodded, then his attitude changed 180 degrees and he said to the person behind him, Hello, Brother Fan. Hello, Brother Fan. Several people present spoke in unison, which confused Fatty Li. Aren't you here to cause trouble? Why do you want to bring up Brother Fan? Thinking of this, Fatty Lee glanced at Yifan, who still had no reaction, and couldn't help but guess. Could it be that my childhood friend has also joined the gang? Who asked you to come? Just as the fat man was wondering, Yifan suddenly spoke, and his expression seemed very unhappy. Don't tell me it was Ma Dafei who asked you to come. Chapter 11 First Battle. How did Brother Fan know it was Brother Fei? The thin man was about to answer, but when he saw Yifan's unhappy face, he immediately felt something was wrong. He hesitated for a few seconds and whispered, Brother Fei said that he offended us last time, and asked us to wait for Brother Fan to come out and give him something to apologize. This idiot! After getting the confirmation, Yifan immediately cursed. Didn't I say I would contact him if I had anything? How could he not know Ma Dafei's little thoughts? It's just that his life is in his hands now, so he wants to please him more. But these small actions seem insignificant, but if someone with ulterior motives investigates them carefully, they will expose themselves. On the side, seeing Yifan angry, the thin man who was originally a younger brother shrank his head even more. However, he thought of something and hurriedly whispered. Brother Dafei said that the people above have gone back, and it is said that they will not come to Pingqing in the next few months. We are all sworn brothers with Brother Dafei, so Brother Fan can rest assured. Hearing this, Yifan's expression improved a little. He glanced at the thin man and asked, What did he ask you to bring? Fire fruit. The thin man answered and quickly took out a box. Brother Dafei heard that Brother Fan made a bet with that kid Deng Chang for the seeds of the fire fruit last time. He knew that Brother Fan must want the fire fruit, so Brother Dafei specially sent us to buy a fire fruit produced by Ling Chao Hall to honor Brother Fan. Fire fruit. Yifan glanced at the box with a helpless expression. He had just obtained the rhizome, and there would be plenty of fire fruit in the future. Ma Dafei sent him more fire fruit. But it is useful, at least it can be fed to the fire dog now. I've accepted the things. Yifan took the box, looked at the thin man, and said, Go back and tell your brother Dafei that I'll find him next time if I have any problems, and he doesn't need to come to me. After all, you are a student, don't be too ostentatious. Understood. The thin man agreed repeatedly. Then Brother Fan, if everything is fine, we will leave first. Yifan nodded, and several people left one after another, and Yifan put away the fiery fruit. Yifan, who were those people just now? Why did they send you things? Fatty Lee, who had been silent, spoke up. You are not going to join a gang, are you? It's very dangerous. If Uncle Yi knew. An underground gang can't accommodate me. Yifan shook his head, looked at Fatty Lee, and suddenly asked, Fatty, do you think that sworn brothers can be trusted? This question made the fat man stunned. We are all brothers, so I think you can trust me. Humph, that's not necessarily true. Hearing this, Yifan shook his head. In the face of interests, there is no such thing as brotherhood. Fatty, I gave you the Taotai method, but haven't you ever thought about something more? Hearing this, the fat man was confused and replied, what are you thinking about? Hearing this, Yifan looked at the fat man, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Having lived 2 lives as a human being, he had a very sharp eye, so he naturally saw that the fat man's behavior was not deliberate. He really didn't think about anything else. Fatty, you are so silly and cute. After saying this, Yifan patted the fat man on the shoulder and walked forward. Fatty Lee fell behind, thinking about Yifan's words, scratching his head in confusion. Why am I so silly and cute? It didn't take long to reach the Silver Moon Forest. After leaving the city wall and walking towards the north for a while, a large forest came into view, stretching for who knows how far. There are such forests outside many cities, which are inhabited by a large number of wild beasts. Some forests have very powerful beasts in the core, but Pingqing is a small city, and the strongest wild beast in the Silver Moon Forest is less than gold. After all, it is not a secret realm. Most of the beasts in this forest are of inferior quality, with only an occasional elite one. Most of the beast hunters in the city rely on this forest for their livelihood, capturing some beasts to sell their flesh and blood. If they are lucky enough to catch a beast cub, it will be enough food for an ordinary family for a year. Yifan, are we really going in here? Looking at the entrance to the forest, Fatty Lee was a little nervous. Of course, Yifan replied. Wait a moment. As he spoke, Yifan summoned the fire dog. After most of the day, more than half a month had passed in the beast taming space. This time, the fire dog had obviously grown a little bigger. A 2-star black iron fire dog. Looking at the fire dog in front of Yifan, the fat man was a little surprised. How come this fire dog has grown so much in just 1 or 2 days? Maybe my fire dog is born to grow fast. Yifan smiled, took out the fiery fruit that the thin man had given him before, and handed it to the fire dog. Wong wong. The fire dog was a little excited. Holding the flaming fruit in his mouth, he kept wagging his tail. Eat quickly. Yifan patted the fire dog's head. The fire dog wagged its tail and started to eat the flaming fruit in big mouthfuls. The sound of the juice bursting made Fatty Lee standing nearby feel hungry, and his stomach made a long, groove sound. Hearing the voice, the fire dog raised its head, looked at Yifan, then looked at Fatty Lee. After determining that Fatty Lee and Yifan seemed to have a good relationship, it shook its butt and moved aside, then nodded at the remaining half of the fiery fruit. I don't want to eat, I don't want to eat. Fatty Lee blushed when he saw the obvious, sharing food, action of the fire dog, and he argued loudly. I'm not hungry. Woof? Looking at Fatty Lee, who didn't move, the fire dog made a puzzled sound, but soon, it happily finished eating the remaining half of the fiery fruit. Yifan watched from the side with a smile on his face. His fire dog seemed to be good and very close to him. Even his friends were willing to share a bite of food with him. You know, most of the beasts are very protective of their food. Even the powerful ones hate being disturbed while eating. This fire dog can do this, which obviously shows that he recognizes his master very much. In the following time, the medicinal effect of the fiery fruit quickly took effect, and the fire dog grew visibly bigger again. Its strength, which was originally close to black iron 3 stars, quickly broke through. After an hour, most of the medicinal effect was absorbed, and the fire dog successfully reached black iron 4 stars. Wong wong. The fire dog rubbed Yifan's trouser leg affectionately. Now that it has grown a lot, it is already taller than Yifan's knees. It is completely different from when Yifan just got it. Great. Yifan patted the fire dog's head and looked at the red lines that began to appear on the fire dog's forehead with joy in his eyes. The fiery fruit is indeed a great tonic for the fire dog. 1 fruit can stimulate its fire power. With 7 or 8 more, the fire dog should be able to reach the bronze level. Black iron 4 stars, so strong. Fatty Lee on the side was envious. He had just obtained his fiery sun snake yesterday, and it was still the same today. It's easy to improve the strength of black iron level. It's nothing. Yifan responded, waved to Fatty Lee, and walked into the forest. Entering the Silver Moon Forest, the feeling is completely different. The air is filled with various smells, including those of flowers, trees, and animal feces. There is an inexplicable sense of oppression. Fatty, release the beast, Yifan suddenly said. The fiery sun snake is a natural master of hiding. The environment here is most suitable for it. Okay. Fatty Lee nodded repeatedly, and waved his hand, and the fiery sun snake appeared in front of him. Just as Yifan said, after the fiery sun snake appeared, it quickly hid among the dead leaves. If you didn't look carefully, you couldn't find it at all. Not long after walking, a row of obvious footprints appeared in the jungle. Silver deer's footprints. Looking at the footprints not far away, Yifan made a judgment. At this moment, the bushes in front suddenly moved strangely. Over there! Yifan said. Fire dog, go! As he spoke, Yifan raised his hand and activated his innate beast taming skill Ascension. Woof! The fire dog, which had been amplified by the Ascension, let out a cry. Its body had become larger, and its speed had also increased. It quickly leaped towards the bushes. Wait for me! Upon hearing this, Fatty Lee hurriedly followed Yifan. Scratch! The bushes were pushed aside, and Fatty Lee was stunned when he saw the scene not far away. At this moment, a silver deer with a body as white as snow had been pinned to the ground, with the fire dog biting its throat tightly. The battle was decided in just a few seconds. The silver deer, which had 3 iron stars, lost its life almost instantly in front of Yifan. If nothing unexpected happens, the silver deer should be eating grass with its head down, and the fire dog jumped out, seized the opportunity and bit its throat. Whether it is a beast or a human, the throat is a fatal part. Chapter 12 Lion King. Yi Fan. Fatty Lee looked at the silver deer that was still twitching on the ground with a trace of pity in his eyes. That silver deer looks so pitiful. Fatty, look carefully! Yi Fan shouted. Fatty Lee was shocked by this shout. He looked carefully and saw that what the silver deer held in its mouth was a piece of bloody clothing. Looking at the ground again, there was a badly mutilated body among the grass. This is not eating grass. It is clearly eating people. Clap, clap, clap. Seeing this scene, Fatty Lee's face turned pale all of a sudden. He retreated 7 or 8 steps and only stopped when he bumped into a big tree. Fire dog, don't let go! On the other side, Yi Fan did not hesitate and let the fire dog seize the opportunity. Soon, under the throat lock of the fire dog, the silver deer gradually stopped twitching and lost its voice. Only then did Yi Fan feel relieved. He turned his head to look at Fatty Lee, whose face was pale, and shook his head. Fatty, do you think that all beasts are really as well behaved and harmless as the ones you usually see in cages and stores? Do you know what beast taming was called before the beast tamer appeared? What? Fatty Lee asked, his lips trembling slightly. Magic beasts, Yi Fan said seriously. When the Earth's spiritual energy appeared, these magical beasts, which were blessed by nature, attacked human cities crazily, killing and eating countless people. If it weren't for the powerful Beastmasters who subdued several powerful magical beasts, humans would have almost become extinct. Why do you think beast tamers are being promoted so highly now? It's to be able to resist these uncontrollable monsters. These words shocked Fatty Lee so much that he couldn't recover. After a while, he said hesitantly, Why didn't I know that beasts would eat people? Shouldn't beasts like silver deer eat grass? Most beastmen are omnivores. The truth is always much crueler. You don't usually hear it because most ordinary people can't afford to buy wild beast meat. Instead, they eat domesticated beasts such as pork and chicken. You can buy some from beast hunters active in the forest. Every one of them can tell you the truth. The corpse on the ground might belong to a beast hunter. Yi Fan answered, frowning as he looked at Fatty Lee's appearance. For a Beastmaster, your state of mind is extremely important. You got so scared just by seeing a Beastmaster eating a person. If I wasn't here today, would you have just watched that silver deer eat you? After hearing this, the fat man realized how inappropriate his behavior just now was. He took several deep breaths before finally coming to his senses. Holding on to the tree, the fat man slowly stood up and came to Yi Fan's side. When he saw the horrible and broken corpse on the ground again, he looked away. Go and collect the bodies. At this moment, Yi Fan's voice rang out. Ah? Hearing this, Fatty Lee's scalp suddenly went numb. That's a corpse. It's been bitten like that. And you still want me to collect it? I'm talking about the body of the silver deer. Yi Fan interrupted Fatty Lee and said helplessly. The meat of the silver deer is very expensive. Such a big silver deer can be sold for at least 1,000 yuan. So many. Hearing this, Fatty Lee became alert. Although he felt uncomfortable, he quickly approached the body of the silver deer. A light flashed in his hand, and the body of the silver deer was collected. The beast taming space has a storage function. Of course, you have to make sure that the things you put in it won't be eaten by the beasts inside. The beast taming spaces of other beast tamers are stacked up one by one as the number of beasts increases. The fat man practiced the Taobai method and opened a second one, which is just right for storing things. As for Yi Fan's space, it is a blessed place. It would be a waste to put corpses in it. Let's go and continue looking for the next one. After we kill 5 today, we can go back and rest. Yi Fan replied, looking at the sky, and then said, The beast's ferocity will be greatly aroused at night, and coupled with the limited vision, it is quite dangerous. We have to leave before dark. Okay. Fatty Lee nodded and walked to the position next to Yi Fan. After learning that wild beasts eat people, Fatty Lee, who was already afraid, became even more afraid. Fatty, you have to overcome your fear. Yi Fan spoke slowly. If you are afraid of even this little thing, how can you be a Beastmaster? A Beastmaster is not just about commanding beasts to play happily every day. I understand. Fatty Lee nodded heavily after hearing this. Afterwards, Yi Fan and Fatty Lee walked around the outskirts of the Silver Moon Forest, during which time they killed a total of 6 wild beasts, 4 of which were 2-star black iron, 1 was 3-star, and 1 was 7-star. This gray bear is really big. Looking at the gray bear in front of him that was as big as a small mountain, Fatty Lee said with a sigh. It must be worth a lot of money. Fortunately, this gray bear has not yet reached adulthood. Apart from its fur, which is worth 4 or 5,000, the rest is probably about the same price as the silver deer, Yifan said and let out a breath. Although the gray bear is a beast tamer with a low-grade bloodline, it has the advantage of size. If it is trained as a novice beast tamer, it is still a good choice, but it eats a little too much. Fatty, your performance just now was good. Yifan patted the fat man's shoulder. In the battle just now, the fat man did play a certain role. While the fire dog and the gray bear were fighting, Fatty Lee commanded the fiery sun snake to suddenly jump out from the camouflage of dead leaves on the ground, and bit through the gray bear's foot with its fangs. The poison spread, and the gray bear gradually became exhausted, allowing the fire dog to successfully defeat the gray bear by leaping 3 levels. Oh, it's my duty. Fatty Lee scratched his head. This was the first time he found a way to take action this afternoon. I think you can specialize in training in the future, Fatty, Yifan said thoughtfully. For example, if you raise all snake beasts, then in the future when you go into battle, releasing dozens of snakes will still be quite powerful. Dozens of snakes. Hearing this, the fat man was a little reluctant. How powerful can a snake Beastmaster be? Don't underestimate snakes. Yifan shook his head. There is one kind of snake I know of, called the dragon python. It has horns on its head like a dragon but has no legs. It is several hundred meters long. With just a sweep of its tail, a small mountain will be razed to the ground. With its poisonous fangs, a glory-level beast will die. Such a powerful beast! Hearing this, the fat man's eyes were a little excited. Where is the dragon python? What are you thinking about? Yifan rolled his eyes at the fat man. Beastmasters like dragon pythons live in ancient ruins to guard treasures. Normally, beastmasters at the peak of glory don't dare to provoke them. Think about it, everyone has to have dreams. Fatty Lee scratched his head and asked. Then why do you want me to raise only snake beasts? Affinity. Yifan explained again. If you raise all snakes, you will gradually become familiar with snake beasts. It will be much easier to subdue the same kind of beasts. Is that so? Hearing this, the fat man hesitated, then made up his mind. Then I will raise all snakes. I want a dragon python. You. Yifan shook his head helplessly, but there was a hint of relief in his eyes when he saw the fat man excitedly trying to prepare the corpse of the gray bear. From being extremely scared at the beginning to yearn for a powerful beast tamer, today's trip has already opened the way for Fatty to become a beast tamer. In the future, as long as he follows me, I have the confidence that I can make Fatty a strong man. Fatty, I want to give you a hand in this life. Looking at Fatty Lee's back, Yifan said in a low voice. You please don't let me down. What Lion King? Where is the Lion King? When Fatty Lee heard Yifan's words, he jumped 3 feet high. Fuck, there's a Lion King on the outskirts of this fucking forest? Hearing this, Yifan choked for a long time, and said helplessly. Fatty, I'll give you some money when I have time. Go get your ears treated as soon as possible. Chapter 13 Silver Snake Fruit. In a shop on Pingqing Street, Yifan and Fatty Lee were standing at the door, taking out one beast after another and trading with the shop owner. Silver deer, silver moon rabbit. Looking at the beasts one by one, the owner's eyes gradually changed. When he saw Fatty Lee finally took out a gray bear, he was surprised and said, Are you two little brothers Beastmasters? You can even hunt beasts like gray bears. Yes. Yifan nodded. We are all freshmen of Pingqing High School this year. You can hunt gray bears as a freshman. This gray bear is at least at the black iron 7-star level. The shop owner responded quickly, with a smile on his face. Since you are a distinguished Beastmaster, I will buy back this batch of things at the highest price. 3,000 for the silver deer, 12,000 for the silver moon rabbit. As for the gray bear, 7,000, a total of 15,000 and 2,000. What do you think, my two Beastmasters? 15,000 and 2. Fatty Lee opened his mouth wide when he heard the number. His monthly living expenses are only 1,000, and one hunting trip costs more than his annual living expenses. On the side, Yifan looked at Fatty Lee's reaction, smiled and shook his head, and said to the shop owner, 15,000 will be fine. I want to keep 10 kilograms of the gray bear's meat. 10 caddies. Hearing this, the shop owner hesitated for a few seconds, but soon agreed. 10 caddies is 10 caddies, please wait a moment, I will arrange for them to prepare it for you. Soon, the shop assistant helped to move the beasts in, and after a while, the assistant came out carrying 2 large bags. Sir, here are the 10 kilograms of gray bear meat you wanted, and 15,000 yuan. Please count them. The shop owner handed over the things with a smile on his face. Yifan took the meat, weighed it slightly, and nodded. As for the stack of money, he just glanced at it casually, and put it in his arms. He was not worried that the other party would shortchange him. A shop owner who specialized in buying and selling the flesh and blood of imperial beasts in Pingqing would not be so short-sighted. Fatty, let's go, Yifan said to Fatty Li and took the lead to walk out. The fat man quickly followed and looked at the gray bear meat in Yifan's hand. He asked in confusion, Yifan, why did you keep some gray bear meat? Eat, Yifan said helplessly to the fat man. The flesh and blood of wild beasts is not only nutritious but also tastes great. Whether you feed it to the beast or eat it yourself, it will be of great benefit. The more powerful the beast is, the better the effect of its flesh and blood. Especially for a Beastmaster like you who practices Tao Tai, what you want to eat is the meat of the beast. The more precious the better. In addition, Beastmasters also need to eat a lot of flesh and blood. The flesh and blood of broiler chickens and pigs is completely useless except for filling the stomach. That is to say, my beast and I both need to eat a lot of wild beast meat. Fatty Li seemed to understand. Then I have to eat meat from the same basin with my beast, right? Hiss. Hearing this, Yifan couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. He looked at Fatty Li for a while before saying, Fatty, haven't you ever thought about, you use one bowl for eating and another bowl for your beast? This. Fatty Li choked, then smiled innocently. I was thinking the wrong thing. Hearing this, Yifan smiled and didn't say much. He raised his hand and hailed the taxi. Where are we going? Asked the fat man. Spiritual Herb Hall, Yifan replied. Spiritual herbs, no matter how much, it's not enough. Okay. Hearing this, the fat man nodded repeatedly. The taxi whizzed away, and not long after, the sound of the door of Lingqiao Hall was heard again. Before entering the door, Ning Shui, who was originally idle and had nothing to do, suddenly saw Yifan. This young man is really here again. Almost immediately, Ning Shui arrived at the door. As soon as Yifan entered, he saw Ning Shui's pretty face with a smile on her face. I have to say that in terms of appearance, Ning Shui is one of the most beautiful women in the whole Pingqing. Coupled with her exquisite makeup, she is indeed eye-catching. Yifan has lived 2 lives, so his state of mind has long been as calm as still water. Fatty Li standing next to him, on the other hand, was acting a little unsatisfactory. He stared straight at Ning Shui, and he looked like he was almost drooling. Little brother, long time no see. Ning Shui noticed the fat man's reaction, but her expression did not change. Instead, she became more curious about Yifan. Long time no see. Yifan responded without saying anything else. He said directly, I want seeds of the strong tendon grass. How much is it? You want seeds again? Ning Shui was a little confused. This boy just bought the seeds of the fiery fruit yesterday, and today he wanted the seeds of the strong muscle grass. Are you planning to plant a magical herb garden at home? Strengthening grass seeds are slightly cheaper than fiery fruit seeds, 8,000 each. Ning Shui replied, hesitated for a moment, and then said, But I can make the decision, 6,000 each for little brother. Thank you. Yifan responded without saying much. Although Ning Shui was confused, since the deal had already been made, she did not ask any more questions. She went upstairs and after a while, she brought down a small box. Here are the seeds of strong tendon grass. If the planting conditions are right, they will mature once in March at the latest. Okay. Yifan took the box and didn't say much. He picked up a purple fruit in front of him and said, Give me 3 of these silver snake fruits. Silver snake fruit is a relatively common spiritual fruit. It is certainly not on the same level as the fiery fruit, but it is cheaper. Only snake beasts like to eat it, so it is considered a spiritual fruit with a strong targeting effect. No problem. Ning Shui quickly picked up 3 silver snake fruits for Yi Fan and handed them over. Silver snake fruits are 2,000 each. Here are 3, plus the strong muscle grass seeds, the total is 12,000. Count it down. Yi Fan took out the money he had just obtained, counted out 12,000, handed it to Ning Shui, and then asked Fatty Li to leave. Fatty Li didn't know anything about herbs, so he didn't say anything. Before he left, he turned his head to look at Ning Shui and said, "This sister is really awesome. Fatty, beauty is not only powerful, it can also be poisonous," Yi Fan said coldly from the side. These words made Fatty Li shudder. He quickly turned his head and quickened his pace. Poisoned? In the store, Ning Shui naturally heard this. Her beautiful eyes wandered around, and a smile appeared on her face. It seems that this young man has some experience. After thinking for a while, Ning Shui raised her head and said to the receptionist at the door, "Next time this young man comes, let me know and I will receive him personally." "Yes," the receptionist agreed repeatedly. Looking at Ning Shui's graceful figure walking into the store, she was a little puzzled. He's just an ordinary boy. Why does Miss Ning think so highly of him? When he returned to school, it was already dark. In front of the dormitory door, Yi Fan handed the silver snake fruit he bought in the afternoon to the fat man. "Silver snake fruit, give these 3 fruits to your fiery sun snake, and it should be able to reach the level of black iron 2 stars. "I don't feel comfortable doing this," Fatty Li replied, but he took the silver snake fruit with his hand honestly. "Also, I'll give you 1,000 yuan and 5 kilograms of gray bear meat." Yi Fan continued, took out 1,000 yuan and handed it to Fatty Li. "When practicing Tao Tai, you must not practice on an empty stomach, otherwise it will backfire on you." "I can't take this." This time, Fatty Li was really embarrassed to take it. He didn't contribute much to Yi Fan this time. Except for a small help at the end, it was basically Yi Fan who protected him. Fatty Li was very happy when he was given a silver snake fruit, and he would feel bad if he asked for money and meat. "Take it." Yi Fan looked at the fat man's reaction and said calmly, "What you need now is resources to grow. When you become stronger, return it to me." This sentence made the fat man hesitate, but soon he nodded and took the money and the gray bear meat. "Then I'll go back first," Yi Fan said and opened the door of the dormitory. "Yi Fan!" Fatty Li spoke. Yi Fan stopped and turned around, only to see the fat man holding the meat and said sincerely, "Thank you." After saying this, Fatty Li scratched his head. Perhaps he was tongue-tied and couldn't think of much to say. In the end, he just said, "Thank you for giving me the opportunity to become a powerful Beastmaster." Heh. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, looked at the fat man who seemed a little at a loss, smiled slightly, and shook his head. "Fatty, the gratitude of a black iron level Beastmaster is as light as a feather. It won't be too late to thank you after you have tamed the dragon python you want." When Fatty Li heard this, he understood something and was shocked. Then he nodded heavily. "Okay." Chapter 14 Conflict. In the beast-taming space, Yi Fan looked at the flaming fruits that had grown into grass seedlings in the land in front of him, his eyes fluctuating slightly. 1 day outside is equivalent to 30 days here. The fiery fruit is a rhizome, so it is not surprising that grass seedlings grow out of it. This fiery fruit should be ripe in 3 days in the outside world. There was joy in Yi Fan's eyes. When the fiery fruit matures, your fire dog will have a significant improvement. I can definitely get the qualification to go to the Weimang's secret realm that Pen Zhao mentioned, but the secret realm is not without danger. Many good things are mostly guarded by beasts. If you can improve your strength before entering the secret realm, you will have a greater chance of getting more good things. Thinking of this, Yi Fan took a deep breath and planted the strong muscle grass he had just bought. Strong muscle grass is more universal. Although it does not have the targeted improvement of fiery fruit, it is still a good spiritual herb because its growth cycle is not long. Ning Qinghai must have realized some of his deliberate behavior last time. The rhizomes of the fiery fruit were basically sold at half price and given away last time, and the price of the strong muscle grass seeds was also lowered a lot this time. If there is a chance in the future, I can still give something back to them, Yi Fan said while thinking about it. He is not the kind of person who takes other people's benefits for free. Since the other party values his potential and background, when he becomes stronger, giving back something that is insignificant to him can also be considered a reward. Wong Wong! The fire dog came over happily and rubbed against Yifan affectionately. Yifan was not stingy, and took out the remaining 5 pounds of gray-haired bear meat and placed it on the ground. In his beast-taming space, there is abundant spiritual energy, so the beasts do not need to eat frequently. But as he told Fatty, meat is very important for beast taming. Take your time to eat this little meat. We will have more when we go out hunting later. Yifan touched the fire dog's head, his eyes full of pampering. Compared to humans and other beastmasters, canine beastmasters are the most loyal, especially beastmasters like the fire dog. Once they recognize their first master, they will not follow other beastmasters even if the master dies. They will either go to the deep mountains and forests, and die of old age alone, or starve to death. Such qualities are extremely rare among beast tamers, but due to its inferior bloodline, few people would choose a fire dog as their beast tamer. I will give you my best. In the future you will become the greatest pride of the fire dog clan. Looking at the fire dog, Yifan spoke as if he was declaring a vow. Wong! The fire dog seemed to understand, barked softly, tore off a piece of gray bear meat and put it at Yifan's feet. Seeing this familiar operation, Yifan smiled helplessly. Looking at Yifan who didn't move, the fire dog made a puzzled sound. Wong? These are all for you. I don't like eating this. Yifan explained and patted the fire dog's head again. The fire dog wagged its tail, but still took the meat back and began to devour it. It can be seen that it really wants to eat the gray bear meat, but it still wants to share it with Yifan first. Yifan closed his eyes and started practicing the method of becoming a saint. If you cultivate both your inner and outer strength, and are strong enough, you will sometimes be able to cope with some unexpected troubles. Time just passes by quietly. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Fatty Lee knocked on Yifan's door on time. Crunch. The door opened, and Fatty Lee said excitedly, Yifan, what are our plans for today? What are the arrangements for today? Yifan thought. Today I can train in school and get familiar with the coordination with the Beastmaster. Okay. Fatty Lee nodded, and took out a large bag of buns. Come on, have breakfast, and then we'll get started. This. Looking at the bag in Fatty Lee's hand that contained at least 20 or 30 buns, Yifan shook his head. I can't eat so many. You can't eat so much? Fatty Lee was stunned. Yifan, didn't you practice the Taobai method? That breathing method is not suitable for me. Yifan shook his head. And I don't like to eat too much. Well? Fatty Lee hesitated, glanced at the big bag of buns in his hand, thought for a moment, and took out 2. Then these 2 are for you, and I'll eat the rest. I'm a little hungry. Okay. Yifan nodded and took the steaming bun. Let's go and try out the Academy's combat drill. The school naturally has supporting facilities for training Beastmasters, including training instruments for simulating Beastmaster battles, agility instruments for training reaction speed, gravity rooms for increasing compatibility, and so on. The training equipment in the high school was not advanced, but it was quite good for novice Beastmasters. Click, click. Soon, the 2 arrived at the school's training room, which was a building with separate training facilities on each floor. The first level is the battle drill. As soon as I entered the building, I heard the sound of ping-pong. I saw that the huge room was divided into 5 practice halls. The practice instrument in the practice hall would automatically evolve a beast of equal strength according to the Beastmaster's beast ability. The content of the practice here was filled in by some researchers through research on the corresponding beasts, and it almost perfectly restored the beast fighting method of the practice. Dobby Wolf! Just after passing the first practice room, the voice of a Beastmaster was heard. Apparently, his beast was knocked down by the beast being practiced in the practice instrument. At this moment, he picked up his own beast with a distressed look on his face. At the same time, a number appeared on the screen in the rehearsal hall. 1. Seeing this number, Yifan shook his head. The longer you fight with the beast tamer evolved by the training instrument in the training room, the higher the score you will get. If you defeat this beast tamer, a higher level beast tamer will appear and the battle score will increase accordingly. 1 point, which means he didn't even last 1 minute. He basically just stood there stupidly, and watched his own beast tamer being pounced on by the beast tamer and the drill instrument. The Beastmaster who just got started is still too immature. The Dobie Wolf is an elite Beastmaster. Although it is not the best, it is naturally fast, and it is impossible to be knocked down in one go. The score of the drill instrument is basically an important basis for the assessment. During the college entrance examination, there are two hard conditions. The first is to reach the silver level of beast taming, and the second is to be able to get more than 60 points on the drill instrument. 60 points. This means you can practice fighting with beasts of the same level for an hour without losing. The training instruments used for the college entrance examination are more advanced than those in school. The beast taming bloodlines used in school for training are ordinary elite grade beast tamers. The beast taming bloodlines used in training are basically some of the very strong ones among the elite grade ones, and many of them have innate skills. This is why it is difficult to get into college by relying on low-grade beast tamers, because even if a low-grade beast tamer reaches silver, the bloodline grade of the beast tamer is still a flaw. Of course, these 60 points do not guarantee that you will go to university, it just means that you have passed the assessment and have the opportunity to enter university. There is no upper limit on the score to apply to a top university. In the past, someone scored 500 points and defeated the beast in the drill instrument by 5 levels above the silver level. Let's go and find one to try. Yifan turned and said to Fatty Lee. When he turned around, he saw the fat man biting a bun with his mouth bulging. Ahem. Yifan coughed. Fatty, you should pay more attention to your image when you are outside. Didn't you, Yifan, tell me not to care about other people's eyes? Fatty Lee replied. That's okay. Yifan nodded and walked along the aisle. When he reached the next practice hall, he saw someone pushing a girl and cursing. How can a loser from an ordinary class be qualified to use the drill instrument? The girl was obviously not as strong as the man, and she was accidentally pushed out of the aisle. Then, her beast was also thrown out. Ma Xiaoxue. Fatty Lee recognized the girl who answered questions in front of the devil tutor, and nodded to Yifan. Yifan naturally saw this scene, his eyes turned slightly cold, and he walked towards that side. Yifan. Ma Xiaoxue obviously knew Yifan. She was very embarrassed to be seen by others in such an embarrassing scene. Get up. Yifan stretched out his hand to Ma Xiaoxue. It's normal to be inferior to others for a while. Hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue's embarrassment eased a little. She took Yifan's hand and stood up. She looked at the man in the practice room and gritted her teeth. These Beastmasters from the elite class and the outstanding class occupy the training space and don't allow people from the ordinary class to use it. The school doesn't care. No one will value your ideas until you demonstrate your value, Yifan said, turned around and walked into the practice room. When he heard someone coming in, the man who had kicked Ma Xiaoxue out turned around. When he saw that the fat man and the other two were wearing the uniforms of the ordinary class, he became fierce again. What are you looking at? Are you a loser from the ordinary class worthy of watching our elite class practice? Who gave you the confidence to keep calling you a waste? Is it the 3 words, elite class, on your clothes? Yifan answered and sat down on a stool nearby. He didn't say much, but his voice was cold. Come on, didn't you say that people in the ordinary class are not worthy of using the drill instrument? Let's see who has the higher score and who is not worthy of using the drill instrument. Chapter 15 Seeing Through. You want to compete with me in drill scores? Hearing this, the student from the elite class seemed to be laughing at a joke. With those Beastmasters from the ordinary class that are not worth even a dog, you want to compete with me in scores. That's right. Yifan's face remained calm as he stared at the man. You don't dare to compete, do you? What a joke, the man said, and took a stance. Today I'll show you how big the gap is between the people in the elite class and you losers in the ordinary class. After saying this, the man turned around, jumped onto the practice platform, and pressed the challenge button on the platform. The challenge begins. Please release your beast. The man raised his hand, and a sharp-toothed hyena that looked very agile appeared. Black Iron 3 stars, elite grade bloodline. After releasing his beast, the man looked at Yifan with some pride. When he saw that Yifan's eyes remained unchanged, he became a little angry. Let me show you how powerful I am. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand again, and his beast taming talent was activated, C-level quick attack, which increased the beast taming speed while slightly increasing the attack power. The light manifested that the teeth of the sharp-toothed hyena became sharper, and the muscles of its limbs bulged a little. After doing all this, the man turned his head again. This time, when he saw that Yi Fan was still calm and even had a smile in his eyes, he became completely angry. There is a feeling of being treated as a clown by others. Rumble. At this moment, the training instrument also emitted light, and a golden deer with the same black iron 3 stars appeared on the field. This golden deer had a slender body and strong limbs. Although its strength was not as good as the silver deer that day, it seemed to be much stronger than the silver deer that was hunted by Yi Fan before. Sharp-toothed hyena, go! The man commanded his beast to pounce on the golden deer, his eyes full of anger. He wanted to let this kid see clearly what the gap was. On the other side, Yi Fan sat there watching the man commanding the hyenas and golden deer to fight, and just shook his head. In his eyes, such command skills were just like children fighting. Not only was there no order, but it also did not bring out the advantages of his beast control at all. As for the man showing off his beast control and beast control talent in front of him, that was really a joke. A black iron level beast with sea level talent was not even worthy of his attention. Bang bang. Soon, the battle in the field was decided. After a misjudgment, the sharp-toothed hyena was kicked in the head by the golden deer and flew out and fainted on the ground. On the field, the score of 25 gradually emerged. Looking at the number, the man raised his head. When everyone had just obtained the beast tamer, he got 25 points, which fully proved how strong his beast tamer and his beast taming talent were. It's your turn. Turning his head and seeing Yi Fan, the man spoke provocatively. Yi Fan nodded and walked onto the stage. This time, the man sat in the seat where Yi Fan had just sat, looking at Yi Fan with a playful expression. He wanted to see how Yi Fan was beaten to a pulp by the beast that appeared in the training instrument. When he releases his beast, I'm going to taunt him. Thinking of Yi Fan's reaction when he released his beast just now, the man gritted his teeth in hatred. But the next moment, when the fire dog appeared on the scene, the man was shocked. Black iron 4 stars, how is that possible? Not only him, but also Ma Xiaoxue, who was unaware of the situation, showed a surprised expression. The beasts that everyone obtained were all 1-star black iron. It had only been a few days, so how come Yi Fan's fire dog had already reached 4-star black iron? Grow faster than elite level beast tamers? Are you scared? Yi Fan looked at the man and spoke. Humph, so what if it's 4 stars? The beast taming levels of the training instrument are synchronized. The man answered, but he sounded a little timid. His sharp-toothed hyena had to spend a huge amount of money to eat a spiritual fruit before it could be promoted to black iron 3 stars so quickly. How could this guy possibly upgrade his Beastmaster to 4 stars in such a short time? Did it cost money? If you have money, who would want to study in this ordinary class and suffer? It would be better to hire a powerful Beastmaster as a bodyguard. There's absolutely no way he can do better than me. The man felt a little guilty, but still very confident. How could a low-grade fire dog possibly defeat a beast of the same elite grade? This confidence did not last long. As the battle unfolded, the man was dumbfounded. It was also a golden deer, but unlike the difficulty he experienced when fighting against it, Yi Fan's fire dog was at ease when fighting it. Every time the golden deer attacked, he would dodge it just at the last second before it was about to hit. And every time the fire dog dodged an attack, it would counterattack, leaving a trace of claw marks on the golden deer. This situation shocked the man, and he stared at the wall clock. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 21 minutes. When the numbers moved and it reached the 21st minute, the golden deer raised his foot high and kicked in vain. Instead, this time he raised his foot and left a gap. Fire dog, lock the throat. Yi Fan's calm voice sounded, and in the field, the fire dog suddenly jumped up, attacked from the gap between the golden deer's front legs, and bit the golden deer's throat fiercely. The golden deer struggled frantically and tried to kick the fire dog away, but the fire dog attacked from a tricky position and it was unable to break free. Time passed minute by minute, and finally, the golden deer fell to the ground with a bang, and the clock on the wall stopped at 24. I won! The man didn't look at the changes in the field. His eyes were always focused on the wall clock. When he saw the wall clock stopped at 24 minutes, he jumped up and said, I had 25 minutes, and you had 24 minutes! I won! As soon as these words were spoken, not only Yifan, but even Fatty Lee and Ma Shushua were speechless, looking at the man like an idiot. What are you looking at? Can't you stand losing? People from the ordinary class don't even have this little magnanimity? Noticing the looks of several people, the man cursed and was about to continue speaking when Yifan's voice rang out. Take a good look at me. What's my score? Hearing this, the man looked up and saw the golden deer, which was bitten by the fire dog and no longer struggling. At the same time, the score appeared on the practice platform, and it was as red as blood. 100. Full marks. This? The man was so shocked by this scene that he took several steps back. Suddenly, he remembered something his senior had said. 100 points. This score only appears when you directly kill a beast of the same level. Note that it means kill, not defeat. A low-quality fire dog killed an elite-quality golden deer of the same level. After saying this, the man's lips trembled a little. He looked at Yifan and was unable to utter a word for a while. Now, people in the ordinary class are qualified to use this drill instrument. Yifan walked down the stage and looked at the man with trembling lips, feeling a little funny. I am qualified, I am qualified. The man nodded repeatedly. At this moment, he tilted his head and his face flushed red. Don't look down on anyone, even if they are not as good as you now. Yifan just said, waved his hand. Go away, don't let me see you in this practice room in the future. Yes, I'll go now. The man nodded. He was not as skilled as the other person, so he was frightened and scared at this moment, and fled like a weasel. Yifan looked at his back, chuckled and shook his head. For a character like this, he didn't even bother to embarrass the other party, but instead lowered his own status. Okay, Fatty, you two can use this practice room. Yifan moved his eyes and looked at Fatty and Ma Shushua standing aside. Both of them were shocked at the moment, but the fat man had hunted wild beasts with Yifan. Although he was shocked at the moment, he quickly recovered and went onto the stage with the beast. Yifan was sitting in the audience, watching the fat man's clumsy fight and finding it somewhat funny. At the side, Ma Shushua's voice came over. Yifan, can you tell me why your beast is so strong? Hearing this, Yifan turned his head and what caught his eye was a very pretty face. Ma Shushua herself had some impression of this. At that time, she was considered the most hardworking person in the class. However, perhaps due to her talent, she did not get into university. Later, she opened a training class in Pingqing, which was quite good. It's not that my beast is so strong. Yifan shook his head after thinking for a while. It's just that I saw through the fighting style of the golden deer. See through? Hearing this, Ma Shushua was a little confused. The fighting style of the Beastmaster is not fixed, how can you see through it? The methods are not fixed, but some things are fixed, like this simple physical attack. As long as you know clearly the fulcrum of force during the attack, the changes in various parts of the beast's body during the attack, and even the changes in the breathing rhythm, if you see through these things, you can easily make your beast avoid this most basic beast attack. Yifan explained. Oh. Ma Shushua seemed to understand, thought for a while, and then asked. Then how can I see through it? Hearing this, Yifan shook his head. Sure enough, some things can be seen from some small details. No wonder Ma Shushua worked so hard but still couldn't get into university. Too rigid. Alas. Yifan sighed and said helplessly. When you deliberately think about what I said during the battle, as the number of battles increases, these changes will become more and more familiar to you, so won't you be able to see through it? Chapter 16 Fatty's Complaint. Oh! Hearing this, Ma Shushua seemed to wake up suddenly and bowed repeatedly. Thank you. Nothing. Yifan glanced at her and turned his gaze to the stage again. At this moment, the fat man's fiery sun snake had been defeated by the beast evolved by the evolution instrument. On the scoreboard, a big number 2 appeared. Fatty Lee scratched his head in embarrassment. He was very excited when watching Yifan fight before, but when it came to himself, facing the elite-level Beastmaster of the same level, he was simply chased and beaten. Not to mention fighting back, he couldn't even run away. It's okay, just continue the challenge. I'll take a break and then continue the challenge. Yifan said, looking at Ma Shushua beside him, and added. Let's take turns. This will also allow the beast to recover in the beast control space. Okay. Fatty Lee nodded and jumped off the practice platform. Ma Xiaoxue felt a little embarrassed, knowing that Yi Fan had deliberately given her this opportunity. It's nothing more than some casual actions. Instead of keeping it in mind, you might as well strengthen yourself first, Yi Fan said seemingly unintentionally, waving his hand. I think you don't like being thrown out next time, do you? These words startled Ma Xiaoxue. Then, she gritted her teeth, said nothing, and jumped onto the practice platform. While Yi Fan and the others were still in the practice room, on the other side, the teacher's office for the freshman grade was in an uproar. A freshman blew up the drill device of his peers on the third day of school. There are not many classes in Pingqing High School, and there are only about 10 teachers. At this moment, they all gathered around an instrument, staring in amazement at the bright red number 100 displayed on it. Killing an elite Beastmaster of the same level was not something they had never seen before. After all, some of the newly born Beastmasters were bought at great prices, so they could do it as long as they were familiar with the task. But this was only the third day. How strong a fighting talent must one have to be able to kill an elite Beastmaster of the same level in such a short time? It should be a family where both parents are Beastmasters, otherwise it would be impossible for them to be familiar with the cooperation with the Beastmaster so quickly. An instructor judged. At least they are the strongest Beastmasters among the elite grades, with talents above B level. From the elite class, right? Another teacher asked. Didn't they say that the elite class has an A-level student this year? Could it be that one? It's possible, but didn't he say that he was taken back home by his family and will not start school until next month? Another teacher rejected it. It's also possible that he is from the gifted class. There are also several students in the B grade. The excellence class doesn't have a B-level talent. Upon hearing this, the excellence class instructor was obviously unhappy. Deng Li in our class has a B-level talent dragon armor, plus the golden armor beast he chose. It is entirely possible for him to get 100 points at this time. It's not like I haven't heard of Deng Li. The golden armored beasts don't have strong attack methods. It's not that easy to kill them. Besides, they are all black iron level and don't have many skills. If you asked me, Helen in our class also has hope. I think our band fails should be the one. A group of tutors were arguing in front of the instrument, while on the other side, Pan Zhao sat there, not saying a word. There is a reason why these tutors are competing like this. In order to stimulate the tutors' enthusiasm for teaching, many reward rules have been given. One of them is that the first student teacher to score 100 points in the practice room will be eligible to enter the tutor's exclusive secret realm. The secret realm that the mentor entered was not the Weimeng secret realm, but the more advanced Yunxi secret realm. There were many things in it that could bring considerable benefits to gold-level Beastmasters. If it were previous years, Pan Zhao would probably have argued with a group of people there until his face turned red, but this year, he could only sit here. The group of students in the ordinary class Just as he was sighing, suddenly, one of the instructors looked at the name that popped up on the instrument and asked in confusion. Yi Fan? Whose student is this? Hearing this name, Pan Zhao frowned, but before he could react, he heard another instructor shout. He used a fire dog to kill an elite Beastmaster of the same level. How is that possible? Isn't the fire dog a low-grade Beastmaster? It's also the hardest to train. One person said, and suddenly realized. Yi Fan? Isn't that the guy who ranked first in theory at Pingqing Junior High School and was praised by our principal as a Beastmaster, but was later rated as D in talent evaluation? He should be in the regular class now. After saying that, another instructor looked at Pan Zhao. Brother Pan, Yi Fan is your student? Hula, hula, a group of tutors gathered around. At this moment, Pan Zhao was also confused, but looking at the envious expressions of the instructors around him, he felt a little relieved. Wow, this Yi Fan is a hidden talent. No wonder he dares to take his companions to the beast-taming forest. Pan Zhao tried hard not to smile. His expression was calm, and he nodded. Yeah. Brother Pan has a good eye. Being able to kill an elite Beastmaster of the same level at this stage means he is at least a good candidate in terms of combat talent, said a mentor who had a good relationship with Pan Zhaoben. Brother Pan, didn't he take the initiative to teach the ordinary class just because of Yi Fan? Not really. There is a certain reason. Pan Zhao continued pretending, but his eyes moved to the instrument in the distance that was blocked by the crowd. Damn it, let me go and take a look. My students scored 100 points. Why are you surrounding me? Brother Pan, it seems like you are going to take off again. You are already strong. If you enter the Yunshi secret realm again, you might be able to leave us far behind. Another one said in a flattering tone. This Yi Fan is very strong. He might be able to get good grades in the freshman competition and the grade competition in the future. When Brother Pan takes off, remember to take us with him. No. Pen Zhao was about to agree when suddenly, a shrill voice sounded. It's just that he can beat the same level ones at the Black Iron level. How strong can a D level be? After a few days, those B level ones will adapt to the rhythm of the beast taming battle and can beat them just as well. As soon as this voice came out, the noise in the originally noisy office suddenly became quieter. Pan Zhao frowned and looked at the source of the voice, a middle-aged man with a hooked nose. Jiang Hong, his old rival, took over his position as the mentor of the elite class this time. Looking at Pan Zhao, Jiang Hong showed a hint of provocation. It's nothing to beat people of the same level. A true genius can surpass his level. In a few months, some of my students will definitely be able to score over 100. Yes, after all, everyone in the Yingjie class is at B level, and this class also has an A-level student that Pingqing hasn't seen in decades. Someone said in a low voice, and everyone returned to their original positions without making a sound. A mother's status is determined by her son, and a Beastmaster teacher relies on his students who are also Beastmasters. With such a group of talented students, one can imagine the benefits that Jiang Hong will gain in the past few years. It's better not to curry favor with the wrong people. The waste class will always be a waste class, the fact cannot be changed. Jiang Hong said coldly, and just turned around. Suddenly, the score on the instrument changed. 200. Then, below the score, the name and the beast appeared. Challenger, Yi Fan, using Beast Tamer, Fire Dog. Overstepping the level, this Yi Fan surpassed the level and killed the elite Beastmaster. Someone spoke up. At this moment, Jiang Hong's face turned dark. He was just saying that those who can jump levels above their peers are true geniuses, but before he could finish his words, a 200-point full-score jump level kill was thrown in his face. In the corner, Pan Zhao naturally heard it. At this moment, he couldn't suppress the joy on his face and imitated Jiang Hong's words. Oh, the people in the waste class were able to kill the enemy above their level on the third day of school. I just don't know when the people in the hero class can score 200 points. It's just one level up. As long as my students work hard, they can jump 2 levels. Before he finished speaking, the score on the instrument changed again to 300. The words below remain unchanged. Challenger, Yi Fan, using Beast Tamer, Fire Dog. How is this possible? At this moment, even Jiang Hong couldn't pretend to be calm. In less than a minute he surpassed 2 levels and killed an elite-level beast? This rampaging ostrich has an obvious weakness. On the training platform, Yi Fan curled his lips as he looked at the runaway ostrich whose neck was bitten off by the fire dog. The strengths and weaknesses of this beast are too obvious. It is extremely fast, but as long as you seize the opportunity, its long and thin neck is almost its biggest weakness. But for Yi Fan, how could the animal escape his clutches with such an obvious weakness? He seized the opportunity and killed it with one strike. The rampaging ostrich didn't even have time to resist. Why are you looking at me like that? Turning around, Yi Fan looked at Fatty Li and Ma Xiaoxue, who had dazed expressions on the stage, and was puzzled. For a beast with such obvious weak points, it won't be a problem to surpass level 5. Under the stage, Fatty Li looked at the big 300 points, and thought of his highest score of 8 points today. He then looked at Yi Fan, who seemed still very dissatisfied, and was silent for a while, complaining helplessly. Yi Fan, please do something humane. Chapter 17 Rewards. Okay, that's enough for today. After beating up the runaway ostrich, Yi Fan lost the desire to continue the challenge. It is easiest to jump levels at the iron level. At this time, everyone simply attacks with their limbs. As long as you find the weakness and dodge the opponent's beast, you can win unless the gap is too big, and you can't even break the opponent's skin. When you reach the bronze level, the beast begins to have skills, and it will be more difficult to jump levels. The higher you go, the harder it is to jump levels. Okay. Fatty Li also stood up from the audience. He had challenged many times today, and his score exceeded 10. As for Ma Xiaoxue, it was a little higher, reaching around 15 points. Fatty, you can try the agility training upstairs. Thinking of something, Yifan said thoughtfully. A flexible snake is the most frightening. Okay. Fatty Li nodded repeatedly and walked upstairs. Yifan also followed the fat man upstairs. Yifan. Just as he went upstairs, Ma Xiaoxue caught up with him. Is there anything else? Yifan asked. I want to ask, is there any way to make my white wolf stronger quickly? Ma Xiaoxue asked. Obviously, she was also impressed by Yifan at this moment. She knew that the other party's Beastmaster's understanding was at least several streets ahead of hers, and hoped to get some advice. White wolf. Upon hearing this, Yifan showed a hint of thought, but soon shook his head. White wolf is a very common beast, there is nothing special about it. It can become stronger by eating more wild beast meat and some spiritual herbs and fruits suitable for it, such as the strong muscle grass. But this kind of beast control is not very suitable for you. I just saw your beast control talent. It should be a D-level iron arm. With the upper limb strength of the beast control, the white wolf can also be enhanced. If it is also of inferior grade, the gray bear will be more suitable for you. With your beast control talent, it can also exert quite good combat power. When you open the second beast control space with the breathing method, I suggest you choose a gray bear. Gray bear? Hearing this, Ma Xiaoxue seemed to understand a little. But that kind of beast seems to only be found in the beast taming forest. So, you need to gain experience on your own. A truly strong person can never succeed by just talking about it on paper. Yifan said this, and without saying anything else, he turned around and went upstairs. That's all I have to say. He and Ma Xiaoxue are not familiar with each other, so giving some advice is just a friendship between classmates. Downstairs, Ma Xiaoxue frowned. She knew about the beast taming forest, but she was just a beginner beast tamer. Would it be a bit? In the office, the whole place exploded as the 300-point question was scored. Jiang Hong's face turned pale. He sat in his seat and said nothing more. He knew very well what it meant for a freshman to score 300 points on the third day. The opponent must have quite a lot of practical experience, and might even be an extremely experienced beast tamer hunter who knew the weaknesses of beast tamers very well, so he could make a crazy leap to the black iron level. But, he's just a freshman, how could he have such terrifying practical experience, D-level talent, and fire dog? Even if he were to come, he wouldn't dare to say that he could do it. A natural fighting genius? This word popped up in Jiang Hong's mind, and his expression changed immediately. There are examples like this. Black Iron's ability to kill an opponent 2 levels higher means that he can fight 3 levels higher. In his first year as a freshman, Yifan was able to suppress a large group of B and C level students. Of course, this was nothing to Jiang Hong, but what was more important was that for a whole year, just relying on Yifan, Pan Zhao would probably be able to obtain a lot of rewards, even if he later reached the bronze level and the gap between Pan Zhao and his D-level students would be widened. Originally, they wanted to make Pan Zhaonian unable to raise his head, but this time, not only did he raise his head, his chin was almost raised to the sky. I finally managed to persuade Pan Zhao to join the regular class. I thought everything was accomplished. Could it be that the whole plan would be ruined because of Yifan? Looking at the name on the instrument, Jiang Hong's eyes gradually became colder. Brother Pan, look at Yifan's strength. How can he be a student in the ordinary class? A teacher who looked very honest in the group said with a smile. I think it may be that the previous evaluation was wrong. With this strength, he can at least be in the excellence class. You were not present on the day of the beast taming talent awakening ceremony? Hearing this, Pan Zhao looked at the honest teacher and said, Li Xiang, are you saying that someone cheated and changed Yifan's talent rating? I didn't say that. Li Xiang shook his head quickly. The beast taming talent awakening ceremony is what the higher-ups value most. It must be fair, just and open. If someone were to accuse the ceremony of fraud, it would be difficult to explain in a few words. That's it. Hearing this, Pan Zhao shook his head. Yifan is a D-level student, which means he is a student in the ordinary class. What's the matter? Didn't you think that the ordinary class was full of trash? Now there is a character among the trash, and you want to go there? Brother Pan, what are you talking about? Another instructor acted as a peacemaker. We are not trying to compete with Brother Pan for this reward. It's just that Yi Fan is quite capable, so it's a bit of a waste of his talent to stay in an ordinary class. You mean I'm not worthy of teaching him? As soon as these words came out, Pan Zhao suddenly snorted coldly, and the unique aura of a Beastmaster was released from his body. 9 golden stars. Feeling this power, the faces of many instructors changed a little. Wasn't Pan Zhao still at the gold 8 stars at the end of last year? How come he suddenly became a 9-star? 9 stars is already close to the peak. If you advance 1 more star, you can look forward to eternity. In the last Pingqing High School tutor competition, I was ranked first. Pan Zhao snorted coldly after sweeping everyone around. If any of you think you are more qualified than me to coach Yi Fan, you can come and try. After these words were spoken, many people present fell silent, and many of the teachers who seemed to be in the same department as Jiang Hong looked a little unhappy. Crunch. Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and then an old man with gray hair but slightly plump walked in. Principal! Seeing this man, all the instructors stood up and saluted, and Pan Zhao was no exception. Pu Mi, the principal of Pingqing High School, may look old and frail, but his strength as a beast tamer is unfathomable. Even the equally unruly Pan Zhao becomes very well behaved when he sees him. Everyone, I just heard that a new student has achieved the reward rules we set and scored 300 points in the drill? Pu Mi looked around at the many teachers present, smiling. Whose student is this? The crowd was silent, but Pan Zhao raised his hand. Principal, this is my student Yi Fan, and his beast is a fire dog. Your student? Pu Mi was slightly stunned, then his smile became even wider. After all these years, this is the first time I've seen a student from an ordinary class take the lead in the reward rules we set, and even get a perfect score that's 2 levels higher. Not bad! Not bad! After saying that, Pu Mi casually took out a token and threw it to Pan Zhao. This is the reward rule we agreed on before, an opportunity to enter the Yinshi secret realm. Here is the token, Pan Zhao, find a time to redeem it yourself. Thank you, Principal. Pan Zhao nodded and was about to stand up to thank him, but he saw Pu Mi shaking her head. Pan Zhao, it's not easy for a good seedling to emerge from the ordinary class. You must pay more attention to him. Understood. Pan Zhao naturally understood the hidden meaning of Pu Mi's words, patted his chest and said, As long as I am here, whoever dares to touch my students will die. You are a teacher now, you should act like a teacher. It's not like you are talking about fighting and killing every day. Pu Mi said, and didn't say anything else. He turned around and said, Okay, I have nothing to do here. Everyone work hard. The freshman competition will be held in 3 months. I hope that all of your students can get good rankings. Chapter 18 The Fatty's Helplessness. In the evening, after a day of training, Fatty Li and Yi Fan were preparing to return to the dormitory to rest. As soon as they entered the dormitory building, a pair of big hands suddenly attacked them. Yi Fan reacted extremely quickly. The moment the big hand stretched out, he suddenly turned his hand to avoid it, then used his hand to draw a knife and chopped it down. Clang! This chop was like chopping on a stone. The big hand did not move at all. Instead, Yi Fan felt a slight pain in his hand. Strong! Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, quickly pulled his hand back, and was about to launch another counterattack when a voice rang out. You kid, do you still want to hit the teacher? Hearing this familiar voice, Yi Fan was stunned. He looked up and saw Pan Zhao holding the fat man with one hand and the other hand stopped in front of him. Teacher Pan. Yi Fan let down his guard, looked at Pan Zhao in front of him, and asked, Teacher, what can I do for you? It's okay. Pan Zhao retracted his hand, let go of the confused fatty, shook his hand, and said, You scored 300 points in the drill today. The principal knew about it and said you were very good. I came here specially to reward you. Reward? Yi Fan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Are there any rewards for the scores in the drill? Of course there are. The school has set many reward conditions. If the conditions are met, both teachers and students will be rewarded. Looking at Yi Fan, who was still a little wary, Pan Zhao looked a little helpless. It's just that I never thought that students in ordinary classes could get these rewards, so I didn't tell you. That's it. Yi Fan finally relaxed a little. He had indeed heard of such a rule. What's the reward? Yi Fan looked at Pan Zhao with an interested expression. It depends on what you want, Pan Zhao replied, spreading his hands. Within the range, I can let you pick what you want. Are there any elite top-grade beast tamers, the kind with innate skills? Yi Fan asked. Pan Zhao's face immediately darkened. You can't get that kind of beast for less than tens of millions? You just got the freshman reward, not saving Pingqing. Think again if it's under 50,000. Within 50,000. Hearing this, Yi Fan curled his lips and showed a thoughtful expression. On the other side, Pan Zhao's face turned even darker when he saw Yi Fan's expression. I haven't heard that this kid's family is rich, so why does he look so disappointed when he hears the number 50,000? Forget it. After thinking for a while, Yi Fan shook his head. Just cash it in. Are you sure? Hearing this, Pan Zhao was helpless. It was the first time he heard of someone offering a direct cash discount for rewards, spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, and beasts. Aren't these things attractive to him? Sure. In Pan Zhao's helpless eyes, Yi Fan nodded seriously. I want to cash it in. Pan Zhao was silent. Finally, he took out a bank card and said, There is exactly 50,000 yuan on this card. The password is 6/8. Take it. Thank you, Teacher Pan. Yi Fan took the bank card and winked at Fatty Li standing beside him. Ahem. Fatty Li understood, coughed, and spoke at the side. Although he was very afraid of Pan Zhao, he still said with a stiff upper lip. Teacher Pan Zhao, it's getting late, we'll leave first. Go. Pan Zhao only said one word. In the night, he looked at the backs of the two people leaving, seemingly helpless. But when he saw a red mark on his arm, a smile appeared in his eyes. This kid's combat awareness is really unmatched by ordinary people. In just a split second, he not only dodged my hand, but also fought back. If I hadn't spoken out, I guess he would have given me a few more stab attacks. We need to pay more attention to this kid, he's a good prospect. Pan Zhao nodded, as if he thought of something, looked at the house on one side, and smiled with some disdain. If you want to touch my students, think about yourself first. The next day, Fatty Li and Yi Fan came to the practice room to practice again. It was completely different from the last time. Yesterday, the news that Yi Fan scored 300 points in the practice room spread. Within a day, almost everyone knew that there was a boy named Yi Fan in the ordinary class who was able to kill an elite-level Beastmaster by leaps 2 levels on the 3rd day of school. As a result, the ordinary class also became famous. Yesterday, Yi Fan told the students in the gifted class not to go to the practice room anymore. Later on, it became that no one except the students in the ordinary class was allowed to go. Many people were not convinced, especially those with better talents, but after a day, no one got 300. Not to mention 300, they didn't even get 100 kill points, only 90 defeat points. As a result, a strange scene happened. The first few practice rooms were crowded, but in the last one, there were only a few students in ordinary class uniforms training there. Isn't this Brother Fan? Come on, make room for Brother Fan. As soon as Yi Fan walked in, the eyes of the ordinary class students who were a little nervous suddenly lit up and they shouted. This sound immediately attracted the attention of the people around. He is Yi Fan, the ordinary student who jumped 2 levels and got 300 points? Ordinary class? You don't know, he was the first in Pingqing in theory. The principal said he could become a powerful Beastmaster. Yi Fan YYDS. You better get out of here right now. Didn't you say at the time that he would definitely become a waste? Why are you being so vain again now? The principal has a very sharp eye. If a D-level talent can be so powerful, wouldn't it be invincible if it was A-level? The crowd's discussions were chaotic, just like the scene when he first entered school, but now the words were no longer mocking or joking, but instead all kinds of fawning and flattering. This is the reality. When you are strong, those people will rush to please you, and when you fall to the bottom, this group of people will come one after another to step on you. Yi Fan naturally acted as if he didn't hear any of the discussions. He walked to the practice room at the back and looked at the student who had shouted before. His eyes were very calm. The student looked at Yi Fan's eyes, shrank his head, and looked at the crowded crowd around him. Obviously, he realized that his slap not only did not hit the horses but might have hit the horses' balls instead. You shouted very well, but don't shout next time. Just when he was feeling nervous, Yi Fan's voice rang out. The student looked up in panic, but only saw Yi Fan calmly shaking his head. Confidence is something you have to give yourself. After saying this, Yi Fan walked towards the practice platform. What are you doing here? Don't you have anything to do? Not long after, a stern voice rang out, and the crowd dispersed instantly. Yi Fan heard the voice and turned his head to see Pan Zhao leaning against the wall of the practice room with his hands folded. I'm here to watch my training. Thinking of this, Yi Fan smiled, didn't care, released the fire dog, and pressed the challenge button. Black Iron 4 stars. Below the stage, Pan Zhao was slightly surprised when he saw the fire dog released by Yi Fan. However, he was considered a strong man in Pingqing after all. He nodded and then, he focused his attention on watching the battle on the stage. Since he is a top student, it is only right that he should be given special care and more guidance. I am the best teacher in Pingqing High School. Instructing a freshman is like Zhang Fei eating bean sprouts. Pan Zhao raised the corners of his mouth and sat on a stool beside him, but as Yi Fan's battle continued, he slowly couldn't raise his mouth anymore. This kid used his beast control to dodge almost every attack from the beast on the other side. Such a quick reaction? Boom! It didn't take long before the first beast in the evolution instrument fell down. Looking at the 100 on the training instrument, Yi Fan did not pause for long and chose to continue the challenge. A higher level beast tamer still had the same result. From beginning to end, every attack was dodged. Could this kid have calculated the attack method of the opposing Beastmaster? Pan Zhao frowned. It was the first time he saw a student like that. Oh no, it was the first time he saw someone else's Beastmaster fighting in this way. Throughout the whole process, it didn't seem like he was fighting against the drill device. On the contrary, he was like the drill device, and an extremely advanced one at that. He could perfectly see all the next moves of the opponent's beast, even some stress counterattacks after being attacked. How good does the theory have to be to have this effect? Pan Zhao was a little surprised, and at this time, the second beast fell down. The light flashed, and this time, it was the runaway ostrich again. On the stage, Yi Fan laughed, and off the stage, Pan Zhao also laughed. This runaway ostrich is extremely fast, with 6 stars in black iron, and its speed is at least close to the bronze level. This time, even if you calculate faster, can you still react so quickly? On the stage, the battle was about to break out. The violent ostrich moved its legs and arrived in front of the fire dog in the blink of an eye. But just a second ago, Yi Fan's voice rang out. Fire dog, take a step to the left, and then lock your throat. Boom! Almost the same scene happened as the first time. The runaway ostrich had its throat bitten off, killing it with one blow. Pan Zhao was stunned until Yi Fan walked off the stage. Seeing that Yi Fan looked relaxed, Pan Zhao opened his mouth and felt it was a little dry. What does this let me guide? No, it's too embarrassing to sit like this. Looking at Yi Fan, who was looking at him with a smile, Pan Zhao felt a little restless. Just at this moment, the fat man came on stage. When Pan Zhao saw that the fat man was attacked despite his clumsy dodge, he stood up immediately. Li Yu, what are you doing? You can't even dodge something as simple as this? The moment you saw the opponent attacking, you should have immediately commanded the beast to dodge. Can you tame beasts? My grandma can command them better than you. On the stage, Fatty Li felt numb. My goodness, this devil instructor came to watch my training? Chapter 19, Back to the Forest. Soon, a few days passed, and the fiery fruit and strong muscle grass in Yi Fan's beast-taming space grew as expected. For fiery fruits, not bad. Looking at the small fiery fruit tree bearing fruits in the ground, Yi Fan had a smile in his eyes. He picked the fruits and moved his gaze to the strong muscle grass beside him. At this moment, strong muscle grass has also grown out, a small piece of lush green, and after being cut, it grows to almost 2 kilograms. Yi Fan did not feed all of these spiritual fruits to the fire dog. He gave it 2 fiery fruits and some strengthening grass, allowing it to successfully reach the black iron 6 stars. You can't eat too many spiritual herbs and fruits at one time, and it takes some time for the beasts to digest them. Yi Fan, are we still training in school today? In the morning, Fatty Li stood in front of Yi Fan's door as usual, carrying more than a dozen buns. Not today. Daily training in school can only be regarded as proficiency in skills. To truly show them, they must be put to actual combat. Yifan shook his head. Today, let's go to the Silver Moon Forest. Let's go to Silver Moon Forest. Okay. Upon hearing this, Fatty Lee smiled. He was obsessed with the Silver Moon Forest. Not only could he earn a lot of money by going there, but he could also get some meat. Have you finished eating your 5 kilograms of gray bear meat? Yifan asked, looking at Fatty Lee's reaction. Yes. Hearing this, the fat man scratched his head a little embarrassedly. I've finished eating it for a few days. Ever since eating the gray bear meat, Fatty Lee's appetite has been aroused. He doesn't want to eat anything else. His breathing method has not been running smoothly in the past 2 days. Of course, this was not decided by him. The higher the level of Taotai practice, the better the food should be, so as to fully exert the advantages of Taotai. I'll get you some more food today, Yifan said with a smile in his eyes. By the way, do something more important. Hearing this, Fatty Lee was a little confused. What's more important? You'll know when the time comes. Yifan shook his head. Bring 2 larger bags, in case you have too much beast meat and your beast space can't hold it all. Okay. Fatty Lee scratched his head, turned around, went into the dormitory, took out 2 large backpacks, and followed Yifan outside in confusion. Their abnormal behavior naturally attracted the attention of Pan Zhao, who was at school every day. Why are these 2 guys running out again? In a classroom in a teaching building, Pan Zhao looked at Fatty Lee and Yifan, each carrying a large bag, with a puzzled expression. They won't go to Silver Moon Forest again, will they? Do these 2 brats really think that's a place to buy goods? If they encounter a bronze-level beast hunting outside, they won't know how they died. As time passed, within a few days, Pan Zhao's attitude towards Yifan changed 180 degrees, and he would go to watch him train every day. At first, Pan Zhao was thinking about whether he could give Yifan some guidance, but after a few days, he didn't say a word. Instead, he was always shocked by the other party's abnormally sharp combat intuition. Later, Pan Zhao's focus changed and he began to guide Fatty Lee, who was with Yifan every day. This made Fatty Lee extremely miserable. Being scolded was a compulsory daily course for him. Pan Zhao was never merciful when he spoke, and Fatty's beast-taming skills were really worrying. Basically, every time Pan Zhao came, he would look for a while and then start scolding Fatty Lee. Over the past few days, Fatty Lee's beast-taming skills have improved a lot. Although he still gets scolded every day, he is now doing it better and is no longer the chaotic and disorganized command he had before. These 2 guys are really troublesome. After thinking for a while, Pan Zhao picked up a hat beside him and said, Let's go and take a look, lest we lose the only top student in our class. Fatty, walk faster. In the beast-taming forest, Yifan frowned. What's wrong? Fatty Lee became a little nervous when he saw Yifan's unusual reaction. Is there a powerful wild beast nearby? No. Yifan shook his head, glanced behind him vaguely, and lowered his voice. Someone is following us. Someone is following us. Hearing this, the fat man was suddenly a little scared. Shh. Yifan made a gesture to keep quiet, and whispered, Follow me, don't talk. Okay. Fatty Lee held his breath. At this moment, he thought of many things about killing people and stealing treasures in the beast-taming forest. Could it be that someone saw that they were students of Pingqing High School and wanted to steal their treasure? Will there be a cold arrow? The kind with poison? Fatty Lee was nervous, while Yifan quickly shuttled through the jungle and headed straight for a bronze-level beast-taming habitat. Of course, he was not going to challenge the beast-tamer, but to let the person who was following him solve it. Passing by the beast habitat, Yifan did not stop here. He walked forward for quite a while before stopping. Yifan, aren't we going to run away? Fatty Lee was still worried at this moment, fearing that he would be killed and his treasures taken away. No need. Yifan shook his head and looked towards the beast habitat not far away. Wait a moment, there will be movement there. Sure enough, after a while, the roar of a ferocious beast was heard not far away. Obviously, someone had intruded into its territory. Fatty, let's go back. Yifan smiled and pulled Fatty towards the beast-taming habitat. The cases of murder and robbery that Fatty thought of were very common in the Silver Moon Forest. Wild beasts roamed around here, and if 1 or 2 people died, there was no way to investigate. Many people would have evil intentions, and there were many cases of stalking and killing. But this time it was obviously not the case. On the contrary, Yi Fan knew who was coming. Crash, crash. The two returned and pushed aside the bushes but saw no one, only a dead bronze 1-star evil rhino. A bronze-level Beastmaster! The fat man's eyes lit up, but soon he became a little scared. The man who tracked us can kill bronze-level Beastmasters. He can not only kill bronze-level beasts, but also silver-level and even gold-level beasts, Yi Fan said with a smile. Don't worry, that person is not here to kill us. They're not going to kill us? The fat man was stunned. Then who is it? It's no fun to talk about it. Yi Fan shook his head and looked in a certain direction in the jungle. Anyway, he is here to protect us. He remembered Pan Zhao's presence, who had been following them since they entered the forest, and had not been able to restrain himself. Yi Fan was very sensitive, so he naturally noticed it. He simply pretended not to know and let the teacher help them solve some small troubles they encountered inadvertently. Fatty, hurry up and collect the bodies. This bronze-level evil rhino is quite valuable. This one is worth at least 10,000. Yi Fan urged fattily. Let alone the rhino horn, this body of flesh and blood is also very effective for feeding the beast. It just so happens that you are out of meat. This evil rhino weighs at least several hundred kilograms. Half of it each will be enough for you to eat for a long time. Okay. Fatty Lee knew that the crisis was over, so he boldly collected the flesh and blood of the evil rhinoceros. It didn't take long for Fatty Lee to collect the flesh and blood. Then, he looked at Yi Fan excitedly. Yi Fan, what should we do next? Should we continue to look for other bronze-level beasts? No. Yi Fan shook his head. Let's go to the periphery. Why? The fat man was puzzled and scratched his head. Didn't you say someone was protecting us? That's protection, not thugs. It's enough to take advantage of some things. If you take too much, it will both annoy people and make you look cheap. Yi Fan shook his head. One bronze-level beast is enough. We came here to experience the real beast fighting. Oh, okay. Hearing this, Fatty Lee followed Yi Fan's pace. In the distance, on a tree, Pan Zhao was a little surprised as he watched Yi Fan and the others walking towards the outskirts of the forest. Pan Zhao was a little angry when he found out that he had inexplicably become a thug. However, after seeing that the other party did not continue to provoke him but took the initiative to retreat to the periphery, Pan Zhao's evaluation of Yi Fan became much higher. Obviously, the other party was telling him through this action that he knew he was following him, and after taking a little advantage, he continued to do what he should do. Smart, intelligent, knows how to do things in moderation, and has such a strong fighting talent. Looking at the two voices in the distance, Pan Zhao seemed to be thinking about something. This Yi Fan is a talented person with great potential. Chapter 20 Purple Snake. Fatty, you did well this time. You know how to adapt to circumstances. You've made progress. With the cooperation of the fire dog and the sun snake, another gray-haired bear with 7 black iron stars fell in front of Yi Fan and the fat man. This time, the fat man's performance was remarkable. He dodged the attacks of the gray bear several times and bit the gray bear several times. Oh no! The fat man scratched his head a little embarrassedly and looked at Yi Fan. Teacher Pan points at my nose and scolds me every day. If I don't make any progress, he will really call his grandmother to fight with me in the beast battle. Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. Pan Zhao has always been a person with a cold exterior but a warm heart. Although his words may be a little harsh, that is his character. Even if he teaches the elite class, he will still point at the students' noses and scold them. Otherwise, why would he be called a devil mentor? But this devil tutor is actually very good to students. Normally, when students in these ordinary classes have any problems, they will go to him and basically get good answers. Although he can't avoid a scolding, he will always help you solve the problem. If you change a teacher to teach ordinary people, he will explain the problem to you, and you may not even bother to scold him. Fatty, when you become stronger in the future, if you can help Teacher Pan, you can help, Yi Fan said as he thought of something. Hearing this, the fat man was stunned for a moment, then hesitantly said, No matter how strong I am in the future, can I be stronger than Teacher Pan Zhao? Fatty, you need to be more open-minded. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan replied, Aren't you going to raise a dragon python in the future? Why don't you have the confidence to surpass Teacher Pan? The fat man choked, then nodded decisively. Then I will definitely be better than Teacher Pan in the future. That's right. Yifan nodded with a smile. Let's go and see if there are any wild spiritual fruits or anything like that in this forest. In the tree, Pan Zhao was shocked when he heard the conversation between the two. Am I so weak? Then Li Yudu is confident that he will be stronger than me in the future? If you still want to raise dragon pythons, why don't you go to heaven? These two guys day by day. Pan Zhao was about to curse, but he heard Fatty Li's ambitious words in the front. When I become stronger than Teacher Pan in the future, I will also tell Teacher Pan to let my grandmother come and duel with him in a beast taming duel. Ha 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 ha, he will definitely be pissed off by then. Pan Zhao. Li Yu usually doesn't scold me too lightly. Hey Yifan, what do you think that is? Walking past a big tree in the forest, Fatty Li looked at a large cluster of mushroom-like things growing from the roots of the tree and was a little surprised. Is this some kind of spiritual herb or fruit? After hearing what Fatty Li said, Yifan glanced at the large cluster of mushrooms and said casually, That can't be called a spiritual herb or fruit. It's called the explosive mushroom. It's at most a low-end fruit. Not up to standard? This made Fatty Li a little confused. Are there any levels for spiritual herbs and fruits? Of course there are. Yifan nodded and explained. The spiritual herbs and fruits we usually see can only be regarded as a general term, which refers to fruits and herbs with spiritual energy. Generally speaking, these kinds of natural treasures are divided into 4 levels: mortal, spiritual, mysterious, and immortal. Each level is further divided into 3 grades according to its efficacy and applicable groups. To be precise, most of the spiritual herbs and fruits we usually see belong to the mortal grade, such as the muscle-strengthening grass, silver snake fruit, and blazing fire fruit that I bought before. Among them, the silver snake fruit belongs to the mortal grade lower natural treasure, while the muscle-strengthening grass and blazing fire fruit are of the middle grade. The higher you go, the better the effects of the natural treasures will be, and the greater the effect they can have on taming beasts. When you reach the Xian level, spiritual fruits can even have various effects such as changing the attributes of taming beasts or increasing the potential of taming beasts. Oh. No wonder the silver snake fruit is so cheap, 2,000 each. Fatty Li nodded repeatedly. What about the immortal level natural treasures? What are they? Are they very useful? These are too far away, and we can't get them now. Yifan shook his head. Let alone the immortal level, even if it's a mysterious level treasure, as long as it comes out, there will be strong people from all sides fighting for it, and setting off a bloody storm. That's right. Fatty Li nodded after thinking about it. Then why don't we usually talk about this? I don't think I've heard of it in the textbooks either. For most people, it's useless to know so much. It's like ordinary treasures. Apart from knowing the price difference, what else can you tell apart? Yifan replied. You can't see that far, so naturally, you can't see that many things. I see. Fatty Li replied. At this moment, his eyes were full of curiosity. He had to admit that following Yifan for these days, he had gained a lot of insights, whether it was taming beasts or some other things, especially the big picture that the other party revealed from time to time, which benefited Fatty Li a lot. To give the simplest example, before Yifan said those words, all he wanted was to have a silver beast and be able to get into university. But now, a silver beast? What I want to raise in the future is a dragon python. Is there any change between the two? Li Yu, is still the same Li Yu, but the gap between a person who only wants to live a life of idleness and wait for death and a person who aspires to become a powerful Beastmaster will definitely be as huge as a chasm in the future. Of course, the more important person across this gap is Yifan. Thinking of something, Fatty Li looked at Yifan, who was exploring ahead, his eyes fluctuating, and muttered, When I have a dragon python, I will definitely get some legendary fairy fruits, and we will eat them together. In front, Yifan naturally heard Fatty Li's muttering and a smile appeared on his face. This fat guy only wanted the dragon python a few days ago, and now he wants the fairy fruit. There are no immortal fruits, but there are mortal-level spiritual fruits. Yifan suddenly stopped and spoke. Where are the spiritual fruits? Where are they? Upon hearing this, the fat man came closer and saw at a glance a huge tree in front of him with purple vines entwined around it. There were at least 7 or 8 fruits on the vines, one by one. Silver snake fruit. The fat man was a little excited when he saw the fruit. This was the most suitable fruit for his fiery sun snake to eat. With so many of them, the fiery sun snake would get black iron 4 stars after eating them. I'll pick it! After saying this, Fatty Lee jumped over a tree root and prepared to walk towards the silver snake fruit. Wait! Yifan grabbed Fatty Lee and suddenly lowered his voice. Fatty, follow the vines and look carefully. Look more carefully? Hearing this, Fatty Lee focused and looked up along the purple vines, but did not see anything unusual. There's nothing. Fatty Lee choked in the middle of his words. It was obvious that one section of the vine was thicker and irregular. Looking closely, there was obviously a pair of eyes there. Snake. There's a snake beast hiding there. What the hell? Fatty Lee had stretched his neck to see, but this discovery almost scared him to death, and he took several steps back. See it clearly? Yifan's voice rang out. I see it clearly. The fat man stopped and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If Yifan hadn't reminded him, he would definitely be bitten if he went to pick the silver snake fruit. That fucking purple snake is definitely poisonous. Yifan, let's kill it! After taking a breath, Fatty Lee said to Yifan. No need. Yifan shook his head, looking at the motionless purple snake beast, and said, It's a 3-star black iron purple snake. This kind of snake has very weak combat power. Ordinary people can kill it by hitting its vital point at the right opportunity. But this snake has an advantage. It is very poisonous. As long as the venomous fangs bite, unless it is born immune to poison, no bronze beast can resist it. Luckily it didn't bite me, the fat man replied, picking up a branch from the ground. I'm going to hit it right away. I'm not telling you all this just to get you to hit it in the weak spot, Yifan said with a smile on his face. It's highly poisonous and a snake beast. It just so happens that you opened a second beast taming space. This beast is the most suitable for you. Chapter 21 The Second Beast. The most suitable beast for me. Upon hearing this, Fatty Lee was stunned. He looked at the purple striped snake that raised its head and took a breath of cold air. How can I tame it? If I go straight over, what if it bites me? There are only 2 ways to tame a beast. First, convince it, and second, beat it into submission. Yifan answered, and said to Fatty Lee, I'll use the fire dog to support you. Go and see if you can convince it. If not, we'll beat it up. Persuade? Hearing this, Fatty Lee scratched his head and walked towards the big tree under the gaze of Yifan and Fire Dog. Under the tree, Fatty Lee looked at the purple snake not far away and hesitated a little. Hello, are you willing to be my beast? Hearing this, Yifan was speechless. What I mean by persuading is to release your beast to show affinity, and at the same time release the beast control array. If it is persuaded, it will agree to sign a contract with you. It's fine if you don't study the theory well in junior high school, but it can't understand your pure Pingqing accent. Oh. Hearing this, Fatty Lee smiled awkwardly and summoned the fiery sun snake. Then, he waved his hands and chanted a spell. A circular magic circle gradually formed in front of Fatty Lee. Fortunately, Fatty Lee still remembered the spell of the beast taming formation. Hiss. On the tree, looking at the magic circle floating in front of it, the purple snake hissed. Looking at Fatty Lee and the fiery sun snake beside him, it seemed a little hesitant. Roar. A low, hoarse roar from the fire dog sounded at the side. The purple snake immediately looked up and saw Yifan with his hands folded not far away. It is a beast, and it is intelligent. But at this moment, it froze in a human-like manner. Is this convincing? The fire dog's mouth is almost stretched to its ears. Fatty, show us your talent for taming beasts. Yifan spoke at this time. Okay. Upon hearing this, Fatty Lee immediately raised his hand, and the D-level toxin enhancement showed its effect on the fiery sun snake. Hiss. Seeing this scene, the purple-striped snake looked at the fire dog with its mouth grinning from ear to ear, and then looked at the flaming sun snake with strengthened fangs. It paused for a few seconds, made a low and hoarse sound, and crashed into the beast-taming formation. The next moment, the formation closed and enveloped Fatty Lee. Yifan, I succeeded in conquering him. Fatty Lee looked surprised. Yeah, not bad. Yifan nodded and didn't say much. Go to the cashier's snake fruit. Good. Fatty Lee happily went to the cashier to collect the snake fruits. There were 8 in total, all of which were ripe. If they had not come here today, they would have been eaten by the purple snake. Fatty, collect the vines of the silver snake fruit as well, Yifan suddenly said. I'll take them back to plant. Transplant? Fatty Lee was a little confused. He still had some common sense and knew that he couldn't kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. Besides, the environment for artificial planting was better than that in the wild, and it was not certain that the plants would survive after transplantation. However, since Yifan said he wanted to transplant it, Fatty Lee didn't think too much about it. He quickly collected the vines and handed them to Yifan. Yifan put the things back into the beast taming space and a smile appeared on his face. Silver snake fruit is produced approximately once every 2 months. With this piece of vine, Fatty will have the spiritual fruit for the early stages of his 2 beasts. Yifan, should I continue to subdue snake beasts of the same level once the beast control space is opened? Fatty Lee was a little excited after getting a new beast. There are still many snake beasts of inferior quality, such as morning glory snakes and cabbage snakes. These should all be fine. No. Yifan shook his head. These 2 of inferior quality are enough. The ones you want to subdue in the future must be at least elite quality or higher. Why? It's the same old saying, be friendly. Yifan explained. You collect a bunch of low-quality Beastmasters. When you meet an elite one in the future, they will feel that you are full of the smell of low-quality bloodline Beastmasters. Who would be willing to follow you? Is that so? Hearing this, Fatty Lee scratched his head. Does beast taming also have a contempt chain? More than that, Beastmasters value bloodline more, Yifan replied. A Beastmaster with extremely high bloodline will be scared even if it is of black iron or bronze level, while Beastmasters with low bloodline are of silver or gold level. Not to mention that a Beastmaster with high bloodline can basically not be weaker than a Beastmaster with low bloodline. You brought your bunch of morning glory snakes and cabbage snakes. Even if you could subdue thousands of them, let alone a dozen, you wouldn't be able to lift your heads in front of the dragon python. How can you subdue them? But if on the contrary, I have the aura of a dragon python, would it be easy for me to subdue a purple-striped snake like today? Fatty Lee asked doubtfully. Yes. Yifan nodded, with a smile in his eyes. Fatty, you can draw inferences from one example. Oh no. Fatty Lee scratched his head. After all, I am still a cultured person. Hearing this, Yifan smiled and shook his head, waving his hand. Let's go. It's still early today, do more. You have 2 beasts now. You need to get used to the rhythm of commanding multiple beasts at the same time. Okay. Fatty Lee nodded and summoned the purple snake. When he saw that the purple snake seemed to have a resentful look in its eyes, he scratched his head in confusion. Why is this purple snake looking at me like that? I didn't force it. It followed me voluntarily. Purple snake. Hiss. In the distance, Pan Zhao was shocked again when he saw Fatty Lee really controlling 2 beasts at the same time. What's going on? How long have these students only learned the breathing method before they opened the second beast taming space? Am I wrong? Pan Zhao was a little confused, his eyes wandering between Fatty Lee and Yifan. This Yifan is obviously a student with great potential. He can be with Liu every day. Is this Liu also a talent? But his method of taming beasts is clearly as stinky as shit. The kind of people who are suitable for practicing breathing techniques? Pan Zhao made some guesses. All living beings are different. There are indeed some Beastmasters whose beast taming skills are not very good, but the level of breathing techniques is extremely high. There are even people who practice breathing techniques who are stronger than their own beast tamers. There are such examples. Many people who do not have the talent for beast taming also rely on breathing techniques to strengthen themselves. These 2 guys are good. Pan Zhao nodded, with some light in his eyes. The advantage of being able to open 2 beast taming spaces at this stage is self-evident. Even if one's talent is average, the 2-to-1 ratio means at least a qualitative change in quantity. He has been a beast taming teacher in Pingqing for more than 10 years. He has taught several elite classes and met many geniuses, but this is the first time he has had this feeling with students from 2 ordinary classes. Pan Zhao wasn't sure what it felt like specifically, a promising future? Thinking of this, Pan Zhao focused his eyes and saw that Fatty Li was so flustered that he was about to bite his tongue when he was commanding the two beasts. Isn't this fucking beast tamer still as stinky as shit? Yifan, I always feel like I'm in a mess when I'm giving orders. While cleaning up the corpse of a beast in front of him, Fatty Li said to Yifan, commanding this one and that one, it feels so chaotic. Don't feel it. You are really in a mess when commanding, Yifan replied with a smile. In fact, there is not much difference between commanding multiple beasts and commanding one. You can think of them as different characteristics of a beast and find out their respective advantages and disadvantages. For example, the fangs of the fiery sun snake are sharp and can pierce the thick skin and flesh of some beasts. Its gradient color can hide well in the environment. The purple snake, on the other hand, has a strong poison, but its fangs are not sharp enough, and its body is relatively fragile. In that case, should the fiery sun snake attack those areas with thick skin and flesh, while the purple snake should attack the weak spots and vital points of the beast? When faced with a counterattack, should the fiery sun snake use its gradient color to hide in the environment, while the purple snake, which has a fragile body and obvious patterns, should use obstacles to avoid it? Now I think I understand. Fatty Li seemed to have suddenly realized something. He looked at Yifan for a long time before saying, no wonder the principal said that you will become a powerful Beastmaster in the future. This set of theories is much easier to understand than those in the textbooks. It is a necessary ability for a strong person to change his or her cognition according to the environment and different situations so that it can correspond to the current situation. You must also adapt to this way of thinking in the future. Yifan answered, took a step and walked forward. After a day of hunting, by dusk, Yifan and his companions had captured a total of 15 beasts, most of which were around 6 stars in strength, with one each at 7, 8, and 9 stars, not including the bronze-level evil rhinoceros. Today's harvest is too big. On the way out, Fatty Li sighed. Next time I come, I will get at least 20 or 30 heads. Next time? Next time we won't focus on these black iron-level beasts. Yifan shook his head and stretched. Let's go and sell them. Leave 50 kilograms of bronze-level flesh and blood to buy some spiritual herbs and fruits. Train well in the next few days. It will be the 10th soon. We need to prepare to enter the secret realm. Okay. Fatty Li nodded and walked in front. Suddenly he thought of something. Hey Yifan, didn't you say you had something important to do today? What is it? It's already been done, Yifan replied. What? That purple snake? Yifan smiled and looked at Fatty Li and said, Fatty, you should be the first Beastmaster among the freshmen to have 2 beasts to control. Isn't this a big deal? Oh. Fatty Li nodded, then scratched his head somewhat unconfidently. Am I that awesome? Chapter 22, Entering the Secret Realm. One morning, in the beast taming space, Yifan activated the sacred technique and swallowed another mouthful of food. As he exhaled, he opened his eyes, and there was some golden light flashing in his eyes. In just a few days, several months have passed here. At this moment, his physique is far superior to others. It is no exaggeration to say that even a black iron 5-star beast can be killed by Yifan with his bare hands. Woof woof. On the side, the fire dog saw Yifan waking up and came up to him affectionately. Its progress was also significant. After eating 2 more fiery fruits and a lot of strengthening grass, its level had reached black iron 8 stars. At this moment, the school has only been open for less than 10 days outside, and such a progress can only be described as terrifying. Hurry up, and once you advance to bronze, we can do some big things. Yifan touched the fire dog's head and shifted his gaze to the land beside him. At this moment, the silver snake fruit, the fiery fruit, and the strong tendon grass have all grown. The scent of the spiritual fruit is everywhere, and the air seems to be much sweeter. And in the open space next to it, there was also a small sapling rising up. Looking at the sapling, Yifan's eyes were somewhat focused. That was the seedling of a mid-grade mortal white jade tree. When the white jade tree grows up, it can produce white jade fruit, which can significantly increase the growth rate of the beast. The white jade fruit is a rare, ripening fruit and is considered a very good spiritual fruit among mid-grade mortal fruits. Yifan used the 50,000 yuan reward from Pan Zhao to buy this. The growth cycle of this spiritual fruit is very long. Generally speaking, it matures once a year or so. It is already quite good that small saplings can emerge now. There are more and more things in my beast-controlling space. Yi Fan stretched, picked the spiritual fruits, gave some to the fire dog as usual, and put the rest into his pocket. Today is the day that Pan Zhao selects candidates to enter the secret realm. He has been in seclusion for a few days in order to gain greater rewards after entering the secret realm. After exiting the beast-taming space, Yi Fan knocked on Fatty Li's door, but as soon as he put his hand on the door, it opened by itself. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Fatty Li sitting at the table. In front of him was a large piece of roasted rhino meat. He was wearing a scarf and holding a knife and fork in his hands. The dormitory was filled with the aroma of barbecue. Yi Fan? Are you finally done with your retreat? Seeing Yi Fan appear, Fatty Li quickly stood up and went to get the knife and fork from the drawer next to him. Come here, the rhinoceros beef is freshly grilled. It's delicious. I don't need it. Yi Fan shook his head, looked at the fat man, and said with a smile. Fatty, you are about to live a noble life. Do you know what day it is today? What day? After hearing this, Fatty Li realized it belatedly and looked at the calendar beside him. When he saw the bright red words, Secret Realm Selection Day, on it, the fat man stood up with a bang. It's over. Teacher Pan said yesterday that we would gather at 9 o'clock today, and now it's already 8:55. Hurry to the playground to gather. Teacher Pan has been very upset with me recently. If I'm late again, he will punish me to death. Why haven't these two brats come yet? On the playground, Pan Zhao frowned as he looked at the team in front of him and saw that the familiar figures were missing. Of course, it was not only Pan Zhao who noticed that Yi Fan and Fatty Li were not there. In the back row, Deng Chang, who had been unable to find an opportunity to discuss Yi Fan, poked his head out. Teacher, can we start now? It's already 9 o'clock. Deng Chang said this with a smile on his face. He knew Pan Zhao's temper. Last time, 2 people were late for the weekly class, and he directly locked them out. This time, Yi Fan and the others were late, so they would probably be disqualified. I don't know. Do I need you to remind me? Pan Zhao replied with a curse. Or do you think I'm blind and can't see the watch? No, If you don't have anything, then shut up! Pan Zhao yelled angrily. Deng Chang retracted his head, his eyes full of confusion. What's going on? Yi Fan and the others are late, but Pan Zhao is angry. Click, click. Just at this moment, Yi Fan and Fatty Li arrived. There was still quite a distance from the dormitory to the playground, and Fatty Li was gasping for breath. Liu, didn't I tell you yesterday that the selection would start at 9 o'clock today? Pan Zhao's eyes automatically locked onto Fatty Li and he cursed on the spot. Are you a fish? Did you forget what I told you yesterday? Yes. Fatty Li didn't hear clearly, he just thought it was an admission of mistake and nodded repeatedly. At this moment, laughter broke out. Fatty Li looked up and looked at Pan Zhao, whose face turned green. He then realized that something was wrong. He opened his mouth and told Yi Fan the countermeasures he and Yi Fan had discussed on the way, and said quickly. Teacher Pan, Yi Fan wasn't feeling well, I was taking care of him and forgot about it. Hearing this, Pan Zhao's gaze shifted to Yi Fan. When he saw that the other party was full of energy, and didn't even breathe, his eyes changed. This kid seemed to have made great progress. You call this being unwell? Go back quickly. After looking at Fatty Li, Pan Zhao didn't say anything else. He cursed in a low voice and turned around. Yes. Fatty Li agreed repeatedly, pulled Yi Fan, and walked towards the back of the team. Coincidentally, he stood next to Deng Chang and his group. At this moment, Deng Chang looked at the fat man and moved to the side, looking cautious. Humph! Fatty Li was no longer afraid of Deng Chang at this time. However, looking at his reaction, he asked Yi Fan with some doubt. Deng Chang seems to be very afraid of us. Maybe he's not afraid of us, but he's really afraid of Teacher Pan Zhao. Yi Fan shook his head. Although Pan Zhao's words just now were obviously scolding the fat man, the scolding revealed that the relationship between the two sides was quite good. Deng Chang is not a fool, so he can naturally hear it. The rules for selecting the quota are very simple. Pan Zhao explained the rules in front. There are 10 positions around me. If you think you are qualified to enter, stand up. Everyone has one chance to challenge the person in this position. In the end, the people standing in these 10 positions can enter the secret realm this time. After hearing such a rule, everyone was silent. One person whispered, "Teacher, wouldn't it be easy for the person who goes up first to be beaten?" "Yes." Pan Zhao did not deny it and nodded. "I know what you want to say. You think it's unfair. I will give the first person who stands up a chance to challenge again. If he loses, he can challenge again." After these words were spoken, everyone felt that there was nothing wrong with it. "Yifan, should we go stand first or?" The fat man consulted Yifan. "Of course I'll stand first." Yifan replied, seeing Fatty Li's worry, and said, "Just release your 2 poisonous snakes later. These are freshmen who have not experienced much combat. We have killed more than 20 beasts in the Silver Moon Forest. Don't you have the confidence to win against them?" "That's right." Fatty Li nodded. So, when Pan Zhao announced the selection of seats, everyone was still hesitating, but Yifan and Fatty Li had already stood up. With Yifan taking the lead, all 10 seats were soon filled. In addition to Yifan and the fat man, Deng Chang occupied 1 seat and Ma Xiaoxue also occupied 1 seat. Most of the others were unknown to everyone. There are more than 50 people in the ordinary class. Minus 10 of them, the remaining 40 or so are now looking for their opponents. After a while, someone chose to challenge the champion, and the 2 sides began the beast taming showdown. Most of the beast tamers in the ordinary class were still at the Black Iron 1-star level, with some good ones reaching the 2-star level. Deng Chang and Ma Xiaoxue were both at the 3-star level. Fatty Li also followed Yifan's advice. First, he placed the fiery sun snake and the purple striped snake on the ground, one with 4 black iron stars and the other with 3 black iron stars. The bodies of the 2 snakes were buried in the grass with their heads standing upright, which was quite scary. This move caused many people to marvel at it, and almost immediately, the news that Fatty Li was able to tame 2 beasts spread. "Can that fat guy be so powerful?" In another part of the team, Deng Chang looked at Fatty Li, the 2-headed snake, and cursed him hatefully. "How about we go and cause trouble for him?" Deng Chang's henchman whispered. "With more than a dozen of us, we can still fight a round-robin battle." "Are you a fool? Instead of spending so much energy to deal with a fat guy, you might as well send more people into the secret realm." Deng Chang cursed, his eyes shifted to Yifan, and he trembled suddenly. "Or find Yifan. If I say you are stupid, then you really are stupid." Deng Chang slapped his follower. "Don't you know who Yifan is? A throat-locking maniac. Go fight him. Don't you want to control the beast anymore?" Chapter 23 Conflict. Hearing this, the follower who was slapped in the face stopped talking. Yifan went to the practice room for a few days, and someone recorded a video of him scoring 300 points. Later, the video went viral, and everyone knew that Yifan's favorite move was the chokehold. "No matter what beast you tame or what moves you have, in the end, I will lock your throat and kill you with one move." So some people gave Yifan the nickname of the throat-choking demon. Later, the nickname became more and more outrageous, and gradually evolved into that anyone who fought with Yifan's Beastmaster duel would be choked by Yifan's fire dog. Everyone is scared to death, so until now, Yifan has not released his beast, and there is no one in front of him to challenge him. Who dares to challenge? Others challenge to win or lose, but he challenges to life or death. He finally gets a beast to control, but if he gets strangled, he will be expelled from school. "I understand, Brother Chang." The follower who was slapped could only nod and said helplessly, "Are we going to let Yifan and that fat guy enter the secret realm so smoothly?" "Let them in," Deng Chang answered, his eyes turned cold. "It's not just the ordinary class that enters the secret realm. The students from the excellence class, the elite class, and the elite class all have to go in. Once we get in, when we meet up with my cousin, we'll have plenty of ways to deal with him." "So that's how it is." The henchman was ecstatic. "Then let's quickly take up a few more seats so that we can eat meat with Brother Chang later." "That's it," Deng Chang replied, his eyes shifting to Yifan beside him. He originally didn't want to provoke Yifan recently, but his cousin suddenly changed his mind and said that he would go into the secret realm to deal with this guy, which was exactly what Deng Chang wished. "Now that we have entered the secret realm, I will repay you for the last time and the last time." Looking at Yifan, Deng Chang said viciously. On the other side, Yifan naturally felt Deng Chang's gaze and snorted twice. He has already left his peers far behind now that he is fully familiar with the school. This time in the secret realm will be the time for him to completely consolidate the gap. Soon, a few hours later, the qualification to enter the secret realm was finally confirmed. Yifan, Fatty, and Deng Chang were the three people who received the least challenges. Ma Shushua lost once in the middle, but fought back in the end. Of the other 6 people, 4 were Deng Chang's followers, and the other 2 took advantage of the opportunity in the end. Looking at the final selection result, Pan Zhao was obviously dissatisfied. With his keen vision, he could naturally see that Deng Chang's dozen followers recommended each other. Among the 10 people, 5 were from Deng Chang's group. They are too young to form cliques and factions, and it is difficult for them to achieve anything great. Pan Zhao did not say much. He made his own judgment and announced the final list. This secret realm will last for 10 days. After entering the secret realm, no one except those who enter it is allowed to leave the school. Pan Zhao made some arrangements and took the 10 people towards the secret path behind the school. This time you enter the secret realm, you can explore anywhere within the time limit, but remember, you must return to the exit after 10 days. There will be special mentors in the secret realm to protect you, but they will not take action unless it is a life and death situation. Moreover, once they take action, it will declare your journey in the secret realm over. So in the secret realm, you must pay attention to your own safety, because the mentors may not be able to take action in time. Every year, many students die in the secret realm. On the way, Pan Zhao explained the rules of the secret realm to everyone. At the end, he suddenly thought of something and added, "The secret realm does not prohibit healthy competition between classmates, but it is forbidden to kill classmates' beasts. When fighting beasts, you must be careful about the severity of the situation." When saying this, Pan Zhao's eyes were fixed on Yifan. He was well aware of this kid's strength. He was at least one of the top 3 people who entered this time. The only bad thing was that this kid was too ruthless. Basically, any Beastmaster he encountered would die when he attacked. It's fine for wild beasts, but for classmates, if you wantonly kill other beasts, you will easily be accused of having bad intentions and be expelled. Yifan knew that Pan Zhao was talking about him, so he nodded, but didn't care much. He didn't want to fight with these young kids. As long as they didn't provoke him, he wouldn't choke them for no reason. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to the secret realm, a place like a teleportation portal. At this moment, people from other classes had already arrived, led by the teacher. When Pan Zhao arrived, everyone's attention was focused on this small group of people. Just as Pan Zhao said, there was no limit on the number of places in other classes. "Brother Pan is here." The teacher, who had a good relationship with Pan Zhao, smiled and greeted Pan Zhao, and then looked at Yifan. "This must be Yifan from Brother Pan's class. He is very young, but he is very strong." "Not bad," Pan Zhao said. Another teacher said, "With Yifan here, Pan's ordinary class will be able to get a lot of good things in the secret realm. I think maybe one time is worth twice what our class gets." Hearing this, Pan Zhao frowned and looked at the man. "Li Xiang, you think it's amazing that your class can go in twice a month, right?" "Brother Pan, what are you talking about?" "I just said that Brother Pan's students are amazing," Li Xiang replied, but his tone was a little sarcastic. Pan Zhao's face was gloomy, but he didn't continue talking. "Even as a student, I could feel the gunpowder in the air from a distance." Yifan also felt it clearly. Unlike his previous life, they also entered the secret realm, but no one said anything. After all, they were really being ignored. However, in this life, I suddenly appeared, and all of a sudden, the originally unclear relationship became clear. In addition to the ordinary classes, there are a total of 8 classes. The teachers of 4 classes do not get along with Pan Zhao, probably led by the hook-nosed guy in the Ingje class. In the other 4 classes, 2 have a good relationship with Pan Zhao, and 1 is a good guy who does not offend either side. The conflict between teachers. Yifan looked at these instructors in silence, while remembering the students in these classes in his heart. Outside, Pan Zhao helped him out, and when they entered the secret realm, he helped Pan Zhao out. "Okay, the secret realm has been opened. Now, each class can enter the secret realm in an orderly manner." At the entrance, 2 teachers said with serious faces, "We are the guardians of the secret realm this time, responsible for protecting the safety of the students. Go. Hearing this, Pan Zhao turned around and said to several people. Yifan nodded, took the fat man with him, and entered the secret realm first before everyone else. This action immediately made several people a little dissatisfied. When all the students entered and the guardians also entered the secret realm, Jiang Hong spoke first. Pan Zhao, Yifan from your class is really trying to save face for you. A student from an ordinary class is walking in front of the elite class? Is there any etiquette? Rules? Who made these rules? Who stipulated that people from the ordinary class can't enter the secret realm before the elite class? Pan Zhao was blunt and retorted. Your own students don't have long legs, and you blame my students for walking fast? Humph, there are no rules. Someone will teach him the rules one day. Jiang Hong snorted coldly and looked at Pan Zhao and said, Pan Zhao, you don't really think that a student from the ordinary class can beat the students from the elite class in the secret realm? Just because he ate 2 spiritual fruits and raised his level by 1 step, does that give you confidence? There are quite a few people in my class who can kill Black Iron 6-star Beastmasters, and Yifan from your class is not the only one who can afford spiritual fruits. If that's what you say, then let's wait and see. Hearing this, Pan Zhao snorted coldly. Don't I know your tricks? Forming cliques for personal gain and colluding with others to commit crimes. Your students should have learned all these things, right? You. Hearing this, Jiang Hong raised his hand, his momentum rising. Pan Zhao, do you think you will be invincible once you reach the golden 9 stars? I dare not say that I am invincible, but I feel it is easy to deal with people like you. Pan Zhao replied. Facing Jiang Hong, he did not give in at all, and his huge momentum rose. Those with bare feet are not afraid of those with shoes. What's more, I have Yifan and Liu in my hands. Together, they can kill Black Iron 9-star wild beast masters in the beast taming forest. How can I be suppressed by you? Chapter 24 Layout. Pan Zhao! These words angered Jiang Hong. He waved his hand and a gigantic silver moon wolf appeared beside him. Its silver fur sparkled in the sun like water. It let out a long howl and the surrounding air waves instantly rushed away. Gold 8 stars. Compared to last year, Jiang Hong's beast control also increased by 1 star. Humph! When Pan Zhao saw the silver moon wolf, the corner of his mouth curled up. It's just a wolf. Do you understand what the king of beasts means? Roar! The light condensed, and a roaring golden 9-star lion appeared beside Pan Zhao. He raised his head and let out a long roar. The power of the king of beasts instantly swept the entire audience. 1 gold and 1 silver, 1 lion and 1 wolf, the two were in opposition, and many mentors were panicked. Some people tried to pull Pan Zhao, and some people tried to pull Jiang Hong. Brother Pan, forget it, Jiang Hong was just joking, don't take it seriously. Brother Jiang, there's no need to make such a fuss. We are teachers, so don't fight at every turn. At this moment, the instructors were all trying to persuade them in a kind way. The 2 instructors of Pingqing High School were of comparable strength, and were both top masters. If they really started a fight here, others might not be able to stop them. The 2 men remained motionless, staring at each other. It was obvious that there was not only competition between the 2, but also personal vendetta. Ahem. And at this moment of stalemate, a slightly old cough was heard. Principal. Seeing the old man appear, several teachers breathed a sigh of relief. In Pingqing High School, the words of the old principal Pumi are the most effective. You 2 are just like your beasts. You want to fight whenever you see each other. Looking at the furious Pan Zhao and Jiang Hong, Pumi shook his head helplessly. I, Pan Zhao, sit upright and walk honestly. Unlike some people, who can do nothing but forming cliques and fighting among themselves, Pan Zhao replied. Pan Zhao, stop slandering me, Jiang Hong said coldly. You said I was forming a clique for personal gain. What evidence do you have? Do you still need evidence? Isn't everyone aware of what you, Jiang Hong, did? You farted. All right. Seeing that the 2 were about to swing their fists at each other's faces, Pumi once again spoke to mediate. Teachers, don't be so disrespectful to your dignity. Today is the day for them to enter the secret realm for trial. What are you guys arguing about? Let's take a step back. I'll give you a bonus. Whoever student gains the most in the secret realm this time, I'll give him an elite beast as a reward, and his teacher will get an extra 3 months' salary. How do you think? After these words were spoken, Pan Zhao and Jiang Hong's expressions looked much better, and they finally stopped arguing. Principal, how do you judge who gets more? Pan Zhao asked. Everything in the secret realm is valuable. We can just count it, and see whose things have the highest total value, Pumi replied. What if someone passes the contents of the waste bag off as something from the secret realm? Pan Zhao asked again, glancing at Jiang Hong. After all, students in our ordinary class are not as rich as some other students. You! Jiang Hong was angry again. Pumi quickly said. The things in the secret realm have unique marks. You can't impersonate them. That's more like it, Pan Zhao responded, and then stopped talking. On the side, Jiang Hong just snorted twice. Seeing that the two were still angry, Pumi shook his head helplessly. He knew the hatred between the two and there was no way to reconcile them. It would be best to minimize the conflicts as much as possible. Okay, let's wait and see the results in 10 days. There's no need to stand here now. Just go do what you need to do. After that, everyone left one after another. Pan Zhao and Jiang Hong stayed at the end. They looked at each other hatefully, and finally put away their beasts and left. The principal is here, so we have to give him face. In the mysterious realm, Fatty Lee was stunned when he looked at the surrounding environment. Isn't this the Silver Moon Forest we visited a few days ago? This is a secret realm built in imitation of the Silver Moon Forest, Yifan explained. After all, it is a man-made secret realm, so there must be a reference. So there are a lot of wild beasts and spiritual level treasures here? Fatty Lee said. Almost the same. Yifan nodded. You can think of this as a higher level Silver Moon Forest. The beasts here are stronger, and the things you can get are also better. Not only are there spiritual level treasures, but also breathing techniques and beast cubs. As he spoke, Yifan looked towards the depths of the forest. It's just different here. In the deepest part, there are no wild golden beasts, only one silver level one. I see. Fatty Lee nodded, then suddenly choked. Yifan, how do you know so much? I know more than this. Yifan smiled mysteriously. This secret realm could be said to be the place where he rose to prominence in the past. How could he not remember it clearly? Let's go, Fatty. Since this is a place that imitates the Silver Moon Forest, then this is our home ground. After saying this, Yifan strode forward. Upon hearing this, Fatty Lee looked at the familiar environment around him and smiled. At the same time, he silently released his two-headed snake. It is just as Yifan said, this place is their home court. At the same time, in another place in the secret realm, a group of people gathered together. It was Deng Chang who brought a few of his followers and met up with Deng Li. Cousin. Looking at Deng Li, who was also followed by 7 or 8 people, Deng Chang's eyes lit up with joy. He was indeed his cousin, with so many followers in the excellence class. Where did Yifan go? After taking a look at his cousin, Deng Li just spoke in a cold voice. That direction, we were all in the same place when we came in, Deng Chang said with some doubt. Didn't my cousin say a few days ago that he would not deal with Yifan anymore? Why did he suddenly? I said I couldn't deal with him, but I just felt that I was not careful at that time. Ma Dafei, that loser, was beaten up by others and was scared to death. He hides at home every day, Deng Li replied with a sneer on his face. Recently, I spent a lot of money to buy spiritual fruits to cultivate beasts. My golden armor beast is about to reach the black iron 7 stars. With my dragon armor talent, who can beat me below bronze? Black iron 7 stars. Deng Chang was a little surprised when he heard this level. So high. That's normal. Deng Li shook his head. Everyone who can enter the excellence class has an elite level Beastmaster. As long as you are willing to spend money, you can probably get into the bronze class. How much will it cost to upgrade to bronze? Deng Chang was a little shocked when he heard this. Although his family had some money, after spending tens of thousands, his beast tamer was only black iron 4 star. If he wanted to upgrade to bronze, he would probably go bankrupt. My cousin is really awesome. Deng Chang flattered Deng Li as he looked at him. With my cousin's help, Yifan will suffer a lot this time. Of course. Deng Li raised his head and narrowed his eyes. I don't want him to suffer. As soon as these words came out, the coldness in them made Deng Chang stunned. Then, he said cautiously, "Cousin, are you going to kill?" "Yes." Dengli nodded, his eyes cold. "When the time comes, just make some noise so that the guardian won't notice this side. It's normal for 2 people to die in a secret place." "I understand," Deng Chang replied, with some fear in his eyes, as if he didn't expect Dengli would want to kill Yi Fan. He couldn't help but tremble as he thought of something. "Idiot!" Dengli, who was standing aside, saw Deng Chang's performance, and just cursed in a low voice. He is not a person without vision. The reason he is dealing with Yi Fan is not just because of the last conflict, but more importantly, because of the look in Yi Fan's eyes when he saw him that day. It was the first time he encountered someone looking at him like that, and it was as if the person saw through him at a glance. This feeling made Deng Li very uncomfortable, even a little scared. He knew best what was behind him. If others knew and exposed it, it would be enough to kill him 100 times. If the dynasty is restored, the whole family will be implicated. He had to get rid of Yi Fan, so Deng Li spent a lot of money in the past few days to forcibly raise the level of beast control at this stage, when he didn't need to be so busy. He couldn't let someone who might know his true identity live, even if the probability of that person knowing was less than 1%. "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for looking at me that extra second that day." Looking into the depths of the jungle, Deng Li spoke, his tone full of sternness. Chapter 25 Guardian. At this moment, in a corner of the secret realm, accompanied by a loud bang, a black iron 9-star exquisite demon monkey fell in front of Yi Fan and the fat man. "Elite-level beast tamers are very difficult to deal with," Fatty Li said as he looked at the small and exquisite monkey in front of him, then sat down on the ground as if he was relieved. "This exquisite demon monkey is quite smart. Now Yi Fan and Fatty Li are quite powerful. Yi Fan commands the black iron 8-star fire dog as the main combat force, and Fatty Li's 2 poisonous snakes use the terrain in the forest, always waiting for an opportunity to release a deadly fang. With such combat power, he can actually fight against Beastmasters that are lower than bronze level. But even so, hunting this exquisite white monkey still put considerable pressure on the 2 men. It was more than twice as difficult as hunting the black iron 9-star beast in the Silver Moon Forest. There were even several times when the exquisite white monkey almost caught Fatty Li directly, and it was Yi Fan's heavy punch that saved the day. "Primates are much smarter than other beasts, and it is an elite beast." Yi Fan was bandaging the wound on his hand and said, "After all, they are the beasts closest to humans. Primates are not only of many types, but many of them have all kinds of strange abilities. This exquisite white monkey is relatively easy to deal with." "Is there a primate beast like the Lingming Stone Monkey?" Fatty Li asked, his eyes sparkling. "Since there are ancient species of mythical beasts, there should be Lingming Stone Monkeys as well, right?" "There is no Lingming Stone Monkey, but there is a Lingming Demon Monkey," Yi Fan answered, as if he had thought of something. His eyes were somewhat focused. "There is a Lingming Demon Monkey in the North Sea, who can speak human language, understand changes and know the truth, and has subdued hundreds of thousands of primates and beasts. He built a secret place in the North Sea, named Water Curtain Cave. Isn't this the clever stone monkey in our mythology?" Fatty Li was excited. "No, or rather, not completely. At least it doesn't have the golden hoop," Yi Fan explained, looking at Fatty Li and smiling. "If you can get into a university in Beihai in the future, you should know that the Lingming Demon Monkey is very powerful, one of the 10 great beasts in Beihai." "The top 10 beasts? Are there any dragon pythons?" the fat man asked after hearing this. "There is no dragon python. The remains of the dragon python are in Kyoto." Yi Fan shook his head. "In this case..." Hearing this, Fatty Li shrank his head. "Then I won't go to the university in Beihai. It's better not to go. The pressure over in Beihai is too great. It will be difficult for you to study there," Yi Fan replied, pushing away the corpse of the exquisite white monkey on the ground. On the ground, a gorgeous blood-charming flower was blooming. This was the reason why they spared no effort to hunt an exquisite white monkey. The blood-charm flower is a mid-level spiritual flower that can stimulate the blood and flesh potential of beasts, and make them grow rapidly in a short period of time. However, this growth is obviously different from that of the white jade fruit. It is targeted at the body of the Beastmaster. If you eat too much of this spiritual flower, the Beastmaster that originally did not grow big will grow very big. It can be said that it is a spiritual flower that is quite suitable for the Beastmaster that mainly relies on physical attacks. There are many good things in the secret realm. If you want to buy this kind of blood charm flower outside, you will have to spend a lot of money. Yifan dug up the blood charm flower with its rhizome as usual, picked the blood charm flower and handed it to Fatty Lee. Your fiery sun snake should be quite suitable. A larger body will have better defense and attack power. It is not a sensitive beast, so it is okay to eat it. Okay. Fatty Lee nodded and took the blood charm flower, but his eyes were a little wandering. After taking a look at the blood charm flower in his hand, Fatty Lee looked at Yifan, who was walking in front of him, and suddenly said, Yifan, what is the world outside Pingqing like? I've heard you say recently that it always feels very dangerous. The world outside. Hearing this, Yifan paused, but soon shook his head. It's very exciting. There are definitely dangers, but there are also countless opportunities. It's useless for you to know so much now. Just remember one thing. To become the strong man you imagine, you must go out. Oh. Fatty Lee nodded, not quite understanding. Then I must get into a good university and see the outside world. Yifan smiled and walked in front. His voice sounded leisurely. In fact, you don't necessarily have to take the college entrance examination to go out. There are also many non-governmental organizations that are willing to accept students from beast taming high school. These non-governmental organizations are of various kinds. Some of them believe in eradicating beasts, some restore the great glory of mankind, and some are composed of religious beliefs. There are all kinds of them. There are even those who protect the environment and pick up garbage in the North Sea. It's very interesting. Of course, there are also bad ones. Some evil sects harm others and themselves. You have to defend yourself. That kind of very strong Beastmaster who founded a school, that is, a sect, is also one of them. Of course, in addition to these, you can also go out and venture out as an individual. As long as you are strong enough, no one can do anything to you. The most important thing is strength. There are many mysteries in this world. Above the secret realm, there are two guardians of the secret realm, a man and a woman, each wearing a mask so their true appearance cannot be seen. They all have bird beasts, and their breathing techniques have been practiced to a high level, making them extremely powerful. At this moment, they were high in the sky, looking down at the students exploring the secret realm. Yifan from the ordinary class is indeed quite powerful. The first time he entered the secret realm, he was able to kill a secret realm beast of black iron 9 stars. According to this trend, he has a high chance of breaking through to the bronze level during this trip to the secret realm. The female guardian spoke. Although she was wearing a uniform, it couldn't hide her beautiful figure. There was a hint of smile on her face, and it was obvious that she felt good about Yifan's performance. I think his companion is pretty good. He's able to control 2 beasts at such a young age. His attainments and breathing techniques are obviously pretty good. The male guardian also spoke, but his eyes were fixed on the fat man. After all, breathing techniques are very important. If one can quickly cultivate breathing techniques to a high level, then even if his beast control skills are not good, he can still be considered a strong person on his own. After saying this, the male guardian was silent for a few seconds and then said, The quality of the freshmen at Pingqing High School this year is really good. Not only are there A-level beast taming talents that haven't been seen in decades, but the proportion of B-level students is also very high. There are even 2 unexpected surprises in the D-level class. In 3 years, maybe someone will be admitted to Kyoto University. Then Pingqing High School has finally gotten its due. The female guardian smiled. After so many years, there have been no talented people. The top management has paid less and less attention to Pingqing. At this rate, in a few years, maybe you and I will be called back. I have lived in Pingqing for more than 10 years. This place has become my home. How can it be easy to go back? The male guardian shook his head and was about to say something else, but his eyes were fixed on one place in the forest. Deng Li from the excellence class? What is he planning to do by gathering so many people together? After saying that, the female guardian also looked over there. After just a quick glance, her brows furrowed. It looks like they want to cause trouble for Yifan. I heard that they seem to have some conflicts before. This group of students, after entering the secret realm, do nothing but fight among themselves and learn faster than each other. The male guardian cursed. What a bunch of useless little bastards! How about I stop them? Seeing the male guardian getting angry, the female guardian said, Should I take some action to warn them? No need, let these little bastards go. The male guardian was obviously a little angry. Yi Fan is obviously experienced in hunting. In this kind of terrain, a group of young boys who have never traveled far are looking for trouble with him. What are they thinking? If something goes wrong during a duel in a secret realm, nothing will happen. I'll watch over it. The male guardian interrupted the female guardian. I want to see how a bunch of little bastards who only know how to fight among themselves are dealt with. Chapter 26. Unconventional Play. Fatty, get it. In the afternoon, deep in a very hidden bush, Yi Fan picked up 3 mushrooms that looked like the explosive mushroom but were red in color, and threw them to Fatty Lee. What is this? Fatty Lee scratched his head as he looked at the bright red mushroom in his hand. The violent mushroom is a low-grade elixir. Eating it can increase the Beastmaster's combat power for a short period of time, but the beast will then fall into a period of weakness for about an hour, Yi Fan said as he patted the dirt off his hands. What good stuff, Fatty Lee said, and put the violent mushrooms away. When he found that the big backpack he brought was almost full, a smile appeared on his face. Today is only the first day. Is our harvest so great? What kind of harvest is this? They are all middle and low-grade mortal stuff. We are still on the outskirts of the secret realm. If we can have bronze-level strength and break into the inner area, the things there will be better. Maybe we can even get some good beast tamers. Yi Fan answered. Looking at the full backpack of harvest, there was still a smile in his eyes. In his previous life, he was still active on the periphery until the end of the first semester of his senior year in high school. But in this life, on just the first day of entering the secret realm, his gains were more than what he had gained in a whole year in his previous life. Although such a horrific harvest was due to Yi Fan's experience in his previous life, it was more due to the importance of strength. Only when their actual combat ability is stronger, they can go deeper into the secret realm, get better things, and improve more. This is a positive relationship. If you are a 1-star black iron rank, you can only pick up junk in the outermost areas. It is possible that you will get nothing during your trip to the secret realm once a month. By the time your level is raised, the good things have already been distributed, and you will still only be able to pick up garbage. 1 step faster, every step faster. Only by always walking ahead of others can you have the greatest chance of getting all the good things. Divide the spiritual herbs and medicines we got today and give them to the Beastmasters to take a rest. Tomorrow, we will go deeper into the area. Yi Fan spoke and took down his backpack. On the other side, Fatty Lee also took off his backpack. 2 large bags of spiritual herbs and medicines were distributed in the most appropriate quantities by Yi Fan. Soon, with the consumption of spiritual herbs and medicines, Yi Fan's fire dog made another breakthrough and reached the black iron 9 stars. As for Fatty Lee's 2 beasts, the fiery sun snake was promoted to the black iron 5 stars because it ate an extra blood charm flower, and the other purple snake was promoted to the black iron 4 stars. Shit, this feels a bit unreal. Fatty Lee suddenly spoke up when he saw the 2 beasts in front of him that were obviously much stronger. At this stage, unless the students came from wealthy families, it would be impossible for their beast taming to reach the 4th or 5th star of black iron. However, he not only reached that level now, but also had 2 of them. Can I, a D-rank person, be so strong? Fatty, your old problem has come back again. Yi Fan's voice rang out from the side. Have you forgotten what I told you, to have a big picture? Oh, what a structure. Fatty Lee nodded, pondered for a moment, and then suddenly snorted coldly. Little black iron, how ridiculous. This scene made Yi Fan stunned, and then he smiled helplessly. Yi Fan, look at me, do I have the demeanor of a strong man? Fatty Lee frowned and lowered his voice. There are not many strong people, but there are more middle school people, Yi Fan said, standing up with his backpack on his back. Okay, let's find a safe place and set up the tent. Wait for me. Fatty Lee, who was still immersed in the performance, saw that Yi Fan had entered the jungle and hurriedly chased after him. Ding ding ding. Deep in the forest, there was the sound of hammering wooden stakes. Fatty Lee was making a tent, while Yi Fan got some mosquito-repellent grass, burned it into ashes, and scattered it around. After all, this is a forest, and the mosquitoes are not ordinary mosquitoes. Many of them can be called beastmen. Although their strength is no more than 1 star of black iron, a bite from such a mosquito will cause a big bump that will last for at least 4 or 5 days. Okay. At a certain moment, Fatty Lee put down the hammer in his hand, looked at the 2 square tents in front of him, and revealed a smug smile. Yifan, look, how is my tent set up? Let me see. Yifan turned his head and saw the fat man's masterpiece, and nodded. Not bad, Fatty, your ability to survive in the wild is gradually becoming more proficient. Oh. Fatty Lee scratched his head, clapped his hands and let out a breath. This tent is really good quality. It's worth $100. It's stable, good-looking, and easy to get in and out. Looking at the tent in front of him, Fatty Lee suddenly felt something was wrong. Hey, where's the door to my tent? Not far away, Yifan, who had just praised the fat man, also raised his eyebrows. Looking at the tent in front of him, Yifan was silent for a few seconds, and then slowly said, You wouldn't install the side with the door right at the top, would you? This. Fatty Lee scratched his head, looked at Yifan's eyes, and was about to explain when suddenly, a large group of people emerged from the jungle. Deng Cham? Seeing the leader of this group of people, Yifan's eyes instantly turned cold, and his body instantly sank. This was a subconscious defensive posture. At the side, Fatty Lee also reacted quickly and summoned his 2 beasts at the first opportunity. Finally I found you. Deng Li's voice rang out in the crowd. The next moment, he came to the front of the crowd, took a look at the fat man's 2 beasts, and said jokingly, Black iron 4 stars, black iron 5 stars, Fatty, you must have found something good in the secret realm. Fatty Lee shrank his head and was about to curse something when Yifan's voice rang out from the side. Deng Li, you came to me, are you sure you can avenge your cousin? Hearing this, Deng Li immediately looked at Yifan. When he saw that the other party's eyes were still the same as last time, he narrowed his eyes. Yifan, you should know why I came to see you, right? Guess. Yifan raised the corner of his mouth, still speaking calmly. If you want to fight, then fight. Last time you didn't fight back and beat your cousin, I didn't have the pleasure. Arrogant. Upon hearing this, Deng Li cursed angrily, and with a wave of his hand, a hedgehog-shaped beast covered in golden armor appeared in front of him. Beast Tamer, Dragon Armor! The light shone again, and the golden armor shell of the golden armored beast was strengthened again. Something like scales appeared. It was obvious that the defense power had increased to a much higher level. Dragon armor plus golden armor beast, this combination is suitable for someone like you who is afraid of death. Yifan replied without saying anything and whistled. Click, click. In the jungle, the patrolling fire dog pushed aside the weeds and jumped to Yifan's side. 9 black iron stars. Seeing the fire dog almost reaching Yifan's waist, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. How is that possible? Deng Li's face turned ugly as he looked at the fire dog. A few days ago, wasn't your fire dog only iron 4 star? Then you should say that a few days ago, my fire dog was only 1 star black iron. Yifan had a faint smile on his face. How come the genius of Class B was scared away by my fire dog? It's just black iron 9 stars, what's so arrogant about that? Deng Li lowered his voice and looked at the people behind him. I have 15 people here, can you stop them alone? No matter how many mobs there are, they are still just a mob. Yifan answered, raising his hand. Beast Taming, Ascension. As the light fell, the fire dog grew bigger again. Yifan took the first step and launched an attack 1 step ahead of Deng Li and the others. Fatty, do it! Upon hearing this, Fatty Lee agreed immediately. The 2 poisonous snakes instantly disappeared into the grass and headed towards the crowd. Clang! The fire dog raised its sharp claws and slammed heavily on the turtle shell of the golden armored beast, making a dull sound, but this attack did not seem to cause much damage to the golden armored beast. Humph! With my golden armored beast and dragon armor, no one can break its defense unless they are at the bronze level. Deng Li said coldly as he watched this scene, but the next moment, his pupils shrank dramatically. Yifan, you dare! Before he could finish his words, a fist hit him hard on the chest, knocking Deng Li back 7 or 8 steps, and he staggered and fell to the ground. Who told you that I must break the defense of your golden armor beast? Yifan's voice rang out, and Deng Li looked up in panic in the crowd, only to see Yifan flexing his fists with a cold look in his eyes. Today, I will teach you that a Beastmaster is more than just about taming beasts. Woof! The fire dog pounced into the crowd, and at the same time, Yi Fan's fist followed. Use the beast to fight him. Surround him, don't let him rush over. There's a snake. There's a snake. I was bitten by a snake. Fire dog. Stop the fire dog, he's going to bite me. In front of the crowd, the golden armored beast curled up in its turtle shell, heard the chaotic noises behind it, and stuck its head out of its turtle shell. It looked at Yi Fan and the fire dog who rushed into the crowd and killed everyone. For the first time, it looked at its heavy turtle shell with suspicion. Chapter 27 Beating. This Yi Fan is like an adult beating a child. In the sky, the female guardian looked at Yi Fan, who stood out from the crowd, and shook her head. This is the first time I see a Beastmaster fighting with fists. Did he practice martial arts since he was a child, preparing to become a martial artist or beast hunter? You didn't see the real situation. The male guardian shook his head immediately. His eyes locked on Yi Fan, and he let out a long breath. I said before that his companions had a higher attainment in breathing techniques, but I didn't expect that Yi Fan's attainment in breathing techniques is far above his companions. He is not practicing martial arts, but because of his attainments in breathing techniques, his physique is far superior to that of his peers. Breathing technique? Hearing this, the female guardian was a little surprised. How long has he only learned the breathing technique? How could it be that the breathing technique gave him such a strong physique? That 4-star black iron rattlewolf couldn't withstand a few of his punches. It's conceivable that if his breathing method is ordinary, it must have reached the 2nd level, or above. The male guardian shook his head. It should not be an ordinary breathing method. There must be a strong person in his family who taught him a rare breathing method, and he must have practiced it a long time ago. Is there a strong man in Pingqing? Of course, but most of them have retired from the front line and are enjoying their retirement at home. The male guardian spoke slowly, his eyes were a little deep. The surname is Yi, and he is still in Pingqing. Could it be that he is that? That person has no offspring, right? Upon hearing this, the female guardian lowered her voice and said, Don't talk too much about that person. He doesn't like people talking about him behind his back. Whether it is true or not, we need to pay more attention to Yi Fan. The male guardian shook his head. If it is really as I guessed, it is no wonder that Yi Fan is so strong at this time. What about those students? Should we go and take care of them? The female guardian spoke again, seeming a little worried. Don't let anyone get killed. That guy's attacks were moderate. If he really wanted to attack, Dang Li would probably be seriously injured by his first punch. The male guardian said, and after a little thought, he added, Those who were bitten by snakes may need help. As for Li Yu, Yi Fan asked him to attack just to do it, but he just let the snake bite people. His deep attainments and breathing techniques are wasted. There was wailing in the jungle at this moment. Some were bitten by snakes, some were beaten by Yi Fan, and some were bitten by fire dogs. Everyone had some scars on their bodies. The overwhelming battle was destined when Yi Fan passed the golden armored beast. They came to trouble Yi Fan because Yi Fan could not break the defense of the golden armored beast with the blessing of dragon armor, so they held it head-on and a group of people swarmed forward. But who would have known that Yi Fan didn't play by the rules? When he couldn't break the golden armored beast's defense, he just beat it up. The golden armored beast was so slow that it had no time to help them defend. A black iron 9-star fire dog plus Yi Fan, who was black iron 4-star, were like wolves among a flock of sheep. A group of children who had never experienced close combat had never seen such a situation. They were all beaten black and blue and begged for mercy. You were just clamoring to teach me a lesson, why are you silent now? Yi Fan walked among the crowd, strolling leisurely. Soon, he came to Dang Li, who was at the end of the team. At this moment, Dang Li was already stunned. He sat on the ground gasping for breath. He was hit by punches, dogs and snakes. He was probably the worst among those present. He had thought of many possible endings, and also thought that there might be accidents, but he had never thought that there would be such an unexpected thing. Didn't the Beastmaster rely on the beasts to do? Could he just swing his fists? Yi Fan, don't go too far. Looking at Yi Fan in front of him with a teasing look on his face, Dang Li still spoke stubbornly. As a Beastmaster, do you think it's glorious for you to win like this? You found 15 people to cause trouble for the two of us, And you asked me if I won dishonorably. Yifan was amused by this. He squatted down and looked directly at Deng Li and said, "It doesn't hurt to tell you. Don't think I don't know what you want to do. If I want to kill you, I can kill you at any time." "You dare?" Deng Li said. "You know that behind my back." The conversation soon fell silent, but Yifan raised the corner of his mouth, came to Deng Li's ear, and lowered his voice. "I know, but do you dare to say it out loud?" As soon as these words came out, Deng Li's pupils suddenly shrank violently. He looked at Yifan with eyes full of turbulent fear. He really knows. Things that cannot be seen in the light of day will never be seen in the light of day. Yifan snorted coldly, and without saying anything more, he clapped his hands and turned around. "Okay, you can go now." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people ran away, crawling. Deng Li stood there for a long time. Finally, he gritted his teeth, stood up, and ran away limping. "Yifan, just let them go like this." Fatty Li looked at the group of students who ran away and said worriedly, "What if they find someone else?" "No, several of them were bitten by snakes, including Deng Li. They can't run far. The guardians will probably have to send them out." Yifan replied, stretched his waist, and said meaningfully, "They are just a bunch of small shrimps. There is no point in making things difficult for them. It would be interesting to wait for the big fish behind the small shrimps to come out." "Small shrimp? Big fish?" Hearing this, Fatty Li was a little confused. "What is it?" "It's just fishing, a very simple principle," Yifan replied, clapping his hands. "Well, it's useless for you to know these things. Instead of asking me these, you might as well ask yourself where you are going to sleep tonight. We still have some time. How about we jump into the whole seesaw at night?" "Oh no." Hearing this, Fatty Li scratched his head a little embarrassedly. "I'll go and reinstall it right away." As he said that, Fatty Li turned around and swung his arms, obviously ready for a big fight. Behind him, Yifan looked at Fatty Li's back, his eyes somewhat frozen, as if he was thinking about something. He must have deliberately let Deng Li go. After all, without this small shrimp as bait, how could he know who the big fish behind the scenes was? Such an action is somewhat dangerous, but that's okay. Pan Zhao will basically protect them every day and follow them everywhere. The combat power of this gold 9-star devil mentor is still there. At this time, the fishing rod has been set up, the bait has been thrown out, and we are just waiting for the fish behind to take the bait. I just don't know how big the fish behind me can be. Thinking of something, Yifan's eyes became a little cold. I hope it's not an old acquaintance. Anyone bitten by a snake, come out with me. Just as Yifan expected, Deng Chang and others had not run far before the guardians appeared, but there was only one, the male guardian. Why? Someone in the crowd asked in confusion. What of the snakes that bit you was a purple snake, which is extremely poisonous and can kill a bronze-level beast. The guardian spoke coldly, his tone was icy. Do you think your physique is stronger than a bronze-level beast and can withstand this snake venom? Master Guardian, help us! Hearing this, everyone could no longer remain calm. The poison was taking effect at this moment, and some people's faces turned blue and purple. The guardian didn't say much, just counted the number of people one by one. When Deng Li was called, he suddenly asked, Taking us out, does that mean that our qualification to enter the secret realm this time has been cancelled? Of course. The guardian nodded. Hearing this, Deng Li's face darkened and he gritted his teeth. Although they were looking for Yifan that day, they also got a lot of good things. Obviously, if they could stay in the secret realm for 5 full days, they could get a lot of benefits. If you go out now, you will definitely be left far behind. Yifan. Deng Li lowered his voice. There was a hint of fear in the depths of his eyes, and at the same time, hatred also emerged. This Yifan must die. Master Guardian, we were bitten by Yifan and Li Yu, what about them? Deng Chang cursed at the side. They injured our classmates and used such heavy hands, shouldn't they be punished? Before you came in, didn't your teacher tell you that beast taming duels are allowed? Hearing this, the Guardian, who was already displeased with this group of people, snorted coldly and looked at Deng Chang, with a huge aura pressing down on him. Or do you think I was blind and couldn't see what you did in the forest? Chapter 28 Short-Legged Lizard. Yifan, are you up? Early the next morning, Fatty Li climbed out of the tent and stretched. Just as he said something, he saw Yi Fan punching in a strange posture. What kind of boxing is this? Fatty Lee was a little curious. A boxing method for keeping healthy. Yi Fan threw his last punch, retracted his fist, and let out a long breath. Then, he looked at Fatty Lee and smiled. Why, Fatty, do you want to learn? I won't learn the health-preserving boxing. Fatty Lee shook his head and took out a pile of dry food from the tent. Life is short, so let's live happily. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. It didn't matter if Fatty Lee didn't learn the Wanxiang Fa. It was only suitable for people with a calm mind, and the effect could only be seen after years and months. It didn't suit Fatty very well. Yi Fan, where are we going today? The fat man said vaguely while eating. Is it the same as yesterday? Looking for good stuff everywhere. Almost, but I'm going to be a little more radical today, Yi Fan said. Bronze level Beastmaster, are you interested? Qing bronze level? Hearing this, Fatty Lee choked and quickly said, Bronze level Beastmasters have already mastered the Beastmaster skills. Our Beastmasters are still at the iron level. Isn't it a bit too risky to hunt across borders? There are risks before there are rewards. A bronze level Beastmaster only has one skill. As long as you are familiar with its skill, that's it, Yi Fan answered, seeming very confident. Besides, the bronze level Beastmaster we are going to deal with today is not that strong. Its weakness is obvious. Well, that's no problem. Fatty Lee didn't hesitate for long. After all, when they first entered the beast taming forest and there were beasts, he and Yi Fan went 3 stars to hunt wild beasts. Now he has 2 beasts, and Yi Fan's beast has also reached the black iron 9 stars. Hunting a bronze beast shouldn't be a problem, right? What are those 2 guys planning to do now? Are they going to the territory of the bronze level Beastmasters? In the sky, Yi Fan and his companions had just packed up their tent and were about to leave when the female guardian noticed them. Let them go, young people. It's good to have some enthusiasm. We just need to be careful. The female guardian smiled and shook her head when she heard this. Yesterday they beat back a total of 11 students, 8 of whom were from the excellence class. If they leave, Li Xiang will probably be unhappy, right? Their current teacher is Pan Zhao. That barbarian has such a bad temper. Li Xiang dares to say anything unless Jiang Hong stands up for him. The male guardian shook his head. Speaking of teachers, he seemed to be somewhat interested. He looked at the female guardian and said, By the way, what is the grudge between Jiang Hong and Pan Zhao? Why have they been fighting each other since we came to Pingqing? More than 10 years have passed, and they are still fighting each other. It seems to be because of a girl from their past school days. Speaking of this topic, the female guardian also became interested and leaned over to say, They were both famous geniuses in Pingqing back then. It is said that they were like brothers and went to Beihai to study at the same university. It is said that there, both of them fell in love with a girl. But they were both good brothers, so it is impossible for them to become enemies because of a girl. They agreed to compete fairly, and later the girl seemed to be biased towards Pan Zhao. Later, it was said that during an academy mission, Jiang Hong happened to be assigned to go on a mission with that girl. However, it was just a very ordinary mission, but most of the group was killed or injured, and only a few survived. The girl also died in the secret realm. Pan Zhao went to investigate and seemed to have found something. When he confronted Jiang Hong, he never said anything. From then on, there was a rift between them, and later on, they gradually became enemies, and it was the same until they arrived in Pingqing. Did Jiang Hong kill that girl? Hearing this, the male guardian was a little unconvinced. Jiang Hong is a little stingy, but he became famous at a young age and has his own strong character. He wouldn't be so mean. I don't know the details. Some say that a beast tide broke out in the secret realm that year. Some say that people from the demon cult assassinated the top students of the academy. Others say that it was Jiang Hong who did it. Only the 2 of them know the truth. The female guardian shook her head. Anyway, that's it. The 2 of them have been rivals for many years. In the past few years, they were evenly matched. It wasn't until last year that Pan Zhao's trump card suddenly got a star upgrade when he had an accident, and that's when he beat Jiang Hong for the first time in the teacher competition. Then there may be more interesting things to watch in the future. The male guardian spoke, as if he had thought of something. The kid from the Ji family is now Jiang Hong's student, an A-level student that is hard to come by in decades. Pan Zhao has another Yi Fan, who seems to be the heir of some big family. In the 3 years of high school, these two people and their teachers will probably fight each other. There has to be a winner. The female guardian sighed helplessly. I just hope that these two little guys don't let their teachers' hatred lead to hatred between each other. We are all from Pingqing, so it's better for us to help each other. I don't think it's a big deal. As long as you don't kill people, it's healthy competition, the male guardian said, seemingly unconcerned. Then Pan Zhao and Jiang Hong retreated to a small city like Pingqing. Now, looking at the Beastmasters of the same age in the entire Beastmaster world, their strength is quite good. Maybe this is also the reason. They were both determined to bite each other to death. Before they completely killed each other, this was actually a terrifying motivation. Yifan, are we there yet? Walking in the forest, feeling the somewhat depressing atmosphere, Fatty Li lowered his voice. Are you sure this bronze-level beast is easy to deal with? Why do I feel so depressing here? Is it easy to deal with? Yifan said, and suddenly stopped. Ahead, a protruding tree root blocked the way, and the dense jungle suddenly became regular here, as if it had been trimmed. It's right here. Looking at this familiar scene, Yifan said softly, then picked up a stone on the ground and threw it behind the tree roots. Click. The stone drew a parabola, passed over the tree roots, and fell behind, and then there was no sound. This scene made Fatty Li feel a little weird. He looked at Yifan and opened his mouth. Yifan, this is not. Roar! Before the voice fell, a giant beast that was 3 meters tall rushed out from behind the tree roots, roaring and instantly making the surrounding weeds fall down. Fuck, 3-star bronze lizard! Seeing the beast charging out, Fatty Li was immediately scared and looked at Yifan. Yifan, is this what you call not strong? Not really. At least, my IQ isn't that high. Yifan replied, his mouth curled up, and then he turned around. Now, Fatty, run! As soon as the voice fell, Yifan had already started walking. Fatty Li was even more eager to grow 8 legs so that he could take bigger steps. Boom, boom. Deep in the beast-taming forest, a short-legged lizard was chasing 2 people. Along the way, the 2 used the terrain to dodge, while the short-legged lizard made full use of the destructive power brought by its size and directly crashed into any obstacles it encountered. Yifan, how do we deal with this short-legged lizard? After being nearly bitten by the short-legged lizard, Fatty Li used all his strength to speed up again, and at the same time, he shouted at Yifan. If I keep running like this, I'm going to be killed by it. Don't be in a hurry! Yifan's voice came. The long period of fast running made him gasp for breath. Then, he bent down and picked up a big stone. Suddenly, he braked suddenly and threw the big stone into the rainforest in front. Roar! Another roar was heard, and the next moment, a silverback gorilla opened its bloody mouth and rushed out of the rainforest. Another one! The fat man's eyes were about to pop out. Yifan, what on earth are you doing? Before he finished speaking, Yifan grabbed the fat man and fell backwards. The 2 of them rolled backwards and rolled into the ditch nearby. Shh! Looking at the fat man's horrified eyes, Yifan made a gesture to keep quiet, and then stretched out his fingers. 1, 2, 3. Boom! Before he could say a word, he heard the sound of 2 giant beasts colliding from behind, followed by a roar. Done! Hearing this voice, Yifan also breathed a sigh of relief, and his whole body relaxed. Looking at the frightened Fatty Li across from him, Yifan smiled and said, You can stick your head out and take a look. Fatty Li carefully stuck his head out of the ditch. At this moment, the short-legged lizard and the silverback gorilla were already wrestling with each other. It looked as if the other person was the murderer of his father. Fuck! They just started fighting like that. Didn't they realize that you were the one provoking them? This is the weakness of the short-legged lizard I mentioned. It's too stupid. Yifan raised the corner of his mouth. As for the silverback gorilla, it has a strong sense of territory. They are not very harmonious when their territory is close. The short-legged lizard rushed straight into its territory. It would be strange if they didn't fight like this. So, now we are just waiting for them to both suffer losses? Fatty Li seemed to come to his senses and asked quickly. They won't be able to fight to any end. At most one side will be injured and retreat. Yifan shook his head. Even if they are injured, it will be difficult to deal with the elite level of bronze 3 stars. So they are not our target? Fatty Li asked. Of course not. Yifan smiled, then patted the dirt on the ground and stood up. Now, let's go to the lair of the short-legged lizard. Lure the tiger away from its mountain. Steal its home. Chapter 29, Degenerate Fruit. Fuck, Yifan, you are really so bold! In the lair of the short-legged lizard, watching Yifan reaching out to take the golden fruit on the rock wall next to him, Fatty Lee sighed and asked curiously. What on earth is that thing? Is it worth taking such a big risk? It's worth it, and very worth it. Yifan nodded, and carefully put all 4 fruits into his arms. This fruit is called the inferior transformation fruit. It can improve the blood of a beast with inferior blood, and even promote it to elite blood. A beast with elite blood can quickly improve its strength level after eating it. That short-legged violent lizard was originally just an ordinary, low-grade reptile lizard. It was only because of the existence of this inferior fruit that it gradually became the elite bronze beast it is today. We are still here early. In a year or 2, this short-legged violent lizard will probably become a silver-level beast. Such a precious fruit? Hearing this, Fatty Lee was shocked and his eyes widened. This must be spiritual level, right? The best among the ordinary ones, not even the spiritual ones. Yifan shook his head. It's mainly for fruits of inferior grades. It's precious only for students like us who have a low starting point. After saying this, Yifan put away the last inferior fruit, looked at the vines on the rock wall and the few unripe fruits, and was a little hesitant. But after hesitating for a few seconds, he gritted his teeth. Retreat, and come back to get this vine next time. Having said that, Yifan quickly retreated outside, and Fatty Lee followed closely. Not long after the 2 of them left, the short-legged lizard returned and entered the nest covered in injuries. Apparently it hadn't beaten the silverback gorilla. Roar! When he found out that the inferior fruit he was guarding had disappeared, a roar suddenly resounded throughout the periphery of the secret forest. Luckily we ran fast. If we had waited a few more minutes, we would have been caught red-handed. Fatty Lee looked back at the jungle in the distance, and let out a long breath. But then he became a little excited. Where's the inferior fruit? Show it to me again. Here. Yifan also smiled at this moment, and opened his backpack. There were a total of 6 golden fruits. It smells so good. Fatty Lee sniffed it, and suddenly his stomach growled. Then he scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Can people eat this fruit? They are for the beasts, so people should not eat them. Yifan replied, splitting the fruit in half. Fatty, these are your 3. Take them. It's best to give them to a beast first. That way, the chances of upgrading to elite level will be higher. This? Fatty Lee hesitated. He knew the preciousness of the fruit in front of him, but he still looked at Yifan and said, I didn't do anything. You can give it to the fire dog first. After all, it is the main force, so it would be better to improve it first. No, 3 fruits are enough. Hearing this, Yifan smiled, and then added, Don't use the fruits blindly, it's best to think about the future direction of your beast control. For example, your fiery sun snake, as I said before, is mainly responsible for defense, so you should feed it more spiritual herbs and fruits that can increase its weight and size. In this way, after you use the degenerate fruit, its bloodline will also improve in this direction. The bloodline of the beast is selectively improved. Generally, it will be improved in the direction of its own advantages. You can think of it as a kind of evolution. I understand. Fatty Lee nodded and put away the fruit, his expression still revealing his excitement. The improvement brought about by the enhancement of the bloodline of a low-grade beast is substantial. Both the potential and the performance in all aspects will undergo a qualitative change. On the side, Yifan watched Fatty Lee's performance with a smile in his eyes, and also looked at the fruit in his hand. This was the beginning of his rise to fame. By chance, he discovered the conflict between the short-legged lizard and the silverback gorilla and obtained the inferior fruit. An elite-grade beast tamer can be considered a big improvement, but it is not a big improvement either. However, sometimes, such an improvement can open a door for you. The door to the strong. The future is becoming more and more interesting. After putting away the inferior fruit, Yifan said with emotion. I think so too. Fatty Lee also spoke up and scratched his head. I suddenly remembered that when my dad sent me here a few days ago when school started, he told me that if I couldn't continue studying, I could go back and learn how to butcher pigs from him, and it could be a skill. Uncle Lee's words are really too honest. Hearing this, Yifan laughed dumbly and shook his head. My dad didn't say anything when he sent me here. He just told me to study hard and try to get into a good university. But my mom cried over the phone and told me a lot of things. As he spoke, Yifan's eyes flickered a little, and the voices and faces of his parents emerged in his mind. They were just an ordinary family. They opened an ordinary restaurant, and worked diligently for many years. If there had not been the beast tied later, he, who had reached the top in his previous life, would have been able to let them live a very good life. Thinking of this, Yifan let out a sigh and a smile appeared on his face. It's so nice to be back to the time when they were still here. When the secret realm is over, let's go home and take a look together. Thinking of something, Yifan looked at Fatty Lee standing beside him. Okay. Hearing this, Fatty Lee nodded. If my father knew that I could control two beasts at the same time after just 10 days of school, he would probably go to burn incense for me. Hearing this, Yifan smiled and said, Then you should ask Uncle Lee to prepare more incense. There may be a lot to burn in the future. Brother Jiang, look at Yifan, he is simply inhumane. In the office, the resentful Li Xiang really went to find Jiang Hong just as the guardian said. He and Li Yu, the two of them, sent 8 people out of our class. There were only 32 people in the excellence class in total. Deng Li was also sent out by him. Isn't this ruining the future of our students? We can gain so much from the secret realm at once. With his disturbance, our class's performance will be much worse in the future. I think Pan Zhao must give an explanation. What does it mean that he didn't even say sorry for such a huge loss? Does he care about the future of other students just because he has Yifan? Sitting in his seat, Jiang Hong listened to Li Xiang's complaints, but his expression was somewhat unhappy. I heard about Deng Li's matter. The guardian replied that they gathered together to provoke Yifan, and 15 of them were beaten by 2 people. He took the initiative to provoke others and was not as skilled as them. What else can I say? Brother Jiang. Hearing this, Li Xiang's face froze, and then his tone softened. Brother Jiang, I'm also worried that Yifan will become lawless if he continues like this. Let him do whatever he wants. Jiang Hong shook his head. He only has a D-level talent for beast control. I don't believe he can achieve much. To become a dragon, one must have dragon blood. It's wishful thinking for a lizard to ascend to heaven. But I heard that Yifan's fire dog has reached the 9th star of black iron. Li Xiang replied, and said with some concern. This time in the secret realm, maybe he can directly enter the bronze level. So what if he's bronze? Faster than a moment doesn't necessarily mean faster than a lifetime. I just spent money to buy some spiritual fruits. Jiang Hong still shook his head. Jia will be back on the 1st of next month. With his family background, he will also be bronze level by then. No matter how powerful Yifan is, he can suppress the A level that Pingqing hasn't produced for decades. You and I both know the gap between D level and A level. Don't forget, this kind of Weimong's secret realm is just a benefit for some colleges. What's really important is the freshman's secret realm in 3 months. 3 months is not enough time for those like Deng Li in your class to catch up. These 2 questions made Li Xiang silent for a while. After a while, he smiled awkwardly and said, Brother Jiang is the one who has a broad mind. I am the one who is impatient. Don't always think about suppressing Pan Zhao over these trivial matters. Jiang Hong shook his head, and then his eyes showed a deep look. I know him too well. I have to suppress him and make him submit. Chapter 30 Hellhound. At night, Yifan entered the tent, and quietly entered his beast-taming space. After transplanting some of the herbal rhizomes into the soil, Yifan looked at the fire dog wagging its tail beside him, took out the inferior fruit, and looked thoughtful. After successfully obtaining the inferior mutation fruit, he can start to let the fire dog move towards a more advanced bloodline. Before that, he has also made sufficient preparations by feeding the fire dog with the blazing fire fruit to lay the foundation and ensure that the fire dog's evolutionary direction will not go wrong. Fire dog, come here. Yifan waved to the fire dog and placed the inferior fruit in front of the fire dog. The moment the fire dogs saw the inferior fruit, their eyes widened. Obviously, this fruit that could enhance bloodline had a natural attraction to them. Woof woof! The fire dog let out an excited voice, and then it seemed to be circling around the inferior fruit anxiously, but it never took a bite. It is waiting for Yifan's permission. Yifan had a smile in his eyes. He squatted down and patted the fire dog's head. Eat. It's time for us to become stronger. Wong. The fire dog responded with a sound and quickly ate the 3 mutant fruits in front of it. After eating the 3rd pill, the fire dog's body suddenly lit up with light, covering and enveloping the fire dog. This is the light of evolution, representing that the fire dog's bloodline is about to receive a leap forward. On the side, Yifan saw this scene, nodded, sat down cross-legged, and began to practice the method of becoming a saint. The improvement of the sainthood method is also huge. Yifan's skills are not weak to begin with, and with his strong physique, the average black iron 4 or 5-star can't withstand a few of his punches. Of course, the magical uses of the sainthood method are not limited to these. When his breathing method reaches a higher level, his physique will break through a bottleneck. At that time, he will be able to use some magical methods. The Beastmaster himself should never be the point of breakthrough. Call. After swallowing it all in one gulp, Yifan exhaled slowly. When he raised his eyes again, the light on the fire dog had slowly faded. After waiting for some time, the fire dog showed a new look. Its body suddenly grew much larger and came to Yifan's chest. Its hair turned into a slightly dark red color, and there was a flame mark on its forehead. Between its feet, some floating flames appeared. Hellhound. Looking at the new look of the fire dog, Yifan's eyes lit up. It is indeed a hellhound, one of the very few elite beastmasters that can control fire. Wong! The hellhound made a sound, and still came to Yifan happily, sticking out its tongue to lick Yifan's palm. This is a friendly behavior of the canine beastmaster. Having just become a hellhound, it is leaving its new scent. You're great. Yifan touched the hellhound's forehead and felt a comfortable warmth in his hand. I have to give you a name, otherwise if you evolve again in the future, I will have to change my name again. With a smile on his face, Yifan looked at the hellhound in front of him, thought for a few seconds, and then said, You evolved from a fire dog, so I will call you Shihua, how about it? Prosperous. The hellhound replied and rubbed Yifan's palm. Then I'll call you Shihua. Yifan nodded and stood up. Come on, show us your new ability. Can you breathe fire? Wang? Upon hearing Yifan's question, a hint of doubt appeared in the hellhound's eyes. It seemed to think for a while before opening its mouth tentatively. The sound rang out and quickly subsided, and a flame appeared in the open mouth of the hellhound, but it did not last and turned into black smoke in an instant. Wang! The hellhound made a soft cry, seemed to feel a little embarrassed, and opened its mouth again. This time no flame appeared, only a wisp of black smoke floated out. It's okay. You are only at the iron level now. It's normal that you can't use fire. Yifan touched the head of the hellhound. When you reach the bronze level, you should be able to awaken the first skill that uses fire. After awakening the skill, it will be much easier to control fire. Wang! The hellhound barked and rubbed Yifan with its head. In the future, when you are in the beast taming space, you can eat the fiery fruit when it is ripe. Yifan said with a smile on his face. That thing is specially planted for you. It can enhance your ability to control fire. Don't touch the others. I will select the appropriate number for you. Prosperous? Hearing this, the hellhound looked at the patch of spiritual herbs and fruits, trotted to the spiritual plant of the fiery fruit, and nodded towards Yifan. What he meant was, he was asking Yifan, is this the thing? Yes. Yifan nodded, and the hellhound grinned and jumped happily on the spot. This little fire. Yifan smiled when he saw this scene. I have to say, as a beastmaster, seeing the beasts happy makes me feel very gratified. How can I describe this feeling? It's probably the same feeling I had when my dad bought you candy as a child and saw you holding up a $2 lollipop in your little fleshy hand and smiling happily. Fuck Yifan, has your fire dog grown so big? In the morning, as soon as he walked out of the tent, Fatty Lee looked at the hellhound that was as tall as Yifan's chest and exclaimed in amazement. It's a hellhound now. I named it Xiahua. Yifan replied with a smile. He glanced at Fatty Lee and said, Fatty, how is your beast? The inferior fruit was eaten by the beast. To the fiery sun snake. Fatty Lee replied, patting his head. By the way, Yifan, can you help me see what my fiery sun snake should be called now? As he spoke, Fatty Lee summoned the fiery sun snake. At this moment, the fiery sun snake had also changed its appearance. Its body size was at least a lot larger, and its color had turned black with some yellow cauliflower-like patterns. Black flame snake. Seeing this snake, Yifan nodded. This kind of evolution is not bad. It retains the characteristics of the fiery sun snake. Although its toxicity is much less, the upper limit of its size has been opened. It can grow to a very large size. It is not inferior to ordinary python-like beasts of the same grade. Black flame snake. Upon hearing this, Fatty scratched his head. I thought the evolution direction of the fiery sun snake was the python. The evolutionary direction of the fiery sun snake is mostly not to evolve into pythons. Yifan shook his head. Don't they say that a snake grows into a python, and a python grows into a dragon? Fatty said weakly. I know you mean that for a jiao to transform into a dragon, it needs that kind of blood, Yifan answered, explaining. The blood source of a beast is quite complicated. There are examples like what you said. For example, the descendants of those ancient species have evolved from generation to generation. It is also possible that there are very special snake beasts. They are very weak at the beginning, but they have the blood of dragon species. If the environment is right, they can evolve and even develop into dragons. But that beast must be different from other beasts. Even if they are the same beast, there must be obvious differences. What's the difference? Hearing this, Fatty became interested. Does it have horns on its head, or a strange tail? Your kind has already manifested the bloodline characteristics of the ancient species. Yifan shook his head. The ancient dragon species has a very obvious characteristic, dragon pupils. Dragon pupil? The eyes are just very big, with the pupils taking up a large part of the eyes. When the eyes move, golden light flows. Yifan explained. There are many dragon species, but not all of them can become very strong. You don't have to worry about it. The eyes are very big, and the pupils take up a large part of them. Fatty obviously didn't hear this sentence, but only heard the first half of it. He read it, and then, as if he thought of something, he looked at Yifan and asked doubtfully. Yifan, can humans have the blood of the dragon species? Yes, Yifan replied. But those people usually have ancestors who have first-generation Beastmasters who killed dragon descendants. Can you have this bloodline by killing the descendants of dragons? No, dragon blood is extremely poisonous. Only those who bathe in dragon blood and remain immortal will have this trait and pass it on, Yifan said casually. Now I heard that there are only 2 families with this bloodline, and as the bloodline is inherited, the number of people with dragon pupils has become fewer and fewer. Is that so? Hearing this, Fatty pondered, then looked at Yifan and whispered. Well, during the vacation after graduating from junior high school, your cousin came to play with you. His eyes seemed to be the dragon pupils you mentioned. Chapter 31 Little Badger. My cousin? Hearing this, Yifan showed a puzzled expression. Which cousin? It's the one who lives in the village in the city. His name is Yi. Fatty scratched his head. I forgot his name, but his eyes are like this. They are very big, mostly with pupils. When he yawns, there is the golden light you mentioned. I even asked you at that time if your cousin had any problem with his eyes. Village in the city. Upon hearing this, Yifan frowned. He had very few memories about his relatives. Ever since the beast tide in Pingqing broke out and his parents died, Yifan went out to explore the world and rarely came back. 100 years had passed, and he had basically no memories of these cousins. Does he have a cousin with dragon pupils? In the previous life, there was one family in Kyoto and one in Beihai, but I have never heard of any family with the surname Yi. After thinking for a while with a frown, Yifan finally shook his head. Those with dragon pupils are extraordinary. If his cousin really had this bloodline, he would definitely have an impression of it. Forget it, those things have nothing to do with us. Even if they are, they have nothing to do with us, Yifan said. The dragon species is just one of the ancient species. Just know about it. If you encounter it, pay attention to it. If you don't encounter it, forget it. Let's go. Today is the 3rd day. We should hurry up and find some good stuff so that we can improve our beast control level before leaving the secret realm. As he spoke, Yifan walked in front, with the hellhound following him, wagging its dark red tail, looking quite imposing. The improvement brought by the bloodline quality of the 2 beasts was quite huge. On the 3rd day, Yifan and Fatty Li were hunting near the inner area of the forest. They killed a lot of 8-star and 9-star wild beasts, and even killed a bronze level 1. At this rate, we'll be able to hunt closer to the core area next time we come in. As night fell, Fatty Li started a fire and roasted a piece of rhino meat while stretching. At this time, no one from the hero class should dare to come here. We have suppressed them. It's okay. After all, we are just starting out now. The competition will become more and more intense later on. Yifan tore off a piece of roasted meat. Freshmen enjoy the best benefits. Even the teaching areas are separated. After the first half of the semester, seniors will be with us. Some of them are disgusting. If he's disgusting, just beat him up, Fatty Li said. People who bully the weak are the most hateful. Beat him if you can, but there are some good talents in the senior class, especially in the 3rd year. One of them is said to have entered the silver 9 stars. His family and school are preparing resources for him to see if he can reach the gold level before the college entrance examination. Yifan answered, and seemed to have thought of something, and added, that person should be the cousin of Deng Chang's cousin. He really has a cousin of his cousin? The fat man was stunned when he heard this. Of course, otherwise why would I say to ask his cousin's cousin to come? Yifan replied, curling his lips indifferently. It's just that his last name is not Deng, so he may not stand up for someone like Deng Chang. Deng Chang is too stupid and has no brains. His cousin's cousin is not a fool, so why should he stand up for him? That's okay, that's okay. Silver 9 stars, that's really a bit outrageous. Fatty Li responded in a low voice. Hearing this, Yifan smiled, did not continue speaking, and tore off another piece of barbecue and started eating. I have to say, after being with Fatty Li, perhaps due to his influence, he became more talkative and less arrogant than in his previous life. But it's not bad this way. After all, I've lived a new life. The main thing is to make up for the regrets of my previous life and live every day well. Hey Yifan, you said that I will have a dragon python in the future. While eating barbecue, Fatty Li raised his hand and was about to say something about his lofty ideals, when suddenly, a rustling sound came from the jungle nearby. Then, a small creature that looked like a honey badger came out. Its forehead seemed to be covered with white ash, and it looked like a lost little beast. It walked out and was stunned for a moment when it saw Yifan, Fatty Li, and the hellhound and 2-headed snake beside the fire. But then, as if it felt a little cold, it came to a place not far from the fire and squatted down. What kind of beast is this? It looks really unique. Fatty Li made a sound while looking at the little thing. Just as he was about to reach out to touch it, Yifan's voice rang out. Don't touch it, Fatty! The voice was a little hurried, and Fatty Li was so scared that his hand trembled, and he pulled it back. What's wrong? Fatty Li asked in confusion as he looked at Yifan with a frown on his face. Shh! Yifan made a gesture for silence, looked at the honey badger-like beast, and raised his hand. The little guy also saw Yifan's actions, snorted, stretched out his 2 paws, and started rubbing them in front of the fire. After roasting the fire for a while, the little guy's eyes moved to the grill in front of Yifan, on which there was a large piece of rhino meat. Do you want to eat this? Noticing the little guy's gaze, Yifan made a sound and gestured at the same time. Chirp! The little guy made a sound and nodded in a human-like manner. Yifan didn't say much, cut off a piece of barbecue and threw it to it. The little guy looked at the barbecue thrown to him with extreme caution. He stretched out his nose to sniff it, and then grabbed it and ate it with confidence. For such a small creature, it ate barbecue at an astonishing speed. In less than a moment, it finished a piece of barbecue. Seeing this, Yifan cut off another piece and threw it over. This was repeated until most of the piece of evil rhino meat was eaten. Then the little guy patted his stomach and stopped picking up the barbecue that Yifan threw to him. Chirp! Standing up, the little guy made a sound towards Yifan, as if to express his gratitude, then he followed the same path he came from into the jungle and soon disappeared. Call! Until this time, Fatty Li, who had been silent, let out a long breath, looked at Yifan opposite him, and spoke a word. Fuck, it's so small, how can it eat so much? It's almost eaten all the meat? It just looks small, Yifan replied, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the fat man and suddenly said, Fatty, do you know how strong that little thing was just now? How many? Bronze 1 star. Yifan replied, picked up a piece of meat in front of him and stuffed it into his mouth. Bronze 1 star, that's easy to deal with, why are you so nervous? Upon hearing this level, Fatty Lee spoke in confusion. Other Bronze 1 star beasts are easy to deal with, but this little guy is difficult. Yifan shook his head. It's called Little Badger. There is no other beast of its kind. It is the only one of its kind in the species. Its bloodlines range from low grade to elite level. The one just now was an elite level one. It's a little special, Fatty Lee replied. But it's so small, it shouldn't be that powerful. No, quite the opposite, Yifan replied. This beast is extremely difficult to deal with. It is naturally resistant to poison. Its leather armor is impervious to water and fire, and is extremely hard. In addition, it is small and agile. To kill it in the same level, it is impossible unless you have absolute power to crush it. At this point, Yifan looked at the fat man and smiled helplessly. The most important thing is that this kind of beast is very vengeful. Holding a grudge? Fatty Lee was stunned when he heard this. How much of a grudge do you hold? Just because you touched its head just now, it can chase you for 3 days, Yifan replied. This beast is called the Jungle Bully. Once a conflict occurs, it will keep fighting with its enemy until its enemy escapes to a place where it can't catch up or dies. Think about it carefully. If we really get into a conflict with such a difficult little bronze badger, can we still stay in this secret realm? Fuck, that's so exaggerated. Upon hearing this, Fatty Lee took a breath, looked at his hand, and quickly slapped it. This thing, unless you can crush it if you encounter it, it's best to provide it with good food and drink, Yifan said with a smile as he watched the fat man's actions. Absolutely, my brother Badger, you have to give me some face, Fatty Lee said hurriedly, and then he thought of something. Yifan, you said that little badger is so powerful, wouldn't it be great to use it as a beast? They are powerful, but this type of beast tamer has a strong sense of resistance. It is basically impossible for a beast tamer of the same level to gain their recognition. Yifan was helpless. If a contract fails, then you have to be prepared to be chased and bitten by this little badger for dozens of kilometers. Chapter 32 Wang Lingxi. This is too powerful. Fatty Lee was surprised. This beast is so unique. There are many unique beasts, Yifan said with a smile. I know of a parrot-like beast that is proficient in human language and can imitate the voice of every person it has seen. Even the closest people to the original owner can't tell them apart through a screen. There is also a monkey-like beast called the monk-faced Buddha monkey. It has a red face, wears clothes and Buddhist beads, and is no different from the monks in the temple. There are all kinds of creatures, all kinds of things, very interesting. Indeed, it's interesting just to hear you say it. Fatty Lee was a little envious. Yifan, how do you know so much about beast control? Did you learn all this theory in junior high school? Not really, it's mostly what I've seen and heard, Yifan replied. As long as you're interested, there are naturally ways to learn about it. That's right. Fatty Lee nodded and was about to say something when suddenly, the roar of beasts came from deep in the jungle, mixed with the sound of a little badger. What's going on? Fatty Lee raised his head and looked intently. At the end of his sight, the little badger was roaring face to face with the bronze 2-star silver gray wolf. A strange scene appeared. The little badger seemed very angry. It raised its head and kept making shrill screams at the silver gray wolf. The silver gray wolf was in a defensive posture, but its body was retreating. There was an obvious bite mark on its leg. Just as Yifan said, ordinary beasts of the same level could not do anything to the little badger. The silver gray wolf's attacks missed several times, and it was bitten by the badger and roared in anger. After a short stalemate, it fled with its tail between its legs. The little badger followed closely behind. Despite its small body, it was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the two beasts rushed into the jungle on the other side. That little badger is really ferocious. It's chasing a beast that's much bigger than itself, and the other beast is actually afraid of it. After watching the whole process, Fatty Lee sighed. What can we do if we can't defeat it? The silver gray wolf will probably suffer a lot in the next period of time. Yifan also saw this scene. He smiled and shook his head, then stood up. Let's go. This place is too close to the inner forest. There are bronze-level Beastmasters at any time. Let's go to the outer area to avoid being attacked at night. Okay. Fatty Lee answered, picked up his backpack and stood up, blowing a whistle at the same time. The next moment, the black flamed snake and the purple striped snake swam over from not far away. The night in the forest is quite dangerous, so at night, the Beastmasters usually rest around the camp to serve as a warning. Click, click. The sound of footsteps rang out in the jungle, and when they reached some places outside the forest, it became noticeably more lively. Apparently, at this time, some students had formed a team to explore this location and settled down nearby. Yifan didn't care about these people. He took Fatty Lee and left from the edge of their camp. Yifan? After passing through a narrow passage, a voice suddenly sounded, and then a figure walked out from the darkness. Yifan and Fatty Lee were both startled by the sudden appearance of this figure. Then, seeing this figure clearly, Yifan frowned slightly. Ma Shushua, why are you here? The Ma Shushua in front of him no longer had the pretty face of the past. Now she was covered in dust and had many scars on her body, as if she had experienced a fierce battle. I encountered a gray bear in the outskirts in the afternoon. I lost a fight with it and lost my luggage. Ma Shushua was a little ashamed. Then I had to sleep on the ground. As she spoke, Ma Shushua pointed to the shadow next to her, where there was a bed, made of leaves and branches. What did you gain? Yifan asked. Fortunately, I found some strong muscle grass yesterday and today, and used them all for my beast control. Ma Shushua replied. My white wolf has reached black iron 4 stars. Black iron 4 stars, not bad. Yifan was a little surprised to hear this. Ma Shishua's performance in her previous life was quite mediocre. Although she had entered the secret realm several times before, she was always the last one. Her performance in this life was still pretty good. At this time, those who can reach black iron 4 stars are all freshmen. Fatty, give her one of the extra backpacks and tents, Yifan said casually, thinking of something. Okay. The fat man on the side nodded, took out a spare backpack and tent from the beast taming space, and handed them to Ma Shushua. Thank you? Ma Shushua nodded repeatedly and looked at Yifan with some gratitude in her eyes. You should leave yourself room for maneuver when doing things, and prepare alternative plans as much as possible, Yifan said calmly. If you want to quickly improve your beast control level, I suggest you look in the east direction of here, maybe you can get some good results. Hearing this, Ma Shushua nodded repeatedly. Okay. Fatty, let's go. After saying this, Yifan continued to move forward without paying any attention to Ma Shushua, who was standing there. Soon, the two walked quite a distance apart, and Fatty Lee came up to them and asked, Ma Shushua is a pretty good person, why don't we let her stay with us? Our secrets are very valuable. I won't let anyone I don't trust get close to us. Yifan replied, glanced at the fat man and continued. As for whether a person is good or bad, it's hard to tell at the moment. Then you just told her. She seems to have some positive thoughts, so I'll say a few words to her. If she can gain something, it can be considered a favor, Yifan said with a smile on his face, and said meaningfully. Sometimes, some unintentional actions may bring unexpected things. I understand. Fatty Lee nodded. After following Yifan for the past few days, he probably understood some of Yifan's way of thinking. Stay away from strangers, but if the other person is a nice person, it is okay to offer help. Click. As they were walking, suddenly, a group of people appeared in front of them. Obviously, they had seen Yifan and the others first. There were 7 or 8 of them, waiting on the path, standing straight. Shit, a highway robber? Fatty Lee was shocked when he saw this scene and wanted to step back. The Guardian is here. If you dare to steal what your classmates have harvested, you will probably be expelled from school. Yifan shook his head. He was not afraid at all and walked towards the path. Soon, I met this group of people. I saw a girl with delicate makeup at the front of the team, leaning lazily on a tree root nearby. Seeing the 2 people coming, the girl spoke in an exceptionally gentle voice. Yifan, can I meet you? You must be Wang Lingxi from the elite class. After taking a look at the girl, Yifan spoke calmly. You know me? This surprised Wang Lingxi a little. Of course. Yifan nodded with a smile in his eyes. Wang Lingxi can be considered a gifted girl of heaven. In her previous life, because she was not satisfied with being in grade A, she formed a group of people and often went against Jijia. Later, she performed poorly in the college entrance examination and went to a remote city to study at university. Later, it was said that she got married and had children there, and there was no news about her since then. At that time, Wang Lingxi was considered quite famous. Her family was a well-known entrepreneur in Pingqing. She herself was a rare B-level spiritual leader with special beast-taming talent. She could share vision with the beasts and easily find opportunities that were difficult for others to discover. Before the college entrance examination, she was also considered a well-known genius in Pingqing. This girl is quite interesting. Yi Fan had already risen to prominence in the senior year of high school in his previous life and had some conflicts with her. She can be said to be a girl with a true temperament. Then there is nothing more to say. Since you know me, you should know the Lingxi group, Wang Lingxi said. I heard about you and Dangli. Dangli and I don't have a good relationship either. Do you want to join me? Then, he will definitely not dare to cause trouble for you. Sure enough, when Yi Fan heard Wang Lingxi speak, he shook his head, looked at Wang Lingxi, and said, I don't like joining other people's organizations. What's wrong with the organization? Isn't it good to do activities together? It's safer and we can gain a lot. Wang Lingxi retorted. We are all people with similar aspirations. Hearing this, Yi Fan's expression was helpless. Looking at the group of people around Wang Lingxi, he could only shake his head. How can this be a qualified organization? It is clearly a group of people with all kinds of ideas in their minds. Some wanted to gain support from Wang Lingxi and her family, some wanted to gain benefits by following Wang Lingxi, and some simply wanted to share something with Wang Lingxi's special talent. If they had really worked together, they would not have been so badly suppressed by Ji Jiet in their previous life. Chapter 33: The End of the Secret Realm. What's wrong? You don't agree? Wang Lingxi frowned and pouted at Yi Fan's reaction. I heard that you are good at boxing and kicking, and you beat more than 10 people including Dangli. But now everyone is at the iron level. In the future, when you reach the bronze level and have the skills to control the beast, your boxing and kicking skills will not be useful. The power of 1 or 2 people is limited. If you want to fight against Dangli and his men, joining me is the best choice. Fight against Dangli? Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled helplessly. He had never taken Dangli seriously at all. Ever since he knew that the dynasty organization had set up its plan in Pingqing, his eyes had been on the evil cult organization behind Dangli, which was responsible for the cholera period. Don't disbelieve me. At the bronze level, Beastmasters are much stronger than humans. It's hard to win with just your fists and feet. Looking at Yi Fan's expression, Wang Lingxi emphasized, as if worried that Yi Fan didn't believe it. And we've already fought against a bronze-level Beastmaster today, and we were almost able to defeat him. This is the power of a team. Seeing Wang Lingxi's persistence, Yi Fan shook his head and looked at Fatty Li standing aside. Fatty, let her see it. Okay. Fatty Li responded, took the package, put it on the ground, and opened the package. Bronze level. At a glance, Wang Lingxi saw the flesh and blood of the evil rhinoceros, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Bronze level, is that very strong? Yi Fan asked. Wang Lingxi suddenly looked up, looked at the other person's calm eyes, opened his mouth, and felt his lips were a little dry. You have already advanced to bronze? Bronze kills bronze, there is no need to show it. Yi Fan shook his head and winked at Fatty, and Fatty Li also put the package away. Wang Lingxi was silent. Apparently, at this moment, she also knew what it meant for an iron-level warrior to kill a bronze-level warrior. After hesitating for a few seconds, Wang Lingxi was ready to speak. But I have a spirit. I know you have Lingkui, but Lingkui doesn't mean anything. It only means that you may have more opportunities than others, but to grasp those opportunities you need strength. Yi Fan interrupted Wang Lingxi and stepped forward. I think you'd better think more about how to become stronger and not waste your talent. After he finished speaking, the faces of many people around Wang Lingxi changed. Some people were a little annoyed and wanted to speak but finally kept their mouths shut. Yi Fan and the other person left quickly. Wang Lingxi looked at his back with a deep look in his eyes. This Yi Fan is really arrogant. Someone seemed to notice that something was wrong with Wang Lingxi, and came over. He is a loner. If he joins us, we will probably fight. It is better not to join. But others don't even look up to us, let alone join us. Wang Lingxi shook her head. Obviously, Yi Fan and his team's killing of bronze-level Beastmasters at this stage shocked her greatly. The people here are quite strong, most of them are at the Black Iron 5-star level or above, but such a group of people, when faced with the bronze-level beast-taming skills, were still defeated in a panic. Why are 2D-level warriors so powerful? The 5 days in the secret realm passed quickly. On the morning of the end, the door to the secret realm opened and the students went out one by one. At the door, the principal arrived in person and the tutors were all in place. Pen Zhao and Jiang Hong sat on each side, either speaking. Students who have come out, please register the things you have obtained in the secret realm and calculate the total value. The principal said that the one who performed the best in the secret realm and obtained the most things will be rewarded with an elite beast. When the news came out, many students were excited, especially those who had gained a lot from the secret realm. They were smiling with joy. Lu Song, the total value of the item seized is about 11,000 yuan. Zhao Li, the total value of the item seized is about 36,000 yuan. In front of a table, an old man with gray hair and wearing a pair of reading glasses was in charge of statistics. His eyesight seemed to be very good. He could tell the value of the students' things placed in front of his desk with just a quick glance. After a short while, most of the students who came out had passed the test, and most of them were around 10,000 to 50,000 yuan. It looks like these students have gained a lot. Looking at what the students took out, the principal nodded. It was obvious that he was quite satisfied with the performance of this class of freshmen. Ma Shuxue, the items you got are worth about 3,000 yuan. The voice sounded a little abrupt. Several instructors looked at it, and when they found out it was a student from the regular class, their eyes shifted to Pan Zhao. I've used most of my things. Looking at the look in Pan Zhao's eyes, Ma Shuxue explained. Just use it. Pan Zhao nodded and was about to say something when he heard a few more voices. Li Shuai, the items you got are worth about 1,000 yuan. Qian Kuan, the items you obtained are worth about 500 yuan. The next few questions were from the remaining students in the ordinary classes, all numbering less than 1,000. Pan Zhao's face darkened. When he heard that the last student had obtained something worth 0 yuan, he couldn't help but speak up. You were wandering around in the secret realm for 5 days and found nothing? Teacher Pan. My beast is only 1-star black iron. I can't beat any other beast. The student was a little flustered. Pan Zhao was choked by these words. He curled his lips and cursed. Why are you still standing here? If you know you can't control beasts, go practice. Why don't you just stand here and embarrass yourself? Yes. Several students walked away with their heads down, while several teachers beside Jiang Hong looked like they were watching the fun. It looks just so. I thought students from ordinary classes could really rise to prominence. I think Yi Fan might be similar. He looks powerful, but going to the secret realm doesn't just depend on fighting. You also have to find things. Soon, the remaining students basically came out, and when Wang Lingxi came out, several teachers turned their attention to him. With Lin Kuei, Wang Lingxi has the greatest advantage in this secret realm. Her gains should be huge. Absolutely. You know Lin Kuei's talent. Treasure hunting is too easy for him. And Wang Lingxi lived up to everyone's expectations. After the evaluation, he received a total of nearly 110,000 items. 110,000. Upon hearing this number, many other students showed expressions of amazement. This time, I gained 10 times more than other students. Not bad. Jiang Hong spoke rarely. Obviously, he was quite satisfied with such a harvest. Yes. Wang Lingxi nodded, but glanced back. Yi Fan and the others haven't come out yet. What are these two people doing? Everyone was waiting, and it didn't take long before the light gate of the secret realm responded. As everyone's eyes converged, suddenly, the corpse of a beast was thrown out. Short-legged lizard! The faces of many teachers changed when they saw the corpse of the beast. They all knew the strength of this short-legged lizard. It had no brains and rushed around recklessly. Its bronze-level awakening skill was a range earthquake, which was quite powerful. Some students in the second year of high school suffered losses after provoking it last month. But it was hunted? Before anyone could say anything, the light gate vibrated, and then Fatty Lee's voice rang out. Fuck, this short-legged violent lizard is too heavy, and the beast control space is full. As he spoke, he waved his hands, and when he noticed that everyone's eyes were on him, he subconsciously looked at Yifan standing aside. What's going on? Yifan didn't expect that a group of people would be here, and was stunned. The air was somewhat silent, but the principal spoke first, and asked with a smile. Liu, did you two hunt this short-legged lizard? Yeah. Fatty Li nodded without thinking too much. Yifan said that the secret realm will open at 10 o'clock today. We should have enough time to kill this short-legged violent lizard, so we went there. I see. Hearing this, the principal nodded, and his eyes moved to Yifan on the side, asking, Yifan, we are now counting the value of the secret realm. Do you mind if we take a look at your secret realm gains? It's okay. Yifan shook his head and looked at Fatty Li beside him. Fatty Li understood and took off the package on his back. The moment it was opened, many exclamations were heard. Such a big backpack was filled to the brim with all kinds of spiritual herbs, medicines and flowers. Boom. The package was placed on the table. This time, even the old man in charge of statistics was stunned for a moment. He looked up at the two of them, then turned over the package and took out the contents. Items were taken out one by one, almost filling up half of the table. The old man was silent for a few seconds and then gave a number. Yifan and Liu, the things they obtained are worth about 550,000. Chapter 34 Rewards. 550,000. The moment this number came out, exclamations were heard. 5 times as much as Wang Lingxi. 550,000? The first person to be shocked upon hearing this was Wang Lingxi. Probably no one knew the situation in the secret realm better than her. There were many spiritual herbs and medicines in the secret realm that were all guarded by beasts. How was it possible to get so many spiritual herbs and medicines? This Yifan. Wang Lingxi opened his mouth and suddenly thought of what Yifan said that day. Seizing opportunities depends on strength. It turns out that he can kill more than just bronze 1-star Beastmasters. Cough. Upon hearing this number, Principal Pumi also coughed. His eyes lingered, looking at the package behind Yifan. What I have here are the flesh and blood of beasts. They are not worth much. Yifan spoke first. Pumi choked and opened his mouth, but didn't ask any more questions. He turned his eyes to Fatty Li and smiled again. Liu, did you get anything else? I have nothing left. They are all empty. Fatty Li cooperated by spreading his hands. All the things are here. The other beasts have eaten them all. Hearing this, many teachers cursed inwardly. Bullshit. You just said your beast control space is full. There are only food in my beast taming space, nothing else. Fatty Li emphasized. Shameless. Who the hell put a space full of food? Many teachers cursed inwardly again. At this moment, they couldn't help but feel frightened. It was obvious that these gains were definitely not all. There must be a lot of good things in Yifan's package and the two people's beast taming space. This is already 550,000, so how much is their actual income for this trip? Did you go to the secret realm to purchase goods? Well done! Pan Zhao said from a distance. What you two have earned is more than the income of any other class. This statement may provoke some hatred, but Pan Zhao didn't care at the moment. He thought he had just held a long breath, and this time he got it all back. Are you relying on Wang Lingxi to make yourself so great? The two of us are as powerful as all the people in your class. Jiang Hong's face darkened, and his gaze was fixed on Yifan. When he saw that the other party's face remained calm, he stood up and prepared to leave. Jiang Hong, don't you want to see the result? Pan Zhao's voice rang out, but Jiang Hong snorted coldly, waved his sleeves, and left. Jiang Hong is so angry that his face is about to turn green. Pan Zhao was happy when he saw Jiang Hong's expression. He also felt that Yifan and Fatty Li were good. Even Liu, who he thought was a piece of shit at taming beasts, looked much better to him now. Principal, isn't it time to give out the rewards? Pan Zhao asked in a somewhat urgent voice. This... Pumi was helpless. He glared at Pan Zhao, coughed, looked at Yifan and Fatty Li, and said, This is what I said before. The one who gains the most from the secret realm this time will be rewarded with an elite-level beast. However, there is only one beast. Who among you wants to? Give it to Yifan, he contributed a lot. Fatty Li spoke without hesitation. Okay. Pumi nodded and looked at Yifan. Just as he was about to take out the things in the beast controlling space, Yifan's voice rang out. Can the beast be discounted? What? Pumi was stunned by this. Pan Zhao, who was standing by, was a little anxious. He couldn't help but say, Of course we need to tame beasts. The principal has well-trained beasts there, and they all start at Black Iron 9 stars. It's easy to advance to bronze level. My current beast tamer still requires a large amount of resources, so I probably won't need a second beast tamer in the short term. Yifan shook his head. You! Pan Zhao opened his mouth, and looking at Yifan's determined look, he could only sigh angrily in the end. The beast that the principal used must be extraordinary. Even if it didn't reach the elite peak and possessed innate skills, it was at least quite good among the elite grades. There would be no problem in raising it to a very high level. You said discount, that's really an asshole. Are you sure you want to cash it in? Pumi obviously didn't expect Yifan to say that, and asked in surprise. You don't even ask me what kind of beast I will give you? I won't ask anymore. Yifan shook his head. You little guy, you are quite interesting. Pumi smiled at Yifan, but didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and said, Okay, a 9-star Black Iron Elite Beast will cost 600,000 according to the average market price. I will ask the finance department to calculate it and let your teacher send it to you. Okay, thank you, Principal. Yifan bowed and nodded to Fatty Lee beside him. Fatty Lee understood, picked up the package on the ground, and greeted the teachers. Well, we'll leave first. Don't touch this short-legged lizard. I'll be back to carry it later. As they spoke, the two of them, each carrying a large bag, walked outside. They looked as if they were just coming back from purchasing goods. The teachers all watched the two people leave with their eyes open, while Pumi smiled as he watched them leave. Finally, he looked at Pan Zhao and said meaningfully, Pan Zhao, you seem to have good luck this year. Bang bang bang. In the dormitory, Yifan and his companion had just returned to the dormitory, and had just closed the door when Pan Zhao knocked on the door. Fatty Lee saw that the door had been knocked so hard that it made a dent, so he hurried to open it. As soon as he opened the door, he heard Pan Zhao say unhappily, You two are such idiots. Why didn't you want that elite beast tamer just now? You didn't listen to me. The main thing is that I still need to train my own beast. Yifan felt helpless when he heard Pan Zhao say this. He was about to repeat his explanation, but Pan Zhao scolded him on the spot. Bullshit, you two are both low-level Beastmasters, what's the point of training them? Isn't this a waste of resources? No. Yifan shook his head and summoned his beast. The hellhound appeared, and the temperature in the dormitory became noticeably warmer. A bronze-level hellhound? Pan Zhao was stunned when he saw the beast that appeared. Is this the new beast you subdued? No. Yifan replied with a smile. We got 6 inferior fruits in the secret realm, which raised our beast's bloodline to elite level. Degenerate fruit? Pan Zhao was a little surprised. You got all that stuff? Yes, it was guarded by the short-legged lizard just now. Yifan replied. No wonder you don't want it anymore. Pan Zhao stopped worrying about the beast and looked at Fatty Lee. Liu, where's your beast? Let it out so I can see it. Oh, okay. Fatty Lee was already afraid of Pan Zhao, and when he heard the voice, he quickly summoned his 2 beasts. Black flame snake, purple striped snake, 2 black iron 6 stars. Looking at Fatty Lee's 2 beasts, Pan Zhao was silent, and looked at the packages they put on the ground. How did you two get so many things in the secret realm? It's mainly luck. Fatty Lee scratched his head, but Pan Zhao spoke up. Did I ask you? Hearing this, Fatty Lee immediately fell silent. Pan Zhao looked at Yifan, but Yifan just smiled and said, It's also luck. Good luck. Hearing this, Pan Zhao snorted, but did not ask too much. As a teacher, he would not ask about students' secrets. Okay, you should go home and have a few days rest these days. It's like giving you a holiday. After a while, Pan Zhao spoke, turned around and prepared to leave. Okay. Hearing this, Yifan nodded and a smile appeared on his face. Fatty Lee also had a smile on his face, but he asked in confusion. Why do you want to give us a holiday? Are you asking a million questions? Are you not happy about the holiday? Pan Zhao scolded. If you are not happy, Come back and practice every day. I'm happy to, Fatty Lee quickly agreed. Pan Zhao's face looked better. He glanced at Yifan and said in a deep voice, Don't rest for too long when you go back. You must come back before the secret realm opens next month. You are very smart, you should understand what I mean. Understood. Yifan nodded in agreement, and Pan Zhao also nodded. Then he looked at Fatty Lee with hatred, and cursed in a somewhat unhappy tone. Liu, if you were half as smart as Yifan, I would be pissed off by you less than twice a day. Fatty Lee was angry but dared not say anything. He watched Pan Zhao leave, then made a face, moved closer to Yifan, and asked hurriedly, What did Pan Zhao mean? Why did he suddenly give us a holiday? That is to say, let us fade out for a while. Yifan answered, looking at Fatty Lee and said, People are afraid of being famous, just like pigs are afraid of being fat. We have gained too much in the secret realm this time, and our story has also been spread out, so there will definitely be some trouble. Instead of wasting energy here talking to these people, it is better to quietly give us a holiday and go back to rest for a while. Anyway, it won't delay us from training or anything. Oh, so that's it. Hearing this, Fatty Lee nodded. Does that mean we are famous now? It's become famous. Yifan replied that he did not expect the principal to do such a thing suddenly. He had been making a fortune in silence, and even if others speculated, they only knew that he was quite capable. But after all this, everyone knew that they had killed the bronze beast in the secret realm and gained a lot of things. This was a completely different concept, and it almost pushed them to the forefront. For quite some time to come, everyone's eyes might be on them. This is before Yifan opened his bag. If he counted all of them, there would probably be a large group of people in the school who would want to rob them. Thinking of this, Yifan felt a little helpless, but he didn't care too much. Forget it, it's not bad to go back and have a rest, and see my parents. It's just right, I still have some things to do when I go back. Chapter 35 Return Home. After saying this, Yifan opened his package and counted the income from this trip. It can indeed be considered a fruitful harvest. The income from such a trip must be over 1 million. This is the gap between Beastmasters and ordinary people. After reaching the bronze level, any Beastmaster is worth several $1,000s, not to mention that they can also find better spiritual herbs and medicines. Ordinary people, even if they are quite skilled Beastmaster hunters, can only hunt low-star black iron Beastmasters, and they risk their lives every time they hunt. Fatty Lee came over with an interested expression. Yifan, what exactly is the skill that your hellhound has mastered at the bronze level? I saw it suddenly used today, and the surrounding area was covered in flames for several meters. The short-legged violent lizard died instantly. It was too fierce. That skill is called overheat combustion, and it's a pretty good skill, Yifan replied with a smile. This morning, which was the 5th day in the secret realm, his hellhound completed a breakthrough to the bronze level in the beast taming space and comprehended the first beast taming skill, overheating combustion. This skill allows the hellhound to burst out the high temperature in its body for a short period of time, and according to the beast taming strength, a part of the surrounding space will be covered by high temperature flames. This skill is somewhat similar to self-destruction, but it will not harm the beast itself. It will cause temporary weakness after using it. It can be considered a large-scale killing skill. With this confidence, Yifan started to think about how to deal with the short-legged lizard and get the vines of the inferior fruit, and decided to hunt the short-legged lizard within the last 2 hours. This is how the scene of Fatty Lee carrying the short-legged lizard came about. That skill is so cool. Fatty Lee was a little envious. I wonder what skill my Beastmaster will learn at the bronze level. Anyway, no matter what skill you learn, you have to become proficient in it. You have to learn to choose when to use the beast control skills in battle, Yifan replied. Now is just the first skill. As the level of the beast control gets higher and higher, the number of beasts you control increases, and the number of skills you learn will increase. By then, it will be more and more difficult to master them. Don't go out and play around when you get back. Practice cooperating with the Beastmasters. We are just starting out, so don't get into a lazy habit. I understand. Fatty Lee nodded. He liked listening to Yifan's preaching. Okay, pack up, we'll be home tomorrow. Yifan cleaned up the things on the table, then thought of something and said to Fatty, when you go back, your parents will definitely ask you why you eat so much every day. Just say that you are a Beastmaster who needs to supplement a lot of nutrition. It's okay. I eat a lot anyway. Fatty Lee's words choked Yifan, who paused for a long time before saying, That's okay. The next morning, Pan Zhaolai brought the two men 600,000 yuan as a reward from the principal, 300,000 yuan each, and sent them to the station. It was the first time that Fatty Lee saw so much money. His eyes widened. Pan Zhao scolded him for being useless, and told him several times not to spend the money recklessly when he returned home. Da-da-da-da. Soon the car drove away. On the platform, Pan Zhao looked at the speeding car and then he sighed. These two brats should behave themselves when they go home. After saying this, Pan Zhao turned around and walked towards the school. But he had not walked far before a long-winged bird flew over his head at high speed in the sky and flew in the direction of the car. It's broad daylight. Don't you know that flying beasts are prohibited in Pingqing? You don't know the rules. Pan Zhao curled his lips as he watched the long-winged bird fly by. Every city has its own rules. Some cities do not prohibit the use of flying beasts in the city, while some cities do prohibit it. Every month, there are several Beastmasters from other places who do not know the rules and are punished for violating the city regulations. For things like this, the city has a special law enforcement team. Within an hour, the Beastmaster who uses the long-winged bird to fly around the city will be caught and given a lesson. Shaking his head, Pan Zhao seemed a little unhappy. There are always people like this everywhere. Beastmasters are so special that they want to show off their flying beasts. Mom, I'm back. In the restaurant, Ning Qingxia, who was wiping the table, paused when she heard the voice. She looked up and was stunned to see Yifan carrying large and small bags of things. Yifan, why are you back? The teacher gave us a holiday. Looking at the slightly older Ning Qingxia in front of him, Yifan said nothing. He put down his things, stretched out his hand, and hugged her. Mom, you have worked hard. Ning Qingxia was a little overwhelmed by Yifan's hug, and she just patted Yifan on the back subconsciously. What's wrong? Have you been wronged at school? No. Yifan shook his head, loosened his hand, and took out the money given by Pan Zhao from the backpack beside him. Liu and I performed very well in the school's secret realm. The principal rewarded us with 600,000 yuan, 300,000 yuan each for Liu and me. Here. Ning Qingxia was a little nervous when she saw the stacks of money being taken out. She quickly put the money away with a panicked look in her eyes. So much money? Not much. I'm a Beastmaster now. Yifan smiled. Can a Beastmaster get so much money? Ning Qingxia was a little unconvinced. She pulled Yifan and whispered, Don't lie to me. Is this really a reward from your principal? No, if you don't believe it, you can ask our teacher. Yifan replied. Then let me ask. Ning Qingxia was a little worried, so she took out her cell phone and called Pan Zhao. Yifan didn't say anything. 300,000 is indeed a lot for an ordinary family. It is normal for his mother to be worried, so it would be better to ask her to confirm it. Hello, is this Teacher Pan? I'm Yifan's mother. The call was quickly connected. After asking a few questions and getting confirmation, Ning Qingxia put down the phone with a look of joy on her face. Yifan, are you so powerful? I heard from Teacher Pan Zhao that you are the most powerful Beastmaster among the freshmen this year. Of course. Yifan completely let down his guard against his mother. With a smile on his face, he said with a hint of pride, Mom, don't underestimate me. I'm already a bronze-level Beastmaster. So powerful? Ning Qingxia was a little surprised. Obviously, she also knew the level of beast taming. Of course, I won't have to worry about my life in the future, Yifan replied. Now I can earn tens of thousands of dollars just by going hunting in the Silver Moon Forest. Is my son so powerful? But the Silver Moon Forest is too dangerous, so it's better to go there less often, Ning Qingxia said with a happy face. You, just study hard and get into a good university. You don't need to worry about your family. Okay, wait a moment, I'll go find your dad and tell him the good news. Okay. Yifan nodded without saying much. He watched Ning Qingxia walk towards the kitchen with a smile in his eyes. Under normal circumstances, Dad should come out within 3 seconds. What? Bronze level? And they gave him 300,000 yuan as a reward? Click, click. Sure enough, A cry of surprise was heard, and soon Yi Fan's father, Yi Linqing, walked out from the kitchen with a soup spoon in his hand. Dad? Looking at Yi Linqing, Yi Fan spoke. Good boy, you are amazing. Yi Linqing took a few big steps to Yi Fan, a little excited. Quick, quick, let me see what your bronze-level beastman looks like. Okay. Yi Fan nodded and summoned the hellhound. Wow, it's so big. Looking at the hellhound that appeared in front of him, Yi Linqing exclaimed. It must be several times bigger than our Xiao Bai. Almost. Yi Fan nodded with a smile. My dad used to be a beastmaster, but his level of beast taming was relatively low. Xiao Bai is his dad's beast, a white-haired dog among the canine beasts, a very ordinary beast. It was my dad's first beast back then. Now it is probably around 3 stars in the black iron level. It is very human-like and was arranged by my dad to guard the house. You kid, not bad, not bad. After looking around the hellhound for a long time, the old man was amazed. Then, he patted Yi Fan on the shoulder and sighed. If Dad had your talent, he would not have failed to get into university back then. Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled, pulled his father over, and asked mysteriously, Dad, do you still want to become a powerful beastmaster? Chapter 36, Repaying a Favor. Become a powerful beastmaster? Hearing this, Yi Linqing was stunned, looked at Yi Fan, and lowered his voice. Do you have a way? Yes. Yi Fan nodded, glanced at Yi Linqing and winked. After all, they were father and son, so they had some tacit understanding. Yi Linqing raised his head and shouted to the back. Qingxia, I'll take Yi Fan to buy some good things and we'll be back soon. Go ahead. The store isn't busy anyway. Bridget Lin replied. Don't be gone all day. Come back early. Okay. Yi Linqing nodded and pulled Yi Fan, who was carrying the package, out of the door, and rode the tricycle directly home. It didn't take long for the two to return to the old house. As soon as they opened the door and saw Yi Fan, Xiao Bai rushed over. Yi Fan hugged Xiao Bai and kissed her for a while, then opened the package casually, took out an iron bone fruit and stuffed it into Xiao Bai's hand. Good boy, iron bone fruit costs tens of thousands each. Yi Linqing opened his mouth, but before he could say more, Yi Fan opened the package. So many! Yi Linqing was shocked when he saw a package full of spiritual herbs and medicines. Dad, I have a great opportunity now. It will be easy for you to become a good beast master. Yi Fan answered, deliberately lowering his voice. I met an unparalleled strong man. He passed on to me all the skills he had gained throughout his life. How strong is this peerless master? Upon hearing this, Yi Linqing was stunned. Yi Fan showed a mysterious smile on his face, and leaned close to Yi Linqing's ear. Dad, have you heard of King Level? King Level. These two words made Yi Linqing tremble immediately, and his face suddenly changed. The one above glory? Yes. Yi Fan nodded, but Yi Linqing didn't say anything, quickly closed the door, and pulled Yi Fan into the inner room. After entering the inner room, Yi Linqing was overjoyed and said to Yi Fan, Don't tell anyone else that you have obtained the king-level inheritance. Affirmative. Yi Fan nodded, looked at Yi Linqing, and spoke again. Dad, you haven't said it yet, do you want to become a strong man? Of course I do. Yi Linqing nodded. But you know that my father is not talented in taming beasts. He is the same as you, both are D-level. He can deal with ordinary people, and now he is over that age. The talent for controlling beasts cannot determine everything. As long as there are enough opportunities, even if there is no talent for controlling beasts, one can still become a strong person. As for age, there are many who achieve success late in life. Yi Fan replied without saying much, and pushed Yi Linqing to sit on the seat. Dad, I will teach you a breathing method now, you must remember it. Breathing method? Upon hearing this, Yi Linqing's expression became serious. He quickly adjusted his state and said seriously, You say. Don't be so serious. Yi Fan smiled. Dad should know the breathing method we learned in school. Tell me what you are doing now. Change the trajectory of movement, starting from the heart. In the following time, Yi Fan slowly spoke and taught Yi Linqing the breathing method. In a very short time, Yi Linqing completed the breathing method. Suddenly, he exhaled the breath. The air was dark and seemed to have impurities. What kind of breathing method is this? It's amazing. I feel like my body has suddenly become much lighter. After exhaling this breath, Yi Linqing seemed to feel much better. He looked at Yi Fan and said in surprise, "This breathing method is called the Mingjing method. It can remove impurities from the human body. There are 7 levels in total. After years of practice, it can prolong life, and make you as light as a swallow and as bright-eyed as an eagle. When you reach a high level, you can be immune to all poisons and avoid heat and cold." Yi Fan replied with a smile in his eyes, "Dad, you can find a reason to pass this breathing method to Mom. You work in an environment of oil smoke all year round, and there must be a lot of impurities in your body. Practicing this breathing method is very good." Okay. Yi Linqing nodded repeatedly, stood up, and as he moved, a crackling sound came from his body. "This breathing method must be extremely amazing." "It's okay. Just don't let others know." Yi Fan shook his head. The mirror method was not actually the top breathing method, but he thought about it for a long time. Many of the top breathing methods needed to be practiced since childhood, and most of them had special requirements. His father and others were old, so the effect of their practice might not be good. This should be the most suitable breathing method for Dad and others to practice. It is easy to get started, and most importantly, it can prolong their lifespan and make them immune to all poisons. It can ensure their safety to a great extent and prevent the despicable acts of some villains. Dad, breathing techniques are only one step. To become a powerful beast tamer, the level of beast taming is also extremely important. Yi Fan opened the package and placed it in front of his father. "These are the spiritual herbs and fruits I obtained in the secret realm. Although Xiaobai is relatively old among white-haired dogs, the right spiritual fruits can still greatly enhance its potential. Give it to Xiaobai, why not keep it for your beast?" Hearing this, Yi Linqing shook his head. "Spiritual fruits and the like are too precious. I still have a lot of them. These are the ones I picked out specifically for Xiaobai. They are the most suitable for him." "So," hearing this, Yi Linqing hesitated and looked at Yi Fan. "Are you serious?" "Of course," Yi Fan replied. "Dad, I am already a bronze-level Beastmaster now. Such spiritual herbs and fruits are not difficult for me to obtain. Dad, you know that in a place like Pingqing, a bronze-level Beastmaster can already live a very good life." "That's true." Yi Linqing nodded, and this time, he put away the spiritual fruit. "I will be at home recently. When Dad has nothing to do, you can go to the Silver Moon Forest with me for some training. I am 100% sure that Dad will be safe outside the forest," Yi Fan said seriously. "By the way, Dad can improve his beast taming skills, which is also good." "That's no problem." Yi Linqing nodded. He once dreamed of reaching the pinnacle of Beastmaster. Now that he had a way to do it, the heart of a strong man began to beat again. "But how do I tell your mother? She's worried about you going. She definitely won't let me take Xiaobai with you." "How can this be difficult for Dad?" Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled. "Dad, you usually make up excuses to secretly drink, isn't it easy for you to do so? Let's go secretly first. After a while, when you become stronger, we can tell Mom when we can no longer hide it. It will be a surprise for her." "Stinky boy." Hearing this, Yi Linqing cursed and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. "Okay, I'll try to go with you when I'm free recently." "That's fine." Yi Fan nodded with a smile, glanced at Yi Linqing, and suddenly said, "Dad, I will definitely go to university in Kyoto in the future. You'd better prepare yourself and give Mom a vaccination in advance. Then we'll go. I will be able to reach the silver level next year at the latest. By then I can save some money while gaining experience, and buy a house in Kyoto after graduation. It should be no problem." "No problem." Yi Linqing smiled. "Your mother was thinking about traveling to Kyoto a few days ago." "Okay." Yi Fan nodded, but there was something complicated in his eyes. He was worried that his father and others would not want to go. He had brought up this topic when he was in college in his previous life, but his mother rejected it, saying that he would be a burden to her. His father also said that it was not as comfortable to live there as here. It turns out that my father and the others were willing to go to Kyoto, but they just didn't have the conditions. If I can show something in this life that is enough to make my family stand on its own, everything will be different. Thinking of something, Yi Fan nodded. Isn't this what he wanted? Everything can go to a good place. What he didn't have before, what his family didn't have, he now has. It feels so good. Yi Fan nodded. He did not tell his father everything. Instead of telling his father that he was reborn as a king in his previous life, it would be better to tell him directly that he had inherited the legacy of a king-level strongman. Knowing too much would make it difficult for them to accept, and would also make them more worried. Chapter 37 Forest. I feel like I haven't been here in years. At an entrance of the Silver Moon Forest, Yilinqing looked at the forest in front of him, and sighed. Pingqing is not big, it is considered a small city in the 18th tier. It takes less than an hour from the school to Yifan's home. It's just that the school requires accommodation in the school for the convenience of management. In fact, the distance from his home to the Silver Moon Forest may be closer than the school to here. There is really a world of difference between Beastmasters and ordinary people. The entire Pingqing has a population of 300,000, but the number of students in Pingqing High School does not exceed 1,000, a ratio of less than 1 in 300. Even among beast tamers, there are many who have no talent and do not get opportunities. Ordinary families cannot afford the cost of upgrading a beast tamer. To upgrade an ordinary beast tamer to bronze, one needs to spend a lot of money, which must be hundreds of thousands or even millions. How many people can afford it? Just like those students in Yifan's class who couldn't even compete for the top 10, they had no secret realm to go to, and the Silver Moon Forest was extremely dangerous. If they relied on the beasts to grow, they might still be at the black iron level after a few years, or even regress if they didn't get enough nutrition for a long time. In their previous lives, they were able to grow up, and even the fat guy could reach the bronze level. A large part of the reason was because of the 10 places that Pan Zhao had fought for them. In previous years, students in ordinary classes really had nothing. This is also the reason why there is such a huge gap between Beastmasters and ordinary people and weak Beastmasters. For a powerful Beastmaster, a random hunting trip can earn several years' income for an ordinary family. The strong get stronger, and the weak get weaker. In addition, many people cannot devote themselves to taming beasts throughout their lives. If they fail to get into university, they have to start considering family life. If they spend their whole lives struggling to make money, they may not go far in their lifetime. Dad, this is just the first time. There will be more times in the future. With a smile in his eyes, Yifan looked at Xiaobai, who was obviously much older and had reached the black iron 5-star level, next to his dad, and nodded. The spiritual fruits he prepared for Xiaobai were mainly in the shape of muscles and bones, and the future evolutionary direction was estimated to be the same. The fruits of the inferior fruit had been planted, and it would not be long before the inferior fruit would be produced for Xiaobai to use. For a beast that has no chance to control elements to attack, size and strength are its biggest advantages. Has Mom learned the breathing technique? Yifan asked, thinking of something. I learned it. Yilinqing nodded, a smile on his face. I said your grandfather told me in a dream, saying that it should only be passed on to us. I have passed it on to you, and it works very well. My grandfather came to me in a dream. Dad is really amazing. Hearing Yilinqing's words, Yifan laughed dumbly, but he didn't say much and summoned his hellhound. Xiaohua, come out! Wang! The hellhound came out, and when it saw Yilinqing, it was stunned for a moment. Then, it seemed to smell something, and rubbed towards Yilinqing affectionately. Then, it saw Xiaobai next to it, and lowered its head to sniff. Xiaobai also sniffed the hellhound. This is a habit for dogs, and they will soon become familiar with it. Sure enough, after a while, the two canine beasts started fighting with each other. On the side, Yifan watched them playing for a while, then reminded them. Okay, it's time for us to get down to business. Upon hearing this, the hellhound stood up immediately, and Xiaobai also looked energetic. Dad, let's go. Yifan waved to Yilinqing. The two entered the beast-taming forest, and at this moment, Yilinqing's shock had just begun. Yifan's hellhound was too strong. With Yifan around, it almost crushed the entire outskirts of the forest. Ordinary beasts couldn't even withstand a single attack from it. But soon, Yilinqing became familiar with the situation and was eager to command Xiaobai to fight. Soon, he gradually got the hang of it. The afternoon passed quickly. Under Yifan's guidance, Yilinqing commanded Xiaobai to kill a wild beast with 3 black iron stars for the first time. I hunted down a 3-star black iron wild beast alone. Looking at the fallen white wolf opposite, Yilinqing let out a long breath and looked at Yifan. Great! Yifan smiled and waved to his father. Dad, that's all for today. It's already past 6 in the afternoon. Let's go sell the meat and go home, otherwise Mom will ask about it. Okay. Yi Linqing agreed with some reluctance. After all, he was once a Beastmaster. It felt so good to command beasts in this way. Yi Fan naturally saw Yi Linqing's expression and a smile appeared on his face. This is the world of Beastmasters. If you can choose to become a powerful Beastmaster, who would be willing to be trapped in the daily necessities of life? In the city butcher shop, the owner was delighted to see Yi Fan coming. Recently, Yi Fan has come many times, each time more diligently than the last, and the beasts he brought are stronger than the last. The shop owner was not stupid. He knew that this ordinary-looking boy was definitely not an ordinary person and would most likely become a big shot. Little brother, long time no see. The boss greeted him attentively, and when he saw Yi Linqing next to Yi Fan, he was stunned for a moment. Old Yi, why are you here too? Oh no. Yi Linqing didn't expect that Yi Fan came to this restaurant to sell meat. He opened a restaurant and bought meat from this restaurant. It was just ordinary meat such as pork and chicken. After more than 10 years, the two of them were considered old acquaintances. Yi Fan glanced at Yi Linqing, with a smile on his face, and said to the boss, "This is my father. He happens to be free today. Come with me to the Silver Moon Forest to hunt." Ah. Hearing this, the boss was shocked and said to Yi Linqing, "Good fellow, old Yi, this little brother is your son." Yeah. Yi Linqing nodded. He looked calm on the surface, but looking at his boss's expression, he was delighted in his heart. "Your son is amazing. He is so young, yet he can hunt and kill bronze beasts. He is still so young." Then the boss began to praise him with all kinds of words. Yi Linqing also went from holding back his laughter at the beginning to laughing out loud. The two of them had a very pleasant conversation. "I want all the beast meat today. We are all old acquaintances, so I will buy it from you at the highest price." In the end, the shop owner couldn't refuse the kindness, so he walked Yi Linqing all the way to the intersection. Before leaving, he forcefully stuffed a pack of good cigarettes into Yi Linqing's pocket and complimented him again. "Dad, this feels good, right?" At the intersection, Yi Fan looked at Yi Linqing, who was grinning, and said jokingly, "Not bad." Yi Linqing replied, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Although the butcher said that, he was actually quite rich. He was very happy to have such an attitude towards him. "It's just ordinary people now. In the future, there will be Beastmasters who will flatter you like this," Yi Fan said. "It would be best if Dad becomes stronger too. When I'm not around, others will respect you like this too." "Of course." Yi Linqing nodded repeatedly. "Wait until tomorrow, we'll come again tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" Hearing this, Yi Fan raised his eyebrows. "You come out every day, aren't you afraid that Mom will know?" "Well, as long as you become strong, it doesn't matter if your mother knows," Yi Linqing replied and looked at Yi Fan, and they both laughed. Yi Fan and his father have always had a good relationship, and there is no barrier between them. "Wife, that Li Diyun said he's moving today." At the dinner table in the morning, Yi Linqing picked up a piece of meat and pretended to be casual while eating. "You know, we have always had a good relationship. I plan to take Yi Fan with me to help today." "Moving again?" Hearing this, Bridget Lin frowned and looked at Yi Linqing with a slightly scrutinizing look. "Your good friends have all become rich recently. Why are they moving every now and then?" "I don't know either, maybe." Yi Linqing felt a little guilty. "Do you want to go out drinking again?" Bridget Lin seemed to see through something. "No, why would I take Yi Fan with me if I'm drinking?" Yi Linqing defended himself, and looked at Yi Fan standing aside. Yi Fan understood and quickly raised his chopsticks. "It's true, we happened to meet Uncle Li when we went out to buy groceries, and he told Dad." "Doesn't Li Diyun live in the east of the city? How did he run into you guys?" Bridget Lin was a little suspicious, but she didn't ask any more questions. She just nodded and said, "Okay, come back early if you go. Don't come back so late at night." "Okay." After hearing this, Yi Linqing quickly finished the rice in his bowl, stood up and walked outside. "Yi Fan, hurry up and go help. Don't go too late." "Okay." Yi Fan agreed, took a few big bites, wiped his mouth, and stood up. "These two?" Looking at Yi Linqing and Yi Fan's hurried backs, Bridget Lin shook her head. She didn't believe in moving and just thought of them as going out for a day. After all, Yi Fan has now reached the bronze level, so at least his future life will be fine, and Bridget Lin is much more relieved. It's okay to give them some time to relax. There aren't many people in the restaurant all day. Thinking of this, Bridget Lin picked up the bowl and was about to pick up some food. When she saw Xiao Bai, who was lying down and sleeping at the door, shook his head and followed her out. A look of confusion appeared in her eyes. Am I dazzled by my eyes lately? Why does Xiao Bai seem to be getting bigger day by day? Chapter 38 Birthday Fruit. A few days later, on another morning, Yi Linqing was eating quickly. He had just put down his chopsticks and had not had time to speak, but Lin Qingxia took the lead and said, Today is your uncle's birthday, aren't you going? My uncle is having a birthday? Yi Linqing was stunned when he heard this, but soon, he said with some embarrassment. Or I won't go. Why not? They are family after all. Lin Qingxia answered, and glanced at Yi Linqing, as if she knew what was bothering him, and added, I heard that they will be going out of town next year, and we won't be able to see them anymore. Now that Yi Fan has made a difference, maybe it would be a relief to go there. Hearing this, Yi Fan's ears immediately pricked up. Why didn't he remember that he had an uncle? That's true. Yi Linqing hesitated, but finally looked at Yi Fan and nodded. It's okay to take Yi Fan to have a look. After all, Yi Fan's cousin has a good relationship with us. Last time, his cousin came to our house to play for a few days. Then you should go earlier today and buy some decent gifts. Bridget Lin stood up. Don't worry about the store. Okay. Yi Linqing nodded, stood up, and hooked his finger at Yi Fan. Seeing this, Yi Fan followed him. At the door, seeing Yi Linqing's worried look, Yi Fan asked curiously, Dad, do you have an uncle? Of course, your uncle is very powerful and he treated us very well. It's just that when we went out a few years ago, our family members treated us very badly. Yi Linqing said, and seemed to remember something in the past, and shook his head. Forget it, let's go buy some things. After hearing this, Yi Fan became more and more certain that something was going on. Then, he suddenly remembered what Fatty Li had said that day, that he had a cousin named Long Tong. Combined with what my dad and the others said before, about having a cousin, could it be that Fatty was right and I really have a cousin named Long Tong? A family with dragon pupils, then this family must be something. My father in my previous life was so unlucky, and I didn't rise to prominence in the beginning. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan seemed to have figured out some of the coherence. He looked at Yi Linqing and suddenly said, Dad, is it that the people in my family don't like you very much? Hearing this, Yi Linqing's face froze, and then he smiled helplessly. You little bastard, can you please not be so blunt when you speak? That's it. Yi Fan smiled and patted Yi Linqing's shoulder comfortingly. It's okay, Dad. Now that I'm here, we have face. Of course. Hearing this, Yi Linqing nodded, and then revealed a trace of worry. It's just that the gifts they gave were a bit precious. What can we buy? You don't know that the last few times I went there, people gave me spiritual herbs and fruits. I was embarrassed to carry a bag of fruit. This is indeed a bit embarrassing. Hearing this, Yi Fan pondered, and soon, he made a plan, waved his hand, and hailed a taxi. Let's go, Dad, let's go to Lingqiao Hall. Spiritual Herb Hall? Yi Linqing was a little confused. Are you going to buy some spiritual herbs and fruits? We have them at home, so you can just bring some with you. The spiritual herbs and fruits at home are for the beasts to eat. What I want to buy must be different, and of higher quality, Yi Fan said. It's high-end. Hearing this, Yi Linqing was stunned and hesitated. Isn't it a bit expensive? I didn't bring much money when I went out. You don't have to spend money to buy spiritual fruits. You can also barter for them. Yi Fan smiled mysteriously. It happened that the inferior fruits he planted in the beast-controlling space had matured this morning. There were 6 in total, and each one was worth around 500,000. It was more than enough to buy a spiritual fruit for a birthday celebration. As he said that, Yi Fan got into the taxi. Yi Linqing hesitated, but still followed Yi Fan. The taxi sped along and stopped at the door of Lingqiao Hall in a short time. It's the boy Sister Shui mentioned. Seeing Yi Fan's appearance, the receptionist at the door recognized Yi Fan at once and hurried in to inform him. That little brother is here? Ning Shui, who was bored inside the store, was a little surprised when she heard the news. It has been more than 10 days since Yifan last came to Linkaotang, and she thought that the little guy would not come again. Click. Just as he was thinking, Yifan brought Yi Linqing into the house. Ning Shui smiled and greeted them. Little brother, long time no see. Long time no see. Yifan also replied with a smile. On the side, Yi Linqing looked at Yifan with some surprise. Good boy, why do you know people everywhere? Yifan did not explain anything to Yi Linqing. He looked at Ning Shui in front of him, thought for a moment, and said, Do you have birthday fruit here? I want the highest quality. Birthday fruit? Ning Shui was stunned when she heard the name of this spiritual fruit. The longevity fruit is not a fruit for beasts to eat, but a fruit specifically for humans to eat. It can prolong life. Outside, it is often used as a gift to strong and elderly people. It is a very important thing. One piece, worth 1,000,000. Little brother wants birthday fruit. An elder in my family is celebrating his birthday, and I'm giving him a gift. Yifan answered very briefly. Ning Shui did not ask any further questions, but she was worried in her heart. It was just as Ning Qinghai said, this little guy really came from a powerful family. It's a generous gesture to give birthday fruit to an elder in the family on his birthday. Wait a moment, I'll go up and ask our hall master. He calmly suppressed the throbbing in his heart and spoke to Yifan. Yifan nodded, and Ning Shui quickly went upstairs. At this time, Yi Linqing came over and said, Yifan, what is the birthday fruit? A spiritual fruit that was blown up. Yifan replied, smiling and shaking his head. But giving someone a birthday gift is very respectable. This is the truth. The longevity fruit is really hyped up. It just looks better, tastes better, and has some spiritual energy. For humans, the effect of taking it is almost the same as that of extremely good beast meat. As for the claim of prolonging life, it's completely exaggerated. If it really had this effect, it wouldn't be ranked among the upper mortal grades. It would be at least spiritual grade, the kind that would be sought after. Little brother, if there is a birthday party, let's talk upstairs. Soon, Ning Qinghai came down with a smile on his face. Yifan nodded to Yi Linqing beside him, and the two went upstairs. This time we are not on the second floor, please go to the third floor, which is a separate compartment. Tea is still served, and soon the waiter brings up the birthday fruit. The longevity fruit looks like a big peach. It looks plump and translucent, and it smells fragrant. Little brother, this is one of the best birthday fruits in our batch. Looking at Yifan, Ning Qinghai said with a smile. If you want to give it to an elder as a birthday gift, it is definitely the best choice. I will also give you the best price, 880,000 per fruit, which is a lucky price. Okay. Hearing this number, Yifan nodded, seemingly not too surprised, and looked at Ning Qinghai and said, We can barter. Ning Qinghai was a little surprised when he heard this, but he soon smiled and nodded. Of course, little brother, if you have any extra suitable spiritual fruits, just bring them out. This should be enough. Yifan responded and took out 2 inferior fruits. There were 6 inferior fruits in a batch. He left 3 for Xiao Bai. The extra ones were of no use. Deteriorated fruit. Ning Qinghai's expression changed slightly when he saw the fruit, and then he nodded repeatedly. Enough, absolutely enough. In terms of rarity, the inferior transformation fruit is much rarer than the longevity fruit. Changing bloodline, even if it is changing inferior bloodline, is 2 completely different concepts. Take it away. Ning Qinghai ordered the waiter to put away the inferior fruit. When he looked at Yifan, his eyes had completely changed. If before he had just guessed that there was a strong person in the other party's family, now it was almost certain. Ahem. After hesitating for a few seconds, Ning Qinghai said hesitantly, I haven't asked for your name yet. Yifan. Yifan replied. Hearing this, Ning Qinghai pondered for a moment, then seemed to remember something. His expression changed, and he quickly said, It turned out to be young friend Yi. You're welcome, Hall Master Ning. Yifan replied, picking up the birthday fruit on the table. My father and I are busy attending the elder's birthday party, so we won't bother you anymore. Please go ahead, Mr. Yi. Ning Qinghai stood up quickly. This time, he almost respectfully saw Yifan off as he walked out of Lingqiao Hall, then he let out a long sigh of relief. Master Yifan seems to be the most promising freshman in Pingqing High School. I heard he has already reached bronze level, Ning Shui said at the side. Ling Chao Hall was well informed and soon learned about Yifan's news. Compared to his family, bronze is nothing. Ning Qinghai shook his head and looked at Ning Shui, seeming to be somewhat relieved. This time, we may have made friends with the right person. Is there a big family with the surname Yi in Pingqing? Ning Shui was puzzled when she heard this, but soon she thought of something. Her face changed drastically, and her voice suddenly lowered. Could it be that person? After saying this, Ning Shui looked at Ning Qinghai. Isn't Yifan's background a little too strong? It's hard, and it's scary, Ning Qinghai replied, shaking his head. Don't tell anyone about this, or you'll get into trouble. Chapter 39 Gift Giving. After putting away the birthday fruit, Yifan and the other person headed towards where their uncle lived. The location is Morning Breeze Village, and the place sounds like it really is a village in the city. But when he arrived, Yifan was stunned when he saw the medieval palace-style buildings in front of him. How can this be a village in the city? Isn't this at least the prince's castle? What exactly does my uncle do? Looking at this scene, Yifan couldn't help but look at Yi Linqing on the side. He's a strong beast tamer. I don't know how strong he is, but he's very strong anyway, and he belongs to the military, Yi Linqing replied. A strong man in the military? Hearing this, Yifan frowned. He knew many strong men in the military, but they were all active in his era. Let's talk about it after we meet. Yifan didn't dwell on this issue. He followed Yi Linqing with a thoughtful look in his eyes. I will move next year, retire from the army. My surname is Yi, I live in Pingqing, and I have the dragon pupil bloodline. So many clues are connected together, but there is still no corresponding person in my memory. This shouldn't be the case. This is Mr. Ye's birthday party. No one is allowed in. 2 guard-like people blocked the way at the door. Please show us your pass. Passport. Hearing this, Yi Linqing was a little embarrassed. Well, I'm Mr. Ye's nephew, Yi Linqing. Mr. Ye's nephew? Hearing this, the guard hesitated and took out a list beside him. Soon, he found Yi Linqing's name at the bottom of the list. Then he nodded and made way for him. Please come in. Okay. Yi Linqing nodded, and then took Yifan into the house. Dad, you're so lucky. I saw that you are at the bottom of the list, Yifan said with a smile. Brat, at least I'm on the list, Yi Linqing retorted. Before he could say anything more, a man came towards him. He looked very imposing, and it must be Mr. Ye's son, who came to greet the guests. Brother. Seeing the man coming, Yi Linqing greeted him with a smile. Linqing? Seeing Yi Linqing, the other party seemed a little surprised and frowned slightly. However, he didn't say much, just waved his hand. Go in. Just 2 simple sentences, and nothing else, and he didn't even look at Yifan. With just this one action, Yifan already felt the other party's attitude towards their family, and immediately felt resentful towards this family. Yi Linqing didn't say anything, just nodded and pulled Yifan inside. Soon, a hall appeared in front. Yi Linqing pushed the door and went in. Inside, the large living room was already full of guests. A group of people were dressed in bright and beautiful clothes, and it was very lively. When they heard the door being pushed open, many people looked over, but after seeing that it was Yi Linqing, many of them turned their heads away and continued to have fun. It seems that Dad is really not well received. Yifan couldn't help but shake his head at this scene. Dad, let's find a place to sit down. Okay. Yi Linqing nodded, searched around the table for a while, and found a seat in a corner and sat down. Everyone in their seats watched Yi Linqing and the other man sit down without saying a word, and some people looked a little contemptuous. Yifan sensed this atmosphere and looked at the man opposite him. He vaguely saw golden light flowing in his eyes. Dragon pupil. Yifan's expression changed slightly. It was really dragon pupil. At this moment, Yifan suddenly fell silent and looked around. Among the guests present, under the lights in the hall, as they were talking enthusiastically, there was golden light in the eyes of many people. Even Yifan couldn't help but gasp at this scene. There are so many Dragon Slayer families and people with dragon pupils. How could there be so many people with dragon pupils in the next generation? Yifan was secretly shocked. The bloodline of the dragon pupil would become increasingly weak, and the number of people appearing among the descendants would become fewer and fewer. But here, there were no less than 30 people with dragon pupils. How is such a number possible? Dad, are all the people here from the Yi family? Yi Fan suddenly asked, looking at Yi Linqing standing aside. Yes, but there are not many descendants from your great-uncle's lineage. There are others. Your grandfather is the youngest, the 28th, and is almost 20 years younger than your great-uncle. Yi Linqing replied. Your ancestor was more amorous, and married 7 wives. Your uncle and your grandfather have the same mother, so we are still very close. 28th. Yi Fan felt helpless when he heard this number. That's okay. Mr. Yi is here. Soon, amid the noise of the guests, an old man walked onto the stage. The old man has white hair and a youthful face. Although he looks old, he is very energetic. He walks on the stage with steady steps and sword-like eyebrows, which makes him look majestic. Compliments came one after another, and soon someone took the lead and walked up to the stage one by one with gifts. A receptionist on the side shouted loudly about who gave what gift, and some of the people who went up called him uncle, and some old ancestor, each with their own way of addressing. Old Yi also talked to these people for a few words before he turned to the next person. This scene immediately made Yi Linqing's face look a little unnatural, as if he had thought of something. On the side, Yi Fan felt a little sorry for his father. It was such a big occasion, and he was the center of attention. He carried fruits on stage. No wonder his father said he couldn't come. If he were an ordinary person, he could have moved to another city to live. It's okay, Dad. Patting Yi Linqing on the shoulder, Yi Fan smiled and took out the birthday fruit in the box. I won't embarrass myself this year. Okay. After receiving Yi Fan's comfort, Yi Linqing felt reassured and hugged the box of birthday fruit. Okay. Yi Linqing nodded, and waited until most of the Yi people had gone up before he stood up, holding the box and walking over with Yi Fan. When he got on the stage, many people paid more attention to him, and many of them had smiles in their eyes. Obviously, they all wanted to see what the descendant of the Yi family who sent fruits last year would send this year. As soon as he came on stage, Mr. Yi paid attention to him, glanced at Yi Linqing, nodded slightly, then waved to the waiter beside him, as if saying something. Upon hearing this, the waiter nodded, came over to take the things in Yi Linqing's hand, quickly put them aside, and said nothing. Looking at this scene, Yi Linqing felt helpless. He already knew what Mr. Yi said. He was probably worried that he would make a fool of himself, so he asked the waiter not to open the box and announced the gift. It's enough that you are here, Mr. Ye's voice sounded. Hearing this, Yi Fan looked up and saw the look in old Ye's eyes directed towards Yi Linqing. The look was very gentle and loving. No matter what I send you, you are my relatives. Chapter 40 Gift Giving. The voice was very gentle, and Yi Linqing couldn't help but be stunned. Looking at the kind-faced old Yi, he nodded subconsciously. Mr. Ye's gaze was fixed on Yi Linqing for a long time. He seemed to notice that there was something different about Yi Linqing and nodded slowly. You've changed a lot this year, which is great. Uncle, thank you for the compliment. Yi Linqing nodded and pulled Yi Fan beside him. Say hello to me. Hello, sir, Yi Fan said. Okay. Mr. Yi nodded and turned his gaze to Yi Fan. His expression changed slightly. Fan, you have changed a lot. I heard about your experience at Pingqing High School. You are very good. Thank you for the compliment, sir. Yi Fan nodded. He did not have much aversion to this kind-looking old man. You, like Linqing, look like your grandfather. Elder Yi seemed to sigh and said, It's a pity that he was too reckless back then, otherwise he would have left something for you. After saying this, Mr. Yi seemed to be feeling unwell and started coughing violently. Mr. Yi, you talk too much today and I'm tired. The waiter at the side hurried over, but was pushed aside by Mr. Yi, who said rather forcefully, I don't need anyone else to dress me up. I know best how my body is. As he spoke, Mr. Yi was intimidating without even getting angry, with anger in his eyes. At this moment, Yi Fan clearly saw the golden light in old Ye's eyes. That golden light was much brighter than that of everyone present. At first glance, it looked like a pair of glowing eyes. A faint sense of majesty arose, and the waiter beside him was immediately frightened and quickly retracted his hand. This dragon pupil. Yi Fan was slightly surprised as he watched this scene on the side. With such fiery dragon eyes, it seems that the proportion of dragon bloodline in the body is very high. I'm old, and I'm not feeling well. Mr. Yi soon became gentle again, the golden light in his eyes disappeared, and he looked at Yi Linqing and asked, Next year, our family will move to Kyoto. Do you want to come with me? This? Yi Linqing was stunned, then looked at Yi Fan and shook his head. Yi Fan is still in high school. I can find him a high school in Kyoto. Mr. Yi spoke again. This time, Yi Linqing was choked up, and just when he didn't know how to start, Yi Fan on the side spoke up. Uncle, I will get into a university in Kyoto in the future and take my family with me. After saying this, Yi Lao smiled and praised. You are really ambitious, kid. In that case, we will wait for you in Kyoto. After saying this, Mr. Yi waved his hand, and Yi Linqing also said goodbye in time and walked off the stage. Yi Fan hesitated for a few seconds, but before he finally stepped down, he couldn't help but turn around, walked up to old Yi, and lowered his voice and asked, Master, have you been feeling very unwell recently? Whenever you exert force, your whole body feels as if it were pierced by countless needles and it's unbearable. Old Master Yi, who was still confused, suddenly changed his expression when he heard this. He looked at Yi Fan and lowered his voice. You know about my hidden disease. Most people with dragon pupils have this symptom. I just saw that your dragon pupils seem to be much denser than those of ordinary second-generation people. He must have had some kind of adventure that increased the concentration of his bloodline. Yi Fan spoke, as if he was sure of it. But dragon blood is highly poisonous. Except for the first-generation dragon slayers, the second generation will be poisoned by this bloodline once the bloodline concentration exceeds a certain limit. I think I have already suffered a backlash. If I am not saved in time, my body will deteriorate further and further until I am completely corroded by the dragon's blood and die. After saying this, Yi Lao's expression changed again. A golden light flickered in his eyes. He glanced at Yi Fan and whispered, Do you have a solution? Yes, but there are too many people here right now. If you are free in the near future, please come to my house to find me. Yi Fan spoke, then took his leave and followed Yi Linqing back to the table. What did you just say to your uncle? Why do I see your uncle's eyes are so wide open? During the meal, Yi Linqing lowered his voice and asked Yi Fan. I said I know how to cure your illness. Yi Fan said casually without caring. Ill? Upon hearing this, Yi Linqing's face changed. Your uncle is ill? Of course, otherwise why would he retreat from the front line? Yi Fan curled his lips. Then how do you know it can be cured? Dad, why are you asking so many questions? Yi Fan responded, glanced at Yi Linqing, and suddenly said, It's not you who is treating me. Tisk. Yi Linqing was choked by these words. After a while, he cursed in a low voice. You little bastard, you don't even give your father face now. No. Yi Fan shook his head, thinking of something, and suddenly asked, Didn't Dad say that there was a cousin who had a good relationship with us? Didn't she come? Your cousin. Hearing this, Yi Linqing lowered his voice again and leaned close to Yi Fan's ear. You know that your cousin is not liked by your uncle and his family. I guess she didn't come today. My cousin is not liked by my uncle either. Yi Fan was a little surprised when he heard this. Isn't his cousin a person with dragon pupils? How could this be possible? After all, your uncle is now the head of your grandfather's family. Such a large family with a lot of wealth is prone to conflicts. In addition, your cousin has married and moved far away to Beihai, so she has even less status in the family. It's normal for her not to come. I guess she informed your uncle in advance. Yi Linqing explained, looking at the dishes served, picked up a piece, and said, Your cousin is also quite miserable. She married to Beihai alone and didn't know anyone. I heard that she didn't have a good life there. That's it. Yi Fan nodded and didn't say much. Soon, the banquet ended and the guests left one after another. It was obvious that most of these people were not from Pingqing. Outside the banquet hall, the sounds of helicopters were heard one after another. Yi Fan and the others also went to say goodbye to Mr. Yi. After smiling and waving, they left. They had no helicopter, so they had to leave on foot. It's a pity for Linqing. He finally got a chance when he was almost 40 years old. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Yi Lao sighed and frowned as he thought of something. My grandson seems to be a little extraordinary. No matter how extraordinary he is, he is only D level. He doesn't even have the Yi family's dragon pupil bloodline. A middle-aged man's voice sounded at the side. He is Yi Gehai, the son of Yi Lauda, who was outside welcoming the guests before. Over the years, he has always had a bad impression of Yi Linqing. Dragon pupils are not necessarily a good thing. Elder Yi shook his head and did not continue to speak. Instead, he looked at the end of the gift and said, "Let me see the gift from Linqing. What good things can they give? Last time they gave me watermelons, this time, maybe it's pineapples." Yi Gehai spoke up, seeming to see what old man Yi was thinking. "Father, it's better not to look at it. You haven't been in good health recently, so you shouldn't get angry. I think it's good to be given by my family, even if it's just a stone," Old Master Yi said, shaking his head. "Not to mention that he's the youngest son. All the glory that my father had in the past has been ruined by him," Yi Gehai said, and seeing that old Yi was determined, he said nothing more. He picked up the box given by Yi Linqing and brought it to old Yi. "Open it," Mr. Yi said. Upon hearing the sound, Yi Gehai opened the box. When the box was filled with birthday fruits, he was stunned. "This?" he said, seeming a little unbelievable. "Where did Linqing's family get the money to buy this birthday fruit?" Mr. Yi was also slightly dazed, as if he was thinking of the previous conversation, and a meaningful expression appeared on his face. "Giving birthday fruits as presents on birthdays, this custom doesn't seem to be popular in Pingqing. Dad, why are you so depressed?" Walking on the road outside the door, Yi Fan looked at Yi Linqing, who was beside him with a depressed look on his face, and asked with a smile. "Because I spent a lot of money to buy something but I didn't see it?" "That's not the case. 880,000 is more than enough to buy a house in Pingqing," Yi Linqing replied, shaking his head. "Your uncle is just kind-hearted. I don't blame him. It just hurts a little." "Okay, it's not you, Dad, who paid, it's me." Hearing this, Yi Fan nodded, and took out another inferior fruit like a magic trick. "And I still have the fruit that I spent today." "Anything else?" Yi Linqing was shocked when he heard this. "Of course. I have too many spiritual herbs and fruits here," Yi Fan replied, and then took out another inferior fruit. "Good boy." Seeing this, Yi Linqing quickly took a bad fruit and said, "This thing is incredible. It can improve the bloodline of beasts. It is not an ordinary thing. If it's an ordinary family, they may not be able to buy a few even if they work hard all their lives." After watching it for a while, Yi Linqing handed the inferior fruit back. "This is for your father." Yi Fan shook his head, took out another inferior fruit, and stuffed it all into his father's hand. "There are 3 in total, used to improve Xiaobai's bloodline level. Give it to Xiaobai this." Yi Linqing waved his hands hurriedly, but Yi Fan spoke first. "My beast is already at elite level, so it's useless to take it." Yi Linqing was stunned, and then reluctantly put away the inferior fruit. "You stinky boy, now you have all the good things." "That's for sure." Yi Fan nodded, and then, thinking of something, he asked, "Dad, do you know the history of our family?" "Family history?" Hearing this, Yi Linqing showed a thoughtful expression. After a few seconds, he shook his head and said, "I don't know." "Dad, next time if you don't know something, just say you don't know. Don't pretend to think about it." Yi Fan responded helplessly, and then asked, "What kind of strong man has appeared in the family, and what he does, this old man must know." Chapter 41, Dragon Eye Rebellion. "Strong men, that's a lot of them. Your great-grandfather, second-grandfather, fourth-grandfather." Seeing that Yi Linqing was about to recite, Yi Fan waved his hands quickly. "Anyway, the Yi family members of their generation are all pretty strong," Yi Fan concluded. "I just heard from my uncle that something seemed to have happened to my grandfather, so did he not care about us?" "Yes, I didn't see your grandfather very often. He was said to have gone to the front line when I was born. By the time I could remember, he had already died." At this point, Yi Linqing sighed. "Your grandmother was in poor health to begin with. After hearing the news, she cried every day and passed away not long after. When I was in charge, I was just over 10 years old." "Didn't other members of the Yi family help us during this period?" Yi Fan asked. "Yes, your uncle's family was very nice to us in the beginning. They sponsored my studies, schooling, and daily life," Yi Linqing replied, sighing. "But I didn't live up to expectations. I became a D-level student, and I didn't get any fame in high school. Later, we gradually had less contact." But your cousin's family has always been nice to us. So that's how it is. Yifan nodded thoughtfully. The general meaning is that uncle and grandfather are brothers. After grandfather died, his family initially took care of dad, but as dad gradually became mediocre, such care became less and less, and now it has gradually turned into indifference and ridicule. Dad, it's okay. Patting Yi Linqing on the shoulder, Yifan said. We will become powerful in the future and impress everyone. I don't think it's a big deal. We're just family, and it turned out like this. Yi Linqing replied. He wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't continue and just sighed. At night, when I returned home, it was already very late. Bridget Lin was already lying down in the bedroom, and Yifan returned to his room. Crunch. In the bedroom, seeing Yi Linqing coming back, he asked, How is it? Same. Yi Linqing replied. It's just that today my uncle said that I have changed a lot. He praised me and Yifan. That's still good. Did Lena go? Lena didn't go. We are having a banquet at my eldest brother's house today. Yi Linqing shook his head and looked at Lin Qingxia, who was expectant. Suddenly, he said, Qingxia, I want to continue to be a Beastmaster. Continue to become a Beastmaster? Hearing this, Bridget Lin was stunned. She subconsciously looked through the window at Xiao Bai, who was lying at the door and was as tall as a man's knee. Could it be that Xiao Bai? Yes, I fed Xiao Bai a lot of spiritual fruits. Now Xiao Bai has reached Black Iron 6 stars. Yi Linqing replied, taking out the inferior transformation fruit. This is the inferior transformation fruit given by Yifan. It can turn a low-grade beast into an elite-grade beast. At this moment, perhaps because of something at the banquet, Yi Linqing suddenly revealed his true colors. He looked at Lin Qingxia and said seriously, Fanner has inherited the legacy of an unrivaled master. The breathing method I told you about before was given to me by him. He is very powerful. I have been following him to hunt in the Silver Moon Forest during this period of time, finding excuses for you to go out. Hearing this, Bridget Lin was stunned. Qingxia, I don't want to be ordinary anymore. Yi Linqing said in a deep tone. Do you know how I feel when I go to the banquet today? What? I failed to save face for my son. Instead, I need him to comfort me. Yi Linqing said, shaking his head. If I were alone before, it would be fine, but Yifan, I shouldn't be looked down upon by others because of me. This made Lin Qingxia silent for a while, and then she said, Have you thought about it? Yes. Yi Linqing nodded. Beast control was once my dream. Now Fener has opened a path for me to become a strong man. If I don't seize it, I will regret it. If you've made up your mind, then we can. Lin Qingxia nodded and hugged Yi Linqing. When the rent for the store expires this month, we will close the store and I will stay with you. Since we got married, it seems like I haven't seen you taming beasts for a long, long time. In the bedroom on the other side, Yifan naturally didn't know about his parents' conversation, nor did he expect that today's banquet would have such a great impact on his father. In his state of mind, as a centenarian in his previous life, he had long been indifferent to the opinions of other people, so regarding the performance of these people, he just felt that his father was a bit miserable. To him, it was really nothing. At most, he was curious about this family. Which family is it? Yifan once again showed a thoughtful expression on his bed. Longtong, Kyoto, Pingqing. Wrong. After a while, Yifan suddenly thought of something and sat up from the bed. The memory of a huge incident emerged in his mind. The Dragon Eye Rebellion. No way. As soon as this word came out, Yifan was a little bit unbelievable. In the previous life, there was a great turmoil in Kyoto. About 4 years later, this turmoil almost affected the core of the government. The specific reason was that a group of troops led by dragon pupils launched a rebellion with great momentum, and even occupied several key positions in Kyoto. Later, several powerful men from Kyoto returned urgently from the frontline secret realm to suppress the rebellion. All those with dragon pupils will be killed. All rebels will be exiled. This news was suppressed at the time. It happened that Yifan was studying at a university in Kyoto and witnessed the rebellion with his own eyes. Later, it was announced by the government that it was deliberately instigated by the dynasty organization, so he didn't think much about it. But now, with all the clues piled up, the only one that fits this description is that rebellion. The Dragon Eye Rebellion actually started from the Yi family. After saying this, Yi Fan took a breath and thought of the kind-hearted old man Yi at the banquet. He was a military leader who had retired from the front line. Such a person, who devoted his entire life to the people of a country, would never launch such a rebellion. Unless Yi Lao died. Although Elder Ye's hidden illness is serious, he won't last less than 4 years. Yi Fan made some guesses, but the more he guessed, the more frightened he became. Someone killed Elder Yi and joined the dynasty organization. This is almost earth-shattering news. The ancestors of families with dragon eye blood are all the glorious first-generation dragon slayers. They are the pioneers of this era and also the practitioners. No one would doubt that their descendants would join the dynasty organization to restore the ancient feudal dynasty, and this is precisely an extremely dangerous sign. I must tell you to be careful of the people around you when I get a chance. Yi Fan decided secretly and looked out the window. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed by, like a huge bird-like beast flying low over the sky. Wong! Wong! Xiao Bai at the door stood up and barked at the sky vigilantly, as if something was there. Yi Fan frowned immediately, turned over and got out of bed. As soon as he went out, Yi Linqing, who was on the opposite side of the room, was about to open the door, but Yi Fan pressed the door shut and said in a low voice, "Dad, you and Mom stay in the room. Don't come out unless I call you." Inside the room, Yi Linqing, who didn't think there was anything wrong, became nervous when he heard this and wanted to push the door open to go out, but Yi Fan spoke again. "You must listen to me." "Okay." Yi Linqing remained silent and let go of the hand that was pushing the door. Outside the door, Yi Fan walked towards the yard with light steps, and did not raise his head like Xiao Bai. He did not stay in the yard, opened the door, and walked towards the secluded street. Soon, under the moonlight outside, Yi Fan gradually came to an alley. Facing the dead end ahead, Yi Fan stopped and spoke. "Come out, is it fun to stay in the sky?" Boom! As the voice fell, the sound of birds flapping their wings was heard, and then a man in a black robe landed in front of Yi Fan. "You are very bold." Yi Fan spoke, his eyes swept to the long-winged bird beside the man in black robe, and frowned. Bronze 5-star elite grade Beastmasters can still fly. After a little thought, Yi Fan raised his hand. "Tingqing is off limits to the air, don't you know?" "I know, but it's nothing more than a fine. It's late at night, how many law enforcers are still awake?" The black-robed man said, looking at Yi Fan with a slightly teasing smile. "You have a heart to protect your family, and you brought me to such a remote place." Chapter 42, The Man in Black Robe. "Yeah." Yi Fan nodded, looked at the man in black robe, and suddenly said, "Is there no one left in the dynasty organization? So they sent you?" Hearing this, the black-robed man's eyes suddenly became sharp. "Boy, do you know the dynasty organization? Then why else would I let Deng Li tell you?" Yi Fan replied, his eyes calm. "You are also very good at picking the right time. You came when I was back home. Why, you don't dare to do it in school? Are you provoking me, kid?" The man in black robe spoke, his eyes fixed on Yi Fan. "I know your background very well. As the son of the most useless person in the Yi family, no one will help you. I suggest you take back what you said." Yi Fan's tone suddenly turned cold. "Are you angry?" The man in black robe joked. "But that's the fact." "You are very bold." Yi Fan spoke again, and the next moment, the hellhound appeared from the beast taming space. "Beast taming, ascension." Yi Fan raised his hand, and light condensed. When he saw the hellhound in front of him that was taller than a human, the man in black robe was slightly surprised. "Bronze 2-star?" But then, the man in black robe laughed again. "Kid, I'm not the rookie in your school." As he spoke, the man in black robe raised his hand, and light condensed. "Beast tamer, wild wind." After he finished speaking, the light did not cover the beast but spread around. The wind suddenly started to howl, blowing the two people's hair. The wind was so strong that at the other end of the alley, a barber shop sign was blown away like a ball. "One of the few talents in Class C who can change the weather." Yi Fan stood still, feeling the changes in the weather nearby, and narrowed his eyes slightly. This is another relatively special talent for taming beasts. If such a person enters the front line as a warrior, he can play a very good role in range interference. In theory, he is a rare military talent. But now, this talent is used as a distraction sound to cover up killings. Is the restoration of the dynasty really that attractive? Yifan spoke, and at this moment, he no longer hesitated. If the other party wants to kill me, I will never hold back. Little fire, bite! Roar! A low, hoarse roar came from the hellhound's mouth, and it moved quickly, pouncing on the long-winged bird in almost a blink of an eye. The man in black robe reacted quickly and climbed onto the bird. The long-winged bird flapped its wings and flew into the sky again. Boy, you can't beat me! The man in black robe did not fly too high. At least, Yifan could hear what he said clearly. Long-winged bird, use, feather of fallen leaves! The voice of the man in black robe sounded, and the next moment, the long-winged bird flapped its wings again, and its wings spread out. The feathers seemed to be pulled, and they fell from the sky like small swords. Considering the dense number of them, I only remember that they covered a distance of several meters around Yifan. This scene was frightening. Obviously, the man in black robe also knew that he could not get entangled with Yifan, so he used the long-winged bird's beast-taming skills as soon as he arrived. Every move is a killing move. Humph. Yifan looked at the sky full of feathers and sharp swords and laughed. As soon as the man in black robe spoke, he snorted and quickly retreated. His speed was very fast, obviously beyond the black-robed man's expectation. The attack missed. In the sky, the black-robed man looked at Yifan, who had escaped the killing range unscathed, and was a little stunned. What you just said is very right. You are not the rookie in school. Yifan's voice sounded. But unfortunately, I am not a rookie either. I'm tired of using methods like directly attacking the Beastmaster during a beast battle. On the ground, Yifan, standing in the strong wind, patted the hellhound beside him and sneered. In his previous life, he had experienced countless beast-taming duels. Some were just beast-taming duels, some were life-and-death duels, some were ambushed, and some were ambushed against others. With such rich combat experience, how could he not see through a young man? Just by looking at this black-robed man in his 20s, you can tell what he wants to do. A skill like falling leaf feather can't be used a second time in a short period of time. Looking at the silent black-robed man in the sky, Yifan said jokingly, Now, if you want to kill me, it seems that you can only pounce from the sky. When birds hunt, that's also when the prey is most likely to kill them in return. You dare to come? After saying this, the black-robed man's eyes changed a little. He looked at the young man on the ground who was not afraid but was mocking him, and felt strangely flustered. As a young boy who had just started out, he actually had the strange feeling of being scolded by his teacher when he was in school because his weaknesses were discovered. Is he so confident that he can kill me when my long-winged bird attacks him? In the sky, the man in black robe who had received the mission and was determined to succeed hesitated for the first time. Obviously, he was also aware of this. In the sky, the long-winged bird was invincible, but if he delayed any further, he would be exposed in no time. The most effective and fastest way was to kill it. Once you choose to kill, it is equivalent to choosing to gamble, betting that Yifan will not be able to seize this opportunity. Why, you don't dare! Yifan waited for a long time for the other party to answer, and a smile appeared on his face. Then I suggest you go back early. If you haven't killed me in such a long time, I'm afraid it will be easy for the law enforcement team to find you. I know you're afraid of death. It's okay. I don't blame you. Asshole! Hearing this, even though he knew Yifan was provoking him, the man in black robes still got angry and waved his hand. Long-winged bird, bite him! Swoosh! The next moment, the long-winged bird flapped its wings, and its huge body became like a glider, flying straight towards Yifan. The momentum of its charge was quite scary. Come on! The voice of the man in black robe sounded, with a hint of anger on his face. He didn't believe that a D-level kid, with the help of a bronze 2-star hellhound, could kill his long-winged bird in the strong wind. This attack is also a sure kill. Phew! A whistling sound was heard in the sky. Yifan looked at the long-winged bird coming straight towards him and suddenly smiled. You said you had investigated my background, but how come you don't know my nickname at school? After he finished speaking, Yifan's eyes changed and he suddenly spoke coldly. Xiaohua, lock the throat! As the voice fell, Yifan stepped back, and at the same time, the hellhound opened its mouth wide and pounced out. At this moment, the long-winged bird hasn't even arrived yet. He predicted my attack in advance. At this moment, the black-robed man's face changed. He fell into the trap. This is the kind of all-out fight Yifan was waiting for. The long-winged bird coming straight at him couldn't turn around in such a short time. Roar! A roar sounded, and the scene seemed extremely strange. The next second after the hellhound pounced, the long-winged bird seemed to put its throat into its mouth. Thump! With their throats locked, the huge force caused the long-winged bird to struggle, and the dog and the bird pounced straight out. The man in black robe rolled on the ground, looked at the long-winged bird with its throat locked, and rushed forward with his fists. Seeing this scene, Yifan, who was not far away, laughed, and shook his head again. You don't even know my beast-taming skills. How dare you say you know everything I know? After he finished speaking, Yifan raised his hand again. Small fire, use, overheat, burn. Roar! A roar sounded, and a magma-like red color appeared on the body of the hellhound. A terrifying flame brewed, and in a moment, it spread like a bomb. No! Looking at the flames coming towards him, the man in black robe widened his eyes. The next second, the flames swallowed him. Yifan stood in place, and the wave of fire that was coming towards him finally stopped less than 5 centimeters away from him. This is the maximum distance for overheating and combustion, and it is also the reason why he chose to retreat just now. From the moment the black-robed man chose to attack, Yifan had already thought about everything that would follow. That was not the black-robed man's must-kill, but his must-kill. With overheating and burning at such a close distance, even if the Beastmaster could survive, the Beastmaster would surely die. TSK. Soon, the flames died down, and not far away, there lay a black corpse and the remains of a black bird. Xiaohua, well done! Yifan walked over, patted the weak hellhound, and took out a spiritual fruit to give to it. Womp! The hellhound made a gentle sound, but did not take the spiritual fruit from Yifan's hand. Instead, it nodded towards the ground, signaling Yifan to put the spiritual fruit on the ground. This is a habit it has recently learned from Xiaobai. It does not eat at the table, and does not eat things handed to it by people or with chopsticks. It has clear etiquette. Seeing this scene, Yifan smiled and shook his head, rubbed the hellhound's head, and fed the spiritual fruit into the hellhound's mouth. You are my beast, in my eyes, you are my best partner, you are welcome. Woof woof. The hellhound made a sound and rubbed Yifan again. Yifan squatted down, looked at the dark-robed man, curled his lips, and said as if he was giving a eulogy. Remember, in your next life, don't bring your parents with you when you provoke others. Snap! 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 At this moment, suddenly, the sound of applause came from behind Yifan. What an amazing showdown between Beastmasters! As soon as the voice came out, Yifan stood up like thunder and quickly took a defensive posture. His body tensed up in an instant, he clenched his fists, and veins on his arms bulged. Someone actually approached him without him knowing. This person must be a strong one. But when he turned around and looked at the person opposite him, Yifan was a little stunned. Master, why is it you? Chapter 43 Source. As he spoke, Yifan's powerful punch, which was ready to be launched, stopped in the air. This scene seemed a little awkward. Didn't you ask me to come find you? Yi Lao replied with a smile on his face. I just happened to see this person and wanted to see how good your beast-taming skills are. I didn't expect that I would be surprised. After saying this, Elder Yi paused, with golden light flowing in his eyes. Fanner, your beast-taming ability doesn't seem like that of a newly entered beast-tamer. You are too kind, sir. Yifan replied, still respecting this old man who had been on the front line for many years. I have had some extraordinary adventures. A fortuitous encounter? That's no wonder. Upon hearing this, Mr. Yi nodded slightly and did not ask any further questions. Instead, there was some joy in his eyes. It is something to be happy about when your children and grandchildren have an adventure. It's a good thing to have an adventure, so you should seize the opportunity. Understood. Yifan nodded and pointed to the corpse behind him. Don't you want to know who is the person who came to fight with me today? Who is it? Upon hearing this, Old Yi looked towards the corpse. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he saw a badge that looked like it was made of iron left on the corpse's burnt clothes. On the badge, there was a pattern with the word King, in its shape. Someone from Dynasty Organization? Yi Lao frowned slightly and thought for a moment before saying, I'll ask the higher-ups to pay attention to Pingqing. I don't recommend you to do this. Yi Fan shook his head. You should know what it means for this person to appear here at this time. Ever since the appearance of the beast tamer, all places have been strengthening the control over the beast tamers. No matter how backward Pingqing is, it is impossible for a beast tamer with flying beasts to easily appear here at this time. 20 minutes had passed since just now. Even with the strong wind from the man in black robe, it was enough for someone to notice it. But until now, there was still no movement. It was obvious that in Pingqing, at least near Yi Fan's home, the law enforcement agency deliberately concealed and ignored the appearance of this man in black robe. This made Yi Lao ponder again, but soon, he seemed a little angry. Pingqing's law enforcement agency actually colluded with the Dynasty Organization. How dare they? Master, we underestimated the Dynasty Organization, Yi Fan said. According to my previous understanding, the Dynasty Organization has already gathered all the underground gangs in Pingqing. They are not just organizing rebellion in the open as we thought, but also making plans in many places at the same time. It's okay in big cities, but for places like Pingqing, which are already less well prepared, if nothing unexpected happens, many law enforcement agencies should have been infiltrated, and even some local families may have been involved. The man in black robe today is the best example. It's unbelievable, Yi Lao replied, with some surprise in his eyes. He looked at Yi Fan again and suddenly asked, Fanner, how do you know about the Dynasty Organization? And you seem to know it very well. It just so happens that I have some personal grudges with EZ of the Dynasty Organization. Yi Fan did not hesitate and answered. It can be said that I accidentally discovered some clues from this EZ and found out some things. I see. Mr. Yi nodded, and after glancing at Yi Fan, he saw that his expression did not seem fake, and he did not doubt too much, but continued to ask. Then how did you know that the Dynasty Organization had taken over all the underground gangs in Pingqing? Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled, looked at Yi Lao, and said meaningfully, Yi Lao, we are at different heights now, and we see different things. What you see is the commanding heights of the Dynasty Organization, but what I see is the root of the cancer that is the Dynasty Organization. These words made Yi Lao pause for a while, but soon, he smiled again, nodded with a smile, looked at Yi Fan, and said with some praise, Fanner, you have such an opinion, very good. So your advice is that I shouldn't alarm them? Yes. Yi Fan nodded. Master, you should know how cunning and difficult the Dynasty Organization is. Once they sense danger, they will quickly retreat. 1 or 2 clearing operations will not hurt at all. If we want to hurt them, we have to find an opportunity, follow the clues, and lead them out little by little from the underground gangs I know. I deliberately lured out the black-robed man this time through some means. He let us know some things about the law enforcement agencies. I can continue to provoke them. I am just a bronze Beastmaster. Besides, Master Yi is ill, so they won't take me seriously. They keep testing and provoking me. By the time they react, we will already know who are the people in Pingqing and which organizations are colluding with the remnants of the dynasty. At this point, Yi Fan's voice was a little cold. He glanced at old Yi and whispered, When the time comes, we will catch them all in one fell swoop and eradicate them completely. These words were cold, but the iron will in them even moved old Yi a little. He glanced at Yi Fan and clearly noticed the amazing change in his grandson. He wanted to ask something, but didn't know where to start. But how can you guarantee your safety? This time the one who came was a bronze 5-star. Next time, maybe it will be a silver one. In the end, Mr. Yi did not ask anything, but answered seriously. Do you need me to send someone to protect you secretly? Mr. Yi can send someone to protect my family. The dynasty organization has always been despicable and might attack them. Yi Fan replied. As for me, Mr. Yi, don't worry. Our teacher is a famous strong man in Pingqing. I am in school and he will protect me. In that case, okay. Mr. Yi was not a hesitant person. Since Yi Fan's words touched him, he would naturally be decisive. Within a year, you will get a specific list and give it to me. I will handle it. Yi Lao opened his mouth, glanced at Yi Fan, and said with a cold face. I am still in Pingqing. The dynasty organization dares to extend its tentacles here. In this case, let them pay a sufficient price. Okay. Yifan nodded, with a slight smile in his eyes. With the help of Mr. Yi, his plan to eradicate the Pingqing dynasty organization will be much smoother. Master, now, it's time to get down to business. Business? Old Yi frowned slightly. About the treatment of your hidden illness, Yifan said with a smile in his eyes. Isn't it because of this that you came to me? Hearing this, Mr. Yi was also startled, and then subconsciously said, Fanner, do you really know how to cure my hidden disease? Of course, I happen to know some methods to treat the backlash of the dragon pupil. Yifan looked at Old Yi. But Old Yi, you have to tell me first, how did you replenish the blood of the descendant species that caused the concentration of your own blood to exceed the limit? This. Elder Yi hesitated, but did not hide it, saying, I got a precious blood of a dragon species in a secret realm, and I just happened to get a secret recipe on how to improve the blood of a dragon pupil, so I used the blood of the dragon species. Hearing this, Yifan remained calm, but was secretly a little frightened. The secret realm where dragon blood can be obtained must be of a very high level. Being able to enter such a place and obtain dragon blood, Mr. Ye's strength should be quite good among the top military officials. But fortunately, the way to replenish it is directly through blood. Yifan nodded. For the descendants of special ancient bloodlines like dragon pupils, generally speaking, the way to replenish their bloodline is to use the blood of dragon descendants. Of course, there are other ways, such as some special natural treasures, some special beasts, and even some special ancient weapons. Since this is the case, it's easier to deal with. Yifan nodded and stretched out his finger. There are two ways. One is quick but will cause some loss of strength, and the other is slow but basically has no effect on strength. There are two more ways. Upon hearing this, Mr. Yi was slightly stunned. He had been suffering from the backlash for quite some time, and he had consulted many doctors, but none of them could find a solution. What's worse, the condition became worse the more he was treated. Otherwise, he would not have retired from the front line so quickly. Yes. Yifan was confident. Both of these two methods can guarantee the treatment of dragon pupils' backlash. It depends on what Mr. Yi chooses. This made Mr. Yi hesitate for a while, and then he asked, What is the fastest way to get results? Bleeding. Yifan answered, simply and clearly. Use special means to replace the dragon blood in Yi Lao's body with ordinary blood. In this way, the blood concentration will drop to the backlash line, and there will be no backlash and damage. Special means. Yi Lao frowned slightly, and did not ask any further questions, but said, In this case, will my strength be greatly reduced? Of course. Yifan nodded. Dragon pupils rely on their own strength, and the foundation of this strength is the inherited blood in their bodies. If their blood is lost, their strength will naturally not be as good as before. As soon as this sentence came out, Yi Lao shook his head decisively. Which one is the slow one to take effect? This one is more complicated. It requires a prescription, and it requires changing the breathing method. Yifan replied. Change to breathing techniques. Upon hearing this, Mr. Yi frowned again. The breathing method is equivalent to the foundation of the beast tamer. In the beast taming space, the beast tamer's strong combat ability is basically due to the attainment of the breathing method. When the breathing method reaches a high level, there will be many abilities. For example, the thunder breathing method that Ma Dafei obtained before, when it reaches the final level, the attack can even be accompanied by weak thunder. If you change your breathing method, your combat ability will be greatly reduced as you will not be able to use these abilities. This damage seems to be greater than the damage caused by blood transfusion. No, this is the best treatment plan. Yifan shook his head. Dragon pupil masters don't rely on beast control. Most modern dragon pupil masters use a similar breathing method to ordinary beast control masters to grow. This growth plan is wrong. I told you to use the medicine and change your breathing method so that you can change and become a real dragon pupil master. Your strength will decrease in the short term, but once you adapt, you'll be even stronger than before. A true dragon pupil master! Upon hearing this, Yi Lao's pupils shrank a little. Obviously, he knew what Yifan meant by the true dragon pupil master in this sentence. The first generation of dragon pupils focused on their own cultivation. Their bodies were like dragons and they could split Mount Hua with their strength. Chapter 44 9 Transformations of the True Dragon. I choose the second one. Soon Mr. Yi nodded. The superiority of the two methods can be seen almost at a glance. Okay. Yi Fan nodded, looked at Mr. Yi opposite him, paused for a moment, and suddenly said, Master, I now need you to use the blood of the dragon eye to swear an oath that you will not reveal the breathing method I taught you today in any way, nor will you harm me and my family in any way. Swear by the origin. These words made Yi Lao pause. The oath of origin is equivalent to an oath against the ancient relics, and those with the blood of the ancient relics. The ancient relics are regarded as the favorites of God, and as favorites, they are naturally powerful, but also have some corresponding constraints. Among them, the origin oath is one. Once the ancient species uses the origin of blood to swear, the oath will condense in the blood. If it is violated, the blood will explode, and the violator will die. Originally, this oath was discovered accidentally by the first generation of Beastmasters and was used to restrain and subdue the ancient species. However, it has evolved to the modern times, and few people know about this except the ancient species and those with ancient species blood. After all, no one, whether a Beastmaster or a human with blood, will tell you that there is such a thing as an oath of origin. Master Yi, what I am going to tell you next is enough to drive all the dragon pupils in this world crazy. Yi Fan replied, looking at Master Yi and said, It's not that I don't trust Master Yi, it's that I must ensure the safety of me and my family. Okay. Hearing this, Mr. Yi didn't say much. He closed his eyes. Soon, a dragon roar sounded, and a dragon shape appeared at his heart. I, Yi Mao, swear by the origin of my bloodline that I will never in any way. As Mr. Yi completed his oath, the dragon roar soon subsided, and the heart-shaped dragon pattern turned red and then disappeared. This means that the oath is established. After the oath was established, Yi Fan also breathed a sigh of relief and said to Yi Lao, It's not convenient here, let's go back to my house and talk. Okay. Old man Yi nodded and looked at his grandson leaving in front of him, with some doubts in his eyes. A breathing method that drives all dragon pupils crazy? What is it? Uncle, why are you here? Inside the house, Yi Linqing, who was sitting upright in the hall, was stunned when he saw old man Yi following Yi Tong into the house. I have something to talk to Fanner about. Old Yi coughed and looked at Xiao Bai next to Yi Linqing with an embarrassed expression. Dad and Mom, everything is fine. You can go back and rest first. I have something to talk to you about. Yi Fan saw the embarrassment of Mr. Yi and said to Yi Linqing and Linqing Xiao with a smile. Oh, okay. Yi Linqing agreed and turned to walk towards the room. Linqing Xiao stayed behind and said politely, Uncle, you and Feiner can talk slowly. There is fruit on the table. Okay. Old Yi nodded with a smile on his face. The door closed and the two entered Yi Fan's room. At this time, Yi Fan's expression gradually became serious. Master, the technique I am going to talk about next is the technique practiced by the first generation of dragon pupils, and it is specially designed for people with dragon blood. This technique is called 9 transformations of the true dragon. It has 9 levels in total. Every time you practice a level, the dragon blood in your body will become more vigorous, and the physical strength brought by the blood of the ancient species will become stronger and stronger. When you reach a high level, you could even exert power comparable to that of the ancient dragon species. 9 transformations of the true dragon. Upon hearing the name, Yi Lao's expression changed slightly. He had heard of the name of this breathing method before. It was indeed the breathing method practiced by the first generation of dragon pupils. Is this kind of skill also in your adventures? There's no need to ask in detail, sir. Yi Fan replied, with an imperceptible deep meaning in his eyes. In his previous life, he had killed a real dragon pupil person and obtained the 9 transformations of the true dragon. Therefore, he did not care much about the so-called dragon pupil person. He still believed in Mr. Yi, but he was still not completely reassured, so he asked Mr. Yi to take an oath. The more advanced the Beastmaster is, the more tempted he will be by the things he can bring out. Except for parents, no one should be without guard. Master, please listen carefully to the following spell. As he spoke, Yi Fan began to narrate the 9 transformations of the true dragon. Old Yi concentrated and moved in sync with Yi Fan's words. As time went by, Mr. Yi suddenly groaned and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This was some minor backlash from his change to the breathing technique. After all, people of their level had high attainments in breathing techniques, and to specialize in it would come with some small price to pay. After this mouthful of blood spurted out, Yi Lao's breathing quickly stabilized. Not long after, he suddenly exhaled and opened his eyes. In his eyes, golden light flows and lingers for a long time. I have successfully entered the first of the 9 transformations of the true dragon. Old Yi spoke and stood up. A majestic aura rose from his body, and then Yi Lao raised his hand with a faint smile on his face. I haven't felt this comfortable for a long time since I was hit back. Congratulations, sir, Yi Fan said with a smile. My strength is there. Although it has dropped a little now, after you enter the second and third transformations, you will be able to recover soon and even surpass it before. I feel it. Old Yi nodded, looking at Yi Fan, who was always neither humble nor arrogant in front of him, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. I have another prescription here, which is specifically for blood and qi. Yi Fan said, took out a pen and paper, wrote down the prescription, and handed it to Mr. Yi. Elder Yi took the prescription and looked at it for a long time before looking up. Such a precious technique and such a rare prescription, I won't take it for nothing. Fanner, you can tell me anything you need. My strength has recovered. Even in Kyoto, they have to give me some face. I can satisfy you with most of what you want. I promise you, within the permitted conditions, I can find 3 things for you. Let's talk about it later. Yi Fan shook his head. I'm still too weak now, and many things are useless to me. When I get to Kyoto, I'll come and bother you if you need me. No problem. Old Yi agreed readily. At this moment, he also understood why Yi Fan had asked him to make that oath before. For those with dragon pupils, this true Dragon 9 transformations has a fatal attraction. Even I would definitely be tempted. Fanner, are you really not going to Kyoto with me? After thinking for a while, Yi Lao asked again. We still have more than a year, which is enough for us to eradicate the dynasty organization in this place. You must have had some incredible good fortune, but you can't display it in a place like Pingqing. I will go to Kyoto later. Yi Fan shook his head. Pingqing, I still have some ties. After I finish this, I can go to Kyoto with peace of mind. In that case, I won't ask any more questions. Elder Yi nodded and stood up. In the future, I will send someone to protect your family. Here is my communication talisman. Take it with you. If anything happens, you will have a backup plan. Hearing this, Yi Fan did not refuse. He took the communication talisman from Mr. Yi and put it in his arms. Before leaving, Yi Fan saw Mr. Yi to the door. He hesitated, but finally said, Mr. Yi, be careful of the people around you. These words made Mr. Yi pause. He turned around with a hint of doubt in his eyes. He was naturally clear-headed. He looked at Yi Fan with a slightly incredible expression. You mean the Yi family also? Hush. Yi Fan made a silent gesture, his eyes were a little deep. It's just a guess, Mr. Yi just needs to pay more attention. Black is black, white is white, there is no disguise, there must be some differences. Chapter 45 Return. Yi Fan, has uncle left? At the door, Yi Linqing walked out of the room after seeing Yi Fan walking back alone. I'm leaving. Yi Fan replied, looked at Yi Linqing and asked, Dad, I just went out. Didn't I tell you not to come out? Why are you waiting in the living room with Xiao Bai? I'm worried that something might happen to you. Yi Linqing replied. Who knew you were the boss and came to see you? Hearing this, Yi Fan smiled and shook his head, and did not say anything about the dynasty organization. It's better to keep them in the dark about some things and worry less. With the guarantee from Grandpa, I don't have to worry about the safety of my parents. In this way, I can concentrate on fighting the guy from school and the dynasty organization in Pingqing during the next period of time. Dad, give the inferior fruit to Xiao Bai and see how Xiao Bai can evolve. Thinking of something, Yi Fan called out to Xiao Bai, who was guarding the door again. Xiao Bai came running over quickly, and Yi Linqing responded by taking out the inferior fruit. Soon, Xiao Bai ate the 3 inferior fruits, and light rose up, covering Xiao Bai. Not long after, a beast with fur emitting a steely glow appeared in front of the two. Iron Hound! Looking at the little white beast in front of him that was almost the same size as a hellhound, Yi Fan nodded with satisfaction. It is considered a relatively powerful beast among the elite-level beasts. Iron Hound? Yi Linqing was slightly surprised to hear this new name, but then he looked at Xiao Bai and called out. Xiao Bai. Woo-woo. Xiaobai made a low sound, lowered his head, and rubbed Yi Linqing, who was sitting. The relationship between the beast tamer and the Beastmaster will not change because of the change in the beast's strength, Yifan said at the side. Dad, from now on, you will be considered a good Beastmaster in Pingqing. Okay. Yi Linqing nodded, looked at Yifan, and suddenly said, By the way, your mother agreed that I can continue to be a Beastmaster. Really? Yifan raised his eyebrows. Isn't Mom worried about you? I was worried, but I agreed anyway, Yi Linqing replied, with an unconscious smile on his face. Your mother said she would accompany me. Mom said she's worried about you going out drinking every day? Yi Tong spoke with a smile on his face. As far as I can remember, my parents were a couple who got along very well. Although their previous life was ordinary and even a little difficult, they always loved each other. A very enviable love. Dad, when you become a powerful Beastmaster in the future, don't marry 7 or 8 wives like our ancestor did, Yifan said jokingly, thinking of something. How dare I? Hearing Yifan's words, Yi Linqing quickly answered, glanced in the direction of the bedroom, hesitated for a while, shrank his head, leaned close to Yifan's ear, and whispered, I only want your mother. In Morning Breeze Village, Yigahai looked at the old man approaching from a distance with a somewhat surprised expression. Father, it's so late. Where have you been? Just taking a walk. Old Yi replied and glanced at Yigahai, seeming to have something on his mind. Guihai, what kind of organization do you think Dynasty Organization is? Dynasty Organization? Hearing this, Yigahai was stunned, and then quickly said, It is a demonic cult organization that abuses the people under the pretext of restoring the ancient dynasty. Yes, it is indeed a demonic cult that harms the people. Elder Yi nodded, then sighed leisurely. But why are so many people willing to join it? This question made Yigahai hesitate. Those martyrs finally overthrew the system of the ancient dynasty that was oppressed by the ancient beasts and the royal family. In order to stop the ancient beasts that were expelled from the territory but still wanted to return all the time, I don't know how many generations of them died bravely. Until now, we are still their successors. Elder Yi said earnestly. Everyone should know this history, especially a family like ours, which is the descendant of the original dragon slayer. We should not forget it. I know that. Yigahai nodded and looked at Old Yi. He seemed to see that Old Yi was in a bad mood and whispered, Father, what happened to you today? Did you see anything when you went out? I saw the corruption of a local law enforcement agency, and I also heard a piece of advice that surprised me. Yi Lao replied, turned his head to look at Yigahai, and suddenly said, Guihai, the Yi family will not allow anyone who betrays the honor of our ancestors to appear. Recently sent some trusted confidants to thoroughly investigate the detailed contacts of all the people in the Yi family over the past year. If there are any abnormalities, write down the names of all of them and check them one by one. I will determine whether these people are related to the dynasty organization. Once we find out, we will kill them on the spot. Mr. Ye's voice was not very harsh, but there was a murderous intent in his words like thunder. This murderous intent made Yigahai, who was standing beside him, shudder, and then his face changed drastically. Obviously, what Mr. Yi meant was that there was a traitor in the Yi family, a traitor who joined the dynasty organization. I will definitely get to the bottom of this matter, Yigahai responded with a frown. As the eldest son of this generation of the Yi family, he has the obligation to ensure that the glory of the Yi family is not abandoned. Go ahead. Yi Lao waved his hand and watched Yigahai leave. He seemed to suddenly think of something and said, Guihai, when you have time in the future, please interact more with Linqing and the others. These words made Yigahai stunned for a moment, but soon he responded stiffly and left. Looking at this scene, Mr. Yi shook his head slightly. He could see that Yigahai didn't have much ill will towards Yi Linqing, but Yigahai was only concerned about maintaining the honor of the Yi family, and couldn't stand seeing such a cowardly descendant of the Yi family. Especially, Yi Linqing was the only spark left by his famous younger brother. Everything will probably change in the future. Not knowing what he was thinking of, Old Yi spoke something, put his hands behind his back, and walked towards the Morning Breeze village. From his old back, there seemed to be a sigh of regret drifting away with the wind. The following time passed very peacefully. Except for the time when the fat boy's father brought him to visit Yifan to thank him for taking care of him at school, no one else visited during that time. There was no news from the Dynasty organization after the last defeat. Dad, while I'm at school, don't go to Silver Moon Forest alone. Before leaving, Yifan warned Yi Linqing. You don't know the habits and territories of those beasts. If you go to fight, accidents may easily happen. You can go to the Colosseum in the center of the city at ordinary times. There you can have a Beastmaster duel. It can not only improve your Beastmaster level, but you can also get rewards if you win. Got it. Yi Linqing nodded, agreeing to Yifan's request. Also, you should practice the breathing method I gave you more often. It's very good for your health. Eat more good food. Don't worry about money. It's more than enough. Xiaobai should have enough spiritual herbs and fruits for this period of time. I have placed them all in my room. Just feed them according to the list I wrote. Don't show off your wealth. Try not to let others know about our Xiaobai's situation. But don't worry too much about others seeing your beast taming. Although Pingqing is small, the system is still perfect. Beast tamers and ordinary people are all protected. Ordinary people don't dare to provoke you. If you really encounter trouble, you can call me. Before leaving, Yi Linqing and Linqingxia didn't have time to say a few words. Instead, Yifan gave them instructions on everything, from big to small, and he talked for a long time until the car was about to leave, and then he said goodbye to the two of them. I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. I'll come back to see you when I'm free. Yi Linqing and Bridget Lin were at the station. They watched the car drive away, breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at each other in confusion. Finally, it was Yi Linqing who spoke. Why do I feel like our identities and our son's identities have been swapped? Why is he talking more than us? Chapter 46-400. At the school gate, Fatty Li, who had been waiting for a long time, saw Yifan approaching slowly and hurried forward. Yifan, why are you here just now? Didn't we agree to meet at 10 o'clock? Fatty Li came back 2 days early. Yifan was not at home during these 2 days, and was scolded by Pan Zhao all day long. Usually when Yifan was around, at least Pan Zhao would not stare at him all the time. Something happened on the way. Yifan replied with a smile in his eyes. Even if the Dynasty organization attacked him, he would not be like a fool and wait for them to come to him. As soon as he got off the car, he found a secret place and summoned Ma Dufei to learn about the latest situation of the Dynasty organization. Ma Dufei didn't know much. He only told Yifan that the Dynasty organization would send a silver-level Beastmaster in a while to carry out some new plans. It was said that this was because the adult sent a few days ago was secretly killed. As for the adult they were talking about, if nothing unexpected happened, he would be the bronze-level Beastmaster who had come to assassinate Yifan before. What's wrong? Yifan asked, looking at the fat man. Nothing, just asking. Fatty Li nodded when he heard this, and did not ask any further questions. Instead, he pulled Yifan and said in a low voice, Yifan, what level are you at in beast taming now? Bronze 4 stars, what's wrong? Turning his head to look at the fat man, Yifan asked. The A level from the hero class has returned to school, Fatty Li answered, whispering. The first one that came is a bronze level Beastmaster, and there are 2 of them, one of which is a peak elite level Beastmaster. Jijia is back? Hearing this, Yifan's mouth corners raised, and then nodded. That's good. Yifan. Fatty Li wanted to say something cautious, but when he saw that Yifan seemed to be interested, he paused for a while before hesitating and said, He is very strong. He broke your previous record of 300 points yesterday and scored more than 370 points. Yeah. Yifan nodded. After all, it's A level. If you don't have this much strength, you don't deserve the title of A level. Aren't you worried? Fatty Li said. I feel like he will become a strong rival for you. What's there to worry about? Yifan replied, looking at the fat man with a deep look in his eyes. Fatty, Pingqing is too small. It would be boring if there is no suitable opponent. Hearing this, Fatty Li scratched his head, looked at Yifan's expression, and said thoughtfully, My pattern still seems to be not opened. What are the strengths of your 2 beasts? Both are at black iron 8 stars. Fatty Li answered quickly. They are both fed with spiritual herbs and fruits according to your plan. Black iron 8 stars? Then you are almost bronze. Yifan nodded and took out the degenerate fruit. This is the degenerate fruit I got. Give it to your purple snake. Your strength should reach another level. Degraded fruit? Fatty Lee was a little surprised when he saw the degraded fruit in Yifan's hand. Why do you still have? No need to ask more questions, Yifan replied, stretching. Let's go to the training instrument first. Get my records back. In the school, as Yifan arrived at the practice room, many people came over after hearing the news. When the bronze 4-star hellhound appeared, exclamations were heard. How is it possible? In just 1 month, he has reached bronze 4-star? 2 levels higher than GG's beast tamer level? And he has a new beast. Does that mean he can control 2 beasts? No, this hellhound should be the evolution of his previous firehound. This Yifan is pretty strong. Is he going to break GG's score? It's not that easy to leapfrog from the bronze level. Whether he can score 300 points is another matter. The discussion sounded in the back, but Yifan smiled and shook his head as he looked at the Beastmaster that appeared in the drill opposite. The higher the level, the harder it is to advance, but you still get that level. How difficult could it be to tame a bronze-level beast? What's more, he had spent a lot of effort to train his own hellhound. Xiaohua, show me. Looking at the hellhound not far away, Yifan spoke with a smile. Roar! A low, hoarse roar sounded, and the hellhound opened its mouth, with flames overflowing from its mouth. Looking at the elite Beastmaster evolved by the evolution device opposite, it opened its mouth, and flames gushed out like rays. The beast seemed to have crashed. It did not dodge the flames and was instantly enveloped by them the moment they covered it. Soon, the flames burned out, leaving only a charred ritual beast. There was silence in the air for a while, and then the score of 100 slowly appeared on the instrument. Many people were shocked by this move. What's going on? Was that the skill of the hellhound just now? Fire breathing, this skill is too bad. Before the voice fell, the next ritual beast appeared. The hellhound opened its mouth again and sprayed out the same flame, destroying the beast easily as before. At this moment, many people's faces changed. I can use skills continuously. What is this thing? Isn't it said that most of the beast tamer's bronze-level skills can only be used once in a short period of time? Why can he let the beast tamer use them all the time? Soon, the third beast appeared, and the result was the same. The fourth one, still the same. 400. Looking at the score that appeared on the training instrument, Yifan nodded, did not continue the challenge, and waved his hand to recall Xiaohua. Looking back, everyone was stunned. Today is 400 points. If anyone can break this score, I will come again. Looking at everyone, Yifan slowly opened his mouth, said a sentence, and walked off the stage. Pan Zhao didn't know when he came here. Looking at Yifan walking down from the stage, his eyes changed slightly. This brat has another adventure. As a mentor, his perspective is naturally different from those of these students. It is obvious that fire breathing is not a skill of the hellhound at all. That is its own fire bloodline. It can spit fire. Most of the power in this bloodline can only be activated at the silver level. This is why silver is the starting point. Only when you reach silver, the blood shackles of the Beastmaster will be opened. At that time, you can start to use powers of different attributes, such as breathing fire, spitting water, thunder, falling rocks, etc. What did he feed the Beastmaster that stimulated the power of fire in the Beastmaster's blood, allowing the hellhound to break the Beastmaster's blood shackles at the bronze level? Pan Zhao was judgmental and a little frightened. There are spiritual fruits that can break the shackles of the beast tamer's bloodline in advance. At least they are spiritual grade. This kid is only at the bronze level. Where can he get spiritual grade spiritual fruits? Teacher Pan. When Pan Zhao was still in a daze, Yifan had already come in front of him, greeted him, and said with a slight smile, How is it? Teacher Pan is satisfied with this performance, right? Not bad. Pan Zhaoqiang suppressed his emotions and said calmly on the surface, but he couldn't help but ask, How did you do it? I got some good stuff. Yifan replied with a smile on his face. He had only succeeded in allowing the hellhound to use the attribute power of its bloodline in advance a few days ago. This was something he had planned a long time ago, and had implemented it very early. He prepared the fiery fruit, and later, he also prepared the white jade fruit, flame mushroom, and several other spiritual fruits specifically for hellhounds to plant in the beast taming space. These spiritual fruits can speed up the growth of the beast. Although for the bronze level, The improvement of ordinary treasures is not that great. The key point lies in the activation of the bloodline shackles. Every spiritual fruit it eats loosens the shackles. Coupled with the 30-to-1 flow rate in the beast taming space, this long time is enough to open the shackles in advance. The improvement in strength is not much, but the activation of the flame is real, and the lethality it brings is also obvious. With this ability, your hellhound is considered extremely powerful before the silver level. Pan Zhao spoke with a hint of joy in his eyes. He also saw Jijia's beast taming battle here a few days ago. The former's performance made him worry that Yi Fan would be left behind after he came back. But this time when he came back, Yi Fan directly showed him his ability to surpass his level. The bronze level has things that only the silver level can use. Even if the bronze level's flame power is not strong, it is enough for him to be unstoppable in the bronze level beast taming duel. This does not include the terrifying combat experience of Yi Fan, this monster himself. So what if you have an A-level horror bonus and an elite Beastmaster? Every time I attack, it's like I'm using a Beastmaster skill. How can you fight me? After all, the monthly secret realm will begin in a few days. Looking at Pan Zhao, Yi Fan had a faint smile on his face. I hope to have a bigger harvest. Chapter 47 Complaint. Secret Realm. Upon hearing this, Pan Zhou's expression changed slightly. Looking at the 400 points on the stage, he understood something. As soon as Yi Fan came back, he went straight to the training instrument. From what he said and did, he must have known about Jijia's arrival. He wanted to suppress this A-level product that Pingqing hadn't produced in decades. Jijia will also enter the secret realm this time. He has 2 beasts. If you face him, you must be more careful. I understand. Yi Fan nodded. Looking at Yi Fan, Pan Zhao was a little worried and said hesitantly, A-level beast taming talent is very terrifying. Don't fight because of a momentary temper. I won't compete with him just for the sake of pride. Yi Fan shook his head, his eyes somewhat cold. Okay. Having said that, Pan Zhao did not continue speaking. He looked at Yi Fan, who was leaving with Fatty Li, with a somewhat surprised expression on his face. He clearly felt Yi Fan's hostility towards Jijia. This hostility did not feel like a competition between 2 students. Instead, it was somewhat similar to the hostility between himself and Jiang Hong, which suddenly made him feel somewhat familiar. His growth trajectory should have nothing in common with Jijia's, so why would he be so hostile for no reason? Boss Ji, how is it? Is this strength appropriate? In the ninja class, Jijia was sitting in his seat, and next to him, a lackey was diligently massaging his shoulders. This lackey is not ordinary. He comes from a wealthy family and has outstanding talent in taming beasts. However, in front of the genius that has not appeared in Pingqing for decades, he still keeps a low profile. The person in front of him was not only terrifying in his talent, but also in his enormous family background. He should have studied in Kyoto, but for some reason, he came to Haicheng to attend high school. Not bad. Jijia answered calmly in his seat, looking at the crowd of people in front of him, and shook his head. Pingqing is too small and too backward. These people are known as the most talented Beastmasters of Pingqing, but in his eyes they are not worth mentioning. No matter how talented the children of the big families in Kyoto are, they will not lose at the starting line if they are beaten with spiritual fruits and spiritual herbs. But in Pingqing, at this stage, there was not a single bronze-level Beastmaster, which made him lose interest at all. What about Yi Fan? Has he returned to school? Jijia suddenly asked, thinking of something. I don't know. He should be back soon. The secret realm will be opened soon, one person answered. Before he finished speaking, someone suddenly rushed in from outside. Yi Fan is back. He broke Boss G's record in the practice room, scoring 400 points, and even said that he would go again if someone could break the record. 2 voices sounded, like thunder, and some people stood up with surprise in their eyes. 400 points, bronze level. How is it possible for anyone to get 400 points? 400 points? Jijia seemed a little surprised, but soon he asked, How was the battle? Very easily, the man answered in a hurried tone. He has a hellhound, which seems to have evolved from the previous firehound. It can use beast control skills such as fire breathing continuously. The beasts in the training instrument cannot recognize it and are killed instantly. Continuously use flamethrower? Upon hearing this, GGF frowned slightly. However, as someone from a big family, GGF's vision is naturally not low. It should be that he chose the fire dog, used the spiritual fruit to adjust the best evolution direction of the fire dog, and then used special spiritual fruits at the bronze level to open the blood shackles of the hell dog in advance. In this way, the hellhound's fire ability is released, which gives it a huge advantage among bronze level Beastmasters. This Yi Fan is quite courageous. Someone must be guiding him. After saying this, a smile appeared on GG's face. As expected of him, he is the direct descendant of that person. Even if he has fallen so far, he can still give me some pressure. That person's direct descendant? Hearing this, a student next to him looked a little strange. Isn't Yi Fan a student from an ordinary family? I heard that his parents run a restaurant in the western part of Pingqing. What can you know? Hearing this, GGS snorted coldly, then stood up. Get ready, maybe we can meet in the secret realm. You are all Pingqing's geniuses, don't be worse than the fat guy next to Yi Fan, others already have 2 beasts, and they are all high-star black iron. Yi Fan, how have you been at home recently? Fatty Lee looked at Yi Fan in the dormitory and said helplessly. You don't know, after I went back, ever since my dad knew that I was good at beast control, he dragged me to visit relatives everywhere every day, bragging to everyone he met. If I hadn't dragged him, he would have held a banquet for me. After all, your family has never produced a Beastmaster, so it's normal for your father to be happy. Yi Fan nodded and said with a hint of sarcasm. Don't get lost in the compliments of ordinary people, you are a Beastmaster. I know. We need to have a broad vision, Fatty Lee said. Oh, you have learned to answer quickly, Yi Fan replied with a smile in his eyes. He glanced at the fat man and said, How is your Taobai practice going? You should open a 3rd beast control space. Yi Fan, you have such a sharp eye, Fatty Lee replied, scratching his head. I was planning to show off to you. Then remember to say it earlier next time, Yi Fan replied and nodded slightly. At this point, the advantages of the Taotai method gradually began to emerge. Many Beastmasters had not yet opened a 2nd Beastmaster space at this stage, but Fatty had already opened the 3rd one, and it should be less than a few months before he would open the 4th one. Winning by quantity is the essence of Taotia's method. In a few years, Fatty Lee should have 7 or 8 beasts to tame, and it will be easy for him to get into university. Let's go to the beast taming forest tomorrow and contract a bronze-level snake beast for you, Yi Fan replied and then said, It just so happens that I also want a new beast. Yi Fan, have you opened a 2nd beast taming space as well? Fatty Lee was a little surprised. It's open. Yi Fan nodded with a smile in his eyes. His space is not made up of layers, but just a large area. There is no limit on the number of contracts, but Yi Fan will definitely not make contracts randomly. He wants the best quality, the most suitable match, and everything must be done step by step in order to achieve the most perfect match. That's great, you don't know. When you were away these few days, I went to the Silver Moon Forest alone. I encountered bronze-level beasts several times and was chased for several kilometers, Fatty Lee said, with a puzzled expression in his eyes. Why do I feel that when I went there with you, Yi Fan, the beasts were so docile and would not attack anyone at all? When you are completely familiar with the smell of various beasts, and are familiar with the territories, habits, and various attack habits of the corresponding beasts, you will be able to do it too, Yi Fan replied. This is so familiar. Beast Taming Encyclopedia, Yi Fan said, patting Fatty Lee on the shoulder. It's about 50 yuan a copy. Just write down the contents, and that's basically it. Beast Taming Encyclopedia. Upon hearing this, Fatty Lee scratched his head. I think that's what we learned when we were in junior high school. Right. That book is thousands of pages thick, my brother Yi. Fatty Lee hummed. Is there a simpler way? There are simple ones too. Yi Fan nodded. Just go and try more. Once you've been chased and stabbed by an evil rhino a few times, you'll probably be familiar with it. Wow, isn't this the Shinong Herb Tasting Beast Tamer edition? Fatty Lee shook his head repeatedly, glanced at Yi Fan, and said, I'd better follow you, Yi Fan. It's safe and reliable. You can follow me. Yi Fan smiled. Then you have to work harder and don't let me down. I hope we can be partners fighting side by side, you should understand, right? Okay. Fatty Li nodded repeatedly, looked at Yifan and said, "Look, it would be great if Pan Zhao could talk like you, Yifan. It would be so nice. Every day he points at my nose and scolds me for being a beast tamer like a piece of shit. He scolds me every day. It makes me question my life. Scolding you is for your own good." Yifan smiled helplessly. "I know he means well, but he scolds me so harshly, as if he's afraid that I'll thank him." Fatty Li started, and suddenly whispered, "Yifan, do you think Pan Zhao's foul tone is the main reason why he's still single? When I was young I must have been a straight guy. I guess no girls like me." At the door, Pan Zhao, who was about to knock, had his hand frozen in the air, and veins on his arm gradually bulged. "I'm single for other reasons. Who didn't have girls who liked them when they were young? I was pretty damn popular back then, okay." Chapter 48 Rock Python. The next day, the two got up early and headed to the Silver Moon Forest. "Fatty, what did your purple snake evolve into?" Yifan asked on the way. "Ghost snake." Fatty Li summoned his own beast, a small black snake with some red spots on its body. "Not bad." Looking at the beast, Yifan nodded. "The ghost snake is a very difficult beast among snakes. Its fangs are very long, and its venom is very strong. At the bronze level, it will probably comprehend the skills of surprise attack. After breaking the bloodline shackles at the silver level, its venom will be extremely toxic. Even the toxins produced by its fangs can be collected to make top-level poisons." "What about my black flame snake?" the fat man asked. "At the bronze level, there is a high probability that the snake will be able to comprehend skills related to concealment, or strengthening its own defense." Yifan nodded. "At the silver level, after breaking the bloodline shackles, the black flame snake can simply use some fire-attributed skills, which is not bad." Hearing what you said, it seems that the black flame snake is easy to get. Fatty Li was helpless and asked again, "What is the bloodline shackle?" "It's very complicated to explain in detail. Just understand that when you reach a certain level, the beast tamer will have more abilities," Yifan replied. "Okay." Fatty Li nodded, thought of something, and looked back. "What are you looking at, Fatty?" "I'm seeing if Pan Zhao has followed us." After saying this, Fatty Li touched a big bump on his head. This was the price he paid for being caught secretly cursing Pan Zhao in the dormitory yesterday. "I always feel like Pan Zhao is spying on us. He knows every time I scold him. Last time, didn't I tell you that when I become stronger than Pan Zhao, I will also tell him to let my grandma fight his Beastmasters like Pan Zhao did? After I went back, every time he scolded me it was, 'Go and call your grandmother.' You say, is Pan Zhao a bit abnormal? Does he have any special hobbies?" "Fatty, please stop talking," Yifan said, his eyes full of helplessness. It's no wonder that Pan Zhao always scolds Fatty. Normally, when they go out, Pan Zhao will protect them secretly, and everything Fatty says throughout the day can be heard clearly. Just these two sentences were enough for Pan Zhao to scold him for a week. "Fatty, what do you think of the third beast?" In the Silver Moon Forest, Yifan observed the surrounding forest while looking at Fatty Li and asked. Fatty Li had a big bump on his head at the moment. After hearing Yifan's question, he hesitated for a while and said to Yifan, "Yifan, just help me choose." "I can't help you choose for your whole life." Yifan shook his head, looked at the fat man, and said with a little seriousness, "You have to go out in the future and have your own world. You must learn to think about problems by yourself and start to judge for yourself." This? After hearing Yifan's words, Fatty Li was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "I have two beasts, a black flame snake, which has good defense but average attack power, and a ghost snake, which has strong venom but is fragile. Now I need a beast with strong frontal attack power." "What does strong frontal attack power mean exactly?" Yifan asked. "It means great strength, and preferably a big body as well," the fat man replied. "What snake beasts fit this category?" "I don't know the specific species," Fatty Li replied, scratching his head. "But I think pythons are the best. They don't have to be poisonous, as long as they can enhance my combat power. The two beasts in front of me mostly rely on the hellhounds when you are here, Yifan, to play a role. If I can have a beast that can take the lead, my beast will be complete, with attack, defense, and poison." After hearing these words, Yifan nodded and said to the fat man, "Fatty, look, When you think about your beast control, your future path of beast control will gradually become clear. What you see yourself is different from what others see with the light. I think I understand a little bit. Fatty Lee scratched his head. So, do I have to follow this structure when I subdue beasts in the future? Yes, we can also add some more, Yifan replied. For example, whether we should add a type like the winged snake that targets the air, or a beast that specializes in treasure hunting but has no combat power. All these are up to you. You are cultivating the Taotai method. The sufficient number of beasts you can control is enough for you to make up for all your shortcomings. Okay. Fatty Lee nodded repeatedly and looked at Yifan. But it's hard to find python-like beasts in this forest. Fine. Yifan answered and followed the hellhound, walking quickly forward. Fatty Lee followed behind, and two snake-like beasts swam quickly in the grass beside them. As they grew older, their hunting cooperation became better and better. Along the way, they would occasionally hunt some beasts guarding spiritual herbs. Now they can move freely in the outskirts of the forest, and even in the inner area, there are rarely any beasts blocking their way. Soon, after passing a bush and pushing aside the weeds in front, a long river appeared. The dark river in the Silver Moon Forest. Looking at the river, Yifan nodded secretly and turned to look at Fatty Lee. There is a kind of python in the Silver Moon Forest that likes to live on the shore near this dark river. We should be able to find it easily by following this dark river. Is it that kind of python? Fatty Lee spoke up, stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Yifan looked in the direction he was looking, and saw a gray python coiled on a large rock above the river, seemingly taking a rest. That's it, the rock python. Looking at the rock python that was coiled up like a big tire, Yifan nodded. This kind of beast is of elite grade, with a very tough body, huge size, and strong attack power. It can tie up and kill a gray rhino that is bigger than itself. It's the kind of beast you want. It looks so scary. Fatty Lee spoke, but he still summoned two beasts silently. The level of this rock python is not high, only 7 black iron stars. Obviously, it has not grown for long. You have to tame this beast yourself. Yifan did not make any move, but watched Fatty Lee command his two beasts to attack the rock python. The two elite-grade black iron 8-star Beastmasters are not inferior to the opponents in terms of level and grade, so it is not difficult for Fatty Lee to deal with them. No problem, Fatty Lee replied, obviously very confident. However, when the battle started, Yifan shook his head as he looked at Fatty Lee's beast control command, which was full of flaws. Any one of these two beasts could fight this rock python alone, but when they got together, they could barely fight the rock python. Although the rock python had the advantage of size, the fat man's command was really bad. No wonder Teacher Pan Zhao scolds me every day. Yifan felt helpless. He didn't notice it at ordinary times, but after letting the fat man fight alone, this shortcoming became very obvious. His ability to tame beasts and his awareness of fighting with them are indeed very poor. But at least I'm making progress. Thinking of the fat man's tongue fighting when he first commanded the two beasts, Yifan smiled again. It doesn't matter if you are bad at taming beasts now. People need time to grow. Boom. After a while, the rock python fell to the ground under the siege of two snake-like beasts. Facing the fat man's beast contract, it did not resist too much. Defeating the opponent and then conquering him is the method with the highest success rate. Because beasts are also intelligent. When you use your mouth to tame them, they choose whether to follow you for more benefits. But when you knock them to the ground, their choice is life or death. I'm so tired. After finally taming the rock python, Fatty Lee took a breath, came to Yifan, and a smile appeared on his face. But I finally have my third beast. As he spoke, Fatty Lee summoned the rock python. When the huge rock python appeared next to Fatty Lee, Yifan nodded. In the future, you can properly differentiate the spiritual fruits you use to cultivate beasts. Give the ones that enhance defense or have fire properties to the black flame snake, and the ones that enhance body size and weight to the rock python. For python-like beasts, size is king. The stronger they are, the bigger they are. The stronger, the bigger the body. Fatty Lee nodded. How big is the dragon python? Hearing this, Yifan smiled and pointed to the dark river in front of him. This dark river is twice as wide and 3 times as long. My goodness, it must be so big. Fatty Lee was a little surprised when he saw the river in front of him. If it appeared, it would be able to crush a building easily. Of course. Yifan nodded, not knowing what he was thinking of, and said in a deep voice. But a Beastmaster of that level will never have the chance to appear in the world of ordinary people. Chapter 49 Swift Eagle. Why? Fatty Lee asked. It's mentioned in history books, Yifan replied. Before modern society, there were ancient feudal dynasties. The rulers of the dynasties believed in those powerful beasts. The two of them jointly ruled ordinary people, oppressing and exploiting them. They were miserable. Later, the emergence of the first generation of Beastmasters broke this balance and set off a wave of resistance. Afterwards, the dynasty collapsed, and those ancient Beastmasters were either expelled from the domain or hid in ancient secret realms. It was a long tug-of-war. To this day, the front line is still fighting against those ancient beasts. No powerful ancient beast can get past these defenses. This is why we have a peaceful and harmonious modern society. Is that so? Hearing this, Fatty Lee was a little absent-minded. So we rarely see powerful Beastmasters. Is it because those powerful ones have gone to the front line? Most of them, but there are also many who become stronger by exploring secret places. Yifan replied, shaking his head. Since the spiritual energy revived thousands of years ago, the world has changed like this. We are all striving to cross over and obtain a piece of pure land. It sounds like they know some secrets. Fatty Lee scratched his head. After such a long time and with so many powerful people, they still haven't been able to completely annihilate the ancient beasts from outside the domain? The beasts will also reproduce. The human pioneers have already exhausted their strength in the expulsion. If they could, they would have killed them completely in the first generation. Yifan replied, shaking his head. What's more, it is always difficult for people to work together. Not everyone is willing to go to the front line. There are many people with ulterior motives who want to subvert the world. The serious internal friction and the stalemate in the foreign war are actually disadvantageous to the human side. 500 years ago, we advanced thousands of kilometers outside the border, but now, we are being pushed back and can only pull back within 100 kilometers of the border. So, are we still regressing? Fatty Lee said thoughtfully. According to this trend, there will come a day when those expelled foreign beasts will come back. No, the top management is also making efforts, Yitong replied. Clearing out the evil cult organizations that are fighting internally, discovering talents, and vigorously encouraging the development of Beastmasters. It's going to be okay. Okay. Hearing this, Fatty Lee nodded. In the future, I will also fight on the front lines. Then you have to become stronger first. If you are at the Black Iron level, you won't even be cannon fodder on the front line, Yifan said with a smile and waved his hand. Okay, time to go find the beast I want. What kind of beast do you want? Fatty Lee showed an interested expression. You'll find out when you get there. Yifan smiled mysteriously and walked towards the forest. The fat man quickly caught up, and the two of them quickly shuttled through the forest, picking up some spiritual herbs and fruits while killing some beasts. Yifan, if we go any further we will be close to the core area of the forest. Looking at Yifan who was still moving forward, Fatty Lee spoke with some concern. When you reach the core area, you will see silver-level beastmen appearing. It's okay, it should be nearby. Yifan nodded, stopped, walked along the bushes, and slowed down his pace. Fatty Lee followed suit and slowed down his pace. In the jungle, there were only the chirping sounds of insects and beasts. Call! At a certain moment, a gust of wind blew through the jungle, and Yifan's voice also sounded at this moment. Fatty, get out of the way! Hearing the sound, Fatty Lee was stunned. Then, he felt a tingling sensation on his back and before he could think about it, he suddenly pounced into the bushes next to him. Chew! A shrill bird cry was heard, and Fatty Lee looked up, only to see a huge eagle-like beast brushing past his face, almost grabbing him with its sharp claws. When the attack failed, the eagle quickly rose higher, and in the blink of an eye, it was in the air again. Sure enough, it's here. Yifan's voice sounded at the side. Swift Wind Eagle, Bronze 6-star, Elite Level Top Beast. Fatty, get out of the way. I want to have a good fight with this Swift Eagle. Elite Peak, Bronze 6 stars. Upon hearing these two key words, Fatty Lee was immediately scared to death, and rolled on the spot into the bushes. Yifan, do you need support? In the bushes, Fatty Lee showed a pair of eyes. No need, this swift eagle is very difficult to deal with. Your beast control level is too poor and your beast control strength is not enough, just hide well. Yifan said something to Fatty Lee, raised his head and looked up at the sky. Faintly, he saw a figure flickering in the woods. It's observing me, trying to find my weakness. Yifan stood in place and gently moved his fingers. The hellhound came to Yifan, with its ears erected and a look of alertness on its face. Call! The next moment, the wind moved again, and the swift eagle swooped down with its wings spread, like a huge shadow, and its huge momentum pressed down like a crushing force. This attack was obviously not an ordinary one. Yifan stood in place, and the surrounding weeds were pressed to the ground by the strong wind pressure. Sacrifice yourself and attack. After reciting the name of the beast-taming technique used by the swift eagle, Yifan quickly twisted his body. Wow! A pair of glowing claws suddenly appeared in front of Yifan and grabbed a large piece of the ground. Xiaohua, use fire to attack it! Yifan's voice rang out at the moment when the swift eagle missed its attack. Roar! The hellhound opened its mouth and flames gushed out, but the flames had no effect. The swift eagle was very fast and dodged the attack in one leap and took off into the air again. Soon, the swift eagle swooped down again, and this time, it knocked down a small tree nearby, leaving a deep claw mark on the bark. If this grab is made, not to mention Yifan, even the hellhound would be in trouble. It's a bit difficult. Seeing the hellhound's attack fail again, Yifan gritted his teeth secretly, but his eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement. This swift eagle is a flying beast with extremely fast speed, strong attack power, and a great warning line of vision, which is perfect for me. I must capture this swift eagle. After saying this, Yifan looked up at the sky, calmed his mind, and adjusted his breathing rhythm. For ground or attack, the same thing applies. When the opponent dives, it is the best chance to kill. Xiaohua, follow me and step back a little, Yifan said, moving his feet and keeping his eyes just above himself. The hellhound beside it was also very obedient. Obviously, facing such a powerful beast, it also felt the pressure. Right here. Yifan stopped next to a stone, and suddenly, he made a movement of falling backwards as if he lost weight. Of course, the swift eagle would not miss this opportunity. Almost a second later, it swooped down from the sky. This time, its claws were heading straight for Yifan's head. Here it comes! Looking at the eagle claws rapidly expanding in his pupils, Yifan took a deep breath, and his heart seemed to stop at this moment. Less than a centimeter away, the eagle's claw brushed past Yifan's throat, and at this moment, Yifan raised his fist and hit the swift eagle's head hard. There was a dull clang. The force of this punch was not small. After practicing in the beast-taming space on the night of this month, Yifan's physical strength was at least black iron 7 or 8 stars. It hit the swift eagle on the head, knocking it aside immediately, and hitting it heavily on the stone beside it. Now, Xiaohua, lock your throat! When Yifan's voice sounded, the hellhound roared, leaped up suddenly, pounced on the back of the swift eagle, and bit it. This was obviously not fatal. The swift eagle was struggling, its wings opened, and a faint light began to emerge on its wings. This is a sign that an innate skill is about to be used. The innate skills of a beast tamer are often very powerful, and once used, they basically have terrifying lethality. I advise you not to go on. Yifan's voice sounded at this moment, as if interrupting the swift eagle's spell. The swift eagle's movements came to an abrupt stop, seeming a little abrupt. And all this was because the fire in the mouth of the hellhound that was biting its throat was gradually getting more intense. Before you use your innate skills, my hellhound is enough to melt your throat. Yifan opened his mouth, squatted down, looked at the swift eagle with eagle eyes staring at him, and praised. You are a natural jungle hunter with outstanding speed and attack power, but there is one thing that you as a hunter must never ignore. That is the strength of the prey. Chapter 50 Conquer. There are no real hunters in the jungle. You may be the opponent of the prey one moment, but your roles may be reversed the next. After saying this again, Yifan stretched out his hand, and a magic circle of the beast-taming contract appeared in his hand. Submit, you have no other choice. Chirp. The swift hawk stretched its neck and stared at the other party with eagle eyes, but was still unwilling to sign the mark. Until the flames overflowed from the hellhound's mouth, it finally surrendered and let out a cry. The next moment, the magic circle contract was successful, and it was instantly taken into the beast taming space. A smile appeared on Yifan's face. He raised his hand and summoned the swift eagle. At this moment, there was a hint of human shock in the eagle's eyes. Obviously, it saw a large area of spiritual herbs and fruits in Yifan's beast-controlling space. Living in the Silver Moon Forest where it was always fighting for life and death for hunting, it had never seen such a place before. Following me is not an insult to you. On the contrary, it is your future glory. Yifan spoke and raised his arm. The swift eagle hesitated in the air, but it didn't take long before it quickly descended, folded its wings, and stood on Yifan's shoulder. Yifan raised the corner of his mouth, called the hellhound to his side, touched its head, and then looked at Fatty Lee in the bushes. Fatty, come out. Fuck Yifan, you are so powerful. Fatty Lee had a dazed look on his face. He saw the entire battle between Yifan and the swift eagle. It was so thrilling that the fat man was terrified. If Yifan made a mistake in one of the attacks, he would be pierced through by the swift eagle. But from beginning to end, Yifan just stood there. Except for the last stone, there were no obstacles around him. In the end, it was his fatal punch that won the victory. Confidence is terrifying. The more powerful the beast is, the more you have to show your strength if you want to subdue it. Yifan replied, patted the swift eagle on his shoulder, and waved to Fatty Lee. Let's go, we have collected all the beasts today, and we can go back after getting some spiritual herbs and fruits. Oh, okay. Fatty Lee nodded, and walked beside Yifan in a daze, glancing at the swift eagle on his shoulder from time to time, still feeling it was a little unreal. A month ago, Yifan had just obtained the fire dog, but a month later, such a powerful beast was defeated head-on by Yifan, and he didn't even use his innate skills in the end. At the pinnacle of elite grade, this is the best beast tamer that ordinary people can get their hands on. When can I be as strong as you, Yifan? Walking behind Yifan, Fatty Lee sighed and said, Why do I feel that? The gap between us is getting bigger than before. Don't worry, your path is different from mine, Yifan replied. Maybe you think I'm very strong now, but in a few years you may also think I'm just SOSO. You should look forward. You are the first person in this class to have 3 beasts. In this respect, you are also a top talent. Don't underestimate yourself. But I am here because of the technique you gave me. The technique is part of it, but it is you who can determine your future. Yifan answered, looking at Fatty Lee, and said with a serious expression. If you give the same technique to others to practice, they may not be able to learn it in their entire lives. The fact that you have achieved such success in such a short time also proves your potential. Look at Deng Chang. He stepped on your chest to humiliate you. But now, do you still take him seriously? Be confident. Okay. Fatty Lee nodded, clenched his fist, and encouraged himself. I can definitely become a strong man. That's right. Yifan nodded with a smile in his eyes. To be honest, Fatty Lee's current strength is not weak among the freshmen, it's just that he has been a coward since he was a child, and his personality has become cowardly and unconfident. How can a timid person become a truly strong person? That's why I often give Fatty some chicken soup to motivate him, and guide him to become a strong person. And Dad, let's go back and tell him about this theory of the strong. Thinking of something, Yifan smiled and walked towards the forest. Whether it is Fat Dad or the Dynasty organization, they are planting some seeds. Perhaps it won't be long before these seeds take root and sprout. This kid is too confident. In the forest behind, Pan Zhao frowned as he looked at Yifan holding Huang on his left and Qingcang on his right. In the battle just now, he almost couldn't help but take action several times. The swift eagle was extremely fast and had great lethality. With Yifan's fighting style, if he made the slightest mistake, he would die on the spot. Although Yifan successfully subdued the swift eagle in the end, Pan Zhao was somewhat dissatisfied with this way of fighting. He knew that this boy had a terrifying combat intuition, but intuition was not always accurate, and combat was ever-changing, and any unstable factors could change the outcome of the battle. If you walk along the river frequently, you will get your feet wet. If you take risks like this every time, wouldn't that mean you are not taking your life seriously? I'll have to say something to him when I get back. Having said this, Pan Zhao couldn't help but praise Yifan. This kid is really amazing. His progress every day is terrifying. A hellhound that has opened its bloodline shackles at the bronze level, plus a swift eagle with elite level peak bloodline, this configuration is not much worse than that kid from the G family. In fact, his beast control level is even higher. He also has a beast control like the swift eagle that has extremely strong aerial combat power. With the combat power, it is entirely possible that he can overwhelm the opponent. At this point, Pan Zhao was somewhat amazed, and at the same time, there was an inexplicable smile in his eyes. That bastard Jiang Hong thought he could crush me with an A-level, but if he saw a D-level kid suppressing his proud A-level, I wonder what his expression would be. Oh, by the way, Liu is pretty amazing too. He actually opened 3 beast control spaces. I asked him about it a few days ago, but he didn't tell me. This bastard doesn't even believe in his teacher except Yifan? At nightfall, Yifan and Fatty Li ended a day's hunting. At this level, their hunting basically revolved around bronze level beast taming. There are 7 or 8 low star bronze ones, and quite a few 5 and 6 star ones. Fatty, you also hunted a bronze beast alone today. How did it feel? Looking at the fat man counting his harvest, Yifan asked jokingly. It's okay. I feel like bronze level is just that. Fatty Li scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly. It's just that I'm 3 against 1 after all, which feels a bit unethical. In the world of beast taming, there is no such thing as not following martial ethics. As long as we can win, 20 against 1 is also a win. Yifan answered with a smile on his face. The footsteps in the forest, stepping on the fallen leaves, have some light echoing sounds. But the next moment, such echoing sounds suddenly became more frequent. Yifan stopped and pulled the fat man beside him. He looked at the dense trees in front of him and suddenly said, "Come out. We are all on the same path. What is there to hide?" As soon as he finished speaking, more than 10 people walked out from behind the tree. These people were wearing leather armor, holding muskets in their hands and with knives on their waists. Obviously, they were all beast hunters who made a living by hunting. "Little brother, you have very good eyesight." The one who spoke was a one-eyed man with a big knife on his waist and a white wolf that looked very ferocious beside him. "Not bad," Yifan replied, took a look at the big man, and suddenly asked, "From the Lone Wolf group?" As soon as these words came out, the leading man was stunned. "You know our Lone Wolf group? The most famous beast tamer and hunter mercenary group in Pingqing, how could I not know this?" Yifan replied, but his eyes were a little cold. Beast tamer hunters do not necessarily work alone. Many beast tamer hunters form teams and hunt together. These beast tamer hunter teams are often mercenary groups, relying on taking orders from employers or hunting in the forest on their own to make a living. There are many such beast taming and hunting groups in Pingqing. Among them, the Lone Wolf group is the most notorious. It was founded by a man who calls himself Lone Wolf. He is a beast tamer, and his strength is quite good compared to ordinary people. The white wolf in his hand has eaten all the things he got from robbing over the years, and has the strength of a 3-star bronze wolf. Robbery, and even murder are the favorite things of the Lone Wolf group. However, the special nature of the Silver Moon Forest made it impossible for the law enforcement team to collect evidence, which instead encouraged the other side's arrogance like bandits. If you meet a lone wolf, your day's work is in vain. If you have no money, your life will be in danger. Such words are widely circulated among colleagues. In his previous life, Yifan worked in a mercenary group after school for a period of time to earn money. He had heard of this, and had also been robbed by the other side. "Since you know, then I don't need to tell you." The leading lone wolf took out his sword and pointed at the fat man, saying, "I just heard from the fat man that you guys had a good harvest this time. Take them all out, and I won't trouble you any more today. Otherwise, you should understand." "What are you dreaming about?" Fatty Li cursed in a low voice and raised his hand. In his hand, the light of the beast taming lit up. Click. 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 But at the same time, on the opposite side, the sound of muskets being loaded also rang out quickly. This scene made the fat man stunned, and he turned his head to look at Yifan. "Yifan, this musket." "It's okay. From 7 steps away, the gun is faster." Yifan shook his head. "As for within 7 steps. I understand." Fatty Li nodded first, and the light in his hand lit up again. "A mere musket, how audacious!" "We are about 70 steps away from them." Yi Fan's voice sounded. If you rush over, you will probably be beaten to a pulp. This. Fatty Lee, who was about to take action, felt a little embarrassed and withdrew his hand. He looked at the lone wolf opposite him and said, Don't mind it, big brother. I was just joking. Chapter 51 Lone Wolf Mercenary Group. Ha ha ha, you are quite courageous, boy. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Lone Wolf grinned and stuck his sword into the ground. I, Lone Wolf, am also a trustworthy person. Leave your things here. I promise I won't touch you. Fatty, give it to them. Yi Fan suddenly spoke. On the side, hearing this, Fatty Lee was stunned and looked at Yi Fan with some surprise in his eyes. He understood Yi Fan's temper, and he would never suffer such a loss. Now it's 70 steps. Yi Fan said in a deep voice, took the bag from Fatty Lee's hand, and walked towards the lone wolf. Soon Yi Fan stopped a few steps in front of Lone Wolf and stretched out his hand. The things are here, come and get them if you want. Hearing this, Lone Wolf's eyes changed slightly, but soon, when he saw Yi Fan's childish face and the ordinary student uniform on him, he let down his guard. What can a teenage student in an ordinary class do to himself even if he is a Beastmaster? Okay. Lone Wolf raised his sword, and White Wolf followed him and walked towards Yi Fan. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Soon, Lone Wolf reached out, grabbed Yi Fan's pocket, and pulled it hard, but this pull had no effect. The pocket was still tightly held in Yi Fan's hand. You little brat, you dare to play tricks on me? Lone Wolf reacted, looked at Yi Fan, and without saying anything, he swung his sword. Not only will I play tricks on you, I will also kill you! Yi Fan's cold voice sounded. The next moment, under the incredulous eyes of Lone Wolf, Yi Fan raised his arm and hit the blade directly. Clang! The blade tilted. Yi Fan put down his pocket, clenched the eagle claw with his other hand, and grabbed the lone wolf's throat. Roar! On the side, the lone white wolf roared and prepared to rush out, but at the same time, the light came on, and the hellhound also roared, knocking it down directly. The difference in size and strength allowed the hellhound to instantly lock down the white wolf, who was pinned down. On the other side, Yi Fan grabbed the lone wolf's throat, while his other hand was blocking the lone wolf's knife. You are so bold! At this moment, the lone wolf's face changed, and he spoke in a timid voice. Having been able to hunt in the forest for so many years, don't you know that you should never let your guard down at any time? When you knew I was a student of Pingqing High School, you should have been on high alert. But you relied on your musket, and not only did you not avoid me, but you also got in close contact with me. Yi Fan spoke, staring at the lone wolf, with a smile on his face. Surrender your gun, otherwise you will die. Hearing this, the lone wolf gritted his teeth. Just as the stalemate was about to begin, the cry of an eagle was heard, followed by the panicked voice of one of his men. The lone wolf turned his head and saw a swift eagle grabbing one of his men and taking him into the sky. At the same time, the sound of faint snake breathing was heard, and in the surrounding grass, the huge rock python, the black flame snake hidden in the grass, and the ghost snake that was arching its body and spitting out its tongue all appeared. You two actually have 5 beasts. Looking at this scene, even Lone Wolf realized that these 2 students wearing ordinary class uniforms were tough guys. Thinking of something, Lone Wolf shuddered, looked at the cold face in front of him, and said with a little trembling, You are Yi Fan. You know me? Yi Fan frowned when he heard this, but he glanced at the people behind Lone Wolf and spoke again. I'll say it again, surrender your gun, otherwise you will die. As he spoke, Yi Fan increased the strength in his hands, and the force of black iron Gao Xing instantly made Lone Wolf's face turn red. Put down the muskets! He struggled and waved his hands, and his men all surrendered their guns. Yi Fan nodded at the fat man, and soon, Fatty Lee collected all the muskets. There are 15 in total. Fatty Lee walked over with the musket in his arms, looked at Yi Fan and smiled. He knew that Yi Fan would never give up an inch of land. Robbery on the road was just courting death. I ask you, how do you know me? Nodding to the fat man, Yi Fan's gaze returned to the lone wolf again. Lone Wolf hesitated, but the next second, he felt a force on his neck making him almost speechless. I won't ask you a second time. You can try to lie to me, Yi Fan said. His eyes seemed to see through people's hearts. As long as I think what you said is false, I will not give you a chance to appeal. Yes, it's the sir above. Lone Wolf spoke, his body trembling slightly. Sir, the dynasty organization? Yifan asked. Yes, it says above that if I can kill you, I will reward you 1 million. Lone Wolf replied. So, you're here for the bounty? I'm not here to look for you. I'm just here to rob you. Lone Wolf replied, with a gleam in his eyes. If he had known earlier that this was Yifan, he would not have said so much, and would have just used his musket to cover the target from a distance. The robber just happened to hit me. Hearing this, Yifan narrowed his eyes slightly. That's really a coincidence. Besides you, which other mercenary groups have joined the dynasty organization? The Dawn Mercenary Group, Brother Chang's mercenary group. Lone Wolf spoke, hesitated for a few seconds, and then said, Also, the Dawn Mercenary Group. Shuguang is here too. Yifan was slightly stunned when he heard this. In his previous life, he had joined the Dawn Mercenary Group for a period of time. The leader of the mercenary group was a believer in the Holy Light. He was generous and gentle, and was very kind to his subordinates. Because of this, the Dawn Mercenary Group was almost the largest mercenary group in Pingqing. Are you sure he has joined the dynasty organization? Yifan's face was slightly cold. This is some of the information I got. Lone Wolf replied, but his eyes were a little erratic. I will investigate later, Yifan said. It's great that you told me this news. Can I leave now? Lone Wolf said cautiously. I have told you everything I know. Do you think you can leave? There was a hint of coldness in Yifan's eyes. You want me to let my enemy go back and tell on me so that he can continue to deal with me? You are an old man who has lived on the edge of a knife, but you still have such a childish idea? Hearing this, Lone Wolf's expression changed. He used all his strength to raise his sword high up. I'm going to fight you! Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard, and the Lone Wolf's voice stopped abruptly. He stared at Yifan with his eyes wide open as he fell to the ground. Yifan crushed his throat. Fatty, let's do it! Turning his head, Yifan waved his hands and looked at the fat man. Fatty Li was trembling slightly, looking at Yifan with cold eyes. Yifan, are we going to kill someone? Each of them has taken the lives of many innocent people, and they deserve to die. Yifan shook his head, looked at Fatty Li, and spoke slowly. Never be merciful to your enemies. If you want to kill, cut the grass and root it out, leaving no trouble behind. This? Fatty Li hesitated, and finally nodded. Roar! In the jungle, the hellhound rushed towards the crowd, the swift eagle rushed down from the sky, and the three-headed snake beast was also swimming quickly in the grass. Wailing sounds rang out in the forest. When these ordinary people without guns faced 5 ferocious beasts, the outcome was already determined. Let's clean up the battlefield. After a while, looking at the scene in front of him, Yifan's face remained calm. On the side, Fatty Li was obviously killing someone for the first time, and he felt a little uncomfortable. He looked at Yifan and hesitated for the first time. Yifan, we just killed a lot of people. Kill those who should be killed. Do you remember what I told you before? In the world of Beastmasters, there is always internal friction. If we keep this kind of malignant mercenary group, who knows how many people will die in their hands? Yifan replied, patting Fatty Li on the shoulder. Don't be too narrow-minded. The strong are happy to take revenge. If you feel guilty for killing a bad guy, do you want to wait for him to kowtow on your grave? I understand. Fatty Li nodded, suppressed his discomfort, walked to the corpses, and collected the things in their packages. Obviously, they had worked here for more than just one day today. Many people's packages were full, and when the items added up, their gains were even greater than what Yifan and his team had gotten. How many people must have been robbed? Looking at the full package in front of him, Fatty Li spoke, and then when he opened a pocket, he found the body of a woman. Obviously, this was a poor person who was tortured by this group of people during her lifetime, and even tortured to death. These guys really deserve to die. Seeing this scene, Fatty Li couldn't help but turn his head and spit. They are just a bunch of beasts. Chapter 52, Fraud. It's okay if you can tell it's a beast at first glance. At least you know it's a beast. Yifan replied with a cold snort. If it's a beast in human skin, it's troublesome. If you're not careful, you might even treat it as a human. After saying this, Yifan frowned slightly. He didn't quite believe what he heard from Lone Wolf that the Dawn mercenary group had joined the Dynasty organization. In my previous life, I treated him as a brother. After spending so much time together, I was quite familiar with him. He shouldn't be that kind of person, Yifan said, shook his head, and looked at Fatty Lee standing beside him. Fatty, after this secret realm, we can try to join the mercenary group. Remember, don't hold back when it comes to those from the Dynasty organization. I understand, the fat man replied, looking at the corpse not far away and nodded heavily. Let's go back. Yifan nodded, picked up the bag on the ground, and walked towards the exit of the forest ahead. Fatty Lee followed closely behind, and soon, a bunch of wild beasts came into the forest after smelling the blood. Except for some bloodstains on the ground, the forest returned to peace again. Snap! Snap! Not long after, Pan Zhao arrived here. Looking at the scene in front of him, his eyes changed slightly. He saw the whole process and also saw Yifan's response, but at this moment, he did not feel that Yifan was so quick-witted and decisive, but rather that he found a sense of resonance in the other party. A sense of resonance of hatred towards the Dynasty organization. This kid. Looking at the ground, Pan Zhao's eyes were slightly deep. There was not much conversation just now, but it was obvious that this kid seemed to be working on dealing with the Dynasty organization, and had already attracted the attention of the Dynasty organization. The Dynasty organization is such a huge organization. How dare this guy, who is only at the bronze level, provoke it? After saying this, as if he had thought of something, a sneer appeared on Pan Zhao's face. These people from the Dynasty organization really deserve to die. In Pingqing, you want to kill Yifan? Have you asked me? A few days later, the secret realm was opened again. Yifan and Fatty Lee were naturally included in the list, but this time it was a bit surprising that Ma Xiaoxue was not shortlisted. It was said that she was seriously injured while hunting in the beast forest a few days ago and was sent to the hospital. Deng Chang and others were deprived of their places by Pan Zhao on the grounds of infighting. As a result, there are many new faces among the ordinary class members entering the secret realm this time. Teacher Pan is really tough. He deprived Deng Chang and his friends of their places just because of an internal fight. Isn't he afraid that Deng Chang will find someone to make trouble? Fatty Lee spoke while waiting in line to enter the secret realm. Thinking of Deng Chang's almost unbelievable expression before, he felt a little funny. He's Pan Zhao. How many people in Pingqing can suppress him? Besides, he's just a teacher teaching his students. Why are you making a fuss? Yifan replied, shaking his head. Teachers like this are rare. They give everyone a chance and don't let those who form cliques and factions monopolize resources. It's rare, but his mouth is too venomous. Fatty Lee was speaking when he saw Pan Zhao's sudden sharp look at him and quickly closed his mouth. Let's go, we're entering the secret realm. Seeing this scene, Yifan patted Fatty Lee on the shoulder. Get more good stuff, and try to hide it well this time, so that there won't be any sudden awards ceremony later. Giving out awards is pretty good, you can earn money and have face. It's unwise to expose your strength and gains for that little money, don't you understand? The two of them entered the secret realm while talking to each other. At the entrance of the secret realm, Pan Zhao watched them go in and his eyes moved to the other side. At this moment, Jiang Hong happened to look at Pan Zhao. The two men stared at each other in the air, and the tension suddenly rose again. Brother Jiang, the weather is nice today, let's go have some tea. Brother Pang, someone recently gave me a bottle of excellent fruit wine. Let's go and try it. Before the two of them could speak, the teachers who had been worried about a conflict between them were already fully prepared. They spoke up and pulled the two of them back. Pan Zhao, who was still planning how to confront Jiang Hong, was interrupted. His pent-up anger was only halfway accumulated. He glanced at Jiang Hong, and seeing that the other party had no intention of speaking, he did not continue. 1 or 2 trips to the secret realm now are not a big deal. In 2 months, after the freshman secret realm trial begins, the freshman competition and teacher competition will follow, which will be the highlights. At most, your verbal attacks can annoy the other person for 1 day, but if you win a head-on competition, you can annoy others for half a year. Before, Jiang Hong would never get angry no matter what Pan Zhao said. Instead, he would get very angry with Pan Zhao occasionally with a sarcastic remark. But ever since Pan Zhao won the teachers' competition last year, Jianghong could not hold back at the slightest provocation and often quarreled with Pan Zhao. The reason is very simple: it's frustrating to lose. I'll prepare myself. When the time comes, not only will my students beat you up, but I'll beat you up too. Glancing at Jianghong, Pan Zhao muttered something, then looked at the teacher in front of him who had a good relationship with him, and suddenly opened his arms. Since there is good wine, let's go drink and relax today. Hearing this, the teacher on the side was a little surprised. He had invited Pan Zhao many times, and this was the first time that the other party agreed. Why are you standing there? Let's go. Pan Zhao didn't care. He patted the teacher's shoulder and said to another person next to him, Zhao Ji, let's go together. Zhao Ji was a little surprised when he was called, and nodded flattered. Pan Zhao had always been a loner, so why did he suddenly ask him to join him? Well. After a moment of daze, Zhao Ji nodded. He would speak for Pan Zhao because he naturally wanted to have a good relationship with this person. He was looking forward to such an opportunity. He had a lucky chance before the teacher competition last year and was lucky enough to win me once. No one really thinks they will have this kind of luck every year, right? Pan Zhao left, and Jianghong just stood there, watching him leave coldly, cursing and snorting. Let's go and have some tea. After saying this, he walked away with his hands behind his back. The teacher who spoke and the other two looked at each other and followed him. Click, click. In the secret realm, Fatty Li looked at the people in front of him exploring, then turned to look at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, what are our plans this time? First, get some spiritual fruits in the inner area for the first 2 days. When your beast control has reached bronze level. Yi Fan replied with a smile in his eyes. Let's go into the core of the secret realm. Core? The core has a silver level Beastmaster. Upon hearing this, Fatty Li was shocked and said quickly, Yi Fan, don't be too reckless. The strength of the silver level Beastmaster is real. If we go in, we will definitely not be their opponent. When I say go to the core, I don't mean to go to war with the silver level beasts. Yi Fan shook his head. There are a lot of good things in the core. Although they are basically guarded by silver level beasts, we just need to think of some ways. What method? Fatty Li was a little confused when he heard this. What else can we do? Yi Fan replied, patting the fat man on the shoulder. Sneak into Qinsang, besiege Wei to save Zhao, lure the tiger away from the mountain, and drive the tiger to devour the wolf. The series of idioms left Fatty Li stunned, but soon he scratched his head and seemed to understand something. Yi Fan, what you mean should be cheating and deceiving. Almost. Almost? Fatty Li was shocked. Can the Silver Beastmaster also cheat and deceive people? If people can be cheated, why can't Beastmasters be cheated? Not to mention silver level Beastmasters, even gold level and eternal level Beastmasters can be cheated as well. Yi Fan nodded, as if he had everything planned out. He summoned out 2 Beastmasters and walked towards the secret realm. Behind him, Fatty Li looked at Yi Fan's back and felt sweat all over his forehead. This should be a joke, right? He wouldn't really want to cheat the silver level Beastmaster for good stuff. Chapter 53 Wine and Tea. The first day of hunting was very easy. With the swift eagle and the hellhound, plus 3 snake beasts close to the bronze level, Yi Fan and Fatty Li conducted a mopping-up hunt on the outskirts of the forest. In addition, Yi Fan was already familiar with the environment of this secret realm, and the two of them made a lot of money in just one day. It feels so easy to hunt now. Fatty smiled as he grilled meat beside the campfire at night. Now, it feels so easy to catch bronze-level beasts, as long as they are not 8-star or 9-star beasts that are close to silver. It's normal to fight against bronze and black iron, and most of these beasts are very ordinary. Yi Fan replied. After all, the upper limit of elite-level beasts is too low. Only elite-level beasts can show some strength at this stage. Hey Yi Fan, I always hear you talk about the levels of beast-taming bloodlines, but I seem to have only heard you say inferior, elite, and elite peak. Fatty Li scratched his head. What are the bloodlines above the elite level? From the elite level up? Yi Fan smiled when he heard this. Upwards is the excellent level, and then the extraordinary level. If you want to go higher, you will be the direct descendants of some ancient species, which can be called the relic level. Is there anything special about these bloodline level beasts? Fatty Li asked. The elite ones at the top have innate skills. Do the outstanding and extraordinary ones above them have more innate skills? Having too many innate skills is useless. The higher the level of a beast's bloodline, the stronger its innate ability will be. Yifan answered, glanced at the fat man, and said, "Look at my hellhound. It took a lot of spiritual fruits to barely open its bloodline shackles at the bronze level. If it is an excellent beast, their bloodline shackles will be opened naturally, and they can use wind, fire, thunder and lightning, and other elements corresponding to their attributes from birth." "Shit, does that mean iron can beat bronze?" Fatty Lee was shocked. "It's not that exaggerated." Yifan shook his head. "After all, the growth of the beast is there, it just doesn't take too much time. Besides, the stronger the bloodline of a beast, the stronger it is likely to be naturally. Most extraordinary beasts are born bronze or silver. I can only say that most Beastmasters start at iron level, bronze level opens the first skill, and silver level opens the bloodline shackles. However, the stronger the bloodline of a Beastmaster, the more it can ignore these restrictions that may have been imposed on the Beastmaster by nature. The top elites have their own innate skills. Excellence ignores bloodline shackles. Extraordinary people are not too weak when they are born. As for the descendants who are above them, they can summon the phantoms of their bloodline ancestors. They are very strong." "I see." Fatty Lee nodded. "So, it may be easy for us to deal with a beast of elite peak bloodline at bronze level, but if it is excellent level or extraordinary level, it will be difficult?" "That's understandable." Yifan nodded, thinking of something, and said to the fat man, "That's why the college entrance examination now tests the actual combat ability of the Beastmaster. At the same level, most Beastmasters find it difficult to defeat a wild beast whose bloodline level is higher than the beasts they control. However, if you can reach a certain standard, a qualitative change will occur. For example, 2 days ago, I defeated the swift eagle with my hellhound. From then on, the minimum standard for the beasts I tame is to be at the top of the elite. When this number accumulates, if one day I can defeat an outstanding beast of the same level, will the quality of my beasts make a qualitative leap?" "I see." Hearing this, Fatty Lee nodded repeatedly. "Then what about the affinity you told me about before?" "Affinity is also included. In fact, it is to increase your success rate in taming high-level beasts in the future," Yifan replied. "Not all beasts will surrender after being defeated. The more powerful the beast, the harder it is to tame. A high affinity means a higher chance of being accepted." "Then Yifan, why don't you specialize?" "I don't need to specialize." Yifan shook his head. "If I can surpass the grade once, I can win the second time. If this one doesn't work, try another one." "That's true." Fatty Lee nodded and looked at the swift eagle on Yifan's shoulder with some envy. "This swift eagle of yours is so cool. Not to mention its speed, what's the name of its innate skill?" Fatty Lee got stuck in the middle of his speech. Yifan looked up at him and said, "The divine bird rated, right?" Yes, it just disappeared for a while, and then the skills suddenly appeared." Fatty Lee nodded repeatedly. "It's like a flash." "It's not really a flash, that talent skill is equivalent to increasing its speed for a short period of time. When the speed exceeds a certain range, it looks like it suddenly disappeared," Yifan replied, looking at Fatty Lee's envious eyes, and said, "You can also make a flying snake in the future, like the winged snake, which I told you about." "Of course, a flying beast is so cool," the fat man said in a loud voice. Hearing this, Yifan showed a barely perceptible smile on his face. To be honest, most flying snake beasts have some abnormalities on their bodies, with bulging wings that look like wings. They actually look quite ugly. Chirp! While the two were talking, the sound of the jungle being plucked was heard nearby. Several beasts raised their heads instantly with alert looks. A small beast came into view, rubbing its hands. "It's this guy again." Fatty Lee was a little surprised when he saw the beast that appeared. "Is this the little badger from last time?" "It should be." Yifan nodded with a smile. A month had passed, and the level of this little badger had not grown much, reaching bronze 2 stars. "Chirp!" Obviously, the little badger also recognized Yifan and the other person. It was stunned in a human-like manner, then looked up and saw the swift eagle on Yifan's shoulder. This is its natural enemy. The swift eagle is extremely fast and can easily penetrate its leather armor or find its weak defenses. This time, the little badger hesitated, looking at the fire in front of Yifan and the others, and could only rub its paws in the spot. That look seemed a bit pitiful. Come here. Yifan smiled when he saw this scene, waved to the little badger, and at the same time, patted the swift eagle on his shoulder to signal it to be quiet. The little badger hesitated, but soon, after realizing that the two men had no hostility, it came to the fire. Eat meat. Yifan cut off a piece of meat and threw it to the little badger. The little badger held the meat and first glanced at the swift eagle on Yifan's shoulder. Seeing that the other party was not looking at him, he started eating. This little thing is quite good at reading people's faces. Fatty Lee on the side also found it interesting. The last time it came, it was like a little bully. This time, people who didn't know would think we were bullying it. After all, it's normal to have natural enemies. Yifan smiled and shook his head, reaching out his hand and touching the little badger's head. This kind of Beastmaster's meticulous nature often causes them to die in fights with other Beastmasters. In addition, there are natural enemies, but their number is actually quite small. For example, in the Silver Moon Forest, you can hardly see any little badgers. Chee! The little badger paused when being stroked by Yifan's big hand, but then it didn't seem to care too much and continued to eat the meat in its hand. In the small bonfire at night, the little badger had a hearty meal, and after being roasted by the fire, he stood up and called out to Yifan and Fatty Lee respectively, then turned around and went into the jungle. It has also learned to say goodbye. Looking at the small figure, Yifan had a smile in his eyes. I think it's quite sinful, Fatty on the side said with emotion, looking at Yifan and said, otherwise, when there is a beast taming space in the future, take this little badger in. It won't accept your taming. 2 meals like this will at best keep it from biting you when it sees you. Yifan shook his head, his tone a little deep. Besides, for a beast like the little badger, the jungle is actually its best destination. It has become accustomed to a life of fighting and competing with other beasts every day. Taking it away to live a life controlled by a Beastmaster may not be good for it. It may even be counterproductive. Some beasts are born to fight endlessly, not for anyone but themselves. After saying this, Yifan stood up, stretched his body, and walked towards the tent. It recognizes us now. Next time it comes, we can give it more food. We can also feed it some extra spiritual herbs and fruits. Who knows, maybe one day it will become the overlord of this secret realm after fighting so many times. That would be interesting. Chapter 54 Quinny Bloodline. In the sky, there were still the same 2 guardians from last time, overlooking the ground. When they saw the 2 people leisurely eating barbecue around the bonfire and going into their respective tents to rest, a look of helplessness appeared on the male guardian's face. Yifan and Liu are quite leisurely. Others are still fighting for a beast and hunting in the middle of the night, but they go into the mountains to sweep during the day and barbecue and sleep at night. It's like a vacation in a secret place. Yifan is too strong. He has the hellhound that opened the bloodline shackles, and he got a swift eagle from somewhere. There is no beast in the inner forest that can restrict him. The female guardian said, and couldn't help but said, this kid can't be a member of that family, isn't his progress too fast? The geniuses of Kyoto's generation may be at a similar level to him. It may not be true. The male guardian nodded. At this moment, he couldn't help but say, I checked this kid's background, but I couldn't find anything. Someone encrypted all the family information from his father up. His father is above, isn't that the one? Probably not. His grandsons are basically all studying in Kyoto. The news of his descendants, including his illegitimate children, has also been announced. I have never heard of such a person. The male guardian replied, thoughtfully saying, could it be the descendant of that person's brother? They are all very powerful. Brother, isn't that brother in Pingqing our army commander back then? The female guardian was a little surprised when she heard this. Didn't he go to the front line when he was 20 years old? I haven't heard that he has any children. It's hard to say. The commander was under a lot of pressure at the time, and many people wanted to harm him. Even if he had a child, he probably wouldn't let others know. The male guardian replied, his eyes were a little deep. Wasn't the commander also a D-level back then? At the age of 22, he counterattacked the outer domain for hundreds of kilometers. If he hadn't led our Zhantian army to charge, the outer domain's defense line would have been breached as early as 40 years ago because of that turmoil. 40 years, let's calculate the time. If the fire was left exactly in that year, then Yifan's father should be 40 years old now, And Yifan was born when he was 25. The female guardian deduced. This data should be available. Do you want to take a look when you have time? Let's take a look, okay. The male guardian nodded slightly, his eyes moving in the forest, and said with a hint of complexity. If this is true, then there is some cause and effect between Yifan and you and me. Swift Eagle, use the divine bird to attack! In the forest, the figure of the swift eagle flashed and appeared. The sharp eagle cry made the giant brown bear not far away lose consciousness for a moment. The next moment, the swift eagle suddenly appeared and pierced through with its sharp claws. This was a decisive blow. The swift eagle soared into the air, and the giant brown bear fell to the ground. This is too powerful. Fatty Lee was amazed at the performance of the swift eagle. Without saying much, he picked up his pocket and knife and walked towards the giant brown bear. This kind of cooperation is already familiar. At this moment, Fatty Lee's 3 beasts have all reached the Black Iron 9 stars. With the help of spiritual fruits, within a day or 2 at most, Fatty Lee's 3 beasts will all reach the bronze level one after another. Now they can display strong strength, and at the bronze level, they are almost unbeatable. Click, click. While cleaning up the remains of the giant brown bear, suddenly, some footsteps were heard in the jungle. Fatty Lee immediately stood up alertly, and the 3-headed snake surrounded him. Yifan also raised his hand, and the hellhound and the swift eagle each protected him. The jungle was stirred, and soon, a man ran out in a panic. When Fatty Lee saw this man, he exclaimed, Wang Lingxi? When Wang Lingxi rushed out of the bushes and heard Fatty Lee's voice, he was also stunned. Yifan, Liu, why are you here? Hunting, Yifan said, looking at Wang Lingxi. What's wrong? Ji Jia is having his followers sweep the entire forest perimeter, Wang Lingxi quickly replied. One of his men is called Long Wu, who is very powerful. He is leading his men to chase me. Long Wu? Hearing this name, Yifan frowned slightly. He had some impression of this man. He was the son of a servant in Ji Jia's family, who came to accompany him in his studies. He was like a beast tamer, but he had great strength and 3 or 5 ordinary people could not get close to him. This Ji Jia is as cautious as ever. He is afraid of being expelled by the guardian if he does it himself, so he lets his slaves do the work for him. Hearing this, Yifan narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Lingxi. Where are your people? Where are those people from the Lingxi group who swore to protect you? They. Hearing this, Wang Lingxi gritted his teeth and his face seemed a little ugly. Facing Ji Jia's pressure, no one should dare to speak for you. Yifan seemed to see something. Now you should understand what I said last time. Wang Lingxi opened his mouth, and behind him, a burly figure gradually walked out of the jungle. Wang Lingxi, you are quite a good runner. The sound of footsteps was heard densely, and 7 or 8 people followed the burly man out. This big man was indeed born brave. At first glance, he was probably about 2 meters tall, as strong as a yak. A group of people came out. Wang Lingxi wanted to run but was grabbed by them and lifted up like a chicken. Where are the things? Hand them over! Long Wu yelled at Wang Lingxi, but he saw Yifan and the other man standing in the forest, and narrowed his eyes. What class are you 2 from? Have you handed in your income? Brother Long, those are Yifan and Liu. The person who followed Long Wu spoke in a low voice. Oh, so these 2 are what my young master was talking about. Hearing this, Long Wu nodded, threw Wang Lingxi aside, and went towards Yifan and the other 2. Yifan. Fatty Lee on the side saw this and whispered, Do it or. Fatty Lee at this time was different from before. Faced with such a situation, he no longer thought about escaping. Instead, he felt eager to try. Yifan naturally would not back down. He nodded slightly, looked at Long Wu who was walking towards him, and suddenly asked, Your name is Long Wu? Hearing the question that seemed to be a knowing question, Long Wu was stunned. Why, do you have any objections? I don't have any opinions. Yifan shook his head and looked at Long Wu. He seemed to have thought of something and suddenly smiled and said, Isn't it said that your ancestral bloodline comes from Quinia? How can you be called Long Wu? You should be called Nyo Wu, right? You. Hearing this, Long Wu choked up, staring at Yifan with his eyes as big as copper bells, and asked in disbelief. How do you know? Hee hee. Hearing this, Yifan smiled slightly. Of course he knew this loyal lackey who served Jijia wholeheartedly. He was quite familiar with him. He was also a member of the tribe with the bloodline of the descendant, but the bloodline was relatively remote and not that powerful. I have always been curious about what the Ji family can give to you, the people with weak Quinia blood, to make you so devoted. Yifan seemed to be thinking about something. He looked at Long Wu and smiled slightly. Your ancestors were great men who slaughtered the ancient species. As the descendants of great men, you become slaves for others. Don't you feel ashamed of the glory of your ancestors? You are looking for death. Upon hearing this, Long Wu immediately became angry. He had heard many rumors, but this was the one he hated the most. I'm going to beat you into a pulp today! Boom! With one punch, Long Wu's physical strength was well demonstrated, with muscles bulging all over his body. The force of this punch caused many people's expressions to change slightly. Pop! But the next second, Yifan caught the punch steadily. In Long Wu's shocked eyes, he spoke again, and said pitifully, The people with the blood of the ancestor are so weak. No wonder they are treated like slaves by the Ji family now. Shut up! Long Wu swung his fist again, but Yifan still caught it steadily. The two men quickly fought each other with their fists. After dozens of rounds, Yifan pushed hard with both hands, but pushed Long Wu out instead, and he almost fell down. You! Being beaten back head-on with force, Long Wu was a little annoyed. Just as he was about to punch forward again, Yifan's voice rang out. You are no match for me. If you continue to fight, you will die. Chapter 55. Beating a dog also depends on its owner. After saying this, Long Wu was stunned. He looked at Yifan, who was still calm and composed, and his hands trembled unconsciously. He was actually completely suppressed by his peers in terms of physical strength. You also have the blood of the ancient species? Looking at Yifan, Long Wu suppressed his emotions and spoke in a deep voice. Me? I shouldn't have any. Yifan shook his head. Now that he knew his own life experience, it was impossible for him to say that he didn't have any ancestral bloodline. However, as for him, he could only say that he did not inherit it. If he had the Dragon Eye bloodline, combined with his breathing technique, his physical strength would probably be at the bronze level at this moment. Without bloodline, why is your body so strong? Long Wu spoke again. I have a breathing method. Didn't your master give you, the descendants of the Quinia bloodline, a suitable breathing method? Yifan asked back. This made Long Wu stunned. Can we practice breathing techniques? Why not? Those with dragon pupils can cultivate it, and those with phoenix wings can cultivate it. Are you, the Quinia clan, more special than them? Yifan answered with a smile in his eyes. Can you cultivate the breathing method? Haven't you tried it yourself? Long Wu was speechless. He looked at his trembling fist, as if he had thought of something. He then looked at Yifan beside him, and finally, shook his hands. Let's go! After saying that, Long Wu took the lead to leave. A group of people stayed there and looked at each other. Now that their eldest brother was gone, it was impossible for them to deal with Yifan, so they hurriedly followed Long Wu and left. In the jungle, only Wang Lingxi was left sitting there. It seemed that he had just been picked up and thrown down by Long Wu and had not yet recovered. Yifan, what is Quinia bloodline? Fatty Li came over and asked. Is it similar to Dragon Eye bloodline? I guess so. They are descendants of the first generation of Beastmasters who inherited the blood of ancient species through special means. People with this bloodline are often as strong as bronze bulls, and have great strength. Those with strong bloodline will have horns growing out of them. Yifan nodded. But it may also be a curse of bloodline. People with Quinia bloodline have not very good brains. No wonder Long Wu looks like a big fool. The fat man nodded, seeming a little envious. These people with innate blood seem to be so strong, and they are born to be stronger than others. It's like what other people's ancestors fought for them. When one person succeeds, the whole family will benefit. It's normal for the descendants to have some advantages. Yifan nodded and commented. But it's just like that. Most bloodlines have limitations and are not necessarily powerful. Even the descendants of the dragon pupils in the most powerful dragon bloodline still have to worry about the backlash of the dragon blood. If he was really that powerful, would a descendant of Long Wu's bloodline really need to serve as a slave to others? That's true. Fatty Lee nodded. Let's go and hunt the next beast. Yi Fan shook his head and took a step forward. Yi Fan. Wang Lingxi's voice rang out at this moment. Yi Fan stopped and looked at Wang Lingxi, who was still standing there in a daze. His brows slightly frowned. Why, you're not leaving yet? No. Wang Lingxi shook her head and looked at Yi Fan, seeming a little hesitant. Yi Fan, thank you very much. It's just a piece of cake. Yi Fan waved his hand. You helped me, but I've implicated you. Wang Lingxi felt a little guilty. Long Wu is Jijia's confidant. If you block him, maybe Jijia will notice you soon. He has a lot of people. This time, there may be about 40 to 50 of them. They may come to cause trouble for you then. Looking for trouble with me? Hearing this, Yi Fan sneered. He was just hoping that the other party would come and cause trouble for him. Now that he had the Cerberus and the Swift Eagle, he could still deal a heavy blow to anyone below silver level, even if they came at a level. I don't know how many attacks I had experienced in my previous life, and in the end I was betrayed and killed by this bastard who had been my brother for decades. Now that I'm here, I can vent my anger. I'm just worried that he won't come. Yi Fan shook his head and glanced at Wang Lingxi. I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't even think about forming a Lingxi group. A group of people with different ideas together are just a bunch of loose sand. They will fall apart if touched. Then Wang Lingxi hesitated. He glanced at Yi Fan and Fatty Lee next to him, and after a while he said, Do you need any more help? Yi Fan was about to refuse when Wang Lingxi quickly added, I have a spirit master who can help you find treasure. It was because of me that you got into trouble with Jijia. This is my way of repaying you. I don't want any reward. Hearing this, Yi Fan frowned slightly, but soon he waved his hand and turned around. Come on. What you get will be divided according to your contribution. Hearing this, Wang Lingxi was stunned. Then, looking at Yi Fan and the other person who were about to leave, a smile appeared in his eyes. Good. Boss G is amazing. The bronze 4-star phantom deer is like a little chicken in your hands. This combat power is beyond words. Who in the same level can be as strong as our boss G? As a phantom deer fell with a loud bang, a group of people's compliments rang out in the forest. Jijia was in the middle of this group of people, and listening to the compliments, a smile appeared on his face. What's a bronze 4-star? After saying that, Jijia waved his hand, and his Beastmaster came to him quickly like a cheetah. He casually took out a piece of meat and stuffed it into the Beastmaster's hand. Jijia looked up and asked inquiringly, Where's Long Wu? Why hasn't he come back yet? It took you half a day to collect protection fees from more than a dozen people. A man at the side said earnestly, Only the Lingxi group is left today. They may encounter some resistance. Lingxi group? Upon hearing the name, Jijia snorted coldly. A woman from a small family in Pingqing. If it weren't for the fact that their family's ancestral spirit master was somewhat useful, would I have allowed her to stay in the secret realm until now? Yes, that Wang Lingxi doesn't know her place, she should be punished. The lackey at the side quickly replied. Soon, Big Brother Lan Wu will definitely catch that woman back and make her apologize to old Master Ji. Click, click. At this moment, a group of people walked out of the jungle, led by Long Wu, who was beaten by Yi Fan. Young master. Seeing Jijia, Long Wu knelt on one knee without saying a word. Long Wu did not do his job well, please punish me, young master. Not doing your job well? Hearing this, Jijia frowned. Seeing Long Wu's fist and some scars on his body, he said in a deep voice. Did anyone from the Lingxi group beat you? It's not from the Lingxi group. I defeated the Lingxi group. Long Wu shook his head. It was Yi Fan. I met him when I was chasing Wang Lingxi. I lost after fighting him. Yi Fan? Jijia was slightly stunned by this. He protected Wang Lingxi? No, I took the initiative to challenge. Idiot! Hearing this, Jijia suddenly became angry. Don't you know that Yi Fan has bronze strength? I know, but... Long Wu opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but before he could finish his words, Jijia snorted again. I was beaten, so I was beaten. It just so happened that I couldn't find any trace of them in the past 2 days. They bumped into me, which was just right. It also gave me a reason, Jijia said, looking at Long Wu and speaking coldly. Do you remember where you met them? Remember, it's in the eastern part of the forest, not far from the big silver fir tree. Longwu replied quickly. Let Longwu take the lead and follow the path they left to find their tracks. Jijia opened his mouth, and a group of people responded one after another, as if they were eager to attack Yifan. Young master. This sentence made Longwu hesitate a little. That Yifan is very difficult to deal with. He has two beasts, both of which are very powerful. No matter how strong he is just one person. I don't believe he can do anything else. Jijia answered, his eyes a little cold. When beating a dog, you have to look at the owner first. How can you not pay a price? Yes. Hearing this, Longwu could only nod. While he bowed and saluted, the expression on his face changed slightly. Chapter 56 Display. Yifan, there is a spiritual herb under the stone 15 meters ahead. In the jungle, Wang Lingxi's voice suddenly sounded. At this moment, she was activating her spiritual power, and her eyes had a faint blue light. Squeak! As her voice fell, a golden-haired mouse ran back quickly from the jungle. Yifan moved upon hearing the sound, and sure enough, he found a mid-grade ordinary mind-concentrating grass under the stone. This? Fatty Lee, looking at the spiritual herbs at the side, choked. This was the 14th spiritual herb and fruit they had found today. It took almost no effort on their part. Except for two that were guarded by beasts, the others were in the wild. That's too exaggerated, Fatty Lee said and looked at Yifan. There was a hint of surprise in Yifan's eyes. His sense of smell for spiritual herbs was very sensitive, but it was still far inferior to that of the golden-haired rat, a beast known as the treasure-hunting rat. He didn't expect to find so many spiritual herbs so effortlessly. Golden rat, it can maximize your spiritual power, Yifan said, slightly asking. This shouldn't be the beast you chose in school. No. Wang Lingxi shook his head. It was specially trained by my family. My spirit is a talent that can be inherited. My father and my grandfather both have this talent. Inherited talent for taming beasts. Hearing this, Yifan nodded slightly. It is true that a small number of beast taming talents are hereditary, but this type of inheritance is not stable. It is an extremely rare example for 3 consecutive generations to inherit the beast taming talent of the previous generation. Your Wang family should be a family that makes a living by treasure hunting, right? Yifan asked after a pause. Yes, we have cooperation with Lingqiao Hall, and basically we provide a lot of spiritual herbs and fruits every year. Wang Lingxi replied, smiled, looked at his golden-haired rat and said, Don't look at this little guy as if he is useless. When he reaches a higher level, he can not only find spiritual herbs and fruits, but also their seeds and roots. It's very powerful. I know that. Yifan nodded, looking at Wang Lingxi with a smile on his face, but he thought of something else. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand and said, The purpose of treasure hunting is to improve strength. Don't get it wrong. Your talent is indeed very useful, but it does not increase your own combat power. You are a 6-star black iron rat, you are also B-level. It seems that your strength is far inferior to that of students of the same age. This sentence touched Wang Lingxi's sore spot. She was stunned. So, I went in the wrong direction? There was a problem from the beginning. Logically speaking, you found so many spiritual herbs and fruits that you should have bronze strength even if you piled them up. But you created a Lingxi group and distributed a large amount of your own resources to others. Yifan shook his head. There is nothing wrong with you creating a team, but a good team should be able to help you, not drag you down. That's true. Wang Lingxi nodded slowly, then looked at Yifan with a smile in his eyes. So I think it's a great and wise choice to join you. You. These words made Yifan choke a little, but soon Yifan just waved his hand. Let's go and hunt somewhere closer to the core and try to get some good stuff. Inside the jungle, the hunt revolved around a giant brown bear with 8 bronze stars. This is considered an extremely powerful beast in the inner circle, and can be called the king of the inner circle. But at this moment, its body was burned black all over by the hellhound's flames, and it looked quite miserable. If it was just a hellhound, the giant brown bear would naturally not be in such a mess, but there were ghost snakes with venomous fangs that popped out from the side from time to time, rock pythons with bodies as hard as stone, and black fire snakes that occasionally attacked from the grass under its feet. These things were hard to guard against, and it was unable to escape the entanglement of the hellhound. The most crucial thing is the swift eagle circling in the sky. As a beast tamer, its natural instinct tells it that the hunter from the sky poses a fatal threat to it. And its intuition was also very accurate. At a certain moment, the swift eagle swooped down from the sky, and the iron claws blessed by the beast taming skills tore open its fur, pierced through the flesh and went straight into the heart, delivering a fatal blow. Boom! The giant brown bear fell to the ground with a loud bang. In the nest behind it, a spiritual fruit that looked like Ganoderma lucidum appeared, growing quietly on the cliff behind the nest. The spiritual fruit had been half-eaten, and there were some broken roots next to it. Obviously, this was the main reason why the giant brown bear could grow to bronze 8 stars. Blood Ganoderma lucidum is the best among the mortal grade, and can even be compared to some ordinary lower-grade spiritual grade treasures. It is a magical medicine that can quickly improve the level of beast taming. Looking at the half-eaten blood Ganoderma lucidum, Yifan's eyes lit up. Good stuff, fatty, quickly collect it. With this half of the blood Ganoderma plus all the herbs in your backpack, it should be enough for your 3 beasts to reach bronze level. Okay. Hearing this, Fatty Lee agreed immediately, walked forward quickly, and picked the blood Ganoderma. Yifan also walked over and pulled out some of the broken roots of the blood Ganoderma. On the side, Wang Lingxi took the knife and collected the body of the giant brown bear. A giant brown bear with 8 bronze stars just died like that. Looking at the giant brown bear in front of her, Wang Lingxi's eyes were full of surprise. It was the first time she saw Yifan and Liu using all their strength to deal with the beast. It can be seen that the two of them have a very good understanding of each other. They are very calm and even chatty during the battle. The hellhound is responsible for the frontal firepower, the rock python attacks from the side, the black flame snake and the ghost snake wait for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack, and the swift eagle is always ready to launch a fatal blow in the sky. With such tacit cooperation, it is obvious that this is not the first time they have hunted such a high-level beast. This is what a Beastmaster is. Looking up at Yifan and Liu, Wang Lingxi was a little surprised. At the same time, he seemed to be eager for such a battle. I need to practice breathing techniques well, and try to get a second beast control space as soon as possible, so that I can tame a beast that can fight. Having made up his mind secretly, Wang Lingxi had already put away the giant brown bear's body and said to Yifan, Yifan, what are we going to do next? What's next? Upon hearing this, Yifan looked at Fatty Lee and paused for a moment. Next, just look for some spiritual herbs and fruits. When Fatty's Beastmaster reaches bronze, we'll be ready to do something big. Big thing? This made Wang Lingxi a little confused. What big thing? Let the fat guy tell you, Yifan said and walked in front. Wang Lingxi glanced at Fatty Lee. Fatty Lee scratched his head, came closer and spoke in a low voice. You guys are going to the core? Hearing what Fatty Lee said, Wang Lingxi was shocked. There are silver beasts in the core, and the environment is completely different from the inner area. That's what I told Yifan as well, Fatty Lee replied. But Yifan said we can go to the trap, we can use tricks to get what we want. What's the plan? I don't know. Fatty Lee scratched his head, glanced at Yifan's back, and then said, But since Yifan said it can be done, then it must be possible. After saying this, Fatty Lee chased after Yifan. Wang Lingxi stayed behind the two of them, looking at their backs. It felt abrupt and a little unreal. Yesterday she was fighting a duel of wits and courage with the Black Iron Beastmaster at the outskirts of the forest, and was chased and beaten. Today she was hunting down high-star bronze Beastmasters in the forest. Not only that, she was about to enter the core of the forest to cause trouble for the Silver Beastmasters. And this almost world-changing treatment was simply because she joined Yifan. Who is this Yifan? Wang Lingxi said softly as she watched the two people gradually walk away. This Beastmaster's level is not even close to D level. Chapter 57 Core. Boss G, we've found Yifan and the others. On the 4th day in the secret realm, the news finally reached Jijia. Found them? Upon hearing this, Jijia looked at the man with shifty eyes and asked, Where are they? Reporting to Boss G, they have entered the core area of the secret realm. We are not strong enough to investigate where they went, the man replied. Wang Lingxi and Liu from the ordinary class are with him. Entered the core of the secret realm? Hearing this, Jijia frowned. Are you sure the information is reliable? It's definitely reliable, the man with shifty eyes replied. My beast control talent is dark vision, which can detect life forms in an area in a short time. I detected the 3 of them near the core of the forest, but it was so fast that I didn't see where they went specifically. After these words were spoken, Jijia no longer doubted it, but there was some confusion in his eyes. There are silver-level beasts in the core, and they dare to go in? Boss G, maybe Yifan knew that he offended Boss G, so he hid in the core area. Someone answered. This dispelled some of Jijia's doubts, but he was still a little alert and waved his hand. Long Wu, take 20 people to search near the edge of the core to confirm whether they are in the core area. You go with Long Wu. After taking a look at the man with shifty eyes, Jijia added. Once you have determined the location, use a flare to notify us. Understood. Long Wu nodded, bowed, and took his leave. A group of people quickly gathered and walked towards the forest. Jijia sat on a high place, watching the people going away, with a rare hint of caution in his eyes. At this stage, how dare he go to the core? Yifan, are we really going to target the silver-level Beastmaster? Walking in the jungle, Fatty Li kept his footsteps as quiet as possible and asked Yifan in a low voice. You're still asking me if it's true after all this time. Yifan looked at Liu and Wang Lingxi, who were afraid to breathe, with a smile in his eyes, and said, As long as you use the right method, the silver beast tamer is not that difficult to deal with. Having said that, Yifan stopped. Look, the weeds in front are obviously being trampled and trimmed. Yes. Fatty Li nodded. That's right, there are beasts around here, Yifan said. Look at the jungle in front of us, doesn't it look like the entrance to a cave? This type of entrance is usually the nest of beasts, Wang Lingxi answered quickly from the side. She has experience in finding magical herbs and medicines, and has an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this kind of place. Yes, this is the base of the silver-level Beastmaster Rainbow Leopard. Rainbow Leopard is an elite peak grade, very fast, and has an excellent sense of smell. Yifan nodded, looked at Fatty Li, and said, Fatty, where is the stinky fruit I asked you to prepare? Here. Fatty Li took out a small bag of light yellow fruits. The juice of this stinky fruit has a strong smell, which is very effective for beasts with a keen sense of smell like the colorful cloud leopard. Yifan spoke and took the stinky fruit. So, we have to squeeze the juice on our bodies. When the clouded leopard smells the stench, it will ignore us and we can hide the truth, Fatty Li added. That's partly true. Yifan spoke, shook his head, and talked about his plan. Sprinkle the juice of the stinky fruit in many places outside, and also on our bodies. I will let the swift eagle rush in to provoke the rainbow cloud leopard later. After the colorful cloud leopard chases my beast and runs out, we must quickly go in and take the spiritual fruit. The colorful cloud leopard is very vigilant, and will not chase too far. This time will not be very long. We only have about 1 or 2 minutes to take the spiritual fruit. After taking the spiritual fruit, we must run madly and keep throwing stinky fruit juice in the distance on the way of escape. We must run to a place near the river within half an hour to wash off the smell on our bodies. Otherwise, the rainbow cloud leopard will sniff out the smell hidden by the stinky juice and lock onto the scent, chasing us all the way until the guardian sends us out of the secret realm. Is this so exciting? Hearing this, Fatty Li replied. So, we are luring the tiger away from the mountain first, and then we keep throwing smoke bombs until we run away? Yes, Yifan replied. This plan is not complicated. The most important things are 2 points. It takes half an hour to get to the river and wash. Then what does this plan have to do with my beast taming reaching bronze level? Fatty Li suddenly asked. Save your life, Yifan replied, glancing at the fat man. If the plan fails, we can only try to kill the colorful cloud leopard by force. Kill by force? Fatty Li was stunned. Will the plan fail? There is no plan that is 100% successful. You have to prepare a backup plan for everything. Yifan replied without saying anything more. Prepare the juice. The spiritual fruit guarded by this colorful cloud leopard is very special. The benefits are definitely worth the risk we take. Good. Hearing this, the 3 of them acted quickly. Although they were mentally prepared, when Wang Lingxi really faced the green, stinky fruit juice, his face still looked a little ugly. This is too stinky. After saying this, Wang Lingxi applied the juice on his body without much hesitation. Yi Fan was no exception. Soon, all three of them were covered in green, and then they splashed the juice all over the jungle, making it smell terrible. It should be fine. Clapping his hands, Yi Fan raised his hand and summoned the swift eagle. He patted the other's head and whispered in a low voice. Then he raised his hand, and the swift eagle let out a cry and rushed into the cloud leopard's nest. Hide! Yi Fan said, and the three of them hid in the jungle nearby. Soon, the swift eagle rushed out, followed by a thunderous roar. Roar! In the jungle, in the mottled vision, I saw a colorful clouded leopard that was about 3 meters tall rushing out. With its huge body and ferocious appearance, it directly uprooted a big tree with one claw. Then, in just a blink of an eye, it probably jumped more than 10 meters away. This scene made Fatty Li and Wang Lingxi's expressions change slightly. In just these few seconds, they could feel how powerful this beast was. How can this be a forced kill? Fatty Li trembled a little as he thought about what Yi Fan said. Don't just stand there, now is the time to go in and get the spiritual fruit. Yi Fan's voice sounded a few dozen seconds after the colorful cloud leopard rushed out. He took a step forward, then leaped into the colorful cloud leopard's lair. Fatty Li and Wang Lingxi were both stunned, but they hurriedly followed Yi Fan in. Fuck, what is this? Fatty Li was shocked when he saw 4 or 5 golden spiritual fruits next to the colorful cloud leopard's nest. Harvest fruit, a low-grade spiritual fruit, produced every 3 years, below silver. Eating one will increase the level by 1 star. Yi Fan said without saying much, grabbed the root of the harvest fruit, and pulled it hard. Then, a large piece of the root was pulled up, and several fruits fell to the ground. Fatty Li and Wang Lingxi hurriedly picked them up. The fruit must be stored in the beast taming space. No smell can be left. With a strong swing, Yi Fan threw the rhizome to the fat man, and then took out 7 or 8 stinky fruits and threw them around. The fat man was in a panic, and before he could put away the spiritual fruit, Yi Fan's voice rang out again. Right now, run! Run without looking back! Roar! The roar of the clouded leopard sounded in the jungle. Apparently, it seemed to have sensed the invader in its nest and was rushing back. Oh my god, this isn't a period of time, it's only a few seconds. At this moment, the fat man realized the seriousness of the matter. While pulling the roots back into the beast-controlling space, he quickly ran out, and Wang Lingxi followed closely behind him. Yi Fan followed behind and after a brief hesitation, released the hellhound, which spewed out fire and turned the entire nest into a sea of fire. Chapter 58 Calling People. What's going on? In the sky, the Guardian was stunned when he saw the sudden fire in the forest. A fire-type silver beast started a battle in the core? The male Guardian said, narrowing his eyes. After his gaze focused, his face changed drastically. This Yi Fan, he burned the nest of the colorful cloud leopard. What? The female Guardian was also startled and looked down. At this moment, the colorful clouded leopard was standing at the door of its home, looking at the fire in the nest and the green, stinky fruit juice around it, and seemed to be lost in thought. But soon, it smelled something, and its eyes focused on the place where Fatty Li and the others escaped, and it let out an angry roar. It had not yet smelled the scent of Yi Fan and the others. After a brief thought, it discovered 3 moving large stinky fruits, and combined with the green juice at its doorstep, it came to a conclusion. It also wondered why there was a stinky fruit at its doorstep. Bastard! You stole things and burned the house. Roar! A roar was heard, and the colorful cloud leopard took a step forward. There seemed to be thunderclouds rolling under its feet. The speed was very fast, and it could cover dozens of meters in one breath. All the trees along the road were knocked down. The colorful clouded leopard was filled with rage and wanted to tear these thieves to pieces. It's over, they've been discovered! Seeing this scene in the sky, the female Guardian was anxious. This Yi Fan is too bold. Last time he came, he provoked a bronze-level player. This time he provoked a silver-level player. Next time, will he provoke the overlord of this secret realm? Don't worry. The male Guardian's voice sounded at this moment. Yi Fan seems to have prepared a backup plan. Backhand? The female Guardian was stunned. Suddenly, in the jungle, there were continuous roars of beasts. The colorful cloud leopard seemed to have a seizure or something. It not only overturned trees along the way, but also attacked irrelevant beasts in the inner circle. Most of these beasts were of high bronze star rank. Although they were no match for the rainbow cloud leopard, their subconscious territorial awareness led them to attack it. This Yifan is so annoying! After watching for a while, the female guardian seemed to notice something different. He deliberately chose to pass by the beast nests and let the swift eagle sprinkle the juice of the stinky fruit on the beasts. The rainbow leopard hadn't distinguished their scent at this time, and attacked when it smelled the moving stinky fruit. This is really a case of the fire in the city gate causing harm to the innocent. The male guardian shook his head helplessly. This guy is really too bold. Last time he was close to bronze level, but this time he dared to provoke a silver level Beastmaster even though he was several levels away. He should be after the harvest fruit, the female guardian said. With that fruit, he should be able to get silver quickly. Speaking of silver, maybe he will really provoke the Overlord Beastmaster in the core next time. The male guardian watched for a while, and when he saw Yifan and his team successfully jumped into the river, and the colorful cloud leopard was still fighting a giant brown bear behind him, he couldn't help but turn around. This is not something a freshman can do. I won't watch it. I won't watch it. Success, success. The river was in a hurry. When Fatty Lee climbed up, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat next to the package. He felt like he had survived a disaster. Boom boom. Seeing all kinds of roars coming from the bushes opposite, Fatty Lee shrank his head, looked at Yifan on the side, and asked, Yifan, didn't we just steal a few spiritual fruits from it? Or we can only feed it those below the silver level? Why is it reacting as if someone burned down its house? Hearing this, Yifan smiled and then shook his head. I don't know. Maybe it's stingy. After saying that, Yifan added, if it wasn't so stingy, it wouldn't attack indiscriminately like this. Maybe it will catch up soon. Is that so? Fatty Lee nodded. Anger will lead to impulsiveness. Impulsiveness will blind your eyes. Yifan replied, patting Fatty Lee on the shoulder. Let's go, sit here for a while, it's going to catch up with you. Wait for me. Wang Lingxi's weak voice sounded at the side. I didn't bring any extra clothes. After the voice fell, Yifan looked and saw that after falling into the water, Wang Lingxi's clothes were tightly attached to her body, revealing her curvy figure. I have extra. After taking a quick look, Yifan threw a piece of clothing over and turned around. Hurry up. Good. Wang Lingxi took the clothes and looked at Yifan, who was already walking in front of her. She was stunned for a moment. Isn't this a man? He didn't even glance at me? Brother Longwu, I can sense Yifan and the others' presence again. In the bushes on the other side, Longwu and his men were moving forward quickly in the bushes. Suddenly, the man with the shifty eyes made a sound. Where? Longwu asked. It's right in front. I feel it's approaching us, the man replied. Take out the flares and prepare to notify the young master, Longwu replied, quickly climbing over a ramp, and a group of people quickly followed. Just after they climbed over the slope, Yifan and the other two were slowly walking towards them from the opposite side. This time, both sides were stunned for a moment. Longwu? Looking at the large group of people opposite, Yifan's eyes were fixed on Longwu, who was in the lead. You want to see me again? Longwu opened his mouth, but hesitated when the harsh words came to his lips. At this time, the man with shifty eyes stood up, pointed at Yifan, and said, Boss Ji asked us to come find you. As for Jijia, I know him. Yifan nodded. Where are he? Are you the only ones here? Just us. The man answered, and at this moment, he seemed unaware that the atmosphere was wrong. He hasn't arrived yet. What qualifications do you have to stop me? Yifan's voice rang out, and then the hellhound and the swift eagle appeared beside him. The days spent in the secret realm were not in vain. The hellhound reached bronze 5 stars and the swift eagle reached bronze 7 stars. At the side, Fatty Lee's beasts also appeared, 3 of them were bronze level. The appearance of these 5 beasts suddenly made the air become somewhat condensed. The 5 bronze level ones, at this point, were able to crush them all. Brother Lan Wu, what should we do? Seeing this scene, the man with shifty eyes retracted his head. Long Wu was also somewhat helpless at this moment. He looked at Yifan and cupped his hands. Young master said that when beating a dog, look at its owner, so I want to ask Brother Yi for a talk. If we want to talk, you need so many people to come? Yifan answered, squinting his eyes. Besides, if you beat a dog, you have to look at its owner. Who is the dog? Are you Longwu? These words immediately made Longwu grit his teeth. This is just a metaphor. Metaphor? Is it a metaphor or not? Don't you Longwu know it? Yifan snorted coldly. Being a slave to others, even if it's for a lifetime, is still a slave. Me neither, Longwu replied. He had just said half of his words when suddenly, a flare rose into the sky and exploded. Who released the flare? Longwu's face changed immediately. Brother Long, it's me. A man in the back row raised his hand. Didn't Boss G say to find Yifan and inform him? Why should we be afraid of him? Idiot! Longwu cursed. Yifan is here. You set off the flare. Aren't you afraid that Yifan will get angry and send us all out? Idiot! Really idiot! Call for help. Looking at the flares in the sky, Yifan showed a sneer on his face. You are not the only ones who can call for help. As he spoke, Yifan looked at Fatty Lee standing aside. This action made Fatty Lee stunned. What is this for? Do you want me to call for help? Where is someone calling me? Take out the stinky fruit and smash them. Yifan lowered his voice and spoke slowly. Oh, Fatty Lee suddenly realized, and without saying much, he took out the stinky fruit and threw it towards Longwu and his group. You bastards, I'll call someone to take care of you! Several people were hit by Fatty Lee's stinky fruit. The smell was everywhere and many people cursed loudly. Let's go! Yifan said, and the three of them quickly moved towards the forest nearby. Don't chase them. Longwu stopped a man who was thrown a stinky fruit by the fat man, his eyes focused. Chase them, we can't beat them, they are nearby, let's wait for the young master to come. But that fat guy threw shit at me! The man was angry. The smell of the stinky fruit was too strong, it really looked a bit like that. Longwu also turned his head away because of the smell, but there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. Why didn't Yifan attack them at this time, but instead just threw 2 stinky fruits at them? Can this stinky fruit also call people over? This doubt did not last long, and suddenly, a roar that echoed throughout the inner area was heard. Roar! Chapter 59 Fatty's Lament. At the riverside, the colorful clouded leopard leaped across the river. It chased those stinky fruits to the riverside. When the smell disappeared, it wandered anxiously by the river. But after a while, the smell appeared again. You can't run away! With its bloody mouth wide open, the colorful cloud leopard ran swiftly through the jungle. It was already close to the outer periphery. Those iron-level and bronze-level low-star Beastmasters sensed its breath and fled in all directions in order to avoid it. Roar! With a roar, it crossed a high slope. Longwu and others were stunned when they saw this silver beast rushing out. How could there be a silver-level beast on the outskirts of the forest? Looking at the colorful cloud leopard that appeared, Longwu's eyes were full of horror. Retreat quickly! Roar! The speed of the rainbow cloud leopard was so fast that almost as soon as Longwu's voice came, it locked onto the people who had been thrown the stinky fruits by the fat man. At this moment, it had already regarded this group of people as thieves breaking into its home. Roars were heard and sharp claws swept across. Some people hurriedly commanded their beasts to stop them, and they could not stop running away. The team of 20 people faced a silver-level colorful cloud leopard, and it was almost a one-sided massacre. Jin, it's time for us to take action. Looking at the situation on the ground, the female guardian spoke and called out the male guardian's name. If we don't take action, those people will die. It's not time yet. The male guardian called Jin spoke, glanced at the female guardian, and said, Our duty is to ensure their safety and not disturb the original order of the secret realm. This colorful clouded leopard didn't kill anyone. It was just chasing those people with the stinky fruits. We will take action at the last moment. This okay? Yu nodded, his eyes focused on the ground, a little nervous. Clang. With the collision, the colorful cloud leopard's sharp claws swept over, and Longwu gritted his teeth and pushed forward. The huge force of the claws knocked him directly into a tree on the side, and then he slid down. Roar! Looking at Longwu, the colorful cloud leopard let out a low hoarse roar, as if it felt the blood of the other party. It did not attack further. It turned its head and its gaze once again focused on the stinky fruits, running in front. The next moment, it seemed to turn into the wind, sweeping across the outskirts of the forest. With a single strike, it could take down a black iron-level beast. The few people running in front also realized that something was wrong at this moment. It was obvious that the colorful cloud leopard was coming for them. It must be the fruit dropped by that fat guy. One person cursed, tore off his clothes and threw them aside, and others followed suit. The clothes were lost, but the colorful clouded leopard still followed. These people were so frightened that they also lost their pants. Why is it targeting us? Feeling that the colorful clouded leopard behind them had no intention of stopping, several people were about to cry. We're dead! We're dead! The colorful clouded leopard was extremely fast, and it was obvious that they could not outrun it, and were about to die in its mouth. Boss G is here! Looking at the large army appearing in front, one person shouted in surprise and waved his arms wildly. Boss G! We are here! We are here! The voice rang out. On the other side, Jijia, who had quickly brought people over because of the signal flare, was stunned when he saw the white figures in front of him. You! Just as the words came out of his mouth, suddenly, the figure of the colorful cloud leopard rushed out from behind. Jijia's expression changed instantly. Silver-level Beastmaster! Idiots, I told you to go find Yifan, why did you go to provoke a silver-level Beastmaster? At this moment, Jijia cursed angrily, and without hesitation, he waved his hand. Retreat quickly! When this voice fell, a group of people were stunned, and one person whispered, Boss G, shouldn't we save them? They are idiots, are you an idiot too? That's a silver-level beast, how can we save it? Jijia looked at the man in a counterattack. The Guardian will protect their safety. If we don't retreat, will we be sent out with them? This rhetorical question made the man shrink his head immediately, and dared not say anything more. A group of people retreated like the tide, and those few naked people were stunned. Boss G, where are you going? We are here, help! Before the voice fell, the rainbow cloud leopard arrived behind them. Faced with such a huge advantage, the two men collapsed on the spot. The other one ran a little further but was pinned down by a claw. Roar! The colorful cloud leopard opened its bloody mouth and roared at several people. It was about to kill one of them with one claw to vent its anger, but right after that, a strong breath rushed over. The colorful clouded leopard was knocked back several meters on the spot, and was about to pounce again in anger, but the next moment, when it saw the man standing quietly opposite, it suddenly became cautious, closed its bloody mouth, and took small steps on the spot, seeming to be a little cautious. Obviously, it knew the person opposite it, and that the other person possessed a power that it could not resist. Retreat. Jin looked at the colorful clouded leopard and just spoke in a cold voice. As soon as the sound came out, the colorful clouded leopard immediately folded its ears, lowered its head, and walked away quickly, as if it was afraid that the town would attack it. Jin just stood there, watching the colorful clouded leopard leave, then turned around and looked at the people behind him. You guys have lost your qualification for the trial. Report your names and be sent out of the secret realm. At this time, several people were still in the dark. After hearing this verdict, some people were dissatisfied. We were all harmed by Yifan. Are you going to expel us? I don't want to reiterate the rules of the secret realm, Jin said, with a hint of indifference in his eyes. If you have any objections, you can go to your teacher to complain about me. Upon hearing this, the person who spoke retracted his head. In the secret realm, the Guardian's decision cannot be questioned. Even if you go out to complain, you may be scolded in return. Several people were silent. Jin glanced at them coldly and took out a notebook. Go find your pants and put them on, then tell me your name. Fuck Yifan, that colorful cloud leopard is too fierce. It killed Long Wu and his group without any chance to fight back. On the high ground not far away, Yifan and his three friends witnessed the whole process of the colorful cloud leopard sweeping Long Wu and his group. Fatty Lee said with a little surprise, You hurt so many people and beasts. Jijia must hate you to death. They didn't get hurt. Yifan shook his head, seeming a little dissatisfied with the result. Jijia is too cowardly. I thought he would at least try to stop them, but he just retreated. There are still 2 days in the secret realm today and tomorrow. Jia definitely doesn't want to fight the colorful cloud leopard for a few followers. They have more people, but it may be difficult to defeat the silver-level beast. Wang Lingxi spoke with a little analysis, wearing the coat given by Yi Fan. And after this time, he shouldn't come to trouble us. After all, he hurt so many people. He won't cause trouble for us. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan snorted coldly. Doesn't this mean we can't cause trouble for him? You. Wang Lingxi hesitated a little. Yi Fan, do you want to attack Jia? Hearing this, Yi Fan's heart was a little angry, but looking at the distance, he suppressed the fire in his heart and lowered his voice. Let's talk about it when there is a chance. Now, let's go! As he spoke, Yi Fan stood up and walked towards the depths of the forest. Yi Fan, where are we going next? Fatty Li asked quickly. Let's find a place to rest and use the harvest fruit we got today. Yi Fan answered, and paused for a moment, his eyes fixed on the colorful cloud leopard that was crossing the river and preparing to leave. This colorful clouded leopard fought many battles on the way and suffered serious injuries. In addition, its nest was destroyed and it had nowhere to rest. Right now, it is at its most vulnerable. We need to prepare quickly and capture this colorful clouded leopard tonight. Capture the rainbow cloud leopard. These words made Fatty Li pause. He opened his mouth and was about to say something, but seeing that Yi Fan had already stood up and walked forward, he could only take a breath and look at Wang Lingxi beside him. Good fellow, I suspect Yi Fan has been planning to take advantage of this colorful cloud leopard from the beginning. Chapter 60 Departure. This Yi Fan, damn it! Retreating to the outskirts of the forest, when Jia heard from Long Wu about what happened to Yi Fan, he became a little angry and started cursing. Young master, we were too careless. Long Wu spoke from the side in a low voice. It was mainly because of those idiots who took the initiative to provoke and set off flares without authorization that the whole thing was ruined. Jia spoke up, but he did not blame Long Wu, but cursed. Are all the Beastmasters and Pingqing such idiots, who speak and act without thinking? He didn't lower his voice when he said this, and many people around him had changed expressions. But after the change, many people still approached with a smile. Don't be angry, Boss G. It was a few idiots who ruined things this time. It won't happen again next time. There are still about 2 days until the end of the secret realm. We can continue to look for Yi Fan. Yi Fan is not as stupid as you guys. He must be very alert at this moment. Jia seemed a little angry again. If those 2 idiots hadn't been sent away by the Guardian, I would have taught them a lesson. Yes. Jia thought for a while, and finally, he looked at the students around him and sighed. Forget it, I won't bother him this time, and I'll just spend the next 2 days in peace. After we get out, we'll have plenty of opportunities to deal with him. TSK. At night, 3 people were roasting meat by the fire, while Yi Fan was feeding his swift eagle with harvest fruits. There were 5 harvest fruits in total, 3 were fed to the hellhound, and 2 were left for the swift eagle, which could increase their strength to bronze 8 stars and bronze 9 stars respectively, which is very close to silver strength. Yi Fan, why don't you leave a harvest fruit for the swift eagle? In this way, it can be upgraded to the silver level. The fat man spoke with some confusion while watching Yi Fan's actions. The harvest fruit is only effective for levels below silver, and cannot help Beastmasters break through to silver directly. Yi Fan shook his head and explained. Besides, silver is a small level. Beastmasters need to open their bloodline shackles and unlock their attribute powers at this level, and it is not so easy to break through. Oh, so that's how it is. Fatty Li nodded, looked at Yi Fan, and hesitated for a while. Why do we choose to hunt the colorful clouded leopard at night? The vision is not clear at night, and the clouded leopard is a cat with good night vision. Isn't this disadvantageous to us? Fatty, you said it very well. Yi Fan nodded slightly, and then said helplessly. If I could, I wouldn't choose to do it at night. My beast needs time to digest the harvest fruit, but if it survives tonight, the rainbow cloud leopard's powerful recovery ability will allow it to regain its powerful combat power. So isn't this the best plan? Fatty Li paused. There are not so many best plans. Sometimes the opportunity only lasts for a moment, and we must seize it. Yi Fan replied. Besides, my swift eagle and hellhound have good night vision. In addition, we have Wang Lingxi. Her spirit master can play a big role. In fact, the impact of night operations on us is limited. Me? Wang Lingxi was stunned when he heard this. Golden Rat is a beast that is good at moving at night. Your spirit master shares vision and can provide me with some extra vision at night, Yifan replied. When fighting in the jungle, vision is extremely important, especially when dealing with extremely fast beasts like the colorful cloud leopard. If you lose its sight, then you will most likely die in its surprise attack from the shadows. I see. Wang Lingxi nodded carefully. I'll keep you posted. No, you need to protect yourself in this battle. Tell me when I need you to report a location, Yifan replied. Command your golden rat well. My hellhound has fire attributes, and there is a high probability that it will ignite a patch of weeds during the battle. I understand. Wang Lingxi nodded. What about me? What about me? Fatty Li said. You. Upon hearing this, Yifan showed a smile in his eyes. Of course you will fight alongside me. Fight side by side. Upon hearing this, Fatty Li shuddered, but then he couldn't suppress his excitement. Hunting and killing beasts above their level was a feeling that could excite every Beastmaster. Chirp! The three of them were discussing when a familiar voice was heard and the little badger came out from the jungle nearby again. This little guy really knows us. Fatty Li smiled. This little badger. Wang Lingxi was stunned when he saw the little badger. He looked at Yifan and asked, Do you know it? I know it. It has come to roast fire with us for several nights. We give it some meat every time. Yifan replied, smiling and stretching out his hand. This time the little badger did not resist much and let Yifan put his hand on its head. It didn't bite you. Wang Lingxi was a little surprised, as if he had thought of something. The last time we came here was about half a month ago. Your regular class didn't come. We met this little badger, and someone was curious and teased it. What's the result? As a result, it chased and bit the person from the inner circle to the outer circle, and finally the person who teased it was sent out by the guardian. Wang Lingxi spoke, looking at the little badger being touched by Yifan, seemed a little moved, and also came over and stretched out his hand. Squeak! Before the hand reached it, the little badger opened its mouth and made a threatening sound. Wang Lingxi was startled and quickly withdrew his hand. It's hard for a beast like the little badger to get close to others, Yifan said with a smile in his eyes. It let me touch it because it's familiar with me, and my swift eagle is its natural enemy, so it has a certain deterrent effect. Like this, Wang Lingxi felt a little regretful. He rubbed his hands together and looked at the little badger with fondness in his eyes. After looking at it for a while, he suddenly said, This little badger seems to be injured. Huh! Hearing this, Yifan narrowed his eyes and looked carefully. Sure enough, there was a scar on the little badger's leg. It must have been injured for a while. The wound has already scarred and does not look obvious. Fatty, give it some spiritual fruit, Yifan said, looking at Fatty Li beside him. You can give it some blood-producing grass and white jade fruit. Okay. Fatty Li responded, took out the blood-producing grass and white jade fruit from his backpack, and carefully placed them in front of the little badger. The little badger looked at the spiritual herbs and fruits in front of him, stunned for a moment, then looked at Yifan with a human-like inquiring expression. For you. Yifan nodded, then patted the little badger's head gently and stood up. Okay, you can roast your food here by the fire before leaving. After saying this, Yifan looked at the fat man beside him and said, We should set off now. If we are late, it will be difficult to find it. Good. The three of them packed their bags and headed quickly into the depths of the jungle. Beside the small campfire, the little badger watched Yifan and the others leave, then looked at the white jade fruit in his hands and was a little stunned. What are Yifan and the others going to do now? In the sky, as soon as Yifan took action, the town's eyes followed him. Judging from the direction they are heading, they should be heading towards the core. You spoke from the side. Going to the core. Hearing this, Jin's face darkened. The trouble during the day wasn't big enough, so you have to work overtime at night, right? They shouldn't be going to provoke other beasts this time. You seem to have discovered something. Yifan ate all the beasts that the harvest fruit gave him, and the road he walked seemed to be the direction that the colorful cloud leopard left. Rainbow cloud leopard? Upon hearing this, Jin was stunned. His eyes moved in the core, and he saw the rainbow cloud leopard sleeping on the bare ground under a big tree, with scars all over its body. This scene made Jin twitch his lips. Does this colorful cloud leopard have a grudge against Yifan? He is targeting the colorful cloud leopard. I feel so sorry for this colorful cloud leopard, you said at the side. It didn't do anything, its spiritual fruit was stolen, its house was burned down, and now it's attacked by Yifan at night. It's not pitiful. This colorful cloud leopard has eaten more than the number of people on both hands in the beast taming forest. It deserves to die. If the principal hadn't suggested putting it in the secret realm for students to train, I would have killed it in the beast taming forest. Jin replied, shaking his head. I was just wondering if Yifan and the others could win. There is a big gap between silver and bronze, and that is an elite peak level silver 2-star Beastmaster. Even if it is injured, it can use elemental power, has innate skills, and has awakened 2 Beastmaster skills. It is difficult for a bronze level Beastmaster to defeat it. Yifan has a bronze 9-star Swift Eagle and a bronze 8-star Hellhound, so the difference shouldn't be that big. You said? It's just a pity that his talent is D-level, so he can't get much bonus. If he had a beast tamer with a C-level or higher talent, he should be able to win with his terrifying battle instincts. Let's see. I think it's difficult. Jin at the side shook his head. Get ready to fight. Yifan and the others will definitely fight to the death with this colorful cloud leopard. The trial of this kind of genius is the most difficult. If we take action, what if he has a backup plan and is sentenced to expulsion for nothing? If we don't take action, what if he dies and that person is gone? That would be even more unfair. This Yifan is really... Not only does he work overtime late at night, but he also asks us to work overtime with him. Chapter 61 Fierce Battle. In the dark night, the footsteps of the 3 people were very low. Under the dim moonlight, Fatty Li and Wang Lingxi followed Yifan, who was walking in front of them, and they seemed to be able to hear their own heartbeats. We should be there soon. At a certain moment, Yifan suddenly stopped and looked at a big tree not far ahead, his face becoming serious. When the 2 people at the back heard this, they suddenly became nervous. Wang Lingxi, have your golden rat explore the field of vision and determine the location of the colorful cloud leopard. Yifan spoke and made quick arrangements. Fatty, have your ghost snake and black flame snake hide in the bushes nearby. Keep the rock python on standby and ready to be summoned at any time. Okay. The 2 of them responded in unison, and the beast was released. The little golden-haired rat moved along the tree with slight sounds. Wang Lingxi also activated his spiritual power at this moment, with a faint light emanating from his eyes, sharing the vision with the golden-haired rat. As the golden-haired mouse was exploring, just after passing a big tree, Wang Lingxi suddenly shook and almost fell down. On the other side of the tree? Looking at Wang Lingxi's reaction, Yifan spoke. Yes, right in the center of the tree trunk. Wang Lingxi nodded, with some sweat on his forehead. There are no weeds around, only some trees, and not many obstacles. Okay. Yifan nodded. You command the golden rat to hide in a tree farther away, and try to climb as high as possible. Hide where you can share the field of vision. Except when I ask you to report the location, don't let the clouded leopard notice you. No problem. Wang Lingxi nodded. Fatty, command your 2-headed snakes and prepare to attack. Yifan spoke and raised his hand. The hellhound and the swift eagle appeared beside him. Then, the talent bonus of Ascension appeared. The talent bonus of level D is indeed very small, but the Ascension is comprehensive, so it's okay. Walk! Yifan took a step forward, and in his hand, a dagger that he usually used for cutting meat appeared. The swift eagle was on his shoulder, the hellhound was at his feet, Fatty Li tilted his head, and the black flame snake and the ghost snake were swimming quickly in the grass next to him. Soon, the distance was close, and when they were about 10 steps apart, Yifan moved. Hellhound, breathe fire! As the voice fell, the hellhound opened its mouth and flames instantly rushed towards the tree trunk, spreading out the moment it hit the trunk. Roar! The next moment, the roar of the colorful cloud leopard was heard. The colorful cloud leopard, which had just fallen asleep with great difficulty, jumped out of the flames, looked at Yifan and the flames beside him, and confirmed it at a glance. This guy is the one who burned down his own house. Fatty. Yifan looked at the fury in the rainbow cloud leopard's eyes with a calm look, and just spoke quietly. Then, the fat man's voice rang out. Ghost snake, use poison mist! Hiss! The ghost snake emerged from the bushes, opened its mouth, and a large ball of green poisonous mist flew towards the colorful cloud leopard. This is a skill mastered by the bronze level of the ghost snake. It releases the stored poison mist and hits the target head-on, with considerable lethality. The colorful cloud leopard reacted quickly and was not hit by the poisonous fog. Instead, it raised its claws horizontally and slapped the ghost snake directly away. The next moment, it rushed towards Yifan. He wants revenge. Here it comes, it's coming! Yifan! Seeing the colorful cloud leopard easily dealing with the ghost snake's attack and rushing towards the two of them, the fat man panicked. Just assist from the side. Don't worry about the front. Yifan spoke slowly, looking at the oncoming colorful cloud leopard without any thought of retreating. Hellhound, Swift Hawk. Let's go! Roar! Tisk! The sounds of a dog and an eagle were heard, and Yifan also moved forward quickly following the sounds. Beside him, the hellhound collided with the colorful cloud leopard at a faster speed. Boom! The two beasts started biting each other instantly. In this attack, the hellhound was outmatched and was pinned to the ground by the cloud leopard. The cloud leopard raised its claws and was about to chase, but Yifan's dagger had already arrived. Laugh. The dagger slashed across the wound on the colorful cloud leopard's body. The colorful cloud leopard suddenly roared, turned around and was about to pounce on Yifan. Yifan reacted quickly. Seeing the colorful cloud leopard's claws coming back, he dodged sideways. The moment the claws brushed past him, he kicked the colorful cloud leopard and jumped out quickly. Hellhound, overheat and burn! As the sound rang out, flames instantly ignited on the hellhound's body. Roar! At the same time, the colorful cloud leopard did not sit idly by and wait for death. As the flames erupted, purple lightning surged on its body. Then, it disappeared from where it stood. Thunder and lightning, an innate skill, similar to the innate skill of the swift eagle. Yifan made a judgment, while the person was still in the air and spoke quickly. Wanlingxi, report your location! Behind you on the right! Wanlingxi's voice sounded almost at the same time. The voice was full of anxiety. Obviously, the rainbow cloud leopard had launched an attack. This colorful cloud leopard is really smart. In a few seconds, Yifan didn't think too much and deliberately turned sideways. Roar! The huge leopard head brushed past Yifan's ear. It was so close that Yifan could almost smell the fishy stench from the other's mouth. Swift eagle, divine bird attacks! Yifan stabbed forward with the dagger in his hand again, and then retreated again. Whispering sound! In the sky, the sound of the swift eagle was heard, and it came rushing from the sky almost in a flash, with its sharp claws bringing strong wind. The claw landed hard, leaving a large scar on the colorful cloud leopard's body. This attack also aroused the colorful cloud leopard's ferocity, and it roared angrily. Roar! Lightning burst out from it at this moment, and in an instant, lightning spread from its body to all around. The lightning electromagnetic field can launch lightning strikes to a surrounding area. Yifan muttered to himself. He was in the coverage of the static magnetic field. At this moment, he did not choose to retreat. Instead, he raised his hand. Fatty, rock python! Okay. The fat man's voice sounded, a light flashed, and the rock python appeared in front of Yifan. The thunder and lightning were unexpectedly blocked. At the same time, a faint light lit up on the rock python. This was the hardening of its bronze-level comprehension skill, which turned its body into rock. It was just right to target the thunder attribute attack of the colorful cloud leopard. There is one more skill! Yifan jumped over the rock python. At this moment, the hellhound rushed over again and fought with the colorful cloud leopard. You probably have nowhere to escape today. Seeing that the colorful cloud leopard was obviously not up to the task, Yifan spoke, turned the dagger in his hand sideways, and rushed towards the colorful cloud leopard. Swift wind eagle, attack at the cost of your life! In the sky, the swift eagle circled, its claws as sharp as steel rushing down. This claw tore open another wound. The colorful cloud leopard that was entangled with the hellhound raised its head to bite, and Yifan's dagger flashed with cold light at the same time. With a swish sound, the dagger scraped across the throat of the colorful cloud leopard, leaving a wound. Roar! The colorful cloud leopard roared, blood oozing from its wounds. It wanted to bite Yifan, but was entangled by the hellhound again. Time passed, and it was gradually weakened by the repeated attacks. The rainbow cloud leopard roared and bit, but it never used its last skill. It's really difficult. With a collision, Yifan was knocked back holding the dagger. He paused at a distance, and looked at the wound on the rainbow cloud leopard's throat that he had cut. The wound had stopped bleeding. His eyes changed slightly. This rainbow cloud leopard was worthy of being a silver-level beast. The throat was so hard. But that's all. The next attack. Yifan slowly lowered his body, looked at the colorful cloud leopard roaring at him, and prepared to launch a fatal attack again. Yifan, be careful! Wang Lingxi's anxious voice suddenly rang out. Look at your head! As soon as these words came out, Yifan looked up with a stern expression. He didn't know when a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket was condensing above him. At this moment, it was attacking Yifan with a tremendous force. Punishment of Heavenly Thunder, a beast-controlling skill with extremely strong locking ability, possesses terrifying destructive power. Its only drawback is that it requires some time to concentrate. Just now, it was secretly gathering this attack. Yifan reacted and looked at the colorful cloud leopard. At this moment, the colorful cloud leopard, which was besieged repeatedly, showed ferocity in its eyes. In the depths of its eyes, there was actually a hint of human-like sinisterness. It worked. Chapter 62 Plan. Boom! The thunder struck down. At the critical moment, Yifan suddenly laughed. The wisdom of a silver-level Beastmaster is still too limited. No skill is guaranteed to be successful. After he finished speaking, a swift eagle came rushing over from the thunder at an extremely fast speed. The moment the thunder just touched Yifan, it pounced on him. The thunder struck the ground, and terrifying electric currents spread out. Yifan was carried by the swift eagle and rolled rapidly on the ground, always ahead of the electric current. Roar! Seeing this scene, the rainbow cloud leopard let out an unwilling roar. Almost at the same time, the hellhound pounced on it and locked its throat. Soon, in the struggle, the colorful cloud leopard, which had no skills to use anymore, lost its voice under Yifan's command and fell to the ground. It's over. Looking at the colorful cloud leopard lying in the field, Fatty Lee breathed a sigh of relief, while Wang Lingxi on the side looked a little excited. We won! We really won! We hunted down a silver-level beast! In the field, Yifan looked at the two people who were somewhat happy on the side, raised a smile on the corner of his mouth, and calmly put away the dagger in his hand. Fatty, go collect the bodies. Yifan stood up and looked at Fatty Lee beside him. His eyes slightly changed. Silver level and above Beastmasters have spirit beads with corresponding attributes in their bodies. They are expensive. Giving them to Beastmasters with matching attributes or Beastmasters with matching breathing methods will be of great benefit. Spiritual bead? Hearing this, the fat man was stunned and walked quickly towards the corpse of the colorful cloud leopard. In a short time, he raised a purple bead in his hand. This bead is crystal clear, and at this moment, there is a faint flash of lightning in it, which seems to correspond to the lightning attribute of the colorful cloud leopard. Is this the thing? Yes. Yifan nodded and took the spirit bead. The thunder attribute spirit bead is considered a very rare spirit bead. This one is worth more than 300,000. It is extremely difficult to buy in a place like Pingqing. 300,000. Hearing this, the fat man was stunned. 300,000 doesn't seem to be very expensive. It's not even as expensive as a well-tamed elite beast. The silver beast taming pearls just now are certainly not expensive, but all beast tamers above the silver level have a great demand for pearls with corresponding attributes, so they generally won't sell them. Even if they do, they will exchange them for pearls that meet their needs. Yifan shook his head and explained. As the level of the beast tamer increases, many things are often bought and sold in the form of barter. So that's how it is. Fatty Lee nodded, thought for a moment, then scratched his head. Bartering feels so primitive. Primitive, but very applicable, Yifan replied, putting away the spirit bead. In the future, we must obtain as many spirit beads as possible, silver or above. Obtaining a sufficient number of spirit beads of the same attribute and of a sufficient level is the simplest and most effective way to improve the level of beast control, in addition to obtaining natural treasures. Whether it's for the Beastmaster or for our own use, it's very useful. Then which spirit bead should I use? Asked Fatty Lee. You! After hearing this, Yifan thought for a moment. If you want to practice breathing techniques, it's best to use a spirit bead without attributes. Your breathing techniques are originally effective for the physical body, so a spirit bead without attributes is the most suitable for you. No attributes? This made Fatty Lee stunned. Didn't they say that once a Beastmaster reaches the silver level and opens the bloodline shackles, he will have attribute power? No attribute is also a kind of attribute power. To be precise, no attribute can be called flesh and blood attribute. Many beasts have no attributes, but their strong flesh and blood are enough for them to survive. Yifan answered and explained. The proportion of beasts that can use elements is equal to that of beasts that cannot use elements. Of course, beasts that can use elements are much more difficult to deal with. Correspondingly, spirit beads with elemental attributes are more precious. It's not difficult to buy attributeless spirit beads. They are very useful. They are basically used by Beastmasters to assist in practicing breathing techniques. In the trading market, many people use attributeless spirit beads to exchange for attribute spirit beads they need to tame beasts. So that's how it is. Fatty Lee nodded and said thoughtfully. It feels like the higher our realm is, the more things we are exposed to. These things we have never heard Pan Zhao tell us. It's useless to tell you if you haven't reached that level yet. Yifan shook his head. In the future there will be more things waiting for you to understand. Only when we enter the silver level can we truly step into the gate of Beast Tamer. At this time, at best, we can glimpse some of the scenery inside the gate in advance. What about me? What kind of spiritual beads should I use to practice in the future? Wang Lingxi raised his hand at the side. That depends on what breathing method you practice. Yifan replied, glancing at Wang Lingxi. You should be practicing a breathing method related to concealing your breath. Yes, this is the breathing method passed down in our family. When you reach a high level of practice, you can be as light as a swallow, and you can hide your breath very well and prevent others from spying on you. Wang Lingxi said quickly without hiding anything. Just use the wind spirit bead. Yifan answered without thinking too much and glanced at Wang Lingxi. Doesn't your family have a Beastmaster above the silver level? No, our family has only 3 generations now, and in each generation, apart from one Beastmaster who inherits the spirit leader, there are very few other Beastmasters with beast-taming talent. Wang Lingxi answered, looking a little embarrassed. My grandfather is the strongest Beastmaster in my family, and he has been stuck at Bronze 9 star for many years. That's it. Yifan nodded slightly, glanced at Wang Lingxi who seemed a little embarrassed, and suddenly said, In the future you will be the first one. Aye. Wang Lingxi was stunned for a moment, then nodded. I will try my best. Yeah. Yifan nodded, but did not continue speaking. He waved his hand and said, Fatty, quickly collect the corpse of the colorful cloud leopard. This is the core. There are many other silver imperial beasts living here. Try to be careful. Understood. Fatty Lee said, while on the other side he and Wang Lingxi quickly collected the body of the colorful cloud leopard. Soon, the 3 of them were fully loaded and, led by Yifan, retreated towards the inner part of the forest. These 3 little guys really succeeded. Sky Yu looked at Yifan and the other 2 who had retreated to the inner circle, and spoke, his tone unable to conceal his shock. It's only been a month since the start of school, and there are already freshmen who can hunt silver-level beasts. It's not hunting, it's murder. Jin shook his head. One of the reasons is that the colorful cloud leopard was injured and couldn't use too much attribute power. But it's quite remarkable. A bronze ace killing a silver ace. This is the first time I've seen this in all these years in Pingqing. Yu spoke, with a gleam in his eyes. Especially Yifan, he is very strong. If we ignore his D-level beast-taming talent, I even think he is not much worse than the monsters of the same age in Kyoto. That kind of terrifying battle instinct, control over beast-taming and timing are totally unlike what a teenage beast-tamer can possess. It is so mature that it is scary. Perhaps he is a natural combat genius and has sufficient knowledge of taming beasts, otherwise he would not have been able to avoid the lightning strike. Jin spoke, his eyes fixed on Yifan, and gradually, his eyes changed. This kid really has some of the shadow of the former commander. I think so too. Yu nodded. After the secret realm is over, you can go check it out. If it is really the bloodline of the commander, as a former member of the Zhantian army, we should take good care of it. If he is really the bloodline of the commander, I don't suggest paying too much attention to him. Instead, we should keep our distance. Jin shook his head. We represent the will of the Guardians from the top. If we deliberately lean towards him, some people with ulterior motives will see something. Pingqing is too small, and there are many evil spirits. Be careful and keep an eye on it. Chapter 63 Uncle Wang. 2 days later, the secret realm ended and the Guardians escorted everyone out. This time, Yi Fan and his friends did not stay until the end and left the secret realm early. This time, the principal did not hold any prize-giving activities. He just waited at the door and said something to the Guardian, then looked at Yi Fan with a little surprise. With the return of many students, the news spread that Yi Fan provoked the Silver Beast in the secret realm and ended up causing disaster for Ji Jia and his group. Just the 3 of you hunted down a silver-level beast man? In the dormitory, Yi Fan, who had come to inquire about the harvest in the secret realm, was shocked when he saw Yi Fan take out a lightning-attributed spirit bead. After getting a definite answer, Pan Zhao took a deep breath, and then patted the fat man and Yi Fan on the shoulders. You 2 guys, not bad. 2 people and 5 bronze beasts, this progress is good. It was rare for Fatty Li to receive praise from Pan Zhao. He scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, Oh, this is basically all Yi Fan's credit. I know, I just wanted to praise you, Pan Zhao replied. Hearing this, Fatty Li was embarrassed. On the side, seeing this scene, Yi Fan smiled, glanced at Pan Zhao, and said, Teacher Pan, we may not stay in school for the next period of time. Except for the monthly secret realm, the facilities in the school can only improve us to a limited extent. Yes, that's true. Pan Zhao nodded and looked at Yi Fan. So what are your plans next? Go to the Silver Moon Forest? Well, I plan to take Fatty with me to find a mercenary group to join, Yi Fan replied. It can not only make money, but also gain experience. Mercenary group? Upon hearing this, Pan Zhao frowned. Are you joining the mercenary group just to make some extra money? That's only part of the reason, Yi Fan replied, with a look of deep meaning in his eyes. Okay. Seeing Yi Fan's affirmation, Pan Zhao did not say much, but instead gave a warning. The mercenary group is full of mixed people, so you should be more careful if you go there. You should know that people's hearts are hidden in their stomachs. Yeah. Yi Fan nodded. Teacher Pan, don't worry too much. Fatty and I are already bronze level and have some ability to protect ourselves. Just don't act tough when things get tough, Pan Zhao said, taking out a communication symbol from his arms and throwing it to the fat man. At the same time, he said to Yi Fan, Your combat ability is very strong, far exceeding that of ordinary Beastmasters of the same level, but if you face a strong enemy, the first thing you should consider is your own safety. I understand, Yi Fan replied with a helpless smile in his eyes. Obviously, he also knew that Pan Zhao was saying that his fighting style was too dangerous, and that he should be more afraid of death and be more gentle. I won't do anything that I'm not sure of and put myself in danger. After thinking for a while, Yi Fan looked at Pan Zhao and said, Teacher Pan, just rest assured. Okay. Hearing this, Pan Zhao nodded. Although he was not very satisfied with the answer, he could still accept it reluctantly. Hey, how do you operate this thing? Pan Zhao was about to continue giving instructions when the fat man's voice rang out from the side. Pan Zhao turned his head and saw Fatty Li playing with the communication symbol. He didn't know when he took out a wrench. Bang! Seeing that the wrench was about to fall on the communication symbol, Pan Zhao was quick to snatch the communication symbol, and immediately scolded Fatty Li. Communication talisman! This is a communication talisman. 1 communication talisman costs 100,000. When you are in danger, you can call me at any time and any place, okay? 100,000. Others can just press a button, but you use a wrench to operate it. Liu, are you a tiger? Are you a tiger? Yi Fan! Liu! Outside the gate of the Wang family, Yi Fan and Liu, who had been waiting for a long time, finally heard Wang Lingxi's voice. They looked up and saw Wang Lingxi wearing a small floral dress and delicate makeup. At first glance, she looked very pure and cute. This scene made the fat man stunned. My goodness, you said Wang Lingxi is quite attractive, Yi Fan, don't you think so? Not bad. Yi Fan nodded, without much fluctuation in his eyes. In his 100 years of life, He had seen too many beauties pass away and many stunning beauties of all kinds. A girl in her teens really didn't attract too much of his attention. Sorry, I came out a little late. Wang Lingxi came up to the two and explained. I just told my father that I wanted to follow you to the mercenary group, but he refused to agree, saying that it was too dangerous for a girl like me to go out. Later, it was my grandfather who stepped in and let me out. Your grandfather? Hearing this, Yi Fan raised his eyebrows. At this moment, the door of Wang's house opened, and an old man walked out with a golden-haired rat lying on his shoulder, and next to him, there was a big yellow dog. This big yellow dog is called a guard dog. It is a very common pet, but it has a gentle temperament, and is easy to tame. Ordinary people can also adopt it. Many people like to use it as a pet to guard their homes. Your grandfather is quite loyal. Looking at the bronze 9-star guard dog, Yi Fan had a smile in his eyes. It was obvious that Wang Lingxi's grandfather was stuck at bronze 9 stars, in large part because the guard dog's bloodline was too low. Even with the use of a considerable amount of spiritual herbs and fruits, it was unable to break through the silver-level bloodline shackles. Lingxi, be careful on the road. At the door, Grandpa Wang waved to the three people. Buy more food on the way, don't go hungry. I know, Grandpa. Wang Lingxi replied and waved at Grandpa Wang. The guard dog came over with its tail wagging, jumping around Wang Lingxi, as if it was reluctant to let Wang Lingxi leave. Da Huang, come back. Grandpa Wang waved his hand, but seeing that the guard dog was unmoved, he could only helplessly walk out with his crutches. Da Huang, Lingxi is going on a long journey, don't be annoying. Grandpa Wang patted Da Huang's head, and Da Huang shrank his head and retreated. Okay, we'll be back soon. Wang Lingxi replied helplessly, turned around and said to Yi Fan. Let's go. Wait a moment. Yi Fan raised his hand, walked towards Uncle Wang, leaned over, and said gently, Uncle, you can feed Da Huang about half a pound of Qiangxing fruit, heart-protecting grass, and baiwei fruit in a 1-to-1 ratio every day. It's not far from the silver level, it just lacks some things to strengthen its bloodline. If you feed it about 7 times, Da Huang will be able to advance to the silver level, and it won't change the form of its bloodline. Is that so? Hearing this, Grandpa Wang was stunned for a moment, looking at Yi Fan, seeming a little surprised. How do you know me? I have seen many Beastmasters like Grandpa. Yi Fan answered quickly with a smile in his eyes. There are many such Beastmasters in reality. They have always been in love with a beast, and do not want the beast to change its appearance due to changes in its bloodline. They are loyal to one beast, and will not change even if they are stuck at one level for life. That's it. Hearing this, Grandpa Wang nodded. This prescription. There are elders in my family who are in a similar situation to you, so we developed this prescription. Yi Fan replied. As soon as these words came out, Grandpa Wang's eyes changed slightly. Having been engaged in business and treasure hunting for many years, his mind was much more active than that of ordinary people. After just a few seconds, he said, Thank you very much, young friend. It's okay. Yi Fan waved his hand and added with a smile. Uncle, Wang Lingxi is safe with me, you can rest assured. Okay. Grandpa Wang nodded and said nothing more. Then I won't delay your journey. Be careful. The mercenary group in Pingqing is a bit tricky. Yi Fan nodded, turned around, and left with Wang Lingxi and Fatty Li. At the door, Grandpa Wang looked at the backs of the three people, thinking for a moment. I have been searching for this prescription for several years that can break through the silver level without changing the shape of the bloodline. It turns out that it is just composed of 3 ordinary mortal-level spiritual fruits and spiritual herbs,